So, maybe in a way, all of this is for the best. But I just wish there weren't so many people being horrible to one another because when it comes down to it, we all want the best, don't we? For our country, for ourselves. And I don't know. I think, there's a lot of hatred thrown around for no good reason. And that's what makes it all a bit disappointing. But anyway, I've got more hands. So, Richie Rich, go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever this finds you in the world. Thanks for obviously keeping us up to date on everything that's happening. Really appreciate MriyaReport and all that it does. And just to encourage people, retweet the space and give whatever you can out of what you can afford because it makes a difference no matter what. Yeah, going on slightly onto what you were talking about a little bit earlier was about the funding side. Sorry, I've just climbed a bloody load of steps, so I'm like, ugh. But yeah, I've heard in the last 40 minutes through Mac Fella, who many of you I'm sure will follow, who's pretty in tune with everything that's happening. And it's about this funding for supporting Ukraine. And so far, what I'm hearing coming from that is basically that U.S. Congress is preparing an agreement they're preparing an agreement at US Congress around border and immigration at this moment in time through the Republican Party that will or is looking like potentially, you know, allowing to unlock funds basically to allow assistance to Ukraine again. I don't know how solid this is. It's obviously come through. He's saying, Maxwell is saying it's coming through the Republican Party leader. So yeah, I mean that to me is heading in the right direction. How solid it is, I don't know. Let's hope for the best on that situation. But yeah, that's what I'm hearing so far is that that it can be published this week, coming from the main representative of the Republican Party. So hopefully that is an edge and a step in the right direction. They do need to make an agreement on immigration and the situation that's going on in the States to be able to release, everything they can to Ukraine. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we should have had a whole host of Taurus missiles and all the rest of it, and ATACMS and all the rest of it before ATACMS, whatever you want to call them. I just you're seeing all this in the last couple of days. It's horrendous. I just don't know why there isn't more outcry. Personally, by governmental leaders, parties around the world. I don't think there's enough action. I don't think there's enough words and spoken. I don't think it's shared enough on media. I don't think news channels and media representatives share enough about what's happening in Ukraine. I think it's a pile of crap, really, at the end of the day, how we've been dealing with this, how many countries have been dealing with this. We're literally seeing a country that's being leveled at the moment. And I, for one, am absolutely sick and tired of people making up effing excuses over people's lives, because that's what we're talking about at the end of the day. We're talking about saving people's lives. And people need to understand that life is precious, totally precious. We've lost some people that we really care about in the last couple of days. Many of you will know about the poet with our little cats, little, Ukraine war cat. We're losing the best of the best at the end of the day. And it sickens me to my stomach. It makes me feel physically ill by seeing how these terrorists, Russian terrorists, because that's what they are, as simple as that, how they are managing to get away with this, and how, pardon my French, how the fuck are they still in United Nations? I will make a donation to the swear jar because I'm really fuming about this. How are they still able to sit on that council? It's absolutely despicable. I don't know how we can do it, but some of us need to take legal action against the United Nations. That's what I think at the moment. Get some representatives with some power and money behind them to take on United Nations and what they are doing, having a terrorist support network joined to the United Nations is just despicable. I don't even know how we're managing to allow that to occur and continue. Anyway, sorry, I'm really cheesed off this morning about everything, seeing the attacks on Kharkiv and places like that. I'm just fuming. But yeah, thank you for listening to my crazy rant this morning.
Thank you very much, Rich. If it helps, my last information was that they missed Kharkiv. They did shoot at Kharkiv, but they missed the whole city. So that's something at least. Yeah, I mean, getting Russia thrown out of the United Nations, I mean, honestly, I think a better approach, rather than doing all of the kind of tanky cat herding that the Western powers would have to do to form a coalition of nations strong enough to boot Russia out. I think it's better just to ignore it. So to form an alternative forum, it can be based around NATO, but a global alliance of democracies, kind of NATO plus everyone else. So the Australians, Kiwis, South Korea, um, the non NATO democracies, and try to develop that into an alternative font of international law. So rather than actions being legitimized by the United Nations, which is an absurd institution in which we have to pretend that Lesotho is the equal of France, instead of that, then we have an alternative forum which creates its own international law without the interference from shitholes. That's my best idea for a way forward from this. I mean, to an extent, we already had that. So the coalition of the willing in the invasion of Iraq in 2003, that didn't have UN sanction, not considered illegal as far as I'm concerned, except by the John Pilgers of this world. So yeah, I think to an extent that's this may have already happened. When the major democracies take action, there's not very much the rest of the world can do about it, and we kind of create our own precedent. We create our own law. So I think rather than trying to break up the United Nations by kicking countries out, I think a far better approach would simply be to marginalize it. And if you want clout in international relations, you can court the democracies, can't you? And if you're not a democracy, then good luck. Would be my approach to that. But thank you, Richie Richfellow. Let's go to Loves Democracy Proudly. Loves Democracy Proudly.
Thank you. Good morning. I really liked what you just said, and of course, that's not why I raised my hand. But I just wanted to put in my yes, I agree on that. But I just real quick was going to say that I I think this might be a state to state issue. Um, but my understanding is that if you're determined by the Secretary of State of whatever state, um, that you're ineligible, you can't be written in either. But with this primary, it's kind of it's for us to feel like we have a say in things, and that in truth, each party nominates their candidate themselves with whatever level of regard for what we want. Um, so even if he got taken off all the primary ballots, he could still end up being the candidate. But I will say, and this might be shocking to some people in here, I'm feeling more optimistic today. Um, I, I, I'm not feeling as strongly today that he can win, and so that's the good news. I also wanted to mention that I read an article that tie this back to Ukraine. Um, I think it's their foreign minister was saying that um, they feel like even if that individual were to win the presidency, that um, they would be able to work with him. Um, they would maybe just have to do it a little differently. And then he also gave some examples of apparently it was Trump that sold javelins to them the first time, and there are a couple other examples that I wasn't aware of. So, even if he were to win, that might not spell the end of our assistance to Ukraine. So I tend to look on the pessimistic side as well, but there's some hope.
Thank you very much. Loves democracy proudly. Roos, you've got your hand up.
Oh, sorry, phone call. Get back later.
I'll go ahead, Cece, then.
Yeah, if Trump gets elected, there will be no Ukraine. That's the one area where there is not hope, but I don't think he'll get elected. Is the good part. Hopefully, the part of the United States, like the university kids and stuff, will come to their senses and vote against him in November. And by that, I just mean everyone is so mad at Biden right now that Russian ops work, right? Everyone's mad at Biden. So let's focus on the $61 billion package that's at hand, and I just wouldn't get sidetracked on talking about Trump.
No, exactly. That is a different direction to what we really need to focus on, which is getting the money through for Ukraine. And that's much more important right now. That's the alligator closest to the boat, as Yehuda would say. So, yeah, that's the important thing. And do you want to know why it's important? I've got a couple of things. But one of them is where is it? Where is it? Here we go. So one of them is this. There was a fella who, I say a fella, a youngster, a teenager from Melitopol, who managed to leave, but only after almost 2 years of occupation. So a resident of Melitopol told about his path from the Russian world and his path to freedom. His family had planned to leave in December 22, but they left 2 days after the scheduled date because they had car problems. So they left their hometown at 5 a.m. Initially, they planned to go through the filtering based on Russian passports, thinking that there would be fewer questions in that direction. But the driver insisted that they went through the customs exclusively with Ukrainian passports and unanimously insisted that they were going to Europe. So they were ready at 9:30 a.m. at the Novoazovsk passport control. So those who crossed the border from the Russian Federation for the first time had their documents taken away for verification, and those who had already done so received their documents back immediately. After that, the departing passengers' belongings were passed through an X-ray. 3 hours later, the teenager was called to an interview with the FSB. When he entered the office, he received a declaration where he had to hand in his personal data, enter his personal data, as well as indicate if he had any money with him and whether he was cooperating with the special services of Ukraine. And, of course, answer the question whether he supported the special military operation. The questionnaire contains several tricky questions which must be answered correctly. For example, the question, have you crossed the Russian Federation border before? In his opinion, to avoid unnecessary problems, it is better to answer, I already live in the Russian Federation, indicating your city. After filling out the declaration, the phone checking began. Fortunately, nothing forbidden was found on the boy's phone. He was also lucky because he got one of the good employees. They took the teenager's fingerprints, photographed him, and started saying that Poland would not allow Ukrainians to enter. And people in Melitopol are just wasting their time trying to get there. In the end, it was necessary to consent to a polygraph, after which the passport was finally returned. He remembers that in general, the procedure lasted 20 to 30 minutes, but apparently it depends on the shift. Some will keep you for hours. So, at 6 p.m. on the 25th of December, these citizens of Melitopol arrived at the Burachiki checkpoint, where they waited their turn for 2 hours. But as it turns out later, 5 buses arrived at the checkpoint with people being checked in front of the queue. Of course, the family from the occupied city have to wait for several days at this point. They noted, however, that a driver decided to go up the Ubliinka highway, which was a 2-hour drive from their next location. Arriving at the customs post, the forced refugees were immediately happy that the situation here was better than the last checkpoint, but it was not the case. The Russians specifically and specially picked people to stay in the cold for 3 days, and then, and only then, allowed them to be checked. This family from Melitopol was no exception. They waited for their turn for 2 days. The racists did not show pity to anyone, nor babies, nor elderly. They all were forced to stand for 2 to 4 days. And so on December the 27th at 3 p.m., the people of Melitopol were finally invited into a screening. They were immediately told to remove their shoes. Their bags were checked. Those who had any money with them were told they must count it. Then there was another passport control. The teenager said they sat in that room waiting for 12 hours in the end. The parents were called for an interview at 1, and at 11:30 they took their fingerprints, handed over their passports, and told them they could then go free. The family passed from Latvia without any problems. Already at 4 a.m, a bus came for them and took them to Warsaw. The people of Melitopol stepped into Germany, which was originally the end point of their trip. The boy shouted at the top of his voice, "Glory to Ukraine," realizing at this point that nobody would kill him for it. 2 terrible years of occupation, 2 years of suffering, torment, stress. And now, at 2 a.m, we cross the border with Latvia. We see a huge sign saying European Union. It was this moment that the stone fell from our souls. It was this that we realized the horror and fear remained in the past. It's impossible to describe the emotions we felt. And there you go. That's the difference between freedom and occupation. So, yeah, that's why it's important. Just thought I would bring you that little story. Have another wee story. Not as fun, this one, but this is a 17-year-old who has been brought back by the Bring Kids Back UA team. Now, this is the team which works with the Orphans Feeding Foundation, and they obviously bring children back from Russia. Now, this 17-year-old has agreed to give interview to tell you exactly what happened to him. His name is Serhiy Cherednichenko. Cherednichenko? Okay. And he was one of these who was taken by Putin's child snatchers, and they tried to brainwash him. So he's actually vowed to kill Putin himself in revenge for his horrific ordeal. Well, we'll see about that. Maybe one day he'll get his chance, eh? So, this 17-year-old was taken in the summer of 2022. He had his legs smashed with a hammer and his ankles bolted as he tried to escape. He spent 6 months in a camp after being forced to follow Russian soldiers, but managed to escape by memorizing bus routes. So, one of the thousands of children kidnapped by Russians following the invasion of Ukraine, Sergei told how he had come to, how his ordeal had come to an end when he successfully arrived at the border after being held captive for months. He was forcibly taken to the town of Valyuki in the Belgorod region, told he was an orphan and placed in a dormitory before being moved to another town of Chernyanka. He endured severe psychological pressure and what he described as brainwashing, and during this time decided to plan an escape. He memorized the bus routes and managed to save enough money for a fare to get a bus back to the border, only to be returned immediately. Originally a professional footballer, he repeated this attempt 3 times until finally he succeeded. On the 4th time, they took me down to a basement at the checkpoint. They checked my phone for 3 hours. Finding out I was a football player, they hit my legs with a hammer and my ankles with a bolt. They held me for 4 to 5 hours. Then they removed me from the basement and said, "Go wherever you want." I saw a yellow sign saying Ukraine, and I immediately headed in that direction. It was evening, it was raining, it was cold. My legs hurt so bad I wasn't walking very fast, but I wasn't going to stop. When you walk through the grey zone and turn back, you don't know what to expect. It was one of the scariest moments. I didn't know whether I was going to lie down and die there, if I was going to walk and make it, if they were going to shoot me while I was walking through it. But thank God, I got to the other side. A Ukrainian border guard came out immediately. I asked him, could I call my parents? I asked for a drink. It was strange to realise that I'd put so much effort, but I'd finally succeeded. Back in September 22, it was revealed that thousands of children have been deported during Putin's invasion. In a sick bid to erase Ukrainian culture, children are subjected to information zombification and told that they have been abandoned by their parents. It's estimated over 20,000 Ukrainian children have been kidnapped since the start of the war and sent to be Russified. Sergei has 9 siblings and recalls the horrible moment his family realized their country was being bombarded. He will never forget the look on his father's face. Describing the moment he was kidnapped, he said he was forced to follow a group of soldiers, told that otherwise he would be put in a pit. He explained that the pit is a horrific tactic used by Russian military. Victims are forced to dig a trench of their own height and sit in it. It is always used to punish those who answer incorrectly, like his friend who spent 4 days in a pit after he was caught going home during curfew. The Russian military approached me and said, "Do you want to come with us?" I said no, but they told me to put on their uniform. They handed me 2 magazines from an assault rifle and put me in a truck and dropped me off in Valiuki. I wasn't able to resist 5 men sitting above me, each of them with an assault rifle. I'd lost pride and confidence. I realised, for example, my friend in the pit. Well, I was afraid for myself. He was taken to Russia, where he was forced to attend the Valiuki Industrial College and live in dormitories there, after he flatly refused to be placed with a Russian family. He spent 4 months before then he was moved to Chernyaka alongside other Ukrainians, some who were transported quietly and some who were forced. Sergei recalls constantly being told by the college staff that he was rescued from the Nazis, after Ukrainians refused repeatedly to sing Russia's national anthem. He said the mental pressure became too much for some, especially those who have lost their loved ones. Alongside promises for a better life, they complied. After 6 months, he became desperate to come home, fearing he would never see his family again. On New Year's Eve 2022, I was in Chernyanka, watching Zelensky on YouTube and his address to Ukrainians. What thoughts can you have sitting alone in your dorm room, trapped in another country? There was no way to see my family, my sister. If I ever meet Putin someday, I will kill him myself. He was able to be reunited with his parents after 6 months and was so relieved to be back home, he could barely speak. I had a feeling that I wanted just to be silent, but also to tell them everything at the same time. All these feelings in 1 second. We were silent for half the journey because I just didn't know what to say first. Now he's back in Ukraine. He's returned to playing football and is training as a welder. Good for him. Thinking of others who've also been kidnapped, he acknowledges it's very hard mentally, especially for children, but he urged for nobody to lose hope over this. We are under a lot of pressure, but you have to believe that someday there will be help. Ukraine will always take us back. It is just a case of getting there. No one will ever forget about any child. Every one of them will be returned. He's eager to join the Ukrainian army when he's 18 in 4 months' time, and he vows to take revenge. He said, there will be revenge, and it will be served cold. Life is such that everything comes around. I hope he will receive exactly what he's brought to the world. I never said this to anyone before, but I hope he dies a terrible death and his children suffer just like him. So there you go. And that is another reason why it's really important to get these children back, because they are Ukraine's future. But you can see what that experience has done to that boy, that all he wants to do is go back and fight against them because of the fact that they separated him from his family, they stole him, they bullied him, they tortured him. And then in the end, they just sort of like, threw him away like nothing. Don't really want you anyway, no longer amusing. And he's going to turn around and be 10 times more determined than he was had he just joined the army without that experience. So they're creating a monster that's going to come back and bite them. They really are. There you go. I'm done with my lessons of the day, Tim. Thank you.
For this thy brother was dead and is alive again, was lost and is found. What am I quoting, mockers?
I've heard it before, but I'm not sure. War poetry?
No, it's the Bible. It is the Gospel of Luke. Now, why am I quoting the Gospel of Luke? Specifically, the parable of the prodigal son.
I see. Yes. The one who comes back. Yeah.
The one who comes back. And this is important because our favourite KGB fake priest gave an interview to TASS yesterday. Sorry, this is not related to your story. This is actually a news story. Sorry if that was a little confusing. They were quite.
But
They were
fine.
kind of.
It kind of tied in with the speech there.
It kind of did, yeah. I was going to try and make it a segue, but it turned into a whatever it was. Anyway, our favorite KGB vicar, Mr. Kirill of Moscow, Patriarch Kirill of Moscow. He's been interviewed by the Patriarch Kirill of Newswires, also known as TASS, and he has been, gosh, he's been sounding a bit desperate, and he has been referencing the parable of the prodigal son, in which the father has two sons. One of them is wise and thrifty and spends his inheritance well. The other one disappears and squanders all of his and comes back penniless. And of course, the father forgives the prodigal son. Now, he's been referencing this story with regards to Russians who've left Russia. Now,
Begging them to come home, isn't he? Because they need more cannon fodder.
exactly, this is just it. And of course, whereas Putin just sounded pathetic and desperate when he made this request. He said the trend of Russians returning home from abroad was very good and very important. This was back in September. Whereas Patriarch Kirill, the Lubyanka vicar, the vicar of the Lubyanka, how about that? That's good, isn't it? We'll start calling him that now. He has been saying that whilst it is a sin for Russians to leave Russia, apparently, yeah, that's a sin. He has said that Russia should not reject Russian citizens who understand that they've made a mistake in fleeing Russia after the invasion of Ukraine and now want to return home. So Putin is begging them, and Kirill is absolving them of their mistake of leaving the motherland and not wanting to be meat cubes. And various other people. So, for example, the chairman of the State Duma, Vyacheslav Volodin, he decided to threaten them in Russia in October and November last year, which openly contradicted Putin's position on this. So Putin's begging them. Patriarch Kirill is absolving them their grave sin, and Duma chairman Volodin is threatening them. You know, so hopefully between those three things, they might convince them to return. I don't know. I suppose they'll be abroad for as long as we've got patience for them, right? They'll be abroad until countries start deporting them. What do you reckon, Douglas? I'll take that as wholehearted agreement. Let's go to Bull Terrier. Bull Terrier, welcome.
Yeah, hi Tim and Mockers, and thank you so much for all your hard work and hosting this space. You probably talked about this already, but the Japanese foreign minister was in Kiev, I think yesterday, and was forced into a bomb shelter by an air alert. This is a Reuters report, by the way, that I'm reading. But also pledged millions of dollars to NATO to help Ukraine avert Russian drone strikes, and also announced donations of generators and transformers. I thought this was a really nice, positive story, which I thought was worth, mentioning. And in particular, this, her name is Kamikawa, said that Japan would allocate $37 million to a NATO trust fund that supports equipment such as drone detection systems, and also donations of 5 mobile gas turbine generators and 7 transformers. And I mean, this is particularly interesting, I think, given that they just had a massive earthquake in Japan, and are actually dealing with their own problems as well. So I thought that was particularly generous.
I mean, I'm most excited about them donating Transformers. I mean, the big lorries that turn into giant robots. That's going to be brilliant. But yes, my hilarious jokes aside, we did cover this earlier on today. Yeah, it was interesting that she ended up being forced into a bomb shelter. Um, I've noticed that Putin tends to suspend airstrikes when there's someone really, really important in town. So when Joe Biden was in Kiev, there were no airstrikes. When Boris Johnson was in Kiev, there were no airstrikes. So if it's a head of state or government and it's from a hostile country, he tends to stop bombing everybody. And if it's a lesser government official, then the bombings keep going. If it's a head of state or government from a friendly country, bombings still happen as well. So that's what I've observed. Anyway, let's go to Basic.
Yes. Good morning after the great reset here, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. In regards for what you were saying, Tim, you're kind of talking about Kirill and absolving of sins, and if you just come back to the Holy Land, it just kind of almost invoked this imagery of just like the Crusades. Like, just come, let me absolve your sins, and go to Ukraine, my son, and die in the good fight. Very interesting Russian logic there, but as we all laugh because it's insanity. But this is Russia, so it makes sense in a Russian way. But yeah, no, I love the British humor. Me being a Yank and hearing the takes here, and Mockers telling her. I love Mockers too. She says the best stories. I mean, it could be a negative. We could all be just kind of wary of our democratic processes, as us Americans have been kind of talking most of the morning, it seems. Which, by the way, Congress has come back from holiday recess today. They're back in session. So, American fellows, just once again, please call your senators or congressmen for that support as we get back on the table here in our uh, you know, political chess board we're playing right now with the Congress, especially with the Republican Speaker. Your support's needed, your voice is needed. So please call your representatives today. In that regard, I just wanted to, just kind of add a little bit to the banter, add a little bit more of a light-heartedness. I like how Bull Terrier was bringing up the Japanese in regards for the support. They're even stepping up the Japanese, so it's getting interesting. But I think everyone is. I mean, there is this like overwhelming sense of like, what if, right? If the U.S. somehow goes sideways, what happens? And I think Mockers did bring kind of a silver lining in the regards that, well, the United States, especially, if they don't, contribute or do what they need to do here, what does that mean for Europe? And there is that great question of like, for me at least as an American, I think it's kind of crazy because like every 4 years we kind of go through this, and then as a European, from the standpoint of NATO, it's like, well, what are the Americans going to do now? Especially since since Trump came on and was threatening to leaving the alliance and all this craziness. And you kind of think yourself like, well, will the Americans be there? And all that. So I mean, that's sincere questions, right? I mean, European security is somehow revolved around Americans' four-cycle craziness, which I think is crazy. But anyway, that's another topic. But yeah, just kind of rambling, kind of trying to find the silver lining and trying to find out, make sense of this mad world, Tim. I don't know what to make of it, but it is what it is. And I see Tracy, the knowledgeable Tracy. I bowed to her wisdom as she comes upon the co-host chair. So I will now silence myself in my idiotic ways.
Thank you very much, Basic Ink. Just before I drop, yeah, this is a very interesting area, right? The danger here, at least, well, the danger here from a global perspective and also from an American perspective is that the United States stops being seen as a reliable ally, right? So if the cavalry, if people start to think that the cavalry isn't coming, not only does that have profound implications for our enemies, but also profound implications for our friends. So they are watching, and by them, I mean this global coalition of shitholes that seems to have arisen out of the anus of Russia. They are watching very, very carefully, and what the United States in particular, but the West in general, do in Ukraine, they will assume applies to everywhere else. And so then a Western guarantee, an American guarantee becomes meaningless. An American threat becomes empty, and nobody believes us to be reliable security partners. And this is catastrophic for the West, absolutely catastrophic. Cannot overestimate how damaging this would be, not just to the United States, but to the wider empire. Like this is the moment of existential crisis. This is the moment where it all falls apart. From a European perspective, of course, this has immediate implications for our own policy. So the United Kingdom in particular, but to a lesser extent, the rest of the Western countries usually base their military and security policy around the involvement of the United States somewhere, right? So we're not, we don't seriously expect to have to go and fight China on our own. Italy's not going to invade Iran, right? These are not things we expect to have to do. But what we do expect is, yes, this might happen. In fact, it's quite likely that there'll be a war somewhere on the other side of the globe. May or may not be a peer adversary, but Uncle Sam will probably be there, so we can plan on that eventuality, right? What we must now start to think about is, what if that doesn't occur, right? What if we end up having to fight for the existence of a brother democracy, let's say, I don't know, Australia, and the United States simply isn't coming, right? Because the United States is too wound up in its own political system to move at that particular moment, or perhaps has slid into outright isolationism again. Now, this has profound implications for policy, particularly European policy. And I think a welcome resolution would be for Europe to start taking her own defense and security a little bit more seriously and stop tailcoating on the Americans. I don't know, maybe I'm just a dreamer. Anyway, I see my able replacements are both here, so I will drop now, and I will see you all tomorrow afternoon. And as always, Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava, and thank you very much, Tim, and thank you very much to Mockers as well. I hope you enjoy a well-deserved sleep, Mockers. I don't think Tim's having a sleep, but if you are, enjoy a sleep, Tim, or enjoy the rest of your day, whichever it is. So, Basic King, did you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, just a quick, follow up on the conclusion of what Tim was saying, because I think it's pertinent to the whole entire conversation, really, especially in regards to the West. I was actually reading a tweet just the other day that, it was actually made by someone who was in Taiwan, saying that, it's not just, we see, they made them comment, and it was, there was some fair criticism there, saying we see how the West, but especially America, has supported Ukraine during this war. And if that's what loyalty looks like, this is according to what they were saying, loyalty and support looks like, well, then, we really can't count on America. Right. Basically saying that, like, well, Ukraine gets so much support and then, it's basically cut off. And that wouldn't fly with, let's say, a conflict with China. And yeah, I think Tim has some valid points. If the United States isn't counted on as a reliable ally, God forbid, but if it comes to that, where we do have, unfortunately, a history of isolationism, that is a thing. And it does row, its ugly head every once in a while, because whether or not the populace gets duped into a narrative, especially Russian propaganda, America first type stuff, which is ironic because it really puts America in the worst spot along with the rest of the free world. Yeah, we kind of play ourselves in this horrific role. And, the United States, I don't think Americans especially realize how much of a role we do play into the everyday lives. of just whether it's like, navigation of the sea, free trade agreements. I mean, there's so much more than just alliances and all this. It's literally kind of the world order. So it is kind of like a horrific thing to think about, but it is, unfortunately, it's something to think about because, we're here right now and we're questioning. So yeah, these are pertinent questions, and I just, I hate to think about it, especially as someone in the United States, but hopefully we fight against our evil tendencies and isolationist habits, and don't fall back on our agreements and our word, basically, because I think that's a really important thing to do and follow through and to have. But anyway, just finishing off what Tim was kind of going off of, and back to you, Tracy.
Thank you very much. You're right. We are here. We are where we are. And as far as I'm concerned, this is the way I see it personally. I see that not just Ukraine is having an existential fight, but democracy also is having an existential fight. And that means that the only thing that we can do is keep on doing everything that we say that we're doing here, and keep brainstorming these ideas of how we can reach our politicians, how we can reach our officials, how we can put that public pressure on. We have to keep doing that. We have no choice. It's sad and frustrating and annoying and all the things that everybody else has said numerous times, that we are where we are with the US and other places and other countries that have slow rolled things for whatever reason and numerous different reasons, etc. But America will step up. It's as simple as that, because they have to. So either democracy is going to fall, or America is not going to let that happen. They may come late to the party. It's absolutely tragic and frustrating and makes me very angry that Ukrainians are having to pay in blood whilst these things are going on. But they will come to the fight, whether it's late or not, will America, and it will happen because we just don't have a choice. It's as simple as that. And we need to keep pushing our politicians to recognise the we are where we are, exactly as you said, because I think the problem is that many of them maybe still don't, even if it's just the smaller ones that are down the scale, that are not maybe in positions of power. They all need to be informed. We're all re-informing ourselves of what Russia's been doing and realising and waking up, many of us, the past few years, to the fact that Russia's never stopped this propaganda. Russia never stopped behaving like this. The societies in many countries around the world, for many, many reasons that we've all discussed, switched off to what Russia's doing and closed their eyes to what Russia's doing. So we need to make sure now that their eyes are opened, not just in terms of our own bubbles and our own circles and our own people that we meet, whether it be that stranger that you talk to in the street for 5 minutes randomly, or whether it's somebody that you talk to on a regular basis. All that information needs to keep getting pushed out. We need to keep pushing those bubbles out, because as far as I'm concerned, I think it's about time we all need to make these politicians do what we realise needs to be done. And they've gotten away with it for far too long. I can only speak for politicians in my own country, of course. But I can say that isolationism is not just something that the US falls into the trap of. Other countries fall into that, or whether it be on, albeit maybe on a smaller scale, for example. But we've had silly things like that said in this country as well, and silly slogans like that. And, whatever the issue, there's always going to be an issue in society, whether that be an immigration issue, or whether it be a civil society issue, a cost of living issue, whatever these straw man arguments are that they try to use, to these excuses that these people use to say, well, we can't support Ukraine. It's nonsense. Like we all say, we can do both of these things at the same time, and we absolutely must, because we are in an existential threat, and our politicians need to realise that Ukraine is saving us right now. They are saving us having boots on the ground. They are saving our soldiers being in this fight. And if America steps up too late, then it's going to be a longer fight with more lives lost. But it's going to be a fight that continues, because there's no choice. There's only two sides. There's good against evil. There's democracy against tyrants. And that's where we are. So
So my answer is I keep pushing them politicians and I keep getting on their case, and I keep trying to just take advice from all the tips that other people use here. For Every Child was speaking earlier. I hope people heard her because she had some fantastic things to say about the things that she tries to do every day and the creative ways that she tries to find to reach other people, to reach politicians, to do all the things that we keep discussing. I mean, Cece, she's amazing. She's always coming up with ideas, solutions, things that we can all do to fit into our day. So that's my answer, and I think that's the only answer that we have, is to just keep doing what we're doing and keep, unfortunately, having to educate these what should be highly educated politicians, but maybe not highly educated in everything. And Christopher, I think I went on a little bit of a rant there. Good morning to you.
Well, good morning, Tracy. No, rant away. It was very fluid and very cogent. So thank you very much. If you hear noise or banging in the background, I'm finally having my replacement windows installed. So I'm very excited about that. It's been an ordeal to get approval from the HOA and blah, 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 blah. And I am seeing some interesting notes. There's that discussion that continues to go on about the draft bill. We're seeing a little bit of Telegram. I'm seeing, and you're seeing, a little bit of Telegram chatter back and forth about some of the stuff that's is or is not in it. But of course, we will continue to wait for the official pronouncements, because anything else is going to be conjecture in many ways, even if it's allegedly coming from a deputy or somebody within the RADA. But it's the official announcement that we're going to be working off of. And, we did have a conversation yesterday with the Alpha Group, the guys that we had bought the pants, we had fundraised, for the pants for. And I'm pleased, and I'm sure you're very pleased too, probably over the moon, as you might say, that we have achieved that goal yesterday. And those guys will be getting their new bloomers. Maybe, is it bloomers? Is bloomers a good word for pants? Or that's something else? Anyway, all these technical terms. War pants, as maybe somebody else might call them. Combat pants. Was that Will's? I don't know. Anyway, we're very excited that occurred, and that's super duper exciting. Would love to see like a fashion parade. Would be kind of cool, like a little video fashion parade. Just no faces, just kind of the waist down, sort of strutting around like on the runway. Anyway, so yeah, and during that discussion, there were some comments that were made by some of the speakers, some of the people commenting that didn't contain information that came from the draft bill itself, and so we want to apologize for that. That's not something that we want to have happen here, especially when it comes to something that's such a touch point, third rail kind of thing. I asked Werdugo this morning when I was up before I went to bed for a nap. And he was kind enough to provide some words of wisdom on all of it. And, basically that, it's what's needed, and we'll take the advice and the counsel from all parts. Ukraine will, that is, from all parts, and the discussion will happen, and then they'll sort it out with alacrity. Is that the word I'm looking for? I don't know. My brain's a little bit on the muddled side this morning. Anyway, forgive me. I'm babbling along. So, but yep, that's just what I wanted to say for this morning so far. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Yes, it's very interesting, all the things that are going back and forth. But of course, like you say, it's important to remember that no matter what the position, we have heard people's deputies say silly things that they're not supposed to say before. So of course it's good to get everybody's opinion and everybody's perspective and get everybody's side and see the bigger picture. But at the same time, we only take facts for what we can see in the bill, and that hasn't come out yet. So of course we eagerly await that. I think today is the deadline, isn't it, for submitting any new information or requests or opinions, etc. So hopefully I don't know if we'll have an answer this week. That may be a little bit on the soon side, but I do believe they are trying to deal with it rather quickly. So I guess it's possible, but I suppose it's how long is a piece of string. It depends on how much everybody has to say, I would imagine. So now then, Den John, we've lost Den John, have we? He had his hand up as well, didn't he? Do you see him, Christopher?
No, I don't, but our friend from Manitoba is coming. So Martin, you were there. Please give us an update this morning, sir.
Christopher, Tracy, everyone else, my friend Marcus, and the rest of the world, Slava Ukraini. I just wanted to bring attention. I don't know if you've already mentioned it, Christopher and Tracy. There was an article I just read and posted on X, very much worth reading, from the New Yorker. And I think that people should be aware of this. It's called, hang on for a second, I'll give you the exact title. What could tip the balance in the war in Ukraine? And it's January 8th. It's by Joshua Yaffa. And it's subtitled, "In 2024, the most decisive fight may also be the least visible. Russia and Ukraine will spend the next 12 months in a race to reconstitute and resupply their forces." Not anything that hasn't been discussed on the Maria report, of course, Christopher and Tracy and everyone else, but he provides some real good context and background information and some updates that, of course, we should all be cognizant of. If you want me to, I can read portions of this or just leave it as reference, and people can go and check my timeline and read the article for themselves.
Oh, I'm happy to listen to stories.
Well,
I'm happy to listen to stories.
Sure. It's a lengthy article, but I'll read quickly. And again, just to repeat myself, people can go afterwards and see it for themselves and then forward it to others. But okay, so on December 29th, Russia fired more than 150 missiles and drones on cities and towns across Ukraine, killing more than 30 people in Kiev alone, the largest number dead in the capital in a single day since Russia's invasion nearly 2 years ago. The first days of 2024 brought more of the same, day after day of aerial bombardment with the seeming aim of weakening Ukraine's air defenses and targeting facilities that produce long-range weapons. This year is likely to be marked by exchanges of missile and rocket fire rather than dramatic, large-scale maneuver warfare. But the most decisive fight may also be the least immediately visible. Russia and Ukraine will spend the next 12 months in a race to determine which side can better reconstitute and resupply its forces in terms of not only personnel, but also shells, rockets, and drones. In other words, the war may not be won outright this year, but the conditions for victory may well be set in motion. If Western backers provide necessary arms, training, and financing to Ukraine, its military may emerge by next year with the upper hand. But such an outcome is far from assured. Quote, "The West is on a trajectory to end up losing this war through sheer complacency." Quote, Jack Watling, a researcher of land warfare at the Royal United Services Institute, told me. Watling has made more than a dozen research trips to Ukraine since the start of the invasion. "I'm not making a prediction," he told me. "Rather, it's a choice. Western countries have agency." Ukraine's counteroffensive, which began in June before fizzling out in the fall, failed to capture any significant territory, let alone come close to reaching the Sea of Azov, which would have put pressure on Russia's control of Crimea. In fact, according to an analysis from the Times, as of September, Russia controlled 200 square miles more territory in Ukraine compared with the start of 2023. In Western capitals, this disappointment kicked off a round of finger-pointing distress and pessimism. Republicans in Washington had been looking for such a reason to question the merit of further U.S. aid to Ukraine. Last month, the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, after meeting with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, said, "What the Biden administration seems to be asking for is billions of additional dollars with no appropriate oversight, no clear strategy to win, and with none of the answers that I think the American people are owed," period, end quote. According to a recent report in the Washington Post, there have been frustrations on both sides. U.S. officials judged their counterparts in Ukraine as waging a delayed and inefficient campaign unlikely to yield maximal results. Ukrainian armed forces, meanwhile, have felt that they are expected to fight like the U.S. military without being provided with the full capabilities that the U.S. military possesses in the field. In an interview with The Economist last November, Valery Zaluzhny, the commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian armed forces, admitted that the war has reached a stalemate, saying, quote, there will most likely be no deep and beautiful breakthrough, period, end quote. But he argued only a significant change in the war's technological balance could tip the fighting decisively toward one side. For Ukraine, that includes air power, both fighter jets and drones, electronic warfare capability to counter Russian jamming, and counter battery fire to locate and target Russian artillery systems. Ukraine's military options were limited, not only by what the West would provide, but also by political choices. Michael Kaufman, an expert in the Russian and Ukrainian militaries at the Carnegie Endowment, said, for example, the Zelensky administration made Bakhmut a politically symbolic battle, keeping Ukrainian units fighting there throughout the spring and summer, which meant that many of the country's most capable and battle-hardened troops were unable to take part in operations elsewhere. Ukraine settled on a strategy for an offensive waged on three axes at once, hoping to exhaust Russian reserve units. But the result was to further spread out forces and artillery. Offensive operations in the south, the most important front, were conducted by more inexperienced troops fresh from training. When the initial assault failed, Ukraine switched to attacks by smaller units, which preserved lives and equipment, but did not lead to a larger breakthrough. Ukraine didn't have any easy options, Kaufman said, but the three-pronged offensive did not deliver. Whatever the causes, the failure of the offensive created a number of problems for Ukraine. Russian forces may hold certain advantages, especially in terms of materiel, at the start of the year, Kaufman said, but none of them look particularly decisive on their own. More important are unity, patience, and determination among those Western states supporting Ukraine's war effort. When your ability to continue fighting is so dependent on outside support, you also depend on the expectations and belief, or not, those same outside powers have in your path to victory, Kaufman told me. The danger for Ukraine is that Western pessimism becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Mykola Bieleskov, a defense analyst at the National Institute for Strategic Studies in Kiev, said, skeptics in the West were provided with a very powerful argument. Where is the guarantee that if we provide another $60 billion, the amount that President Joe Biden is asking Congress to approve, the result will be any different? The Kremlin, meanwhile, used 2023 to reorient the Russian economy around the war effort, pumping billions into arms production and related industries. Defense spending makes up nearly a third of the state budget for this year, during which Russian factories will produce as many as 3 million shells, a larger number than what would come from the US and Europe combined. Watling pointed out that the irony of Russia, an economy the size of Italy's, outproducing the entirety of NATO in terms of artillery ammunition. Last year, Ukraine largely fought the war with munitions produced before the start of Russia's invasion. This year, Bieleskov said, is when we will begin to really feel the effect of decisions not taken earlier. Watling recalled meeting with defense ministries of NATO states as far back as the summer of 2022. They asked me, what does Ukraine need? Watling relayed the rough numbers in terms of troops and ammunition. As he tells it, he had another round of meetings this winter. I told them, we had this same conversation more than a year ago. The numbers haven't changed. We've only lost time. By his estimate, last summer, Ukraine was firing 7,000 shells a day and Russia was firing 5,000. Today, that ratio has swung dramatically in the opposite direction. Russia firing 10,000 shells for every 2,000 launched by Ukraine. The failure to translate rhetoric into action has a body count attached to it, he told me. At a recent Kremlin ceremony, Vladimir Putin appeared as sanguine and self-assured as he had since the start of the war, smiling with a glass of champagne in hand. Ukraine produces virtually no weapons of its own, he declared, and has no future, but, he added, we do. Putin can draw a certain line, Tatiana Stanova, a senior fellow at the Carnegie Russia-Eurasia Center, told me. In Putin's understanding, the counteroffensive has failed, and the West won't be able to provide the level of military aid that would fundamentally change the situation on the front going forward. A period of uncertainty going back to the unraveling of Russia's initial invasion plans in 2022 appears to have ended, and one of stability has begun. All Russia has to do now is wait. Putin thought all along that support for Ukraine was temporal and that he would outlast it, a US defense official told me. Putin then isn't entirely wrong to feel a renewed sense of confidence at the start of the year. And if Russia can resist the temptation to waste lives and equipment in a winter offensive, its defensive positions look stable, but that may prove unlikely. Our generals may well mistake the ability to defend with an opportunity to go on the attack. Yet again, a defense source in Moscow told me. The results of such an action are predictable. The source returned to an oft-repeated axiom. Russia is never as weak as may appear, but it's not as strong either. Fundamentally, Putin's political goals for Ukraine remain as grandiose as ever. In his mind, he really doesn't want to take Kiev by force, Stanovaya told me. He wants them to give up, to fall to their knees. In other words, regime change with a pro-Russian government in Kiev, not because Russian tanks installed it there, but rather because modern Ukraine failed from within and could no longer resist Russia's imperial dominion. This was never about territory for him, Stanyova said. He doesn't care where the borders are drawn. If Ukraine is friendly, it doesn't matter what territory formally belongs to whom. It's all our land in our zone. And I might editorial say the zone, it was a euphemism used during Soviet times for the Gulag. So whether that was intentional or not, I don't know, but I'm pointing that out. Anyways, back to the article. But if Ukraine remains, in Putin's terminology, anti-Russia, then it must be injured and weakened, one strike at a time. This explains the existence of two seemingly contradictory phenomena. Putin's interest, as reported by the Times, in negotiating a ceasefire that would effectively freeze Russia's current positions and the unprecedented aerial bombardment of recent days. He'd prefer the former, but the latter is a way to demonstrate the cost of not making a deal on Russia's terms. Putin believes that not only is his preferred outcome achievable, but that it is inevitable and must be realized as swiftly as possible, Stanovaya said. And treaties about a ceasefire may be an attempt by Putin to lead Western politicians to question the necessity of further arms transfers to Ukraine. And coming to a conclusion, after all, as Putin has always seen it, his real interlocutor is not the government in Kiev, but its Western backers, the US most of all. Stanovaya encapsulated the Russian leader's appeal for the coming year. Either you abandon your support of Ukraine and reach a deal with us, or we take Ukraine anyway and destroy a lot of lives and billions in your military equipment in the process. As for the West, Watling says, we're really running down the clock, period, end of story. So thank you for allowing me to read that, Christopher and Tracy and everyone else. But I thought it would be important to reference it. There are some points in that article that not that I disagree with, but that are left out. But I think it's absolutely worthy of discussion. And I'll end there and say again, Slava Ukraini, please retweet this site. This is the most essential site on X for continuous, ongoing, accurate information about Muscovy's genocidal war against Ukraine. And everyone, keep up the good work. We are on the right side of history, and I'll drop down to listener. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Martin. That was fantastic. That's a very, very good article. And I think it's definitely worth highlighting and worth conversation. Absolutely. We need more things like this. We need more articles like this. I thought that was an excellent analysis, Christopher. What did you think to that?
I did. I thought that was excellent. I didn't think it didn't sugarcoat anything, and it certainly drove home the point that we've been trying to make here for the last almost 2 years. And it's something for people to try to pay attention to. It wasn't preachy. And Martin, you read so well. Thank you so much. That was amazing. I was reading along with you on the web. I will go ahead and put this into a tweet and put it up in the nest for folks to see. So again, thank you so much for bringing what you bring to us. Back to you, Tracy.
Thank you, Christopher, and thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Yes, that should definitely go in the nest, I think. And actually, that's a perfect segue into asking everybody to check out what is indeed in the nest. We have a couple of tweets in there. I guess the most important one, and the one that I'm most excited about, well, not most excited about, because, of course, we've had lots of good news recently. So this is good news. This is excellent because these things are delivered. And now we have a picture to show you. As I've spoken about previously, these mine detecting devices that we fundraised here together for all of you, all of us together, but mostly all of you lot, all you fantastic, wonderful, lovely listeners, speakers, people, all of you in this community. You've done so much good recently, and this is just one of those things. So it's brilliant news. So this was in October when we had this fundraising campaign for the mine detectors, and today they finally arrived. And of course, that's thank you to the cooperation of Gaz as well, who is in the tweet. So check out Gaz's profile and go and follow him too. He does a great deal of work taking things there himself and doing various different things to get all sorts of kit to various different units, and mine detecting in particular. But he also very generously lets us put things in the van when there is space. So that means that we can get things there quicker, and that obviously helps with the logistics. So thank you to Gaz for all the amazing work that you do, and for everybody that's being involved, because there's a lot of people behind the scene that help these things roll along and help the whole process get done. So thank you to everybody that's been involved in that. It's just incredible. So the Centre for the Humanitarian Demining and Rapid Response, I now have these, and there's a lovely picture there, which I'm proud to say shows the British flag, because Gaz is obviously from the UK. That's why I guess that British flag is there, and maybe his team is as well. I don't know, but I know that Gaz is. And of course, the wonderful Ukrainian flag side by side, an absolutely fantastic picture. So go and check that out. It's just wonderful, wonderful news. And of course, we await those devices being used and seeing those lives get saved every single day, and knowing that your donation continues to save lives every single day. So that's the brilliant news, of course, that we closed the fundraising campaign for the SBU Alpha unit, for the combat pants that we were raising money for, and that was closed really quickly. Again, thanks to all you wonderful people. So we need to take pride in the things that we do, and we need to highlight and emphasize these things, and take joy in the good news, because you know, there's so much bad news about, as you well know. And I think it's definitely important that we highlight these things. It's good to show that unity, and as I often speak of, it's that collective poke in the eye to Putin, to Vatniks, to Tankis, to anybody that's basically pro-Russian, because if there's one thing that they cannot stand, it's everybody being united in the same cause and united in the same goal, because they absolutely love that division. Coming back to what I was saying about societies, this is why we need to keep recognizing those tools, keep learning, and keep sharing that information, and especially informing our politicians, because you know, if we don't, we just get our eyes closed to it, and then it's become so insidious, we stop being able to recognize it. And there's always going to be things in societies that societies complain about. There's always going to be problems in civil society. That's part of civil society developing. That's the reason that we develop and we modernize and we move forward and we make things better, because we have complaints. But what we need to do is, as we do with the Ukraine issue, we need to stay united and focused and targeted. So let's keep doing that. So much good around today, as well as some not so nice things as well, Christopher.
Yeah, well, the good and the bad all come together. That's what, you know, you can't separate them. They don't, that's kind of like trying to separate your nose from your face. That's not a good idea. So anyway, sorry that I couldn't think of anything fast enough. Back to you.
You make me laugh. You make me think of this saying that we have. You probably have the same saying, cut your nose off to spite your face. Because as you said it, I was thinking some people do indeed try and separate their nose from their face, and not literally, of course.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We're plugging along here. I'm getting some information in the background about. I'm going to check in on this a little bit more. There's apparently a story in Bild. It's a German weekly, which has some interesting news stories over the times that we've been looking at them, or they've been relevant to the space and the situation. So some of them have been kind of on the edge of sketchy, and this one seems like it could be or it could not be, but it's the headline is Russian drones over the bases of the Bundeswehr monitor how Ukrainians study, and it's about allegedly about spy drones cruising over top of the training grounds in Germany, where some of the Ukrainian troops are receiving training. So let me look a little more into that. But yeah, that's interesting. They say as far back as October 22. And they haven't been able to catch any of these. I don't know. I have some suspicions, but it is another one of those pieces of news that comes across the transom. Okay, back to you.
Thank you very much, Christopher. That sounds interesting as always. You always come up with interesting and intriguing stories and things to dig into. So thank you for that. And yes, going back to the tweets, don't forget the other tweet in the nest if you've checked out the nest, and that's my post with a little GIF, just retweeting the space. So if you're not able to type, for example, and you can just retweet, that would be fabulous. That's the next thing that I would ask you all to do, because of course we had a little bit of a crash earlier as well. So in fact, we've repopulated quite nicely though. So thank you so much to everybody for coming back so quickly and for all your dedication. And so I guess we will go on to some news, some headlines. I'm looking at some interesting things as well. I was just actually scanning this as you were, I was listening to you at the same time, Christopher. You get good at multitasking when you become a co-host. Practice makes perfect, as they say. So I was just scanning this, which I think's fabulous news. More than 12,500 points of invincibility are already operating in Ukraine. I mean, that's incredible. I knew that they were doing really, really well with these things and making a very concerted effort, based on obviously all the issues that started regarding shelters when there was that incident a while back now where somebody couldn't get into a shelter, and of course all the shelters have been checked and updated, etc. And invincibility points is something else that they've been doing as well. So I knew that they've been doing this alongside that project, and I knew that they'd done a lot, Christopher, because I've seen some reports from some of the local administrations, in particular Kharkiv, which you would expect because of where it's situated, that they would need more of these things for emergency situations. So yeah, I've seen figures in the hundreds there, but I didn't expect that. I mean, looking at that 12,500, that tells me that not just all the frontline areas, but maybe many of the other areas as well are having invincibility points on the same scale that frontline areas are too, because of course we know Russia tries to target these critical energy infrastructure facilities all around Ukraine, and not just in frontline areas.
That's very true. I'm also I've been looking for the other. This is from Kyiv, the Kyiv Independent, and they say explosions reported on a railway by an oil depot in Russia. The thing about that explosions are that they're about 2,300 kilometers away from Ukraine, and like another explosion back in November where a train blew up in a tunnel. An oil train blew up in a tunnel. This looks like we're having explosive devices connected, slapped on the back of trains that blow up. And Russian Railways has written that there will be delays on the San D'Amato train station, where the explosion occurred, due to, quote, operational activities by law enforcement agencies. No information was provided, but we got a boom. Maybe there's it says the Telegram channels are reporting, so maybe there's some images somewhere of explosions 2,300 kilometers away from Ukraine. Oh, kind of interesting. Back to you.
Very interesting indeed, Christopher. Is that people going behind enemy lines doing spooky boo things, or is that partisans, or maybe it's just these people that Budanov says you can buy anything in Russia. It's amazing what you can buy in Russia. Either way, it's definitely very exciting, isn't it? I like to see when trains get what's the word? You know what I find interesting, actually, coming back to them saying that there's going to be some delays, because if they're admitting to some delays and some minor things, then that tells me it's quite serious, because usually, of course, they say nothing happened and then we find out something did. So if they're admitting to a little bit happening, does that mean a great deal happened?
Sometimes it turns out that way, right? Because it's always about mitigation of the truth. So, if there is, if the truth does sneak out, it only gets a little bit of attention, maybe. I don't know. I tend not to really think about what they say so much, because most of the time I can just say, well, if they're telling me something, it's got to be the opposite. It's true. So, but I can't waste that much time on it. I know you do too. I know I'm speaking to the choir here. But anyway, that I just dropped that in the back channel for you to see if you wanted to. I just want to see if I can find some images on that, because sounds like it's like a treasure hunt today, Tracy. Monday morning treasure hunt. Back to you.
Well, I'm always happy to be going on a treasure hunt for something happening so far in Russia and involving trains, because of course we know how much they rely on them for their military capabilities. That's how they ship everything. So quickly, just to finish off with the invincibility points, 12,500. So more than 700 additional points are ready to open as needed in case of cold weather, and these will be employed in case of Russia taking out the power for whatever, with any missile attacks, etc., drone attacks, or if they have to go offline for cold weather and things like that as well. So let's see if we can go on a hunt then, shall we, for some images with, I don't know, what's this here that I'm looking at? Footage from the scene, so there's lots of accidents, it seems, in Russia, as always, but I'm not coming across anything just yet that looks like, my goodness, there's lots of accidents involving cars in Russia today, Christopher. Not that I'm wishing that on people, but here we go. Let's have a look. Eyewitnesses report an explosion on the railway tracks in Nizhny Tagil. Is this where you mean, Christopher? Previously, the explosive device detonated. Information about casualties and damages is being clarified. Following that, an update. The explosion occurred near the Sandanato station, not far from the oil depot. No harm done, no carriages derailed, no damage to the railway track was recorded. Oh, that's fantastic, because that's exactly what I wanted to hear. Like you said, Christopher, when they say there's no damage, that means there's a great deal. So now I am definitely intrigued. No pictures with that report just yet, though, but it's only just been posted. So hopefully there will be some pictures soon. Or maybe I just need to keep searching.
I'm hoping for photos, but yeah, I've actually, there was interesting. I did. I've been scanning the Telegram channels today. You can tell them I've had more sleep, and I feel a little bit more relaxed because I'm not running around as much as I have been the last few weeks. But there's Odessa, apparently, because of the in the main square in Odessa, it's gotten really icy. And so some poor delivery person is trying to deliver something on his back, like a food delivery or something. And there's a great video on the Telegram channel that let me see if I can bring it up into a tweet. But it's him getting blown backwards and sliding on the cobblestones or the pavers stones that are there. It's pretty hysterical. Anyway, back to you.
Paving stones, we call them in the UK. Would you like to hear about a Russian colonel that self-destructed?
Oh, that sounds horrible. I mean, yes, of course, I'd love to hear about it. Thank you.
Sorry, can't help laughing. They deserve it, though. It's their own fault. They shouldn't be in Ukraine, should they? Self-destruction was successful. A Russian colonel was blown up by a mine. On January the 6th, the head of the armoured service of the airborne forces, Arman Ospanov, came to the front to raise the morale of the invaders. However, karma quickly caught up with him. Sorry, I can't help laughing. He lived like a man and died like an officer, the acquaintances of the occupier wrote online. In 2023, 51-year-old Ospanov received a medal for participating in the criminal war against Ukraine. So he's not participating anymore. There you go. That's one less war criminal for the SBU to have to deal with.
Oh, but he could have been a snow plant. All right. Well, one way or the other, that's the way they go. Back to you. Oh, and Basic has her hand up.
Yeah, I just was going to comment on what Tracy was reporting there of one of the colonels being blown up. I mean, it's just the numbers are crazy. It's what's up to 360 something thousand now. I mean, you're approaching, like, I want to say the United States during World War II. I think we lost over 400 something thousand KIA killed in action. I mean, Russia's just approaching literally crazy World War II numbers. I just don't see how. I mean, obviously Putin's, as we know, doesn't care, but it really it goes back to the question of like how much society could take for the Russians. I mean, they have to have family members, they have to have moms and wives and all that. And I mean, you would figure something would break, but I mean, they're just, for whatever reason, they just keep on going. So it just blows my mind, because obviously the Russian mentality, like we said, we can't assume the same thing and the same values because obviously Russians are, they have their own little world, and they've historically have always been known to take heavy losses. But it's just insanity to me, the numbers that we see even now. So I think I was reading an article that they're on pace in 2024 to lose over 500,000 soldiers. So I mean, if they keep going, they'll hit 500,000. So I guess a big milestone for them at the end of the year.
Well, I mean, they could even be there yet, or really not far off, because, of course, we know that Ukraine only counts what they can confirm. So, it would be daft to say that there aren't losses out there that are not able to be confirmed. So the numbers are definitely going to be higher. How much higher, obviously, nobody can say. That's just open to speculation, I guess. Or maybe some people may have bits of information that they think that help them make a more educated guess, but either way, it's still a guess, So, but the staggering amount, you're right, it is a staggering amount now, and it's become almost normalised, that ridiculous amount. Of course, in Russia, they're hiding it for somewhat, and have done for a long time. But that's failing to be possible now because, like you say, it's getting to an amount where it's becoming harder and harder to hide. And we do see, unrest here and there and things happening, albeit on a very small scale, but those seeds are planted, and the pressure's coming from many, many different angles now, the economy, society. I mean, I heard many people say this thing, Russians won't protest until there's no bread. And I'm kind of starting to think that, that's absolutely the way that it's going to be. So we may have to wait a long time for that to happen. It's interesting to watch, but certainly there's a lot more pressure coming for sure now. And they don't have any eggs or any chickens anyway either. And they're absolutely freezing, apparently, which is what they threatened to do to Europe. So I'm not sad about these things at all. Did you want to follow up, basically?
No, I was agreeing with everything you're saying, Trace. I mean, it's like, if you look at the historical, just the way the Russians have gone through, whether it's World War I or previously before, with the unrest in society, it's like they have to come to like starving levels, which is a really sad thing. I mean, you literally are starving to death, and like, oh, maybe it's a good idea to change government, but it's like, good God, I mean, if it comes to that point, I mean. It just blows my mind. The Russian mentality, I truly will never understand, but that's what it takes, and that's what it takes. It's just a sad level of to get there. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess food riots in the streets, hundreds of thousands of dead, and the ruble is basically worth nothing. It's like, how much can a country take? But apparently, Russia can take a lot. So it is what it is.
Well, was it Lavrov that turned around and said, "Oh, Russians can suffer like no other"? So it's like you said, we can't use our own perspective to see when that break will be, because of course we would break much sooner than that, because we wouldn't put up with that level of suffering. But when you've lived a life where it's just constant suffering like that, then it's inevitable that it's going to take more for you to break, I would think, because emotionally, I think you must tend to switch off as well, because it's kind of self-preservation, isn't it? It's human nature, but it's certainly interesting to watch which is going to happen first. The Russians are going to leave Ukraine, or Russia's going to collapse, or both. I'd just like to see both. That would be great for me. What do you think, Bull Terrier? Both?
Oh yeah, that would be great. So it's been really interesting. We've been talking about two things, right? One is how life is becoming miserable in Russia, or mainly Russian cities, and the price of eggs and the fact that there's no heating and da da da. And then we've been talking about how inevitable it is that Putin will be re-elected. So my question is, why? Why is it inevitable that Putin will be re-elected? Is it because, number one, there is so much propaganda that people actually support Putin? Number two, that the elections will be rigged? And number three, that he's eliminated any possible opposition? I'm just curious to know why it is that we assume. I mean, I'm not questioning it. I think we were probably right, but I'm just questioning, like why is it that Putin is going to be re-elected, basically?
Well, my answer would be because there's just not enough time for the population to wake up and take action and do something different between then and the election. It's only just starting to happen from what we see, so it's going to take a long time, and that would be my answer. Maybe it's a very simplistic answer, but that would be my answer. And I don't want to, I'm happy for you to follow up, Bull Terrier, but I don't want to talk too much about Russia and what Russians are going to do. Not on a day after following last night's attack, if that's okay with you. But please feel free to follow up, Bull Terrier.
No, sure, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So now we have some people coming up to join us, some lovely people coming up to join us. We have the a wonderful Joanna. Welcome. How are you today?
Hi, Tracy. I'm fine, even if there is a new storm in the Black Sea and no ships went today through the Black Sea corridor. Yeah, it's a storm in the region of, Odessa, Constanza, high winds, high wind gusts. So probably the ships did not attempt to travel between these 2 points. Yeah, it's also snowing in southern Ukraine and in eastern Romania. So the weather is quite cold, not very, very cold, but quite cold. Actually, I raised my hand to try to answer the question about Putin. First of all, they know that these elections are sham. It's not real elections. Yeah, probably the people will go and vote for Putin because they know that they are supervised and there is this fear. I remember how it was in communist Romania. You had to go and vote for the party, for the Communist Party, because otherwise the other option, because there was always another option, the other option came with the consequences if you dared to do this. But also the elections are not free. So we have seen what happened in Turkey with Erdogan, and not necessarily these elections, but the ones before. And we have seen what happened in Serbia with Vucic. Do you believe that Putin is controlling the Russian society better than Erdogan or Vucic? I'm sure about it. So the elections are really not free. Everybody knows the result. Also about the other candidates, there are a few of them. There was an article on Kommersant a few days ago. I think the number is somewhere around 10 other candidates. They are not known. I think I didn't heard of them very much. I believe that outside Russia, nobody really heard of them a lot, and inside Russia they are not like big figures. They do not represent anything. They are just candidating to offer this illusion of free democratic elections in which you are allowed to candidate for presidency. But the notable candidates, the ones who could have changed something in Russia, well, they were eliminated, of course. So yeah, it's a combination of the three factors. People are voting for Putin because they are afraid and because they know that other option is not acceptable. The votes are controlled, of course. And also the candidates, well, there is no relevant candidate who could draw the people into a real opposition of Putin's party and Putin himself. So yeah, basically that's it. And the last thing, Putin is not participating actually from a party. He declared himself independent. He's an independent candidate right now. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Welcome, Peter. Please go ahead.
How you doing, Tracy? All right. Just a quick reply to Bull Terrier's options of 1, 2, 3, or whatever it was. I'd offer option 4, which is Russia is a totalitarian state, and it's not a real election at all, is it? It basically, as Joanna said, it's just a total sham. What he does is he goes through the choreography of democratic elections to give himself just as an illusion and to give himself the appearance of legitimacy, whereas in reality he is simply a criminal, bully, thug, murderer who wishes to seek the veneer of respectability from all his international peers when he knows damn well that he is nothing of the kind. And this is why he's so keen on all these silly fanfares and big ceremonies and absolute nonsense formalities, basically to persuade the Russian people that he is actually legitimate. And by controlling the media and controlling the narrative and controlling all the options, basically Putin's the only viable option because all the others are stooges that are supposedly real candidates, but they're not in reality. Any serious candidates are not allowed to stand against him. So that's basically what it is. It's pretty straightforward. It's not rocket science. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Peter. I appreciate that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Everybody, I agree with what you've said. And of course, like you say, it's not a real election. And this is what I mean about until people are ready to, you know, stand up and make a change, get rid of Putin, and get rid of, well, Russia's genocidal imperial ways in terms of society, because it's society as well, it's not just Putin, is it? Then nothing's going to change, and that's going to take a very, very long time, and that's going to be something that obviously we can't do anything about. So that's another reason why obviously it's kind of sometimes pointless having these conversations, but it is, I think, good to have all the perspectives brought and have the conversation with all those perspectives, because of course we do have new listeners all the time, so it helps with new listeners, and it helps us just keep refreshing that information and reminding each other of all the points, because we can't remember everything, and everybody made some fantastic examples in rounding that off, so thank you. Did you want to follow up, Joanna?
Yeah, just quickly, they even admitted themselves that the elections are not real elections. I believe it was Peskov himself, the spokesperson for the Kremlin, who said that basically the elections are a waste of money for printing the bulletins and for organizing, the electoral circumscriptions or whatever. And I'm willing to bet for the results of the elections. Putin will have like 86%, between 85 and 90, and none of the others will have above 5%. I'm willing to bet on this.
Thank you, Joanna. I think you're absolutely right. And the other thing as well, even if things were different, they're not going to change. The society is not going to change how they are. It's not something that can be changed, overnight. It's going to take a very long time, and they have to do that themselves. So yeah. And did you want to follow up, Basic Ink? You had something you'd like to contribute here?
Not so much in regards for Putin, other than just I did want to kind of just release something about some good news here. It looks like the fellows, and there was apparently it's supposed to be, I guess, like a conference where Alexander Dugin, who's this, if anyone knows him, he's this kind of apologetic of just Russian imperialism, crazy man, philosopher. Basically has a lot to influence the imperialism of Russia. Kind of pushes that idea. He's a crazy person. He was going to hold a conference, I think, it was in Italy, and there was enough people, especially I was noticing this in NAFO circles, who called up to protest against Best Western, who was the hotel chain that was going to hold it. And apparently the conference is canceled. So a big win there for the fellas and everyone who loves freedom. It looks like Dugan got NAFO'd in Italy in regards for his conference. So he can no longer preach Russia good, West is bad in his little psychotic philosophical narratives. So that's a big win. I'm going to go ahead and drop down. Guys, MriyaReport's awesome. I love you guys. Tracy, you do an amazing job. Chris, you do an amazing job. All the guys who and people who come up, thank you guys so much for having the space. You guys are a gem, and always appreciate coming on and talking with you guys. So thanks a lot. I'm going to drop down a listener and continue listening to some more great MriyaReport. Take care.
Thank you very much, Basic Ink. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day. I was going to say evening then, but I think maybe it's still not quite evening where you are. But either way, I hope you have a good day. So that was a nice conversation, Christopher. Some good information to bring. It didn't go on for too long, and everybody made some fantastic points, and I think answered the question. Joanna, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm so happy that Basic Ink brought this news, because I have seen a tweet before saying exactly that, and I know that people in NAFO reacted immediately when this conference was announced, and the first response from the hotel or whatever it is was like, the Russians have paid for it, so what can we do? But the pressure was so big that they couldn't actually go ahead with it, because of course they realized that they are like staining their name forever with this. So yeah, they had to cancel it. I'm glad.
Yes, me too, Joanna. I mean, and NAFO do an absolutely fantastic job at this, don't they? They've done it a number of times, and I think they do it brilliantly. Nobody else can do it as good as they can. It's fantastic when they get together and do these things, and absolutely rightfully so. Did you happen to see that, Christopher?
No, I think I missed it, unfortunately. Back to you.
Oh, you have to check it out. You have to have a look on Twitter. You have to do a search for it, and I'm sure it will come up. or somebody may send you an image or picture or tweet or link, because we have lovely, wonderful listeners that do things like that for us quite often. Oh, and by the way, just on that note, a quick public service announcement from me. If I ever don't reply to your messages, please don't think I'm ignoring you. It's just that we do get lots and lots of messages, sometimes hundreds a day, and we just do not have enough hours in a day to get to the bottom of the list sometimes. I didn't realise that until I became a co-host. It's quite overwhelming, but please don't stop sending us the messages. We just maybe take a little bit more time than you would expect to reply to them. So I guess you have that problem also, Christopher.
No,
No.
no, not really. Maybe you get my messages too. I don't know. I get some. I'm happy to receive, and I try to answer at least with an emoji. Approving, not approving, approving most of the time. Actually, all the time. I don't think I've ever gotten anything that I've disapproved of. I just don't look at those. I just say, I'm sorry, ignore the conversation. I don't block people, but I say, oh no, thank you. I don't want to be part of the conversation. Thank you. And that's all. Back to you.
Yes, sometimes this is the things that we have to do. So let's go and see what's happening with some news and headlines, shall we? Because of course we had the attack overnight, and in fact, first thing this morning as well, even before information started coming out, as that attack was still ongoing, that missile attack overnight. Well, early hours of this morning, the Minister of Internal Affairs did report on an update from what happened in Kharkiv yesterday. So not even really one incident finished and fully dealt with and fully cleared up from. And of course, Russia is at it again. So let's go over the information. So yes, the naval forces did say this morning that one enemy ship in the Black Sea and one enemy ship in the Sea of Azov and 3 in the Mediterranean. But that was very early this morning, of course. These things inevitably change. Southern Joint Defence Forces shot down several drones in that area of responsibility. Russians directed them from the Black Sea, Mykolaiv regions. UAVs were destroyed by Southern Air Command. Debris did fall on one of the downed UAVs, but that was in an open area. So let's go to what the Minister of Internal Affairs had to say, because I think maybe we should go to that first, otherwise it gets confused and mixed up with all the other information of the things that have happened today. So this is what he said following yesterday's attack in Kharkiv. So on the 7th of January, Russian troops launched a massive shelling of the civilian infrastructure in Kupian and Chugiv districts. Significant damage to warehouse buildings and a medical facility. A large-scale fire broke out in one of the warehouses of a local agro enterprise with an area of about 1,200 square meters. The enemy struck social infrastructure facilities, resulting in a fire in an area of 150 square meters. According to preliminary data, there were no victims or injured. Rescues eliminated the consequences of the shelling, but bearing in mind that was first thing in the morning. Now, coming to the overnight attack, it's quite staggering, really, when you look at the Air Force report. So I'm just going to read it because it's easier. There's so much information, it's better if I just directly read it. 18 cruise missiles and 8 Sharheads were destroyed on the night of the 8th of January 2024. The enemy launched a massive attack on Ukraine using cruise missiles, aviation, ballistic, anti-aircraft guided missiles and attack UAVs. A total of 59 means of enemy attack were recorded. 8 strike UAVs of the Shahed type from the Russian Federation, 7 S-300s and S-400 anti-aircraft guided missiles from the Belgorod region, Russian Federation. 4 KH-47 M2 Kinzhal aeroballistic missiles. Those came from 4 MiG-31K aircraft. 24 KH-101 and KH-555 cruise missiles from 11 Tu-95 strategic bombers. They launched from the Engels base in the Russian Federation. 8 KH-22 cruise missiles from Tu-22 M3 bombers. They came from the Belgorod region, Russian Federation. 6 Iskander-M ballistic missiles from Zhankoy and Chowder districts in Crimea. 2 KH-31P guided air missiles from tactical aircraft launch area Belgorod region. Objects of critical infrastructure and well, that's going on to say about, it doesn't explain about things that were damaged, it just says things were damaged and will be reported on by the military administrations, which each individual one has. This time the enemy attacked different regions of Ukraine. In particular, missiles were flying along a ballistic trajectory and were aimed at Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk, Zaporizhia and Khmelnytsky regions, and as a result, like I said earlier, defenders took out 8 Shaheds and 18 missiles. Now, there was a lot that they weren't able to take down, and as many people have said throughout the day, no doubt that's because of a lack of air defence in certain areas, the overwhelming saturation attack, and then of course, the fact that Russia's done this on a number of occasions now, and that's going to mean that they're going to be using a lot of air defence missiles. So the mayor of Kharkiv reported first thing in the morning that there was a fire and 1 woman was injured. Oleg Sinegibov, the head of Kharkiv military administration, confirmed later that occupiers struck 4 blows on Kharkiv. The type of weapon is set S-300s and S-400s. So they hit the town of Zimy Chagiv district. Private houses were hit. Medics were helping 2 victims at that time, but that was first thing in the morning. I'll give you the updated latest information shortly. But I think there's so much gone on. It's just makes more sense if I read it out in order. I think, Christopher, what do you think?
Oh, I do. Thank you. But I have to go powder my nose. I'll be back momentarily. Thank you.
Off you go, Christopher. And please go ahead, Joanna.
Yeah, so about this new wave of missiles and drones, fortunately, all the drones were taken down. A big part of the cruise missiles were taken down too. The problem is that the Russians used 7 S-300, if I'm remembering well, probably in the Kharkiv region. The problem with this is that they usually are air defense missiles. They have to be used in the ground-to-air mode, but the Russians are using them in the ground-to-ground mode, which means that they go up and then go down. But you know, the range is quite short. They are flying little time, and the time to have an air raid alert or try to intercept them is so small that they are practically impossible to intercept. Practically, they are launching those missiles from Belgorod, from across the border, 20 kilometers or so, 30 kilometers to Kharkiv, and you have like 3 minutes to detect them, to launch an air alert and try to take them down. And also for the people in Kharkiv, it's complicated because in less than 2 minutes, you have to just wake up and go to shelter. Imagine families with kids, with elderly people, with disabled people, with sensible people. Imagine doing this almost every night because the Russians could not take the city of Kharkiv, but they are bombing them. They are bombing this city almost all the time, 20 months plus. So S-300, very difficult to take down. And they are quite big missiles and they do a lot of damage when they hit on the ground. Fortunately, they are not very precise, so probably some of them did not hit the target. Actually, there was kind of a statement that said that not all the non-intercepted missiles hit important things on the ground. So hopefully they fell on a field or something. The other part is the KH-22. KH-22, very big missiles, initially designed for the plane carriers. They are like Navy missiles. They have two different types of flight mode. One is going very high up and then down. The other is at a lower altitude. They have a 1,000 kilogram warhead, so big missiles. They were used before by the Russians. If you remember the apartment building in the Dnipro with a big hole in the middle and a lot of victims, and also in Uman, in Kryvyi Rih, and some other times. The problem is that apparently not one KH-22 missile was intercepted, and I was wondering why. There may be different reasons. There may be this particularity of the flight path of the missiles, or they may, or the motive can be the fact that Russians are using them where they know that there are no Patriots, for example. None was used against Kiev until now. So in theory, they should be interceptable. In practice, the Russians are using them and they are doing a lot of damage on the ground. They do not have too many. They do not have a lot of them, but the one they used until now, practically they produced a lot of destruction, actually. So yeah, I hope we have tomorrow Fabian Hoffman. He's the missile specialist, and I would really like to ask him about this type of missiles and what can be done in order to intercept them. About the others, they used some KH-31. These are smaller missiles, anti-radiation. The advantage of those is that they do not they do not do a lot of damage on the ground because they are smaller, kind of. So. Yeah, it was not a very good night. Apparently, the Russians adapted. They are avoiding, areas in which they know that they cannot succeed because there is a lot of air defense, and they are targeting other areas inside Ukraine. And that's why we have to help Ukraine. We have to help Ukraine not only with air defense, of course, is crucial, of course, is very important, but also with the capabilities to strike the launching sites of those planes, of those missiles. Russians are very upset that Ukrainian are targeting Belgorod. But imagine what are Ukrainians targeting in Belgorod? Maybe those S-300 launchers that are pummeling Kharkiv all the time. So yeah, Ukraine needs more air defense capability, but also longer range missiles in order to finish with those planes and with those launchers. Sorry for speaking so long.
Thank you, Joanna. Please don't apologise. You always give fantastic information, and I always enjoy listening to you. And thank you very much, Christopher.
Just one thing to add, because this is absolutely very sad, and I discovered it on Wikipedia. I don't know if it's 100% true, but Ukraine had KH-22 missiles and was forced to scrap them following the Budapest Memorandum, when that they not only gave up the nuclear weapons, but also the planes, the Tu-22 and those KH-22 missiles. So I find it absolutely so sad and revolting.
Thank you, Joanna. I absolutely agree. I hope it's not true, but unfortunately it probably is, and it wouldn't surprise me if it was. Christopher, please go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to let you know I'm back, and then maybe we should call somebody in housekeeping, because there's no more of that that dunny paper in the bathroom in the balcony area. So maybe we could call somebody to have just let you know. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Christopher, do I have to call HR on you now? We'll be having no poo jokes. There's been no poo fountains. It's too cold in Russia for poo fountains.
Oh, is that like a frozen chocolate slide? No, I guess not. All right, back to you.
Well, I would be happy to push some Russians down that slide for sure. For every child, welcome. You gave a wonderful speech earlier. I really enjoyed listening to it. And you said some absolutely fantastic things. And thank you so much for all your creative ways that you continue to find to do so much good to help Ukraine.
Thank you so much, Tracy. You know, it makes me really cautious to try to maintain that high bar because I was barely awake, and if I hadn't written that the day before, I couldn't have managed it all. As far as being creative, let me pause for just a minute and as an introduction to what I'm about to say. I I am very aware from my own personal experience during the Vietnam War that soldiers sometimes go awry, as the My Lai massacre indicated tragically for our country. Um, During my working experience, I helped a veteran in his 90s for a very long time, and um, he he was so very precious, and I was one of the few people around him with any kind of military background. I am not military. I I, I was no more than the child of a military officer. Um, but he really was fond of me, and he shared this that I want to relate as well. He said during World War II, he had come upon a scene of a soldier who had raped a woman and beheaded her, and he got there just slightly too late to prevent it. And he drew his pistol and shot the man dead on the spot. There are many tragic things that happen in war that are tragically done by individual people and cannot be attached to entire nations. Um, and justice was administered swiftly in the case that I just related. Um, I just viewed a video that I had heard about and had not seen, where a woman carrying a white flag and holding the hand of a child was shot by a sniper. And I immediately responded very publicly, which I often refrain from doing. And I said, find this sniper and whatever else, prosecute them or whatever else I said. That sniper could have been anyone from either side with whatever motivation. Nevertheless, that individual must be brought to justice. Where that relates to creativity in my timeline, I have a third at least of my followers who are people of color, or and many of them, a very small number of them, of that percentage, are Native American. Since October, um, the wave against Biden has just been enormous, where it was virtually unanimous before. And of course, that was the very purpose of what happened, was one more attempt to install one more American president. And that's not going to happen. Yesterday, someone in this space related that they had seen a video of of somebody. I think it might have been one of the prisoner releases. I'll have to go back and check again. Who had what she called was a strange haircut. I came across that video this morning, and that quote unquote strange haircut was virtually a mohawk haircut. And she related it that she had done some research, and that was a Cossack custom. I was unaware of that. I know nothing. I could be wrong, but I'm relating just what I've seen and what I've heard. As soon as I saw that video, I also boosted it, but I boosted it to as many of the Native Americans in my timeline that I could remember their handle without too much trouble. And I pleaded with them to please support Ukraine, because not a single voice from that community has been raised for Ukraine to date until moments ago. And one of the people that I tagged either liked it or retweeted it, one of the two. But I want you to know that Twitter is an effective and powerful voice for communication. Not only does it let us relay sound and links and pictures, but it's public. And it's public in ways that can embarrass people, as we've already witnessed with Best Western. Slava Ukraine.
Hello, Slava, and thank you so much, for every child. Go ahead, Cece. Welcome.
Was the Best Western campaign successful? I missed that.
For every child?
I believe somebody within the last half hour or so related that it had been successful. And if I'm mistaken on that, then I've sourced it incorrectly. But whoever did speak about it, if they would speak again, I'm not an authority. I was only hearing what I thought I heard here.
Okay, well, I always love when there's any progress whatsoever. Oh, here, before I ask my actual question, maybe Genesis Man, did you have the answer to that?
Yeah, Lady Bonkington reports that it is 100%. They've moved the thing. That it's not at that hotel anymore. So that's that. And I'm glad you're here, CC, because I do have a question for you, if it's okay. Quick Trace, is that all right?
Yeah, go for it. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm going to get a work call any second, but I'm here until that. Go for it.
No, what are you hearing on the Hill today? Any news? That was all.
No, I mean, we're just waiting, right? Because now that we have the government funded, like we just need some shifts to happen. So I just love this, right? We made so much progress on the Best Western front. Like when we're loud and proud, like things happen, right? So there can be a shift. There is hope. There is movement, but it comes with great action. But I will, Genesis Man, give an update when I hear. Christopher, I had a question for you with the CNC machines. Hashtag disarm Russia. If everyone can use that hashtag. Why don't we put together some sort of NAFO task force, especially for people that are in this industry or in or just mechanical engineering in general, and sanctions and finance? What do you think about a NAFO task force for to stop the CNC machines? It's just such a powerful movement that it'd really be worth doing.
That's a fantastic idea, Cece. Christopher's giving you a thumbs up there. He's got some windows being installed, so maybe it's a bit too noisy for him to unmute. So I hope you saw the several thumbs up there. And I absolutely concur. It's a fantastic idea.
Okay, so if anyone that's listening, you can put in disarmrussia. It's calm. Let me check. I had it a minute ago. but wants to really make an impact. This is huge. I've been talking to the guys who started it, and that just so much is produced through these machines, and the West is just handing them over, right? Just here, sure, no problem. Go use all this machinery to kill Ukrainians en masse, like just crazy numbers. So this really would completely, not completely, but largely pull the rug out from under them. So if anyone's in any field or any adjacent field to CNC machineries or sanctions or financing, definitely reach out.
Thank you so much, Lucy.
Both to me and I don't know how to pronounce Mark's last name. Let me look. Well, to me, and then I can get. Yes, can you say it again?
To Mark Savchuk, you mean?
Yes. So if you can DM me, I can get you in contact with him, and let's start a group, because you talk about worth doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And in case listeners didn't hear previously, the podcast with Mark Savchuk has now been released, the Maria Report Spotify podcast. That's been retweeted on the main Maria Report account. I've reposted it, retweeted it. I'll find that actually, and I will redo that. So that will come to the top of my profile, and you will be able to see that, because and that's an excellent resource if you can get people to listen to that at all. So it can be very useful. It contains a great deal of information. And yeah, of course, if you can do that, please contact CC. You can contact me if you like, but I would probably just play the middleman anyway. But poor CC, I know she does get a million messages. So if I can help in any way, I'm happy to do so. Now, Peter, you put your hand down, did you?
Well, this
Go
would
ahead,
be one of the things that I want to make an actual working group for. So in this case, please do DM me.
Yeah, that's definitely a better idea and an easier way to keep track of everything. Peter, you put your hand down. Did you get your question answered, or you didn't want to comment anymore?
Yeah, it was more or less answered by Genesis Man. Cece was asking about this. Was it Italian Best Western thing? That seems to have been successful. They've bottled out and will no longer host Dugin there, and he's got to find an alternative venue, which he might have trouble doing, according to what somebody said. I don't know who actually said that, but that's the gist of what they said. So.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, hopefully it's been highlighted enough that he will struggle to get anywhere else. Genesis, Mum?
Yeah, sorry, CC, to keep on, but you did say that they've passed the funding bill, so there's going to be no government shutdown. That's obviously a move in the right direction, I'm thinking. I don't know. Take your advice on that. But I'm also seeing snippets from Republicans now saying that they want to sort the Ukraine funding bill out. And I don't know whether that's disinformation or what. I just wanted your thoughts on that.
I don't know. I mean, it's the nature of Twitter, right? So I'm not sure which ones you're talking about and to which. There's so many items in that bill. Taiwan, Israel, Ukraine. I don't know. If you want to send me them, I'll check it out.
Okay, thank you. Will do. Thank you. I don't want to add to your workload because it must be off the scales at the moment. So appreciate that.
Yeah, if I don't get back to you soon, it's just bandwidth. But anyone who needs to call and write their reps too, today this is our last push here, so get your voice on the tally from around the world, for that matter.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm doing my bit.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Forever Child.
Thank you, Cece. I sent you a DM asking to be part of that working group. I have been boosting Disarm Russia hashtag as much as I can, but I am so remiss and I guess lazy, but I'm doing what I can. The hashtag has very little contextual meaning without the other hashtag, and I can never quite remember all of it off the top of my head, and I'm so clumsy that if I leave something to go find a hashtag, I might lose the original effort to boost, and so I've been boosting just with a single hashtag, which is marginally effective without context. So yes, I would like to be part of that working group because I frequently run out of content to boost, and I wind up twiddling my thumbs because there's only so much that I can do without new content. And so I need all the content I can get. And thank you to everyone who has done any retweeting for me. And anyone who even likes something that I do, I go immediately to their timeline and search it thoroughly for any shred of content that I can boost. And I'm really sad to say that at least half the time, there's absolutely no content in the timeline that I can boost. So as we become more adept at understanding what kinds of things are retweetable and that can get attention, I know that I'll find more and more content in everyone's timelines. Thank you very much to everyone. Slava Ukraine.
Hello, Ms. Lava. Thank you very much for every child. Some great insights there and very useful. Okay, we have cleared the hands, Christopher, and I'm sure you're probably still having lots of noisy things going on there, but we have Live Sniper coming to join us. So before I continue waffling on, bringing you all the latest news, I will say welcome to Live Sniper and see what you would like to contribute, Live Sniper.
Yeah, I just wanted to say for every child that I'm also clumsy, and I also tend to lose I used to lose the content which I had written when I moved somewhere else. But what I do now is I always mark everything and copy it in the how do you say, clipboard, so that should I lose it, I can just paste it from there. So just a small hint, because dozens of times I have lost what I had written and then started from scratch. Okay, but you don't have to do it. Thanks.
Thank you, Live Sniper. That's also a great tip. All these tips are very useful. I can do these things too. Sometimes I lose things. So I like to have lots of little places to keep things so I don't lose them. Otherwise, it can be quite easy, especially when you're dealing with lots and lots of information. So I was just looking at the latest, if there were any more updates regarding Dnipropetrovsk region, because the latest update is still the same, actually, but I just wanted to check that there wasn't any further information. So according to the updated data, 27 people were injured in the Dnipropetrovsk area in various different locations due to the rocket attack. 11 remain in a medical facility. 4 of them are children. 4 victims were hospitalized. One person in Kiviri, 4 victims, 1 person was hospitalized in a moderate condition. And it says, now, I wonder what you think about this, Christopher, because it says the actual verbatim, next to the wounded doctors, they provide all the necessary assistance. Now, do you take that to mean the same thing that I do? That actually the doctors are wounded and still treating patients? I'm not sure if you're able to answer at the moment.
I'm gonna pause in the construction. Yes, it seems like that could be the case. Did you see there was a video that was floating around earlier today and yesterday showed that it was some crew was filming or somebody was filming in a surgery operatory, and then there was an explosion outside the hospital. Did you happen to catch that? Back to you.
I didn't see that video, no. But I know what you mean. I've seen very many similar.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Let me see if I can dig that up. But I mean, yes, absolutely. I think that there's, from what you see, and you see the single taps, the double taps, and it's entirely possible that the healthcare providers themselves are injured. Yeah. Back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. I just wanted to make sure that, I just wanted to see what anybody else thought, if they had the same thought, because, of course, that occurred to me, and they've chosen to specify that for a reason. So, yeah, it's very sad, isn't it? But, of course, it's not something that we don't know that they do anyway. This is just what Russia likes to do, disgusting, despicable things that they like to do, and this is why we have to fight, like CC said, and like many others have said. And thank you to Mark Savchuk for coming and highlighting it, about these CNC machines. Actually, that gives me the opportunity to speak a little bit more about the website that you and I have spoken about, Christopher, with all the different components that are listed. So they're now doing a website. It's by Nabu, and I forget the actual name of it. I'm just scrolling back now to find. I have so many windows open, as you probably do also. Excuse me, to find it, because I think it's a fascinating website. I had a chance to look at it a little bit more, but not in massive detail, because there's just so much on there to look at. I think you know what I'm referring to, Christopher, the site run by Nabu, where they are listing basically all the different components, companies, brands, etc., that are being used by Russia, and getting through the sanctions and through all these loopholes, etc.
Yeah, it's fascinating that some of the ones that they've picked apart recently have not only have they used components of from Western countries, but also that they've been manufactured, or at least it appears that their analysis has said they've been manufactured in very recently. So whether or not there's an overflow of components or whatnot, when we've talked about this before, sometimes the components themselves are ordered and then they get not shipped out, and then they get sent to a wholesaler, kind of like all the last year's clothing that doesn't make it on the shelves, and it goes back to the manufacturer and or the distributor, and they then say, I don't need this, I can't use this, I'm not going to put this back on stock, and then they sell it out as a to a wholesaler. And then beyond that point, I don't think the tracking gets is diligent as it could be, and so eventually these lots of components and chips and stuff can wind up on a not so friendly market, friendly to the Western market kind of market, if you know what I mean by market. Anyway, back to you.
Yes, absolutely. Well, this is the problem, isn't it, with these CNC machines that are so widely available for, and of course we need to stop those. That's definitely one of the most important things. I was interested to see, actually, I haven't had a chance to do it because I haven't had the time. Because the information is just so detailed, really. I haven't really had a chance to look into it properly. I wanted to try and see if I could make some comparisons. I don't even know if I have the technical knowledge to be able to do that, but obviously I can research and learn things very well as anybody else. But yes, I wanted to see if we could make some comparisons between these components that are in these CNC machines and what, if anything, is listed on this website here. Because the other thing as well is that it's not just components. They have the sanctions list, the components in weapons, candidates for sanctions, all sorts of different things. So I think it's very interesting. But again, like we've said, it's one of those things that's going to take lots of time, isn't it, to look into, because there's so much information. The sanctions tracker part, I think, is interesting. What do you think about that? I think that's an exceptionally useful tool. So we can track sanctions, basically. So this tracker monitors targeted individual sanctions related to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It now covers sanctions from the onset of the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine since February 24th, 2022. And this is for G7 countries. So you go on and it's literally just as you would expect, a page, and there's a menu. So I'm looking at now, you can see it's broken down into EU, UK, USA, Canada, etc. So various different countries and continents. There's various graphs that you can see at a glance, and lots of great images actually, where the information can jump out at you straight away, or you can dig further into it, which is the thing that I want to do. But having the time to go through each individual one. So EU, let's take UK for example. 53%, Christopher.
Yes, ma'am. I'm engaged a little bit, so I'll be back to you shortly.
Okay, I apologize. I will carry on. For every child, you can carry on talking to me.
Yes, I was just trying to search your timeline for where to find the sanction information, and to see if that could provide some content that's really boostable online. Um, it's just a website. It's not an app. Is that correct?
It's a website, yes. I will post the link for you. So this is a Ukrainian government website. It's available in Ukrainian, in English, and in Russian, which I think is absolutely fantastic, all those three languages. But yes, I will post that out for you now for every child. And then, so the page that I'm looking at is the sanctions list, but you'll see the menu on the top left-hand corner. It's quite easy and pretty straightforward to follow. And then you can look at all the other things such as the components, and then as well as the sanctions list, there's also the recommended for sanctions, which I think is very interesting. That's something that I always try to follow the Andriy Yermak, the head of the president's office, for, because he tweets about the sanctions and the recommendations that they make through the McFall-Yermak sanctions working group. So that's definitely very interesting. So I've posted that for you now, and that link will take you directly to the page that I'm talking about. Go ahead, for every child.
Thank you very much for doing that, Tracy. Yesterday or day before, there was a precious new visitor to this site from Ukraine. I believe somewhere near Lviv. And it was during book club. He was relating that history had been weaponized against Ukraine, and I felt like it was almost uncomfortable for him to hear us talking about history. I apologized profusely that I was so ignorant, that I was really needing to study as much as I could, and that I was so sorry that history was and is weaponized by unmentionable people. I'm just too angry to spit out more than that about the corner of the world doing it. But nevertheless, during we had a remarkable time with this new visitor, and he related that that Snake Island in ancient times was believed to be um, um, Achilles Island, and that of course Ukraine was, or not Ukraine, but Kiev was vibrant during the days of Troy and the Trojan Wars. I I took poetic license with that, and added that blurb, even though it it's only believed to be. I added that blurb as Snake Island, otherwise known as Achilles Island, um, to the fundraiser. Um, he also mentioned that the Carol to the Bells was actually composed specifically to try to pierce through the barrier to the rest of the world, um, that Ukraine is not Russia, and that composition was by a Ukrainian composer outside of the country, and they thought, if our voice can't be heard any other way, let us try to let it be heard through culture. And this just so deeply moved me, because I knew that as people tweeted less and less about Ukraine in the realm of war, that that Ukraine could still not only still stay in the news, but must stay in the news by any means necessary. And I began beating the drum that if there's nothing else to say about Ukraine, we must talk about the art and the music and the theater, and the architecture, and the countryside, and the agriculture, and every single thing we can do to keep Ukraine in the news, because all media has only so much space that they have to give, and once you lose your niche in that space, somebody else fills it, and it's not always easy to get it back. So no matter what, if you have nothing else to say about Ukraine, find some music and post it, because the niche will be filled by someone else. And I promise you, once you earn a spot, you want to keep it. Slava Ukraine.
Hello, Slava. Thank you very much. Yes, you're absolutely right. I completely agree. Thank you for every child. You know, they've stolen so much of Ukraine's culture and history, you know, appropriating it and trying to make out like it's Russian. And that's one of the things that I often think of, actually. And I'm very glad that we've had a couple of Ukrainian co-hosts join us, and that's definitely very interesting. It gives us more chance to talk about those things, and I'm certainly enjoying hearing those types of things. Christopher, you seem like you're back with us.
I am. It's so exciting to have windows that open, because the other ones didn't. This place was built back in like 1968, so the year I was born, and the original windows were still original in here, and finally got around to replacing them. And I'm very so. Oh my goodness! You can. It opens. It has a screen. Just the wonderfulness of it all is amazing. So another thing ticked off the list, Tracy. That's me. I like to tick things off lists. Back to you.
Sometimes it does us good to do without these things for a short time, Christopher, and then we appreciate them much more when they return to our lives. So windows are definitely extremely useful. It's rather cold as well at this time of year. So yes, we are like windows. Joanna?
Hi, Tracy. Again, so I just, you talking about Windows remembered me about what is happening in Russia. But first, I want to comment on what Forever Child said. Yes, indeed. The Snake Island is known as Achilles Island, and actually the Greek influence was very strong in that area. You know, Selina, Constanza, these are Romanian ports, and also Odessa and Mykolaiv. There were a lot of Greeks traveling to there from antique times and even more modern times. Basically, those cities were founded with the Greeks, and Snake Island was in Romanian territory in 19th and 20th century. Then, when the Soviets got hold of this part of the world, they took the Snake Island, and now it's Ukrainian territory. There is no dispute now between Romania and Ukraine on this, but it's just like a historical mention. If you look on the map on the territory that is south of Moldova, there are a lot of settlements that have Romanian names, and there is an important Romanian minority in that area because, as I said, previously was Romanian territory. And this is one because there was a dispute. I just want to clear this out in order not to have any problems. There was a dispute on the territorial waters and on the Snake Island, but it was solved in an international court of law, as civilized countries do, and the decision of the court of law was applied, and everybody is happy with this. And this is the way in which you solve territorial disputes, if you have some. I just wanted to mention this. And also Carol of the Bells, which is an amazing carol. I encourage my kids to learn it and to go, we still have this custom in Romania to go caroling, and my kids learned it, played it on piano, and it's so important to bring this Ukrainian music to the people, and everybody appreciated it. And actually, it's inspired from old folkloric song, Ukrainian folk song. That was about revival and about spring, but it was adapted for Christmas because, of course, it's a rebirth in a way. So, yeah, I just wanted to mention this too. Back to the windows. Have you seen what is happening in Moscow, in some suburbs of Moscow and in Moscow itself? They apparently got very cold, and windows are not of much use because they are frozen. And actually, I just seen a tweet showing like electrical wires on fire because those who still have electricity, because not all have electricity, some of them do not have heating and electricity, but those who still have it are using things to produce heat, and they are over charging the consumption, the electricity consumption, and as a result, there are some transformers and some electricity wires on fire there. And I just wanted to mention, that Putin wanted to bring back Russian Federation to the Soviet Union glory. So yeah, cold in the houses, no eggs, no chicken, no money in the ATM machines. That's nice. I think they managed to achieve at least part of the goals. And also, I've seen another tweet with some lady complaining that there are too many Chinese now in the country, and it's not good to have so many Chinese. But today there was an article in Commerçant commenting on Russian economy, how strong it is, and how well it adapted. And they said something like this: even if they lift the sanctions, we will not go back to the West. We will not turn again to the West. We have so many friends in the East. The East is the future. We will just work with the East. So yeah, I guess more Chinese. What do you think?
I think all that sounds fabulous because it's just going to stir up nothing but chaos and trouble. And of course, this is what we want to see more of in Russia. So that's definitely fabulous. I was just laughing away, Joanna, as you were telling me those stories then, because, I mean, fires in the streets, freezing windows after he threatened to freeze Europe, and electrical lines overheating because you're putting too much strain on them. Well, I mean, at least they don't have bombs falling on top of them at the same time, Joanna.
Yeah, I mean, this is not funny, and I don't want bad for any civilians that might be in this situation. I lived in the communism. I know how it is inside the house when it is very cold. I really know it, and it's not funny. It's not funny at all. But they bragged about it. They bragged about how good Russia is and how Europe will freeze. So I guess it's deserved a little bit. So I wouldn't make jokes on this because I know, we are humans. We don't want small children or sensible ladies or whatever to stay in the cold. But they did brag about it. So yeah.
Thank you, Joanna. That's a very fair point to make, and you're absolutely right. But like you say, it's because they bragged about freezing Europe that I can't help but giggle when these things happen. So, but of course, I don't really want anybody to suffer like that, and especially small children. So you're right to highlight that. Thank you. They shouldn't brag, though, should they? Like you say, maybe slightly deserved, but not for people that didn't bring it upon themselves, of course. We don't want nobody to freeze to death unnecessarily. It's just unfortunate that the only way that they can do anything about it is all take a stand together. So unfortunately, there'll be a lot more freezings to come. But anyway, at least Ukraine isn't trying to hit their critical infrastructure like Russia is trying to do to them. So there's been significant deterioration of the weather conditions. I'm seeing, Joanna, some of the administrations are reporting. They posted like earlier today to warn about the conditions. You were speaking about the weather earlier. And then I'm also seeing some more warnings going out now. So I think things must be getting quite difficult in terms of weather as well. There's the storm in the Black Sea you mentioned.
Yes, there is a storm in the Black Sea. Sorry, I was away for a while. Quite powerful storm. I've seen that in Odessa, wind turbine was taken down by the wind. This happens. It's not unusual if the wind is very strong. That can happen. Also, no ships today in the Black Sea corridor. So the wind is about 85, 86 maximum kilometers per hour. This is so yeah. There is quite a powerful storm currently in Bucharest. Is snowing quietly, no wind. So here it's quite beautiful. But in the east of the country, it's felt. It's kind of a storm. Also in Moldova, there was a lot of snow today. And as I said, southern Ukraine, snowing and significant wind. The good part of it is that the storm is moving, and I guess this night or tomorrow it will be more in Crimea.
Oh, well, we're not sad about that then, unless you're civilian, of course, but hopefully they will be inside their homes anyway, and not like Moscow and not having power. So that's at least one consolation. But we don't mind military facilities going without power. That would be absolutely fine. I've got no problem with Russian soldiers and Russian invaders freezing. They can just go home if they don't like it, or they can surrender as well. So I'm just looking at a report from DTEC, actually. These guys are amazing, so I like to keep up with what they're doing. They make regular reports too, and they're just incredible the way that they restore things so quickly. I know some of this is because they've been making many preparations over the last year to enable it to be easier for them to make these repairs, and working with various different countries and partners and to be able to do that, as well as protect the energy system. So they reported they have returned this afternoon 554,000 families to electricity after the shelling. So that's good news. Also, during the first week of 2024, they restored electricity to 284,000 Kyiv residents. That was following the large shelling at the beginning of the year. 185,500 homes in Kyiv region. This was after the large-scale attack on the 2nd of January. 8,500 settlements of Dnipropetrovsk, and restored light to 75,000 homes in the Donetsk region, and that was due to hostilities. So despite constant attacks, they're returning electricity, a water supply as well. They were temporarily cut off on I can't remember if it was, I think it was the 1st of January. It could have been the 2nd of January attack. Those attacks came close together, so it's hard to remember exactly which day it was, but on one of those attacks, residents were cut off from water supply in Kyiv for a short period of time again, though. So energy workers doing incredible things as usual. Now then, shall we see what President Zelensky has had to say, Christopher? Because his speech evening address usually comes out around this time, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I thought I saw something, and again, I hadn't had the chance to open it up, but I did think I saw his face pop through my feed. It's very always even, no matter what it is, I can always tell that he's made something. He's made something talk. Sorry, I'm babbling. Bye.
I'm babbling by. Oh, Christopher, you do make me laugh. Okay, so a couple of things. Let's have a look. He's had a telephone conversation with Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. I apologise if I did not pronounce that very long name correctly. He's thanked Qatar for the important mediating role because actually they've been doing quite a bit, haven't they, in that regard, in the return of the Ukrainian children. They've been mentioned a couple of times, so it's good to know that President Zelensky is also highlighting it. I would be definitely intrigued to know more, but of course we're not going to get to know that. They've discussed the further coordination in this direction, so that's good to know. And noted the contribution of Qatar in the amount of $20 million in the Grain from Ukraine initiative, and assured that despite Russia's attempts to disrupt peaceful navigation through the Black Sea, Ukraine will continue to be the guarantor of world food security, which I think is absolutely fabulous. And I know that Joanna thinks that's absolutely fabulous too. It's incredible what they've been able to do, Joanna, the amount that they've been able to ship through in really just a short period of time.
Yeah, exactly. I think I've seen an official announcement today that they exported more than 15 million tons. This kind of fits with my calculation. Of course, I cannot be actually very precise because I'm applying like a percentage for the load of the ships, while they have the exact figures for everything. But yeah, 50 million tons of export, more than 6 millions in the month of December. This is more than during the grain deal. This may be more than some months even before the war. And they actually specified in this official statement that the levels of the grain deal have been depassed. So yeah, it's absolutely amazing that what they have done. For January, of course, today there was no movement in the corridor, as I said, but yesterday it was already at 1.325 million tons, which is amazing for like just 6-7 days of shipping. So I think that if they manage to keep these levels, they will reach the levels from before the war without problems. And yes, indeed, there is the threat of mines sometime, but apparently there were no so many incidents lately, and also the insurance seem not to be disturbed, and the grain corridor works. And surprise, surprise, guess what Erdogan said, I think 2 days ago?
Oh, what has he had to say now, Joanna? I've not heard this time.
That he's willing to be a mediator between Russia and Ukraine and to reinstate the grain deal. Yeah, sure. I mean, they do not need the grain deal anymore. It seems so, at least.
What he really means is he wants back in on the deal because it's an exceptionally good deal and he's now missing out.
Yeah, he wants to portray himself as the great mediator and the great man that finds solutions to everything. And probably he wants again something from Russia, because Erdogan was quite pragmatic in this conflict. He did help Ukraine. Well, Turkey helped Ukraine, but he also helped Russia quite a lot and closed the eyes for a lot of stolen grain and other goods, not only grain, from Ukraine by the Russians, while allowing the controlling of the grain corridor ships. So yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed with Erdogan lately. Well, quite a lot disappointed.
Yes, I absolutely agree, Joanna. I mean, well, he's kind of fell off the fence now, hasn't he? I think that's probably why, like you say, he wants back in as well, because he wants to look like he's some great mediator. He wants to put across that image to his internal, public, of course, and then there's the international stage that he wants to portray himself on, and of course, he can't play both sides of the fence if he's not involved in what's going on. So I think you're absolutely right, Joanna. But tough, that's what we say. You'll just have to like it or lump it, is what we say up north. A very odd saying for you all there to have a good giggle at. Bull Terrier, what do you say?
Oh, I just noticed a Reuters report about Schultz. And this is the man, I actually sent you this in a DM. Schultz, the man who has been denying Ukraine the Taurus missiles. The headline is Schultz berates EU allies over insufficient military support for Ukraine. So the article is about German Chancellor Olaf Scholz complaining that the majorities of countries in the European Union were not delivering sufficient weapons to Ukraine to help it battle the Russian invasion. Now, we know that Germany has provided a lot of aid to Ukraine, but it seems to me to be a bit strange for Schultz, and this is being reported now by Reuters all over the world, to be complaining that the other EU countries are not providing enough support.
Thank you, Bull Terrier. Well, of course, that's just nonsense, isn't it? But I'm not sure how much I trust Reuters and their articles anyway. I'm always very, very sceptical about Reuters. I guess it's not fair to generalise in that way, because there have been some good articles or some informative articles. But, with some publications more than others, I'm always a little sceptical. And I'm always so careful now of anything that gets said, because I'm always looking for, is this Russian propaganda? Is this being put across to cause more divisions and more arguments, within societies? I'm sure if it's not Russia's hand, that they're certainly going to manipulate these things anyway. So I'm always very, very wary of that, Bull Terrier. What do you think about that?
No, I think you're right, Tracy. And, we come across these things in the press, but we don't know what's behind it. So, it does seem like something that's designed to cause division in Europe.
Yeah, I think I would probably agree with that, especially because I know I have seen recently that there are a number of German officials that are sort of saying the opposite and that they want this to happen. So I was getting the impression that there's more and more pushback, and that it's just inevitable. It's just a matter of time, as with the leopards. But of course, that's just my own personal opinion. So we will keep our fingers crossed in the hope for Taurus then. So I was just looking, Joanna, as you were saying about the comment about the amount of grain, but I trust your numbers anyway. Like you say, you're always very, very close to official numbers that they release, and of course you can't get every single bit of information, so that's understandable, and not all of it is available for you to get anyway. Some of it's I guess operational security, it would make sense, and of course they release sometimes things in odd order, especially if they're turning off these what is it, AIS systems? Is that the right order that you say it in, AIS?
Yeah, that's the identification system for the ships. So basically, it's based on this that you can actually know the position of the ship. If a ship has the AIS on, you can follow it. If it's off, you can see the last position for a few hours, and then it's more difficult to find it. Now most of the ships are turning the AIS on, and we can see them when they arrive in Odessa. But there are still surprises. I find one or two each week. So yeah, it depends. But I can follow probably 95% of the ships, and the numbers are really close to the official numbers.
Thank you, Ivana. But like I say, I trust your information anyway. But as I was looking, so I was checking the Prime Minister of Ukraine, his Telegram account, Denis Shamal, because sometimes he posts about these things, or Andriy Yermak sometimes does. But anyway, the Prime Minister today, he's been working with partners to strengthen the stability of Ukraine, and he's had a very productive meeting, he said, with Ms. Bridget Brink, who many people will know is the US ambassador to Ukraine, absolutely fabulous woman. At the end of December, Russia resumed massive missile attacks on Ukraine, and we are making joint efforts to strengthen Ukrainian skies with more modern American air defense systems. So, of course, he's expressed his gratitude to President Biden, the US Congress, and the systematic work to ensure that the aid package for Ukraine was approved as soon as possible. And with Ms. Brink, they discussed joint work within the framework of the multilateral coordination platform, which is designed to ensure systematic financing of Ukraine despite the war. So they are carrying out all the necessary reforms to strengthen the capacity of their state. And some of that, of course, is the EU reforms and those types of things. And he's expressed his gratitude to the US government and all Americans for the systematic military, financial, and humanitarian support. So it's good to know that all these things are going on despite Russia's despicable actions. Of course, we see Ukraine soldiering on as always, which is why we do what we do here too. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and always live, Christopher, unless we crash, of course. But that's not for very long, is it? Only for a few seconds.
Only for, well, sometimes it's a minute or two. So, but yes, absolutely. Yeah, the person that you're speaking about is a fascinating. I have to go back and remember myself before I open my mouth, and but I will remember, and then I will come back. Back to you.
Okie dokie. So, as we're talking about government news, let's give you a few other of the headlines of the day regarding the government news. So, let me just get to my very important file that I keep ready to be able to co-host for all you lovely people. So, let's have a look. So, the Deputy Prime Minister, who is also the Minister for Reintegration, Irina Vereshchuk, today has also been meeting with people from the US. She's been meeting with the head of the USAID in Ukraine program, and that's Jim Hope. And they've agreed that the Ministry of Reintegration will be the main partner of the USAID in humanitarian response projects in Ukraine. So that's good to know. If you don't know, if listeners are not aware, the Ministry for Reintegration also works closely with Dmytro Lubinets, the Parliamentary Commissioner for Human Rights. And so that does involve some work in bringing back prisoners of war from Russia, from Russian captivity, and also returning Ukrainian children, stolen and kidnapped Ukrainian children. So all these offices work very closely together. So I've told you about what's going on, what the Prime Minister said. So let's go and see what Andriy Yermak has had to say today, because he posts interesting things. Do you notice, have you ever noticed how he likes to post very cryptic, like emojis and things like that, Christopher? I find it quite amusing.
I think he's trolling, but that's okay. I like to watch.
Yes, trolling, absolutely. So it's all about the US today. This is good to know. So Andriy Yermak, the head of the president's office, has had a telephone conversation with the Secretary of State, and also with translate, please, thank you, of the Holy See Cardinal Petro Parolin. I hope that's how you pronounce that name. So he's congratulated the Cardinal on the High State Award of Ukraine and the Order of Merit of the Second Degree. They've discussed the consequences of recent massive rocket attacks on Ukrainian settlements, which were carried out by the aggressor, in particular last year on December 29th, as well as on January 2nd and 8th this year. The Russian Federation continues to destroy objects of civilian infrastructure and homes of Ukrainians. But despite these challenges, we continue to work to fight. Our spirit is very strong and we believe in our victory. Absolutely. So they've also been discussing the Vatican's involvement in the implementation of humanitarian aspects of the Ukrainian peace formula, and in particular, actually, the Bring Kids Back UA initiative, which is President Zelensky's initiative to return illegally deported Ukrainian children. Of course, you may have heard us mention this previously when we were raising funds for the Orphans Feeding Foundation, and Marion Lambert, who's been to speak to us twice in the space, I believe it's twice, and she also works very, very closely in returning these children home. And you lovely people, all you amazing people, helped fundraise to get a van. We got a fantastic looking van. All I can think about every time we mention this van, Christopher, is those poor children just being able to sit, or even if they're lucky, doze off on the journey home from Russia. Maybe they have to get quite out of Russia before they can relax and sleep, but at least they're going to be comfortable and warm and as safe as they can be in a brand new vehicle. That's all I can think every time I speak about this van.
No, I know what you mean. It's my person used to sometimes, when they were all anxious and agitated, take them a couple of minutes, and then all of a sudden you'd turn around and they were completely fast asleep. And then, of course, waking them up at the end of the journey was a whole nother story. Sometimes they didn't like to be woken. She didn't like to be woken up at the end, in which case we would just monitor the car and leave her sit there until she woke up on her own, because she was cranky when she would wake up. But I don't know if these kids would have that same problem. I think they would be far too excited. Absolutely. Back to you.
Yeah, it's probably a mixture of emotions, isn't it? They probably don't know what they're feeling, but at least I think the further they get away from Russia in one of these safe, secure, warm, comfortable vehicles, then the more they'll be able to relax, for sure, I would imagine. Yeah, so that's definitely good to know. This is what I can think. So this is the things that you all can think. These are the things that you must remember when you've given to these campaigns, and we can show you these pictures and videos. And just remember that every single one of you has contributed. Even if you're just here listening and you weren't around at the time to contribute to that fundraising campaign, you've retweeted, reposted, shared the space, raised awareness. All these things make a huge difference, and I'm not going to ever stop saying that because I think it's a wonderful thing. So, President Zelensky, let's have a look. Emergency and rescue operations are still ongoing in 3 regions of Ukraine after the strikes of the Russian army in Donetsk region, Kherson region, and now let me try Khmelnytsky region. I'm practicing this word. I'm trying to remember how Scruff told me to pronounce it. I'm grateful to all the rescuers, policemen, utility workers who were involved this morning. And again, unfortunately, it began with a massive rocket attack on Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, Kyiv, Khmelnytsky, and 45 people were injured. As of this time, 4 deaths are also known. My condolences to all family and friends. A terrorist state will certainly feel our response. And of course, President Zelensky also is thanking everyone in the world who helps Ukraine. Thank you to everyone in Ukraine who cares about their neighbours and our entire state. Glory to the soldiers, glory to Ukraine. So another, unfortunately, sad speech and evening address, should I say? And just, of course, it's that time of night, Christopher. Again, I'm just starting to see alerts go out. Let's have a look. Kharkiv region, artillery warnings. So we've got alarms going off in the east. So, of course, but coming to some what you were talking about in terms of railway, Christopher, I'm looking at some information sent to me by a lovely listener. A railway track right of Perm above Kazakhstan was destroyed. The head of the armoured service of the airborne forces, Colonel Ospanov Amon, went to the Cossack camp on January the 6th and tripped on mine explosives. We said that earlier, but I don't mind repeating it in case other people weren't here. And apparently you may have heard about this piece of news, Christopher. Ukrainian hackers broke into a database of the Russian Alpha Bank and stole sensitive information on 36 million customers.
I know. Oops. Back to you.
Oops, indeed. I think they need to get better security. Thank you so much to that person listening who sent me those useful and wonderful bits of information. Don't we have wonderful listeners? We have the absolute best listeners, Christopher. Better than any
I
station
do.
there.
I agree. Absolutely. Did you see did we talk about the Russians that the jet that accidentally bombed the occupied territories, Rubizin in the Luhansk Oblast? It dropped to
But
200.
we did not, Christopher. Please continue to tell us. This is hilarious.
So Russian aircraft accidentally releases a 250 kilogram bomb. That's 500 pounds for those who are metric challenged. On the Russian occupied Luhansk Oblast. Boom. Second incident of this kind in less than a week. Earlier, a Russian missile hit a village in Russia during an aerial attack in Ukraine, and I'm taking this from Euromaidan press. But the Oblast head said that the aerial bomb hit occupied due to a numerous witness. The thing is that this is funny that they're saying this, that due to numerous witnesses, the incident could not be concealed. Rubizin in the city in Luhansk Oblast, occupied by the forces since 22, the occupying genocidal Russian invaders. Yes. The Russian Air Force's second incident, and we said this earlier in the week, a missile hit a village in Russia. The bomb hit a high-rise building, which apparently up to this point had survived the Russian assaults in the spring of 22. There was no mention of an exact date, but it's suspected that it happened today. And here's a quote. Usually the occupiers refer to shelling by Ukrainian troops during such a, quote, extraordinary, end quote, events. This time, numerous witnesses interfered. They saw both the Russian fighter jet and the actual munition. It was impossible to hide it and attribute it to the enemy. But, of course, the head of the Russian occupation government of the city confirmed that a Russian aircraft accidentally released a bomb, but he claimed that no one was injured and we had minimal damage. Right. Okay. Of course. So that's fun. Yep. I would love to see a picture of that. I've got a map here. They gave me a map, but they didn't give me a photo. So again, on the treasure hunt, I go. Back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. Yeah, of course, we don't advocate for civilians being affected by these things, but the reason it's funny is because of the things that they say, and also because they're firing these things at Ukraine or trying to fire these things at Ukraine. So it serves them right. That's what I say.
Think about it. Think about it. This is a big bomb, right? It's like not something that should accidentally fall off of the wing of an aircraft. I mean, didn't they put when you rig lighting for a movie set or something and you have a theater lighting, you always have a safety cable right? It didn't somebody attach that? It wasn't there. I don't know. Okay. Oops. Back to you.
It's quite often this has happened now, though, Christopher. So something's definitely going wrong in maintenance. Joanna?
Yes, I've seen this incident reported in Kommersant, even which is main Russian press, and they called it an abnormal discharge. Not that any discharge of a bomb should be normal, but of course it's abnormal if it falls where it shouldn't fall, according to the Russians. And as you said, no one was injured, but they relocated for families, and the others are staying with the relatives. So yeah, about the effects. And the one in Voronezh earlier on, it was even bigger. I believe it was a 500 kilo bomb, and practically erased the street. So they said that they are rebuilding nine houses, and they will get compensation and things like this. But the street looked like, well, there was no street anymore.
It's going to continue to happen, isn't it? Because they're going to have to continue to keep cannibalizing these other aircraft, these other airframes. So unfortunately, it's going to continue happening. Tarixis, welcome. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for hosting. I was wondering, was that plane flying in the direction of, let's say, the Kherson area, where the other planes were downed? Because I don't know the topography of the place.
Puticina is quite far from Kherson. It's on the eastern side.
All right, so it's not in the direction of Crimea to Kherson. Because I was thinking about a frightened pilot that just, well, dropped his load and thought, I'm going home.
Couldn't hold his bomb?
Exactly, yeah.
Guys, you do
This
not
is a
want
good
me to...
emergency discharge, yeah, I guess.
I'm not going to say what I was going to say. I'm going to swiftly move on, or I may get myself into trouble with HR. Other things to laugh at regarding Russians. So, these special operations have taken out some more interesting things. So this is the Russian complex of the orbital suppression of satellites, and this is called the Tirada 2, and this was destroyed in the Donetsk region. Operators of the 3rd Separate Regiment of the Special Operations Forces determined the coordinates of the enemy target, aimed the fire missile, and well, it kind of went boom. I'm going to have to post that for you because that is definitely a fantastic boom to look at. And seeing as it's a complex, I don't have to censor it because it's not involving people, but we could always censor that. That wouldn't be a problem anyway. But yes, they've been losing lots of things, lots of radars, lots of complexes, lots of interesting things they've been losing. I've been seeing lots of videos. What's this one here? So this has been posted by GUR, and so a company of shock Achilles of the 92nd Brigade hit 5 enemy vehicles in the direction of Bakhmut. A Strela 10 air defense system, a BMP, 2 BMPs, should I say, 1 Ural, and a radio communication repeater unit also destroyed. So lots of lovely Russian equipment being destroyed, Christopher.
Oh, that's a shame. Oh well. Moving on.
Moving on. Is Tarixis still with us? Tarixis has dropped down to listener now. I was going to ask him if he had anything that he would like to add to a humanitarian topic of the day, because Tarixis does a lot of humanitarian work, doesn't he? For listeners that don't know, he delivers a great deal of things to Ukraine and is involved in doing a number of things to collect for them and deliver them to Ukraine. A lot of medical equipment, that type of thing. But other things as well. Tarixis is coming back up to speak to us. That's wonderful. Thank you very much, Tarixis, for coming back to speak to us.
Yeah, I do have some things because I've planned a new trip in February, and Christopher is helping me out with some things. So that's amazing about this space. Also, my first trip there was someone from Maria 8 I worked together with. But I was supposed to. Well, I am going in May, but I thought it would take too long because I can't stay away that long. So I'm also going in February. So I'm collecting medical stuff again. Yeah, I'm busy with that. And also another funny thing, Zelensky told about in his New Year's speech. I think he told about a drone operator school. And turns out our defense is providing IT equipment for that school, and I'm bringing some stuff from them for them. Yeah, that's it for me at least. And there's a lot of going on, of course, but that's only my part now.
Thank you so much. What do you mean? That's it. That's absolutely fabulous. I mean, I knew I would get a great answer from you, Trixus, but that was even better than I expected. And Christopher, you kept that one quiet.
I'm not doing anything. It's okay. He's just, yeah, it's just a few little items that maybe they could use. I have to go pack them up now tomorrow when I go back to work. Back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. Yes, all these connections that go on, it's just fabulous. Yeah, I mean, I bet you're really excited to go, are you, Trixus? I would be if I were you.
Yeah, I am. It's a lot of driving. And we stay there, I think, 2 or 3 days, and then we head back. And well, the normally where I rent my vans, they quit. So normally I take refugees back to the Netherlands, but I'm not sure if I can find a 9-person's van. So it will, well, in the worst case, it will be just 8, and we can't take refugees back, which I really hope we can. But yeah, I'm excited. It's always, yeah, well, I decided to go when I suddenly smelled the scent of Kiev, while I was having COVID and my smell was gone. But so that was a sign for me.
Yes, I like to take these omens too and use them for good, and I think I would have thought the same thing. But I'm very jealous of you. I would love to be going, but of course we all do what we can. So, and we wish you the very best. And I bet it can't come soon enough. How far along are you on your collection of equipment, or is it medical things that you're taking again this time, as well as some other things?
Yeah, medical and IT equipment. And it always starts with pulling some strings, and then you worry about not getting enough, and then eventually and the whole house gets filled up, and you are worried about having too much. It's the same every time, so you get used to it.
Well, that's definitely good to know, because of course it's always better to have too much than not enough. So thank you so much for coming back up and telling me about these things. I always enjoy listening to them. And of course it fits right in with my little feature, humanitarian topics of the day. So Christopher, do you have anything or are you still busy in the background there, and should I continue? You can just give me a thumbs up if necessary. And indeed, Christopher did give me a thumbs up. Technology is just fabulous, isn't it? Does somebody have a hot mic? You had your hand up and you joined us. Do you have something you would like to contribute here?
I do for SWAT, cyber mind hacker, brain hacker.
I'm sorry, we cannot understand you. You have to speak English.
Starlink, mesh network, eBeacon, CBeacon, and community leaders and IoT.
Apologies for that, everybody.
Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you very much for coming up. Oh, he dropped. I wish my person was here. She could help. But that's really all I know how to say is thank you very much. Japanese.
Yes, it's a shame, isn't it? It would be nice if we could have many more conversations in many different languages, but of course then it could get a little confusing because there are many wonderful languages that we could use, and I can use none of them. So I would have no idea what was going on, Christopher, either. So shall we have a look now at, let's have a look at this here, which I think is interesting. So the military's attention is focused on protecting civilian life, of course, which we know, but also I think civilian life or civilian society in Ukraine is also doing a great deal to support the military. And we have seen this when there's been demonstrations regarding where they felt that money has been spent unnecessarily, for example. I don't know, on cosmetic things that maybe aren't necessary. So I think it's always interesting when they have cooperation. So in 2023, 5 teams of social workers started their work with the military, and the project is going to be extended to 35 different battalions. So this gives more cooperation between the Ministry of Politics and the Ministry of Defence, and the development of this project, which is supposed to be a comprehensive system of social support for servicemen and their families in the armed forces. They're making huge changes in every single system that I notice. All these government agencies that I follow, they're all making massive, massive changes, whether it be the Ministry of Policy, Social Policy, or, education or digital transformation. It's just incredible for every child. For every child.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that there was quite a lengthy conversation. I believe it was yesterday in Japanese. We had a Japanese co-host who was able to translate, and it was just very, very interesting. I'm so sorry that we don't have more Japanese speakers, but when we do, it's it's a real blessing and a boon to the space.
Thank you very much for every child. Yes, I think you mean John, and if he was here, then we would be able to do that. But I think, unfortunately, it's the wrong time of day for him, being the opposite side of the world. But it is fabulous when these things can happen, and they do happen sometimes with speakers in other languages. We are lucky enough to have lots of fantastic speakers that can help us out sometimes in that regard. In fact, Ukrainian War Update, he helped us out doing just that the other day, didn't he, Christopher? And that was really, we were very lucky for that. Go ahead, Joanna.
Sorry, time to get to the mic. Yeah, I will be leaving you soon, but I have one last news. You know that we mentioned the heating problems in Moscow, the fact that they seem to be out of heating. Well, the irony of the things, apparently, and this is from an account that is quite reliable, a missile warning command center in the Moscow region has started experiencing heating problems. I mean, isn't this nice?
This is wonderful, Joanna. It's more than nice. It's just fantastic. A missile. How do they say it again?
Just a moment to get back to the news. Missile warning command center in Moscow started experiencing heating problems. So in Solenchongorsk, half of the city is without heating, and probably this command center is in that area and has some heating problems. It's a military town. that serves as a command post, the so-called Quadrat, and there is there around the clock duty calculation of the missile attack warning systems, all the information from the ground and from the space satellites is there. And basically this is a command post, so they are there to take decisions and so on and so forth. So that's nice.
It's not like the next level of air defense, isn't it? You know, take out like the mobile air defenses, etc. You know, and then the next level is your missile warning system. That's just fabulous. I mean, it probably doesn't work anyway, but that's just absolutely brilliant. They're not going to see those Ukrainian drones coming now, are they, Joanna?
I don't know, among the icicles, maybe looking through the icicles, they will look maybe bigger, you know, like when you look in the rear mirror. I don't know.
Oh, we're ending our co-hosting segment with some giggles. I always like to giggle at Russians, especially after such horrible things that have happened, because they just jolly well deserve it. That's just fantastic. I hope to hear more of these things being taken out. That would be wonderful. Although I'm not sure how many they actually do have anyway, but certainly it's interesting. See what happens next. I'll be watching those locations eagerly now to see if anything happens around there, because as you say, if it's a military town, Joanna, there's going to be many more targets in that area. Maybe Joanna left us now. She did say she had to leave us. So thank you so much for your company today, Joanna.
No, I didn't leave. I agree with you. I agree with you. But I will be leaving soon.
Well, thank you anyway, Joanna. It's been lovely to talk to you today, and you brought us some wonderful information. But then you always do anyway. So, of course, let's have a look now. Oh, we've got explosions in Belgorod, it seems like. That's good to know. Yes, we like to hear about explosions in Belgorod. Actually, DTEC have just made a post, which is unusual for this time of night. Let's see what DTEC have got to say. Oh, that's another good news post. Look at that. They've restored electricity to another 159,000 families. This is following a storm, though. So let's have a look at a breakdown of the areas. All day long, our repair crews have been working to eliminate the effects of the cyclone. Energy in Odessa, 148,000 homes in 466 settlements were restored. Repaired a 110 kilowatt overhead line that supplies 3,311 transformer substations. In Dnipropetrovsk region, they restored electricity to 11,000 families in 51 settlements. And they also restored the operation of 46 overhead lines, which supply 1,551 transformer substations. So more good news coming from them, which is definitely more welcome now, given, I mean, of course it's welcome anytime that power is restored, but definitely for sure now, as they're experiencing this horrible weather. So let's see what Ukrainian intelligence have to tell us today. They have received 100 gigabytes of secret data from a Russian enterprise that produces Orlan drones. So, before I read the rest of this report, that reminds me of something in one of the SBU documentaries, Christopher, in the one regarding the Crimean Bridge, the Kerch Bridge attack. So they were speaking, so actually they say many interesting things, you have to watch it. But what I thought was exceptionally interesting is that they showed this manual. They took great delight to flick through the manual whilst the guy was telling you about it, the guy from the SBU. And remember, this is special operations. And he's flicking through this manual and telling you about it the whole time, and explaining that they just managed to somehow come across this manual, and they had no real idea how this manual just seemed to all of a sudden appear. It was hilarious. The sarcasm being from the UK, I completely relate to. And so this manual was basically a very detailed engineering manual with all the technical specifications and breakdowns about the building of the Kirch Bridge, Christopher. So they had all those engineering specifications to be able to work from. And this is why they were able to, in part, carry out such a fabulous, successful operations, and why they were able to know that they would have to target the what they target, they call it the brush. So under the pillar of each of the pillars on the Crimean Bridge, the concrete pillars, at the base of those, they have lots of spikes going because it's all silt. So they have to go very deep down to secure that. And they had lots of spikes that spread out. And that's why they call it a brush, because it spreads out like a brush when you press on it and helps in part to secure it. But I thought that was fantastic. I would love to know how they came across that manual book. Well, it's more than just a manual, isn't it? What
Oh
do you
yeah,
think?
it's like the secret cookbook. It's the recipe for disaster. Nice. Back to you.
Yes, how they built it, all the design right from the beginning, absolutely everything from the design stage right up through the construction stage to finishing it. What fantastic information to just drop in their lap. That anyway, I thought that was rather funny. But sorry, getting distracted. Coming back to this. So now what's dropped in the lap of the GUR this time is 100 gigabytes of secret data from the Russian enterprise of the Orlan drones production. So according to the preliminary estimates, the value of the data could estimate to be $1.5 billion. Intelligence received documentation for 194 units drawing technical specifications, patents, software, as well as existing and future military developments. Wow. All this and the company's Special Technology Centre, which has been under sanctions since 2016. The facilities of the enterprise produce military equipment and also other equipment used by the Russian army in the war against Ukraine. And this is a significant blow to the terrorist in Moscow. This archive is already being used to strengthen Ukraine's defense capability and weaken the aggressor state. That's just brilliant.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing this now through the magic of Google. That's nice. And then, of course, it has a link out to the main directorate page of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, which is where I will go. And I will click on the In English button, and I will get my translation, because they are very efficient like that. But, I think what is unfortunate is that when a lot of sites, and this one as well, that if you're at the article and it's in Ukrainian, or even in Russian, but if it's in Ukrainian and you click that English button, you wind up someplace not where you don't wind up getting the article. You wind up at the homepage and you have to go sifting around. So maybe I'll go back and then do a deep L translate of the page instead, because I get kind of annoyed that I want to see this article and it says I can see it in English, but then I have to go back and find it elsewhere. And maybe this is a feature of the website for some reason, or maybe it's a feature. Let's just leave it at that. Back to you.
No, I've noticed that on a few of the government websites. It's a little annoying, isn't it? Because like you say, you have to go then sift through all the latest news to find the article that you're looking for. So what I do is, well, I use Google Chrome. So when I open it in Google Chrome, I don't have to click on the English button on the actual website. Google Chrome auto translates the page for me anyway, so it doesn't take me away from that article. So that's just the way that I do it anyway. But of course, there's a number of different ways, and you should use and check them all because some things just translate a little odd anyway sometimes. So it's always good to double check these things if you have the time, and you really should make the time. They should make the time, shouldn't they, Christopher?
Absolutely, 100% agreed. Let's not have any disinformation, please. Thank you.
Yes, it's amazing how sometimes one little word, and you think it's just an irrelevant word like the or then or something, these make a big difference. They can certainly change the context of a lot of things. So you have to be very careful. And of course, some things are in Russian as well, like you said, and some are in English. So sorry, in Ukrainian. So it depends which websites you're looking at, of course. I do notice that quite a lot of them I see are in Russian, English, and Ukrainian, which I think is good that it has all those buttons because, of course, a lot of Ukrainians do speak Russian as well. Or some, I don't know, I guess there are still some that speak only Russian and maybe have learned. I don't know. That would be interesting to know more about those types of things, wouldn't it? If we could find out any of that information from Ukrainian people, that would be fascinating to know.
Yeah, I'm always War Doggo looks like he's coming up. I'm always interested in understanding the subtleties between the two languages because there's definitely a difference. As we've talked about, there are code words and things that native Russian speakers have difficulty being able to produce those words in a Ukrainian or Ukrainian accent or well reproduce them. And that has served folks well for identification purposes. Anyway, War Doggo is here and with us, so maybe he has something to add.
Hi, sorry if I recently joined. I was not hearing the previous subject. Apologize. Maybe I missed the topic. If you make like a recap in 1-2 words, maybe I've heard something for what you're looking at. And good evening or good afternoon, everybody, depending where you are.
Good evening, Wardogo. It's lovely to have you here and wonderful to speak to you. I'm so sorry I missed the interview. I was very disappointed to miss it. There was a bit of a mix-up, shall we say, so an unfortunate mix-up. So my apologies. I was very sad to miss it, and hopefully it will be third time lucky. But nevertheless, it's still extremely nice to have you here today. I was just talking about the Russian language and the use of the Russian language still in Ukraine, because there must have been a portion of we have heard many people say that there's a mixture of people who spoke Russian before, some choosing to learn Ukrainian and not wanting to speak Russian anymore, some still continuing to use Russian, which of course is absolutely 100% as it should be if that's what they choose to do. There's no problem with that at all. And actually, I'm pleased when I hear these things. But I was wondering about the difficulty of the small number of population that did not speak any Ukrainian at all, and maybe find it a bit more difficult to learn Ukrainian. Obviously, we only would have anecdotal feedback from somebody like yourself.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for making this recap. My personal attitude to that, I was born in Kiev, and Kiev in majority was the Russian-speaking city. Russian-speaking city in a sense that we have the official language, which is Ukraine. I studied at school that the first language there was Ukrainian. Russian language was studied there as the foreign language. I had always a bird mark in Russian language. In school that I was studying, I've been learning a part of Russian language. I've been learning English language. I've been learning Spanish language. I've been learning German language. what else? There was also Latin, but I don't remember any already. But speaking all of those languages for a long time, my family at home been speaking Russian language, and my kids studying at Ukrainian school. Uh, they don't write Russian anymore, but they can speak Russian, for instance. And that is the transition. Like if you look the similar situation in neighboring countries who were also in the area of Russian influence of and in USSR, those countries like the Baltic states, there, as you can see, there are a lot of Russians, and many people speak Russian. And people from Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, they were studying Russian at school. They were learning Russian at school. Many of them speak Russian, but on the governmental level, they set the rules. If you want to obtain the uh, resident permit, like long-term resident permit, or even the citizenship of one of the Baltic states, you have to make an exam in the local language. And if you are not, if you didn't manage in, I don't know, 5 or like 10 years after living in that country to learn the local language, apologize, do you really belong to that local, how to call it, to local, I would not call traditions, but help me to find the proper word to
Community?
this local community. Exactly. Thank you so much. To that local community. And if you don't belong to that local community, question is what you're doing here, right? And the Russian starts. We are Russians. We have occupied you in 1940. Oh, that's where it starts, right? Where it and where it goes. So in Poland, people still study Russian at schools. There are some specific foreign language classes where Russian is one of the specialization. Older population, like I think 50 or 55 up to 60-year-old, you can speak to those people in Russian, and they understand Russian a lot because they were also studying Russian at school. But no one of them can see the Russian language as native or something else. They clearly mark the Russian, everything Russian, as the colonial and like the party that occupied and the country that occupied their land, and just uh, given them this kind of colonial background of Russian culture and Russian language. But it doesn't mean that people who know Russian, they feel themselves somehow in a different state. I mean, they just have another +1 key to communicate with different people around the globe, not necessarily Russians. What relates to Ukraine, you can see the area of east and southeast of Ukraine, east and southeast. I repeat, like if you mark those areas that are today occupied, those are the main Russian-speaking areas of Ukraine, including Crimea. Historically, it was in a way. I mean, I will tell now pretty unpopular thing, but that is unfortunately not many. There are not many who can argue with that. Uh, get back to the history of Ukraine to 1920s and all of that murders and repressions that Russians were doing to those people who lived in those lands in Ukraine. If you check what was the Holodomor mortality in Ukraine, you will see exactly the marker where majority of people were murdered. And guess what? And guess who arrived instead of them, replacing to the new to those villages, towns, and so far and so on. this is the reality, and those people who arrived, they were Russians and they were speaking Russian. So in those lands, many people who speak Russian, there are two different categories. Those people who came in early and they didn't assimilate Ukraine within Ukrainians, and they speak, we call it in Ukrainian Surzhyk. Surzhyk, it means like a mix of Russian and Ukrainian languages. And those people who don't want to assimilate read the same story about the Baltic states that I've been mentioning earlier. And I see Axel is up. Probably Axel can also correct me if I'm saying any bullshit about the legislation related to the local languages in Baltic states, because I'm pretty sure it works, as I've been mentioning earlier, but maybe Axel can correct me or confirm.
Hi, Wardogo. I don't know what you said earlier, so I can't
I just
judge, but,
mentioned if you didn't manage to learn the local language, there is a big chance that you will have to pass the exam in order to get the local resident permit or even the citizenship. If being Russian with the specific form of jar, the login language is something that you cannot, and you speak only Russian, it means most probably you have to pack the luggage. What do you think?
yeah, it's a bit more complicated than that, but because there is obviously this, I mean, literally, and I can't judge everything in Lithuania and in Latvia. I mean, I know a bit about it, but I'm not a resident there, so it would be unfair for me to make statements about the intricacies and the nuance. But what is the case for the purposes of discussing, for example, Estonia? Estonia has had a very tenuous situation created once by the fact that one of the leading politicians of the former supposed opposition, which was some kind of an ameliorating opposition, led by, say, an orphan having adopted or having been given by means of the orphanage an Estonian named Edgar Savisaar, who is essentially not only of Russian descent, but he definitely played a major role in the transition. But he then turned very quickly towards a center-left, more socialist, pro-Russian kind of policy already early on in the 1990s. He became a leading politician in the country because he became the mayor of Tallinn. And he did a deal with the first president, as well as the first prime minister's cabinet of Estonia, Mr. Rüütel and others, which led to the establishment of Russian language schools, as single Russian or single language schools in the country, which is something which would never be the case anywhere else. And you wouldn't have this in any other nation, that format, unless you have it for diplomats and the likes, or unless you have it as an additional kind of capital city environment. But even then, you would have to, if you're in country, especially as an Estonian citizen, you would have to go and learn Estonian. Now, over time, the realities of the Estonian economy played out, and people had to learn Estonian in order to get good jobs and become state employees and the likes. And as a consequence, things have migrated towards that. And a large part of the Russian minority speaks Estonian rather well and serves in the army, serves in the state, and all sorts of things. However, it has been a bone of contention because there is a residual hardcore of those who don't. And a residual hardcore of those, specifically the elderly now, who reject this and with their vote also voted against it. But the recent events of the aggression in Ukraine, and specifically the full-scale invasion, have led to the fact that Estonia is now in the process of changing that and forcing the schools to become fully Estonian, with, of course, Russian language also being taught for those who are of Russian descent, of which there are not so many anymore. We're currently, depends on how you want to gauge the numbers, anywhere between 23 and 27%, because we have Ukrainians and Belarus people as well, and you have people from Kazakhstan who are either Russian or Kazakh who live here. You have Tatars who live here. So there's a ambiguity in that regard. Other should we say, other Baltic countries have different issues in that regard. They have also different compositions for industrial reasons also, because the industrialization of Latvia, as well as the overall population size, and the industrialization of Lithuania are different than Estonia, for example, for different purposes. So there are historic reasons why things are different in themselves. But all in, the Baltic states have a clear movement to changing over to their own native language, just with the applicable EU-mandated minority protection.
Would be a correct assumption, or correctly to mention that those countries, including Central Europe, like Poland, for instance, and Baltics, they are simply moving backwards decolonialization of in terms of the language and influence on Russia. It still takes time. People of 60s, the people of the age from 50 to 60 still knows the Russian language because they were studying it at school. But overall, all of the countries, they are setting the legislation in a way that Russian language is a foreign language and treated accordingly, and the local languages are getting the preference.
Oh sure, and I mean, don't forget. I mean, if I said that there's anywhere between 23 and 27% of, say, of Russian descent in Estonia, it also means at the same time that the other part is Estonian, and I can definitely assure you that Estonians prefer their own language.
Of course, exactly, and this is exactly the case, and this is exactly for your understanding what had to be done by Soviet Union as the horrible social experiment that the countries 24 years after have to apologize 30 years after they have to prioritize their own languages and recover their legislation to protect their own languages and to protect from the Russian language. And if you start speaking with the older guy who cannot speak Estonian, Latvian, or Lithuanian, he will again recall you 1940s, how they captured you, all of this imperial stuff and imperial crap that they have still in their heads. But we were not speaking only about Estonian and not only Baltics and Central Europe. We were speaking about Ukrainian approach to the Russian language, and recalling that Ukraine is a symbiosis of so many different civilizations. Those lands that we're called today Ukraine, they had the footprints of a different from Greeks to Germans to Roman Empire to Jewish many and many other, and people speak in Ukraine Bulgarian language, Romanian language, Moldovan language, Georgian language. They speak and what is one of the biggest communities that are among the minorities are the Crimean Tatar. Languages follows the same path as it followed in Poland, as it followed in Baltic states, just simply to be the colonial language of the neighboring empire, and simply step by step being forgotten with the certain prioritization of local Ukrainian language that needs, after all of that past experience, help to recover and to be prioritized. That's the important element to consider. And Russia did everything, so more and more Ukrainians want to forget the Russian language, and even despite the whole their lives they were speaking at home Russian language, they are through discomfort, they are switching to Ukrainian because they don't want to have nothing common with those who shoot the civilians, who make horrible things like Bucha, Mariupol, Irpin, Izium, and many other places where Russia stayed for more than 2 weeks. They don't want even to sit shitting in the same hectare with someone who speaks Russian. Let me put it this way. And yeah, this is the natural process, and Russians did everything to speed up all of that for Ukraine's recalling its own history, its own identity. And that's why, for instance, the Timothy Snyder courses on Ukrainian history and Ukrainian identity, they're popular not among the foreigners, but also among Ukrainians as well. Hope it answers question from Christopher James and from Tracy, who with other co-hosts. Hi, dears. Hope everything is fine and you're doing good.
Yeah, so let me also answer your question, and I see we have another hand, but until we bring back Axel, who is now coming up, you also asked about the state in Poland. Since I'm from Poland, I think I can surely answer that one for you. And it has been not like the people has been studying Russian language because it was one of the possibilities there. Now it was enforced, so they need to learn it. And since they have been an unwelcomed occupier, no one really liked to learn it, and tried everything to avoid it. And therefore, if you even in the older generation, yes, they can understand it, but if someone speak Russian, you will get a bad look, and you got it right off the bat. So after it has been the occupation has been removed, so people has wanted to forget the face as soon as possible, and with that also the language.
Yeah, exactly. I was meaning that these days people have a choice to learn to study Russian, same as any other foreign languages, and some people consider it an advantage for I don't know, certain roles maybe. But in the past this was mandatory. I think we started good evening with the wrong phrases. Dobry wieczór, panie Macilias.
Dobry wieczór, panie Łodogo. Nice to have you around again. And I was a little bit too optimistic about Excel coming up because it kind of failed. But I'm sure he will join us soon again. And I see that
If you want,
please go on.
no, please go. Apologize.
There are a few audio glitches. I couldn't understand you.
Yeah, I was meaning while you're trying to bring Axel up, if you want, I can tell you about our recent delivery that we were doing the fundraiser with MriyaReport, dear listeners, for the demining equipment. And you can see it in the next that our friend, ex-military LD from Britain, Gary, he has Twitter, guess LD. Being these days in Ukraine, Gary have delivered for that fundraiser that we were doing together. You remember Arseny from the Interregional Humanitarian Demining Center being up here at the space, and he was explaining regarding the mining equipment. And yeah, we've raised funds for 17 metal detectors, and those metal detectors, as you can see on the picture, and they're in the nest, they've got finally to their hands being delivered by our friend Gary LD. And a part of that delivery of 17 metal detectors, fantastic US-made SEA metal detectors, Gary have also shared 5 metal detectors to Andri's 18 National Guard brigade. You've seen probably the pictures earlier. Then 5 to Mega Special Force. today. We also shared the pictures guys being sharing and I've been retweeting. And 10 metal detectors went to Scruff's marine guys, and in the next days they will be also posting pictures when they put their hands on those metal detectors. And of course 17 metal detectors were delivered as on the picture to the rescue services, to the center of inter regional humanitarian demining center. That's another delivery among many others. So today is it's like this day is kind of the miracle, despite all of the bad things happening during the night and early morning in Ukraine. Today, dear and mockers told me that we have finally managed to complete defundrizer for combat pants for the SBU guys. And this delivery pictures and reports are also awesome related to the mining equipment. Hope that
Great
makes you
news.
same happy as we do.
Of,
Thanks.
of course. And for our listeners, if you mention tweet as the first one in the nest, so you will need to go back, but you don't need to look for it. It's just the first one, so just swipe to the left and you will find it. And just tell me what because there have been some discussions about it. Is it called really pants or are those trousers?
No, I believe this is difference between British English and US English. I think is just my perception. On certain websites, they are called combat pants. If you, for instance, get to the Cry Precision website, where we are intending to purchase those equipment. They are called pants. If you go to, I don't know, British website, probably they are called trousers, and I believe it's just a matter of naming, because in fact those are the part of important soldiers equip, and it simply works like the soldiers uniform is one thing that you wear being on the military base, but there is something a little bit more durable and with some certain protective elements when you are going on emissions. And that's why they are called combat pants, because if you Google combat pants, they have this specific design. They have some they have some knee pads in order to protect the knees if like you need to immediately drop to lower your profile and drop on your knees just to prepare for something, or I don't know, just hearing the sounds or whatever. It's just giving you additional protection. Plus those pens, they're designed in a way that they're like the whole storage system. You put like several mags in the different parts, in the different pockets. You put your tourniquet on a specific pocket on the bottom of your leg, and like all of these things that are adjustable and like working pretty well. And what's the most important, because we had yesterday guys from Alpha SBU here at the space, and they were exactly telling us like why they need not the drones, not the, I don't know, not the jammers, but they need the pants. And they were saying that there is a trick, because a tricky thing is that this combat pants, they're actually part of the important kit of the equipment. Like same, like the more importance gets only the proper footwear, like, because if your feet are damaged, unfortunately you're no longer a soldier. The same as you get, I don't know, shrapnel in your head or something like that, you just go to the hospital and you're no longer on the mission. You are more like an abuse to the team. And that's why like proper footwear. And second element is proper pants, because they are pants or trousers, depend how you what's the heritage to call this part of the of the system, of the closing system of the uniform. And yeah, that's what they are. I don't know. I believe it's just the difference between British and American English. I think so.
That was a really long and exhausting explanation. Thank you very much. And I believe you are right. It sounds very reasonable. You has been constantly raising his hand, and now he's his hand up again. So I will forward directly to him. You, please. We have some audio issues now. We are hearing more of a noise rather than you.
And kindness, what is flag to flag sharing? Brooke is Brooke making stories. Brooke and
Well, I'm not sure if you know, but if there is something we should know about any ability to speak from your side, please let me know. Beside this, it's kind of hard to make sense from what you said at all, and therefore maybe just write me a DM if it's hard to speak in your wherever you are, and then I can read it out. How about this?
Hello, how is everybody?
And sorry, but you know, this hands are there for to wait and actually to. I will call you out once. Exactly. Thank you very much. So you is now covered. I think I will wait for the DM, and now let's go to Gaza.
Yeah, how are you? So I wanted to ask, what's happening? Who's advancing? Like, where's this war taking place? Like, how is it going? Like, who's moving or it's not moving?
speeding technology and speeding vision, so what?
You please, we cannot understand you properly.
Breaking bubble.
Please,
Milk count after coming.
I'm asking, like, who's advancing now in the war? Like,
Gaza, please wait until your turn is.
And you, as I said before, it was
bring down.
You can go down, but you can write me a DM, and we will read it out and maybe answer this way, because it's hard to decode your message other way, and I think you can verify what you have written in a way that it's easier to consume for the audience and myself. And now, Gaza, I told you once, raising hands, then speaking, and this was the second strike, more or less. Now I see your hand. Please go on.
Yeah, I wanted to know where this is, from your opinion, where it's going. Like, who's advancing now in the front?
There are maps. You know, there is like there are multiple actually, and I can look them up and post them into the nest in a sec, where you can actually track such things. There are advances from both sides, and yeah, I think if it's like a really an honest question from your side, because everyone can look it up, then we got plenty of people here who could talk a lot about it. But then again, it's to sum it up, it's we got winter once again, and therefore there is no much advancement to expect, and all that has been carried out during the year has had its focus more on the Black Sea and Crimea part. So there have been huge advancement from the Ukraine side there, but not enough to throw out the Russians like we all hope for, and like they could actually probably, if they would have been supplied with enough stuff to do so.
So, second question. I came back from Ukraine 2 weeks ago, and I met the Rabbi Mendelssohn that he met with Zelensky. So I met him in the airport. I talked to him, and he told me. I just wanted to know if it's true what he told me. He told me, ask him, how do you see this war? Where it's going, and what do you think it's going to happen from here? He told me that he met Zelensky and he met the very high power in Ukraine like 3 weeks ago, and they're losing like international support, and there's not a lot of money now being sent, so they don't have enough ammo and rockets, so they're like going like broke on ammunition, and they have a problem with the soldiers, so they're drafting soldiers from the streets, and he sees it doesn't go good now for Ukraine. And I speak to other friends in Ukraine and tell me, Ukraine is doing good. And I see in the news that in Adivka, they're withdrawing the Ukrainians.
What
So
making
I have a bit like
Rocketman,
mix. Like everybody
Mr.
says,
Money.
yes.
Okay, sorry, I needed a little more drastic movement against you because he was not following my question for him to write DMs and still talking in a way that at least I don't think few people might understand. So therefore, let's continue, and you please next time try to DM, and we cannot understand what was coming from your side.
Yeah, and
Basically, what you're saying
Gaza.
is
Hi, Gaza.
they're losing
Gaza. Yeah, Gaza. That's bullshit.
Or it's real or not?
That's
Because
bullshit. Okay, let me clear up the bullshit. I understand your concern if it's a real concern, and everybody has discussed this here in quite some detail. So we've had a number of the various experienced generals, whether it is Mick Ryan, Ben Hodges, and the likes here, Rear Admiral Chris Parry, John Spencer, Chuck Farrow, Nuno Felix, you name the various people of military experience here, and we have been going through the deficiencies in Western support. We've gone through the issues of Western support. What you portray just now is an overwhelming, narrative as to everything is going shit and it's catastrophic. And that's fine. That may be what you have gleaned from it, but that would be quite an amateurish perspective. Let me tell you why. So, Western support for Ukraine, whilst it may seem to diminish at this point in time, and this is still possible, because Western allies need to muster more political will to constantly provide the same kind of support, which Norway, as one nation, for example, has already granted Ukraine for the next 5 years, and where there's an effective sum of billions already set aside and budgeted for it. Other nations have done the same. Is the support enough? Not necessarily. Is it the right support? Also, not necessarily. Is this impossible? On the contrary to what you implied and inferred, no, it's not impossible. Is it unlikely? Also not. At the moment, political will in Europe needs to form, and that takes time. Democracies are slower than, say, dictatorial environments, and they tend always to take many different options first and foremost, often the wrong ones, because they simply have the cacophony of voices. Now, that is how democracies and republics work. Funny enough, typically, and under pressure, just like you saw in World War II, as well as in various wars thereafter, democracies finally come around to making the right decisions, which is where the quote given to Winston Churchill, always in view of the Americans, that the Americans would be trying they would always do the right thing after they've tried all the wrong things first. This is what happens. Ukraine currently has more than enough ammunition to defend itself in terms of artillery and small arms ammunition. There are certain units which have been allocated less than they would like to use, specifically non-Western ammunition. The key disparity is the 152, meaning the Soviet legacy ammunition, of which Ukraine needs to buy a lot more on a regular basis to feed into the Soviet legacy equipment. And for purpose of attack, meaning being able to equal or overwhelm the opponent with specific precision-guided artillery as well as artillery barrage, whereby the artillery barrage plays a less of a role in comparison between Western precision-guided ammunition use and equipment, as well as Soviet equipment on the other hand, or as opposed to Soviet equipment on the other hand. The key is that Western ammunition, for example, from South Korea, was delivered in bulk, so that Ukraine would have a possibility to go on the attack during 2023, which to a certain extent it did, and to a certain extent it had success, and on other vectors, because the delivery of other aid, main battle tanks, IFVs, APCs, precision-guided ammunition, long-range artillery ammunition, rocket artillery ammunition, and drones, as well as, very belatedly, long-range missiles, Scalp and Storm Shadow, came significantly later, and the commitments for other equipment came significantly later and arrived very late during 2023, which, in combination with the lack of air power on the Ukrainian side, hampered any kind of advanced movement, allowed the Russians to reform, build up their entrenched deep minefields and fortifications protected by these minefields. So, is therefore the war lost? No, on the contrary, it's not. Has Ukraine scored substantial success to an extent? Absolutely, it has. Not only has it stopped the Russian momentum, not only has it defeated large parts of the Russian Navy without having its own navy, not only has it actually targeted and attrited Russian forces to the extent possible and in very large number, not only has it demoralized a large part of the Russian officer corps and taken it out, it has also pushed back and saved and secured a significant area of its own territory, despite the fact that most of the gains were made, obviously, with both the Kupiansk or northeastern as well as the Kherson offensive towards the end of the prior year. Now, therefore, the war is not lost at all. Does Ukraine have to actually, you said taking people off the streets. That is a Russian narrative. It's complete and utter crap. That is just bullshit. And you should be ashamed for actually bringing this forward here. I'm sorry to say so, because you will find Russian TikTok and Russian Telegram sources and AI manipulated data for that, but that's just bullshit. Ukraine does not grab people off the street. That is insane.
So why
That
would
is
the taxi
insane. There
driver
is
told
no,
me they don't want to go
sure.
to military checkpoints because they're going to be grabbed to
Yeah.
the army? What are you talking about?
No, I know what
It's
you're
also
talking
not
about.
true.
That is just bullshit. I don't know what taxi drivers and when you have been in the Ukraine last, but you definitely haven't. And I'm not
I
taking.
was looking
Yeah,
for
you were
like
yeah,
200 taxi
sure, of
driver to
course.
take me to the border
Yes, of course.
of
Sure.
Moldova.
Yeah, yeah.
Nobody wanted.
Yes,
Only
of
the
course. Sure. No, of
elderly.
course. Yeah, no, that's what you've done. You specifically
Listen,
have
I
done
know
this. You know
a
nothing.
bit more than you in Ukraine.
You
I
have
think you've never been
nothing.
to Ukraine. I've been there like maybe
And
70 times.
sure, great, wonderful. Thank you. Very welcome. War Doggo, why don't you, as a Ukrainian, how about these wonderful taxi driver narratives the Russians have been portraying over the past 6 months? Huh?
Thank you so much, Axel, for precise perspective. I can give you even a wider part of the puzzle to build this picture clearly for Mr. Gaza in absolutely transparent way. For that, I need to bring you for the next 1 or 2 minutes to the year 2000, where so-called cassette scandal emerged. And here there is one name related with the guy who was called himself Melnichenko, and guy who said that Ukrainian president have killed the journalist. And the same guy in the United States have said that Ukraine have sold the radar stations called Kolchuga to Iran. How that is connected, you would think, but I will tell you absolutely openly that was exactly the year when Ukraine have mentioned its direction towards NATO and European Union. Yes, back in 2000, and you know what happened after the Milichenkos, who was proven to be the Russian asset and Russian agent working in Ukraine. He actually toxified the Ukrainian representation in Ukraine, and Ukrainian representatives, the president of Ukraine outside Ukraine on the international arena. So when the NATO summit being happening, and Ukraine was expecting to negotiate related to the membership plan, actually, Mr. Kuchma was sitting alone, and for that meeting, even the type of how people sit in the alphabet manner was changed from English alphabet to French alphabet. So Ukraine is not among UK and United States. So Ukrainian president been sitting alone there, close to Turkey, but just not to be official in any case connected or affiliated with states and UK. That was the first step of Russian agents and Russian misinformation. Then we get back to 2010, 2013, and here you can, by the way, check one of the pinned messages in my Twitter wall, because Past give us the beautiful actual picture to learn from. And if you check the list of Ukraine defense minister with the attention to 2009 to 2013 years, there were exactly the years of preparation to 2014 attack that Russia have done, Russian assets and Russian agents that work in Ukraine on Ukrainian army destruction and future Ukrainian inability to defend. Those exactly would be the guys that you will spot over there. And same in the SBU, if you can follow, and looking at such disposition of Russian agents and Russian assets in Ukrainian key areas back to 2010, 2013, any analysis would show you Ukraine had no chances to set its civilization choice and to work on own democratic development. But guess what? Ukraine's society that did that firm and strongly with revolution of dignity. That was the first, not the miracle, but hard work and people's self-determination and people ability, society's ability to set its civilization choice, and moreover to start defending that immediately after 2013 with the war in 2013. In 2014, once we did that miracle in 2013 when the disposition of Russian assets in Ukrainian politics was telling Ukraine has no chance. Second time, Ukraine society did tremendous, heroic, and unprecedented in order to defend its civilization choice was back in February 2022, when not many were giving Ukraine a lot of chances against Russia. But guess what? Ukraine is still independent and free, with the territories occupied, with the war going on, but Ukraine is fighting back. So when somebody's saying Ukraine is losing, apologize, get back to 2000, and I tell you how Ukraine is losing versus that, and what were the dispositions and where Ukraine is fighting and defending its civilization choice still, with the support of many and with prosperous thoughts in the future. That's exactly what's going to happen, but not like Ukraine is losing and no one can help Ukraine. That's totally bullshit. Apologize. Thanks. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Yeah, I think we should make a few things clear. Currently, there's approximately 1 million men and a few women army strong in Ukraine already. And that is at a point in time when Ukraine thus far has only mandatory service for everyone above 27 years of age. If Ukraine finally wises up in that regard and follows in the footsteps of Great Britain in World War II, things will change. And that's a matter of what Valery Zaluzhny had highlighted, including in his op-ed as well as in the treatise which went along with it, with the opinion piece in The Economist. And by the way, this is supported all across the Ukrainian government in that regard. And whilst Timofey Milanov, for example, had highlighted that there's polarization between certain parts in Ukrainian society, as always, by the way, probably not as polarized as the Polish society, but Ukraine has its fair share, like any other society, of infighting. And Waldo, we could talk about this for 10 hours if it weren't so unimportant in the view of an existential conflict. The key thing here is that Ukraine becomes a part of the EU, is already on its path to it. Ukraine becomes a part of NATO, is on the path on it, albeit that it's hard, as always. It's never an easy one.
Do you have a date for that?
And Ukraine, fortunately, is currently still
all they do, the
sufficient.
Europeans, all they talk, give hope for Ukraine and fuck them.
One second. Hey, okay,
Gaza,
buddy.
let's make this
is
very
not.
clear. The way we do things here is we raise our hand. If you interrupt one more time, you will never speak again here. Thank you. All right? Thank you. Much appreciated. So Ukraine currently is in a relatively prepared position to attain more of the aid which was promised to it. It has already evidenced the absorption capacity within its armed forces for Western technology, contrary to what some representatives, specifically in the political sphere, not necessarily in the military, but political sphere, and in the political sphere within Western military bureaucracies, had thought that it might not be able to absorb. Ukraine has proven, therefore, the critics wrong, but that actually comes at no surprise, given the fact that under existential pressure, typically armies grow very adept and innovate. And Ukraine simply needs to be given all the equipment it actually needs to defeat the very, very tenuous Russian army. Tenuous in its position, tenuous in its capacity to replace officers, tenuous in controlling space other than with meat. And its only capacity is in assets which could be taken out with a number of capacities and capabilities which Ukraine should be given. And I think Ukraine is working hard on lobbying for it to be given those pieces of equipment. That will happen. And after that has happened, Ukraine will be in a significantly stronger position. But before we go further to you, Gaza, Johannes had his hand up before you. Johannes.
Sorry, didn't find the button to unmute myself. Yeah, I mean, well, two things in that regard, because I mean, today I was, as always, you know, I'm constantly worrying. So when I saw a headline by Redaktionsnetzwerk Deutschland today, this morning, I don't know if you saw it.
You have to explain to people what, Johannes, why don't you explain to people who Redaktionsnetzwerk Deutschland is first, so that they can...
I don't really know. I mean, it's an well, it's
a gathering.
News agent. Yeah.
It's a gathering of different editorial bases who are, on average, can be described as center left in Germany, and include a number of those papers who have been in support in all recent elections of the Social Democrats.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, the problem, the person they interviewed was Ben Hodges, and Ben Hodges, I mean, the heading is the nightmare scenario is becoming reality, and that's, I don't know what Ben Hodges didn't speak in German, so I don't know what he like.
Well,
but it's
that's the point. It's Johannes. You tell me you're worried. Therefore, you are being addressed by them by overstating something. They are highlighting what he says is a scenario in subjunctive, as our French friends would call it. If X, Y, Z fails to happen, then the following may occur. And as a military man, he has to lay out the scenarios. That's what he does, and that's very good. And don't forget, Ben is not only a friend, he's also a regular speaker here, and he has been extremely assertive as to what Ukraine needs and what our obligation is in order to support them. But carry on, please.
Yeah, I mean, that's I was just kind of wanted to ask you to kind of interpret, kind of, if you've seen that interview, like, for me, what should I think that he probably really said and what he probably really meant? Because I mean, maybe the title is quite clickbaity. I admit that, but still, it sounds. I mean, they wouldn't make it up whole cloth, would they? So if he's really ringing the alarm, and I mean, if we go back a year and he predicted, or he said that Ukraine was kind of in a position to liberate Crimea in the summer. Of course, if they get what they need for it, which they haven't, sadly. But that's quite a different Ben Hodges from a year, compared to how he sounded like a year ago. So that, and he must have a very good reason for saying.
Yeah, he has very good reasons, and what he is saying, he has been saying now over the past 4 to 5 weeks quite conclusively that the lack of political will, the failure to deliver key assets on time has been the main reason as to why and how Ukraine had significant issues in achieving its targets. So, and what he says, that the nightmare scenario of Ukraine is becoming reality. So, and he relays this back to the failure to accelerate the orders and substantially increase the orders for ammunition. He has differentiated this always here on this space, as well as in recent weeks in various interviews. He's differentiated this between the 152 and the 155 ammunition, as I have done here a little earlier in replying to our friend Gaza here. And that is a key matter of political will. And the failure of the German coalition to actually work in that regard has been enumerated and has been highlighted by him and others in recent weeks and months.
By the way, in that regard, today I got a message from a friend who is actually the editor-in-chief of the main scientific journal on East Europe studies in Germany, and he said, well, maybe the decision on Taurus has already been made. It's just not announced in order not to endanger the transports. I don't know where he's got that from, but that was his. I'm kind of. On Saturday, I was part of.
See, this is a muddle. I agree with you, Johannes. I heard the very same thing. Supposedly, the decision had been made. Supposedly, it had been prepared. There are signals that General Freuding has been rather positive on this matter. He has not been publicly quoted on it. Let's make this very clear. But there are signals that he has been positive on this matter. At the same time, you see German politicians, even today, now rolling back the comments on Saudi Arabia, which has a major impact on, and this is a major politician who said it today, and actually from the party which is making huge mistakes at the moment, the Free Democrats. Saudi Arabia needs the delivery of the Eurofighters for British aerospace and the British aviation sector to not take a significant hit. And if you impair the capability of European weapon system manufacturers to be effective at a point in time when you're fighting Russia, then your compass, as they call it, of values is completely out of whack because you have no list of priorities. And the same thing applies here. The priorities of Western politicians are still as if they were in peacetime or as if this were a minor conflict. And that's the only thing, by the way, where Gaza and I agree. There is a massive lack of political will manifest in the elites of politicians in the West. But it's not in the population. That's the interesting thing, because if you look at the polling, and there has been major polling both before Christmas as well as after Christmas in Europe, and you will find substantial 2/3 majorities in most countries when asked the question as to whether Europe should help Ukraine defend itself and Europe. And it's a matter of how you ask the question, and not as a, should we provide more money? No. Should we help to protect democracy and freedom in Ukraine? And if you ask people whether they consent to women, children, and the elderly being tortured and raped, they of course say no. And if you clarify as to what the Russian army typically does, don't forget, specifically Germans, Poles, Lithuanians, Estonians, Latvians, Finns, Romanians know very, very well what any Russian army does all the time. We know it. So in that regard, Johannes, I would say Ben Hodges is ringing the alarm bell because the European politicians have done the very same thing as every year, despite the fact that this is war. They've gone on a holiday. And for that, they should be named and shamed. This is irresponsible. This is Chamberlain-esque. It's painful to watch. And as we voted these people into office, or allowed them to be voted into office by either relative majorities or by minority coalitions, we should make sure that they are held accountable and change their ways quickly. Now, Gaza, you kindly put your hand up, please.
Yeah, I think the problem is with the Europeans. They know the Ukrainians get raped and everybody knows it, but they do nothing about it. They only pour little money, very small tanks or bombers, very small amounts, not what they need. They don't give them the real effect. They need real power, real bombers, real fighter jets, and they need armies behind them, more armies to join, because in the first place, if you look at it, they brought Ukraine into this situation. They played games with Ukraine. Oh, we're gonna bring you into the European Union. We're not gonna bring you. We're gonna bring you into NATO. We're not gonna bring you. They played games. They woke up the bear, and the bear came on Ukraine. And what do you think is gonna happen? If the Russian, they're not gonna win. I know they're not gonna win. But if, let's say, they're gonna continue onto Europe, so Europe needs to do something. Stop playing both ways, so politically correct and all that bullshit.
We don't disagree, Gaza. You and I don't disagree on this one. It
Okay.
is. It's
Secondable,
definitely. But let me
minute.
just, Gaza. Let's just say, 122 billion euros have already been committed and spent by Europe in support of Ukraine.
Yeah, but
military,
it's a problem.
financial,
They don't
and it's not enough.
terminology of Ukraine. They send money. Money does not work in Ukraine. Ukraine, let's say, I know you don't like when I say it, but Ukraine has a history of 500 years corruption. Money does not go a long way in Ukraine.
Wait,
I know it.
Gaza,
I work
Gaza,
in
Gaza,
Ukraine.
please don't.
You
say
need to
this.
send equipment and army and then bring in the
Gaza,
NATO
can you
and sort
stop
out the
it?
mess.
Stop, please. Don't say Ukraine has 500 years of corruption. Ukraine has been suppressed, invaded upon, tortured, attacked, subjugated by Russia since,
of course,
about the late 16th century. So as a consequence, we should not talk about corruption. We should talk about how this society has been still keeping up its culture despite that subjugation and that suppression. But having said this, that's not a Ukrainian issue at all. On the contrary, this is an issue of being constantly attacked by, infiltrated by, subjugated by Russia. And you are right, we completely agree. The Ukrainians need more weapon systems. 100%. I've been advocating this here since the very first days of the full-scale invasion. You're completely in agreement. We started here, the campaign, Free the Leopards. We did this. We started it here. And it went viral, and we gathered support all across Europe, and we gathered support sufficient in order to make it very uncomfortable for Olaf Scholz and his government. We fielded a petition in the Bundestag. We did a lot of things our audience did, and it's fantastic that it has worked to put a little bit hand on the scales, because it had to be done. You're absolutely right. Europe has more to deliver, and it must deliver more. 100%, no question.
And they need to understand, the Ukrainian, which position they are, because Ukraine, it's not like Europe. It doesn't work the same. I work in Ukraine, have a company there. Ukraine, they're the best people ever. They're the hardest worker. Imagine if you're a police officer and you make $300 a month. Okay, imagine how you feed your children. You got to do something to earn the money. That's what I'm saying. They need to send tanks and ammunition and aircraft. They don't have to send money. Money does not work in Ukraine. That's what I'm trying to say. You need, if they're gonna win the war, they're gonna bring
Gaza. Let's not be so. Ukraine needs money because it will lose more of its men, and therefore it will lose economic capacity. It will have to utilize its young men, predominantly young men, between the age of 19 and 27, to bolster the capacity of its fighting force.
They need to send it in the right way. They don't need to give it to Ukraine officials because it's going to stay with Ukraine officials.
No, it doesn't. No,
the inside.
No. That's not true. You can say this until the cows come home. It's just not right. For example, we know, for example, the Ministry of Veterans Affairs very well. We know them very well. And they're doing great.
I meet all these ministers. I meet them. And Uman, if you know Uman, they all come to there. They come with 20 G-Wagons in a row.
I will not discuss meetings in Uman now, but I can tell you, I can definitely tell you that the Ministry for Veterans Affairs is doing a tremendous job in helping to integrate Ukrainian injured soldiers back into society. I can tell you, for example, that despite the mishaps of the Ministry of Defense, the controlling office, which is there, and the people who've been sent in there from the US, as well as from at least 7 European nations to control the deliveries and check the individual weapon systems sent there, that it works extremely well. As to, for example, financial aid, the pension system of Ukraine needs to function. For that, it needs money. The pension system actually can be seen and digitally controlled. That has already occurred. There are a couple of things which need changing and adapting, and that's completely fine. That is just money. I'm not worried about the money at all. That can all be done. We're actually in Europe. We're pretty damn good at both spending money and making it difficult in terms of procedure and controlling it. What I'm worried about is the maintenance, supply chain, and the logistics of training. And we've had this discussion here, and I think this is the main issue in that regard. But Gaza, if you stay with us for a moment, let's go to Diana, who's been very patiently having her hand up. Diana, good evening.
Hi, good afternoon, excellent. Good evening to everyone. I just wanted to make you all aware that tonight we have a week's worth of photojournalism from the Ukraine. Photographers like Svet Jacqueline, Wolfgang Schwan, who've been there since the beginning on the front line, and they're going to showcase some of the unexpected, some of the humanity and the atrocities going on in Ukraine. So if you'd like to join us, you can Google Projections Frank Meo, MEO, and Witnessing War, Ukraine, and you'll get, just click on the Zoom link, and you can join us tonight for some photojournalism of what's going on in the Ukraine as they go into their second year of war. So I urge anyone who's interested in photography, photojournalism, and the Ukraine to join us tonight. Thank you.
There you go, Diana. Thank you very much for that announcement. And let me go back to our friend Johannes, who was so kind as to send me a little note. This is about strategic thinking in different layers of communities. I'd say the military community in Europe and those who are close to that, industrially, commercially, from a strategic perspective, have a relatively clear view and have a broad consensus as to the requirements Ukraine has and how these needs can be covered and addressed. There are constantly, however, in certain countries, specifically in France, there's a specific perspective on both Ukraine's position and what it should be, and a design as to how this should fit into whatever the European defense posture and the EU should be in future. This view is not shared by the rest of the EU. it's a specific French view. And then there's a specific French position towards Russia vis-a-vis Ukraine in France, which is different from Germany, different from the rest of the EU, and definitely different from London, and different from Rome, for that matter. This has a huge impact. In terms of strategic thinking, the alliance of the Northeast European, Eastern European, and British is vital for the defense of Europe in future, because it has a significantly less theoretically, philosophically, and supposedly strategic overburden view. It is, however, much more pragmatic. It has, from my point of view, a significantly more reasonable strategic impetus. And that is that Russia needs to be reduced to the size of what its real economy is, and that it needs to be contained, and if need be, constrained. And that defeating Russia in Ukraine, by Ukraine, through Ukraine, whilst containing it through improvement in sanctions, and if need be, constraining it, and certainly pressurizing it financially by means of taking away its financial assets abroad, is the only way to address this, bar an embargo and bar a real full-scale war. And I think that London, Stockholm, Helsinki, Tallinn, Vilnius, to an extent Warsaw, Copenhagen, Oslo, and yes, Den Haag have a significant, sorry, I forgot our friends in the Czech Republic, of course, in Prague and in Bucharest, have a significantly clearer view on this, and that the Italians, Ms. Meloni, are coming with their government, are coming around to it. That our Greek friends, with the reservation that they don't want to be influenced and be taken as a scapegoat vis-a-vis sacrificing anything to Erdogan on a strategic level, have come around to it. That in itself is massive. It's a massive plus for Ukraine. And what the Germans call the worry, and as Johannes conveyed it to me in a separate note, that some people, especially who have been engaged with Eastern Europe politically, commercially, and industrially in recent years, they feel that they don't know what to do. The German word is Ratlosigkeit. That is a very German thing. Actually, it's funny. It's a backlash to various waves of historic movements in Germany, because Germans, since the days when the first pioneers and traders and merchants went to Novgorod and then were all killed, annihilated, beheaded, women raped, and their money taken, know exactly what Russia is. Still, for some odd reason, they romanticize and go there again and again and again. And at the same time, they seem to be completely without any kind of guidance and strategic purpose when it comes to defending the eastern border towards what is essentially the behavior of a locust horde. So if you take this into perspective, and Johannes, to answer your question, I think that the military establishment in Germany, fortunately, has changed. We've gotten rid of a number of those generals who grew into these positions during the so-called peace dividend years and the Schröder years of defeatism. And you have to be very clear. It's Gerhard Schröder's government which stopped counter-espionage of the German BND. That in itself should tell you everything about this Russian agent provocateur and the Social Democrats. This went through in a socialist, Social Democrat, Green coalition, was the start of kowtowing to Russia. Because it's not about that you don't spy on your French. Of course you spy on the French. The French spy on you. Of course you do. You spy on everybody. This is what counterintelligence is about. But if you stop counterintelligence, you predominantly stop counterintelligence on your adversaries. And stopping counterintelligence on the Chinese and on the Russians. If you are, as Germany is, engaged in industrial economics where you export and where your companies are dependent on the export and on the technologies vested in it and converting them into next generation capabilities and new technologies, that is insane. It is treacherous. It is seditious. It is a sellout. You could say, Johannes, es ist vaterlandslos. Stefan.
Hi, everyone. This is Stefan from Romania, since you mentioned Bucharest. I'm just wondering if the delaying in deliveries of arms and all this game is in any way related, or whether it may improve after the elections in Russia, 17 March. Is it?
No.
Can it? Oh, okay.
No, the elections, Stefan, that's the thing. The Russian elections are there just for show. They have no relevance. It's symbolism, and yes, they are constantly being portrayed, and it's essentially yet again another crowning ceremony for the Tsar, but nothing else. It's gathering the boyars, gathering around the court, and then having acclamation, and that's it. Nothing else.
Yes, I get this. I'm aware of it. I'm just thinking of the social unrest and stuff like that, which Putin is supposedly afraid of. So I'm just thinking whether there's some sort of backdoor deal, between these bigger powers and Putin to not escalate things, like to not empower Ukraine too much, to prevent some social unrest before the elections. But then again, as you said, elections, they are just formal. Yeah.
I mean, on another note, beyond any concerns about elections, Stefan, there's always potentially, how do you say this? People falling into line ahead of the threat. There's always the people who start following the potential threatening leader of the adversary ahead of the time. They say, oh, they're too strong. The Chinese are too strong. We can never survive in our economy. Oh, God, the Russians have nuclear weapons. Well, we have nuclear weapons too. Actually, we have more. Now is better maintained. And it's the total GDP of the nations currently in the coalition and the contact group, I have to think, was it 28 or 29 times as much as Russia reports? As it reports? Don't forget, none of the numbers the Russians portray will be correct. But anyway, let's go to Johannes and then back to Markov. Johannes.
And just regarding the election, I think the last elections in Russia that had a bit of significance were in 2012, and that's not because the election outcome would have been open in any way, but because of the protests against the rigged elections. Back then, kind of there was still the expectation that maybe popular protests could change some things in Russia, but of course they didn't. I mean, let's be real. I mean, there haven't been elections in Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union that made any difference. I mean, even under Yeltsin, the elections were rigged, and the outcome was always predetermined, and there was never a time when the people when the people's choice actually mattered. and of course this time it's absolutely excluded that this time it's going to matter. And I mean, I remember when I was in Moscow and then in Vladivostok in 2016, I think, during the time of the Duma elections, or the elections to the federal parliament. You wouldn't have noticed that there are elections to the federal parliament if you wouldn't have known it. There was no like canvassing, there were no posters, there was really nothing. I mean, people just didn't care, and there wasn't even an effort by the parties to kind of to canvass to voters. So I think that should tell you everything you need to know about, what the role of elections is in Russia.
Yeah, and we shouldn't be caring about whether Russia has elections or not. We should only be caring about the Russians leaving Ukraine and being forced to leave Ukraine, hopefully either on a stretcher, in a morgue train, or very quickly unarmed. Markov.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I wanted to talk about support of Ukraine in a sense that to win, we need a whole shift of paradigm, how to help and what to change. Did anyone read a book of Thomas Piketty, Capital in the 21st century? Well, I will quickly explain. The main point is that before First World War, all of the state expenses across Europe or US were very little, and countries mostly used flat tax rate. And the first time when they ever used progressive taxation was during World War One, to fund the war. And ever since then, Western world uses progressive taxation. And what I'm getting at is Western world gonna have to raise taxes once more. Because
that's Markov. This is a complicated topic because taxation in Western Europe is excessively high because we're currently funding a lot of stuff which is non-essential, and we also have large levels of entitlements, things which, without changes to significant bodies of law, which we can't very quickly get rid of, but probably should have gotten rid of. Western Europe is very sclerotic and very, very inefficient. Which is why, for example, it could learn a lot from Finland on the one hand, as well as from Estonia and Latvia and Lithuania on the other hand, in terms of digitization. The same, but it doesn't matter. You're completely correct. We need to upgrade. Europe needs to fund Ukraine in a different way, needs to support Ukraine in a completely different way than it has been doing thus far. And for that, it needs to find an agreement amongst its nations that this should be coordinated. It doesn't have to be the EU. Don't forget, because the EU has no right to taxation and should not be given any right to taxation. Because for that, people would have to vote for it. There would have to be new agreements and a new, say, contract, if you so like, between the nations for that matter. That won't happen, and it won't happen now or in the next 2 or 3 years. That's a very complicated thing. We've seen this with the Lisbon Treaty, and we've seen it with Maastricht. This takes ages. I wouldn't expect that. But what you're saying is absolutely correct. In the 21st century, Europe needs to make decisions as to where to allocate its resources. And the resources should be always in favor of freedom. And freedom, that means fighting in Ukraine for freedom with the Ukrainians.
Can ECB print 1 trillion euros just for that?
No, then it makes no sense because it doesn't have to. Europe has enough money. We don't need additional money. By the way, that the European Central Bank cannot do anything without actually the commissions. With the various committee members and the board members of the ECB who have been sent there, don't forget, by nation states and by their various nations central banks. So, for example, Bundesbank and the likes, to act. And this is a coordinated process. And no, Europe cannot afford further inflation, so it cannot just print its way out of it. Europe already suffers from too high of an inflation at this point in time, whilst at the same time its productivity has not been increasing as much as it should, and it has too much regulations to deal with. So it's very difficult as a position currently. There's too much, shall we say, there's too little competition and too many competing interests.
Yes, the problem is that Lloyd Austin several weeks ago he claimed that Ukraine gonna need 17 million shells and $400 billion to win.
Yeah.
I don't know, $400 billion a year or
No, he said
throughout the
400.
war.
He said 400 billion for the war as such.
For the war,
And,
okay.
yeah, and the thing is, 400 billion is in the European context is nothing. That's the strange thing about it. To give you an example, the European nations, also EU nations, not the EEA, but just the EU, and that of course excludes then therefore, for example, Norway and the likes, and it also excludes our British friends. But the EU nations spend close to 100 billion still today, close to 100 billion euros per month on weapon systems, on their armies and the likes. 100 billion. That, in contrast, the Americans have an annual budget which goes significantly beyond the. I have to check the numbers, but somebody may have the number here. I think it was 847 or something. But that's the American budget. All right. So the Europeans spend technically more altogether, but then again, it's also more people, so they should. But they don't spend enough, and they spend it on things which have absolutely no value for the defense of Europe at this point in time. And they spend it on equipment which has aged or is too expensive, and they don't spend it in the same fashion as they should. So we are capable of spending money. We have budgets and everything. We have even a lot more money available. We just need to spend it wisely. So it's about the reallocation of money which is already currently earmarked due to competing interests within the competition of budgets and bureaucracies and those who participate in these political processes. And that requires, now it comes, decision-making by people who've been voted into office to make decisions. We gave them what we call in republics or democratic republics, we call them mandates. They have been given the mandate to make decisions for us. Unfortunately, we can see that very few of them are capable to act in what is one of the most existential crises which we've had in 100 years.
At the same time, I need to point out that Ukraine itself still has peacetime tax rates, flat tax rate, nowhere near 50, 60, 70%. Western countries had 70% tax rate even during Cold War. Mostly peaceful time, they had 70%.
No, not Western. Only one country had a tax rate of that level, and that at some point in time was the United States. It was effectively very high. Germany did not. No, Germany did not. Italy did not. The Netherlands never did. And Sweden, yeah, that's a different thing. Has no relevance for today because that was only under one government, and so one of the key reasons why Churchill came back into office, by the way. The overtaxation by the Labour government and the massive, creation of entitlements, which then continued after Churchill, lost his office. Anyway, it's a completely different thing. So when you say European countries, that is not true in itself. There's always the odd one out, but even Sweden hasn't managed to do so. And the United States only had a massive taxation after the Second World War for a very short period of time. Unfortunately, Eisenhower handed over government in a sensible fashion, despite the fact that it should have been Nixon. It became John F. Kennedy, and John F. Kennedy, if you were to put him into the context of today, you would see him as a conservative center-right politician, and his tax reforms you would consider to be libertarian/conservative, because without those tax reforms, the United States would have failed to make its budget. Anyway, so having said this, thank you very much for that, Markov. And War Doggo, let's go back very briefly to other Ukrainian topics. For that matter, if I'm not quite mistaken, people yesterday were highlighting on Russian Telegram, as well as some people feared also on Ukrainian Telegram, that the Russians would attack with massive force overnight because of Epiphany, blah, blah, and the likes. How did the day in Ukraine go?
Started with coffee. Then we've been doing some work. Yeah, many people were scared. Many people were in the shelters. But overall, despite the massive attacks in Kharkiv, in Kryvyi Rih, it's very easy to miss the air carrier for which those missiles were designed to destroy, with the shopping center in Kryvyi Rih. It's just, when you put two pictures one in front of each other, they are pretty much similar. But you have to understand that the fight goes on 24/7, and even when Ukrainians living their lives in so-called peaceful cities, big cities, because what is the peaceful city? You are in the front line, there is the fight over there. You move 40 kilometers outside the artillery range, people are going to the cafes, people are going maybe not to the restaurants, but like they're spending some time there, they are doing something. And I ask myself, when and if not now, they should be doing that. That's the reality. And overall, spending the whole day with colleagues on the meetings, with some international meetings, some local meetings, but from time to time having to go down to the shelter. That's unfortunately the regular thing. I would say we've got already accustomed to that, and that's the reality. I don't know. To me, it looks like a lot of routine, but this routine is possible just because somebody is holding the peaceful skies above the Ukraine, and those people are on the front line. That's why we are helping them to have everything what they need in order to hold the peaceful sky further and to kick the Russians finally out. Did I answer your question, Axel?
Yeah, absolutely. See, I just wanted to highlight that for people's daily lives in Ukraine, on the one hand, of course, the Russian attacks matter a great deal because they can come erratically, planned symbolically on certain dates, but at the same time, life continues. And at the same time, they have to shoulder the daily challenge, whether you wake up in your bathtub because you want to make sure that you don't get, burned up in an apartment when it gets shelled, or at least you don't get all the splinters, or whether you simply manage to live your life in the countryside and continue and do your work. This is wartime, and it's hard for everyone on the one hand, but at the same time, some people in Western Ukraine are very rarely taken to task with that, correct?
The Russian rockets, when they are approaching from east, from the south, Russian drones, they particularly don't ask where they target, what you're doing today. If you are afraid or Do you speak Russian language, or you speak Ukrainian language, or you speak, I don't know, Bulgarian language, or you speak Romanian language? They simply don't care. They just simply arrive. And moreover, Russians are sending them in kind of the way, they are identifying particular patterns to overwhelm the air defense, and Ukrainian air defense are particular heroes who deserve a particular respect and all of that related for tremendous job they do in order to hit all of those targets. And you see some of the systems that are shared to Ukraine, they are used even beyond those capabilities. And sometimes the system can truly get the approval mark on its manuals, battle proven. And Ukrainian battleground, this is pretty much different versus any of the battlegrounds they were before. And you probably know what I mean, because some of the things were not even designed to work in certain conditions they are in Ukraine. But same as Ukraine, overall, Ukraine is holding. Ukraine so far is doing all the best in order to push the Russians out. And if once you travel to Ukraine, you know that Ukrainians are best hostile people, very, very friendly people who know how to love. But in regards to Russians, we also know how to hate. We remember everything. We remember every Russian bastard who've been helping Russians, who were in Ukrainian administration, Russian agents who were weakening Ukrainian army since 2000s, in particular 2010, as I was mentioning today. And like I recently mentioned, it is among the tweets I did recently. If you are interested from where appeared the narrative of Ukrainian Nazis, welcome to 2010. That's the year of the dirtiest Ukraine's elections, where Russian used their political technologies in order to toxify Ukrainian political ground at maximum. And that was one of the first year, 2010, when Ukrainian Nazis narrative appeared, and brought by Russians, of course, who you thought could bring it. And that was specifical thank you to one of the Russian political technologists. Today, he declares himself to be a good friend of Ukrainians, specifically to Russian Legion. He is Marat Gelman. He is the Russian art expert, but we remember those billboards on Ukrainian streets related to different sorts or grades of Ukrainians during the 2010 elections, and different acquisitions about Ukrainians being Nazis back to 2010. That's how Russians been impacting our political ground back in 2010. Back in 2000s, as I was mentioning to you, destroying Ukraine's image, not only internally but also externally in the eyes of our foreign partners. And as I told you, if you travel to Ukraine, you know how hostile people of Ukraine are. But we also know we remember everything, and we remember all of those guys who helped, Russian agents who helped Ukraine to get weaker. And with all of that disposition back in 2010, back in 2013, if you think any analysis would show that Ukraine had no chance. But guess what? Ukrainian society did miracles several times, including February 2022, when Ukraine not only held it against Russia, but also pushed Russia back with all of the help from international partners and friends. And that's where we are today. If you ask me, what's your day? I mean, if not Russians, it would be just a regular day, and I want it to be regular. But February 23rd will never come back. Many understand that, and we know that this war was for ages. That's not the first war that Ukraine is in against Russia, but this is the first war where everybody understands everything. It's not like kind of strange Ukraine, we don't understand it, where it's on the map, but everybody understands everything. Right, Axel?
True. I mean, I understand this, and I take this from many of our Ukrainian friends and colleagues, and we've been discussing this here for a long time now. As to the debate which we've had a little earlier, also yesterday, and in regard to the recruitment age, how do you see this? How do you see the Ukrainian society dealing with the need to lower the age? Because it's not just the exemptions. The exemptions are one thing. Of course, there's always going to be the one surgeon who needs to remain in a hospital in order to run the hospital. That'll be the key aspect. And you need to have doctors who are also in those civilian hospitals. You need to have doctors who are, by the way, great surgeons and great prosthetics and orthopedics specialists who help people then find a way back after they've been injured. That's not the point. And there will be, say, specialists who need to run the logistics of the railways, Ukrzaliznytsia, and the likes, and Ukropochta. That's not the point. Infrastructure, public infrastructure, key logistics assets, they have to be run, merchant marine, the likes. These are the key exemptions which always have to work in what is essentially the civil society backing up the military. But at the same time, with the age restriction being 27, that is something which does not quite easily compute with how, for example, Britain during the Second World War, United States, other nations have worked in the past. How do you see this? And how do you see this working out in Ukrainian society?
No, overall, the first thing is communication is always important. Proper communication here plays a great role because, let's be honest, who of us want our, I don't know, 21, 22-year-old children to go on the front lines? I believe no one will raise a hand, right? That's why Ukraine has their dear beloved fathers, brothers, sisters, kids on the front lines. So many of us, many of you don't have to send your kids on the front line when the Russian will attack other countries after Ukraine, in case Ukraine fails. That's why Ukraine is holding. About the lowering the age is about the communication. No one wants that their kids going to the front. The only way how to bring this into proper understanding is the proper communication, what you just explained, and what we were, by the way, discussing yesterday with Alex from SBU. He's the guy, and their unit does a lot in all of this news that you see. One agent, Russian agent, is captured, or another agent is captured. I mean, that's exactly those guys' alpha job, and a part of being used for certain specific missions on the front line, as they were explaining. In particular, I can repeat just same as they were saying that is a matter
I get
of
that.
proper communication.
I understand this. The communication is one thing, but the fact is, people above the age of 18 or 19 are not children. They are children only in terms of their amygdala not perfectly built out, because that happens somewhere between 24 and 26 on average. So that's that. But at the same time, young men, and let's focus on this for a moment, young men between the age of, say, 18, 19 and 27 are the superior athletes. They heal better and faster when wounded. They can sustain stress longer. They can suffer and sustain lack of sleep longer and more often. They
the
have
opinion of those
capabilities to learn. So they have the ability, and they must not be. I'm sorry, I can't easily tolerate this. They must not be overprotected. They should be, and we heard it yesterday, by the way, from Alexander, that when he and his SB Alpha team were fighting in Kupansk, they were having young chaps, 18, 20, right next to them. And they were fighting well and valiantly. I think General Zaluzhny is right in asking for a change in that regard. I think you would want to have innovative, faster learning on average, better healing, and fitter, younger armed forces. I think this is a key thing. You can train them up faster too. Yes, of course, you have very experienced people to a large extent. I completely understand this, and you would like to protect your younger men. But how about winning the war first?
No, your assumption is correct. The logic of those people of older generation, above 50, above 60, who go to the front lines, is also pretty clear. Many of them say, I went to the front lines to protect my family behind my shoulders. And I have 3 kids. And you know what? I lived my life already. And if I'm like deserved to fight, I better do this. So my kids do not see this war. And many treat this war in a way, and this is another important element to be mentioned. Many treat this war in a way, I better fight now, rather my kids and your kids will have to. I don't want to postpone this war to another generation. And another generation is exactly in front of us. Many of our generations are exactly those kids of 18 or 19-year-old who are literally our kids. I mean, not because of the age, but because of being genetically our children, our kids. And this is another element. Many say, I don't want to pass this war to another generation because I want this to be Ukrainian victory still on my shoulders rather than their shoulders, because everybody understands what the war is. And that's the practical balance from very pragmatic things that you say, but on the other hand, trying to preserve someone, not because of care, but because of understanding what war is, and especially those who were at war already, and they perfectly understand how damaged people are coming after the war, and not many leave the war, even despite they are not on the battleground anymore. For many, this is evident, and many in contrary to balance what you are saying, they're saying, I better finish this myself rather than pass it to my kids. What do you think?
Yeah, appreciate this, and there's good nuance. I'm just highlighting that if you want to be able to rotate our troops, and you have a 1 million strong army, then you need to have a sufficient amount of vintages of young men to do so. And that will require people from the age of at least 21 to 27. That's a good 6 years. And if you put them into, you can easily run the numbers. And I think the Ukrainians have the numbers very well at hand. They know exactly what they need to do. And they simply need to, as you said, communicate it.
Communication is important. On the other hand, because as you rightly mentioned, we have a lot of disinformation campaigns run by Russia. All of these AI-generated videos of people being pulled into the buses and so far and so on. I can give you a bright example. Recently, there are the agencies that abroad are dealing with the people with foreigners adaptation, and we have the branch abroad, Ukraine, and some of our friends were sharing with us the document where it stated that Ukrainian document facility representing Ukraine that is dealing with the foreign documents for Ukrainians, they have received the recommendation from Ukrainian government that, like, if Ukrainian is getting to this documentation facility with the need to exchange the passport or so far and so on, instead of the documents, he gets the temporary paper that allows him to be directed to Ukraine and is like one-way ticket. And of course, what friends did, they simply came to the documents facility with that paper in order to clarify, just to clarify, like formally to clarify that that's the bullshit, that's Russian propaganda. And you cannot imagine how much effect of all of these campaigns and like miscommunication, I would call it this way, lays in the area of Russian informational operations. I mean, that is something that is like huge. We Ukrainians already managed how to deal with that, like on a very practical and pragmatic way. You see the paper, you grab the paper, and you go to the facility and you check, right? And that's how you break the Russian misinformation. The whole earlier digital similar way of NAFO community just simply arrived like that, just simply dismounting Russian bullshit and Russian lies, but just showing, hey, you're lying. And we are living in that since, tell me, if I tell you 2000s, that would be probably the right way, because, and there, by the way, there is a fault also from the Western countries as well. Let me give you a story how the Russian, how the Western books from famous writers were translated. Let's imagine Stephen King is releasing the new book, and guess what? The rights for the translation has Russia, for the Russian language, for that area, and they get the rights for the whole bloody so-called CIS. And they do it in Russian, because why I should do it in Ukrainian? Why I should do it in Kazakh language? Why I should do it in Belarusian language? Everybody understands Russian, right? And that's part of the story. Why you have to make Ukrainian, Kazakh, and any other book production or book edition or translation, because here there is Russian. I will bring it to you even cross-border without duties, free of charge, almost free of charge. That's part of the Russian pushing the Russian. The same with the misinformation. Same with all of the information. So I've been telling earlier the story about you remember the Kolchuga, Melnichenko spreading shit and bullshit about Ukraine in United States mass media, and that resulted, by the way, in this disinformation campaign about Ukraine when United States were close to invade Iraq, and getting the Kolchuga to Iran was a big concern by the United States, and that was a big no-go from United States. And that's Russia simply mitigated Ukraine's try to set its civilization choice towards NATO, and that's how all of this Melnichenko tape scandal, what was the origin of all of that shit? That's simply the Russian disinformation, and we are living that back to 2000s. That's why we are pretty good in identifying all of those lies. But still, it's a lot of literacy that people, and this informational hygiene that people still need to do, and this is still a way to go. That's why communication and explaining every single step, that's probably the way how to make it proper way. Hope I get myself clear. Thanks.
Absolutely. Vasilius.
Yes, I just wanted to add to it, because Wardogo, you reminded me 100% of my youth, more or less, in Poland under the Russian regime, and it was basically the same with NAFO, from all the good sources that have been out there. what NATO does right now, but on a radar of so-called censorship. So they must have been very, very, very careful. But the people have understand it. This is actually what broke the dam. This is what brought the people to do everything what was within their reach to bring it to fall. This is one of the reasons, at least. And right now, NATO has the luxury of being able to say everything in the same way. So there is no censorship anyway. Besides, sometimes redacted gets our hands on us. But besides this, 100%, this is the same vibe. Thank you very much for bringing it up.
All righty. So we are back to key Ukrainian topics. Bodogo, this brings us to the point. What will be the trade-off? Do you think that the Ukrainian IT programmers who are currently still earning a living whilst working out of Ukraine and who are in the west of Ukraine, they do contribute to the Ukrainian government? Absolutely, they do contribute by means of taxation. They support families and everything else. But if we have a lot of them who are capable and they're between the age of 21 and 27, do you think they will go willingly, or do they need to be incentivized, or what would the Ukrainian government have to do other than communication in order to make sure that they finally actually come to the point that they go voluntarily and work in the armed forces?
Well, I believe here we don't need to invent the bicycle. I think we have to...
I am delighted to hear that. I'm very glad. So what do you think the Ukrainian government will do?
I mean, I don't know what they will do. They may do from the brightest thing to the stupidest thing. I don't know. It's just their superpower. They're unpredictable. They can do, I believe, something that even is unexpected. But what probably should do is analyze the historical examples, because life is beautiful in a way that some things already happened in the past, and you can use the past as the competitive benchmarking. And I believe motivation and prestige is something that should be worked out in a way in order to, as you rightly said, incentivize people in order to serve the military, and properly explaining that not everybody needs to sit in the trenches, and not everybody has to go for assault missions. Of course, they're important, but army is the big functioning mechanism, from supply chain, doctors, financial services, many other professions that needs to be properly communicated. And Ukraine is on that way. I see already the military recruitment campaigns. I see already some resources that are clearly saying in which brigade, which kind of position is needed, and person already who has some specific knowledge, skills, you can choose the profession. And if you're a good cook, I mean, you can go there. If you're good, I don't know, with the past surgeon, the past military service, and you're still not there, I mean, or you're just after recreation, there is a specific need over there. If you're wounded veteran and you're recovering, I mean, there are the recruitment centers that recently being announced to have the reform, and that's exactly part of the job there. I mean, a lot of options are there, and a lot of historical benchmarks that are available in order to make the process, to turn the process from conscription to the process of recruitment, and of course motivation, and making this prestigious is something, is the way to go. That's my feeling. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this is a reasonable approach. But we have Ukraine war update with us, so why don't we open the discussion? Ukraine war update.
Oh, hi, Axel. Thank you very much. Hi, Masilius. Thank you for hosting the space and providing the opportunities to discuss important topics. Greetings to War Doggo and Ghost and all the wonderful listeners of this great space. I just came up because I saw War Doggo speak, and I just wanted to say, also many thanks to him for yesterday's episode. He was interpreting back and forth. I know it's a really difficult task to do when you guys had a special guest. I'm looking at Ghost.
No worries. I've been inventing 90%, so no worries at all.
Special guest from SBU. It was really interesting to listen to the perspectives. And I just wanted to echo something that you guys were talking about yesterday and today, with Axel asking this question, right? What I really like and appreciate of how Ukrainians, Ukrainian approach to really maximize the resources in this conflict, right? And human resources is one of the most important ones. They're just not going to send anybody, to a certain position if it makes no sense, right? Certain people are better at doing other things for the effort, right? You don't have to be necessarily, be the infantryman or have some other important combat job, maybe in the front lines or whatever. But you can do so much more with your skills, to support Ukrainian government, to support Ukrainian people. And I think it's a very important nuance that will help Ukraine to achieve the victory in probably a lot more efficient and much shorter way. There was another example I was just remembering as I was listening to you, Bordogo, talking about this as well. You probably know this individual. It may not be well known. He's a writer and he's a songwriter, poem writer, book writer. His name is Antin Mukharsky. Really like his works. I sponsor his his books as well. But during the initial stages of war, Antin was he was basically called up to to defend Kiev, right, in one of those national defense units or National Guard units. And I mean, he's a great individual, very patriotic. He's done a lot to support Ukraine.
I adore Antin Mukharsky's songs. He is a great singer as well.
Yeah, I just got his book with his signature and autograph that I helped to publish. One of the most recent ones, called Russophobe. I yet to read it though. I've just been pretty busy. But anyway, so his story was that he was assigned to the unit, and he's ready to defend his country, right? Citizen soldier, the stuff that we always talk about here in the States and take value and pride and recognize it. But he's sitting at the checkpoint or whatever, and things get a little bit more hectic than usual. And he discharges his weapon, what he thinks in service of defending his country. Turns out, because thank God, this is him telling the story. He's like, thank God I'm a bad shot, right? Because he basically ended up shooting in the direction of friendlies, right? So when his supervisor came up to check out what has happened, right, he explained, and they're like, dude, you motivated, but in the wrong spot. Go do other things. Go do other great things for Ukraine within the scope of your expertise, essentially, right? And because of that, he was able to go back to his work, publishing books, writing songs, motivating Ukrainian peoples. I know he's visited the United States several months back, raising money for Ukrainian troops, and I think that's great, right? We don't really see that type of flexibility from the government side or from institutions, essentially, right? That's responsible, that kind of foster this bureaucratic nuance. In Russia for sure, but definitely even in the West, right? We probably would not have this very personalized approach, recognizing and managing people the way Ukrainians do. So anyway, just wanted to kind of share this story, and again, thank everyone on this space for continuing to support Ukraine, and really interesting to listen to you, Bordog, as usual. Thank you.
No, it's great. Thank you so much. Antin Mukharsky is good, but and he's, by the way, very bright example that even army can tell you, you know what? Put your AK over there, please. Go right there and do the books, okay? Do the thinking. AK is not yours. Okay, of course, I'm joking. But this is an example that Like if you're a journalist, come on, army has a press center. Every brigade has a press officer, the one who is standing in front of the camera and who is explaining things. Again, that's a lot of effort. Like for instance, you're observing one vlogger who's doing a great show and like explaining a lot of geopolitical things, and he's not a bullshitter, he's not a hyper, he's explaining the things, right? But the months passes and you see him in the strategic communications of certain army facility, and yeah, they need different people, logistics, drivers, and so far and so on. That's how it works. If you're a singer, guess what? There are the brigades. Do you remember? Maybe there is a there was a there is the there is the I just did my travel to the 90s flashbacks. There was the band that called themselves the Vio, and Mr. Kovaldin. He's a specific guy. He's a black skin Ukrainian origin. I don't remember. His mother is Ukrainian. His father is not from Ukraine. But George Kovaldin, what he does actually, he's a singer. He said, I don't know how to hold the arcade. What he does, he actually he is part of the military. Being in the military service, he's in the band, and he's just driving from one unit to another and makes small concerts, being officially part of the military service, and motivate people and like making them a little bit of like mentally discharged, and so far and so on. So every type of the profession can find its corresponding job in the armed forces. You are computer geek, you like the computer games, you're like joystick is your brother. Come on, have you seen guys flying the FPVs? I mean, someone learns to be like you, and that's how it works. But getting to the point, Axel, that you've been mentioning earlier, I would bring here the probably not the best example, but one of those that came to my mind is US recruitment campaign for Vietnam, for instance, and that example for me is one of the most showing, because in my opinion, United States tried several different types, from the certain lotteries to certain other types that worked better, and the most important, that United States, since the time of bringing the troops back from Vietnam, they pushed the motivation part related to the social support, related to high high material, how to call it, compensation, right? And as a result, U.S. Army, I believe, prevails, greatly prevails other country with its combat capability, let's call it this. And what is most a part of different like lotteries and the army service become really prestige. And this is for me the greatest example of like trying several types, but staying with the one which is the most effective. And I think we should stay with those that are historically proven to be effective, and those that through the course of history have proven themselves to be, like, in the long run, not like from today to tomorrow, because Ukraine is a country we know that will win that war. It needs an effort and needs support and help, but Ukraine needs to choose that kind of the type that will work in the long run and will not shoot in the back in like 5-10 years. That's my thought on that. What do you think, Axel?
I think that you should speak more often in that format. That's what I think.
It will turn to the, how to call it? It will turn then to this 24/7 Ukrainian marathon they do on the we do in the national TV that I hate. Ukraine is winning over there. 24/7 is winning. I tell you, you better look there.
I know the Teleton. Trust me, There's someone here in our household who watches this avidly on a dedicated phone in parallel to everything else. No, how should I put this? I think it's vitally important for the world to hear more of how Ukrainians, with both humor as well as a clear understanding of the realities, appreciate what actually happens. Because what actually happens is that there is a nation of people who all have their individual interests, who nevertheless have managed to bond together to the point which nobody from the outside would have projected or given them hope that they would be able to first stop Russia, push them back, and now content to reclaim both their land, their sovereignty, and their freedom.
No, I recall back to what I've been mentioning earlier, Axel. Count how many times since 2000 the disposition of what's on the table with all of the Russian agents, assets in Ukrainian representation. How many times, if you looked at picture, your only conclusion would be Ukraine has no chance to set its civilization choice, then no chance to defend its civilization choice. But guess what? 2013, it was not a miracle. It was a society that did that. That was called revolution of dignity. We bloody do the revolution because of lack of dignity, and like those the revolution of dignity was not like 2 weeks or not even 2 months. It was from bloody 30th of November to 20th of February. It was bloody half of the year. And second thing was back in 2022 with all of this disposition around Ukraine. How many were giving Ukraine a lot of chances back to February 2022? And what happened? I mean, Ukraine been just preparing for that, and Ukraine been just doing everything what's possible.
That's the thing.
Reality.
Yeah, but see, this thing, that's what I would have called, and I think Jonathan Fink, and I've discussed this here on Silicon with him on a regular basis, as you know, suppression and the means of suppression. Many of us have brought this forward as a topic, but the means of suppression Russia has used since the days of Kuchma have been so overwhelmingly convincing to the Western audience, as much as they have been at that time to some Ukrainians, that this effect still lingers on.
And since it's a moment of silence, I wanted also to add that it was really stupid from people to think that the Cossacks, for we in Poland know what Ukraine's for, will give up so easily. So really, there was maybe a few people thinking like that, but trust me, brother, in the Eastern world, there was nobody thinking like that. At least a very few. And Axel, I wanted also to add one thing beforehand. I was listening yesterday also to the talk, and it was definitely not 90%, which you have translated to some kind of advantage, because it was kind of easy actually to follow the topics of the speaker yesterday, and at least you've been referring to what he's saying, because yes, it was possible to understand him at least from a Polish perspective to some degree. So everything fine. And Axel, what do you think? We have Carrie's hand here up for so long.
Yeah, we have Carrie, who's been patiently a hand up, and that I can see my friend M has already joined. Yehuda tried to come up, but was cycling. I've sent him an invite. I hope that works. M, good evening. And in the meantime, let's go to Carrie quick.
Good evening, Carrie.
Hiya guys, hi hi Axel and Vasilius. I've not spoken to you all for a while, so it's good to hear you. I'm really sorry, I've only just got on, and it is a very quick thing. So you may have already mentioned that Antitilla is also another band that Zaluzhny actually directly asked them to get off the front line and get around the world, spreading a message of Ukrainian culture and also raising money that way. So that's just another example of, and Wardzogo will know them, of a Ukrainian band that is doing the same thing.
Thank you very much.
Just apologize. Apologize if that was a question to me. I was just distracted for a second.
If you can give me a minute, Axel. So I was just saying, Wardzogo, that Antitilla would ask directly by Zaluzhny to go off the front line. They were working as medics.
Antitilla, okay.
Yeah,
okay,
combat medics. And they were asked directly by Zaluzhny to actually just get and tour. And I don't think you were here, Wardzogo, at the time where just over a year ago, which is why I have this picture in my profile, I went to the Antitilla gig in Brixton, which is South London. And I managed to gate crash the after show meet and greet. I didn't have an invite, but I just looked like I belonged there. And I was able to meet Taras and interview him and get a load of photographs and things. So that was great. It was really enjoyable.
Yeah, those guys are awesome. Really.
See, but that's the thing. These were chaps who had dedicated themselves, volunteered, worked already, and they were asked to bring out the message. It's a different thing than what we discussed a little earlier. And it's vital that the Ukrainian, the young men of Ukraine start to serve in larger numbers. And I think this is what we were trying to highlight. In the meantime, I have to say, welcome. And I presume that Yehuda, who just tried to come back up again and somehow couldn't connect, will be joining you for a Middle East update.
Well, he will. Good evening, everyone. Axel, Messias, Gary, Wardzogo. Nice to see you all.
Good evening, sir.
Alrighty, I will make space and we'll try to then dab at the host phone and see whether I can help Yehuda get up here.
All right.
Okay, great to see you again. I hope you had also a nice work Sylvester in any shape or form reasonable at this moment in the history. And also, if since Yehuda is still not here to join you on your panel, wanted to highlight that we talk about the casualties of the Russians beforehand, and the second tweet in the nest, which I put it in earlier, is highlighting a very interesting casualty of the Russians, who is at least according to Russian Telegram channels, Amen Asparov, a Russian colonel and head of armed services of the Russian airborne forces, went to the occupied territories to the Ukraine to raise the morale of personnel. There he stepped on a mine and he died. So yeah, I guess the morale has been elevated through the roof, as usually. But I don't think he achieved his goal. So just a little update on this one. And we had a great long discussion about Ukraine with Wardzogo, which was very refreshing and also kind of funny, actually, although it's such a hot topic. So I'm a little bit split on this one, and I would like to thank you all for being with us here. And
it was a very nice talk, and I was also surprised. We had a few kind of surprising guests, but they turned out to be at least the one which has remained not that what a lot of us have might thought he was at the beginning, and that he was also Jewish person from what I could see in his post, but yeah, it has been a nice and obviously enlightening talk and panel once again. So I don't know how. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mrs. for that. And yes, I've been following the death of Arman. He's quite the catch. Currently, leading from the front has a completely different meaning for the Russians. Good riddance, in my opinion. It's another blow to VDV. He is as far as I understand, he's the head of the armored service of the Russian airborne forces. Yep, it's quite a loss for them. He looks a little bit like Mini Shoigo in a way. Maybe that's why that would explain his utter failure, but that's a different story for a different day. But yeah, the fact that he's posing right in front of Shoigo and Shoigo is looking at him is quite ironic. But yeah, there's just some funny stuff about this war, and I hate to say that, but yeah, some people have to find the humor in all this darkness in order to survive, I guess.
Definitely true. And at the end, we all should not leave our humanity, and humanity is about to laugh, about to dance, and that's what we have, what the Ukraine and we on the different level, but for a very small level, are fighting for to prevail. That we don't fall into what I've experienced in the Russia set, where there was really, I mean, the Soviet Union occupied Poland, where there was really very little to honestly laugh about. And I'm very glad to have leave this behind, and I don't wish our fellas to make the same experience. And there was still something, but I think I should leave it at this. So, have you any news of Yehuda's state of being able to come up?
He should be joining shortly. You're more than welcome to stay until he joins the speaker panel. We will start with the update. So, good evening, everyone. It's currently 11:13 p.m. Kiev time, 21:14. The clock switched right now. UTC. Welcome to the MriyaReport. This is the Middle East update segment. We are discussing the war in Gaza after the October 7th attack on Israeli communities and kibbutzim and the ensuing military action. In today's news, we will be covering a lot of pieces of information that came out, including the discovery of a large rocket production plant in central Gaza. As the IDF was conducting clearing operations, they stumbled upon a massive ground and underground production facility that produces rockets for the Palestinian armed factions. The facility is the biggest discovered to date. The amount of production machinery and the amount of rockets that were discovered there is quite substantial. That answers a question that a lot of people have been asking over the last few weeks, whether smuggling operations have been ongoing between the Egyptian borders and the Gaza Strip, allowing for weapons and munitions and rockets to go into the Gaza Strip during the war, which was not the case. I argued that during the time of instability in the Middle East, the Palestinian factions managed to accumulate some capabilities and some weapons and munitions stocks that they are now depleting in this conflict. And Israel is also capturing a lot of it and destroying a lot of it. So this production facility today, we can definitely look at the type of machinery and the type of rockets they have been producing. And I believe that in response to that, there was a strike against Tel Aviv today, a rocket launch against Tel Aviv. The source hasn't been disclosed publicly yet. A lot of speculation, but it seems that the sources of the fires or the rockets launched was the Rafah city. There is a Palestinian Rafah and there's an Egyptian Rafah. So the Palestinian Rafah is east to the borders from Egypt, and most probably that was the source of those rockets launched against Tel Aviv. As far as I understand, none of them hit any targets. They were all intercepted. It was a rather large salvo of missiles, but it didn't render any damages or any casualties, thankfully. Those weapons, those rockets are being produced or were being produced by guidance of Iran. As we all know, Iran has been supplying Russia with weapons to attack Ukrainians, and mainly the Shahid drones that the Russians use in saturation attacks, trying to overwhelm Ukrainian air defenses and trying to deplete Ukrainian interceptor stocks. So it's another dot on the map for the hostilities and the violence that Iran helps spread throughout the world. We have the Shaheeds and other munitions that they are exporting to Russia. And now we have proof that they have been supporting the production of rockets in the Gaza Strip. And Yehuda has just joined us. So, Masilis, you feel free to step down.
Thank you, and have a nice panel. See you, guys.
I'm just getting situated. Thanks, Sam. I'll leave it to you for now. I'm going to get in the co-host off.
Copy that. So yeah, as I was saying, that specific production facility is concrete proof that the Iranians were supplying the Palestinian factions with the necessary tech supervision in order to produce those rockets, in order to threaten Israeli territories and Israeli cities and Israeli civilians. Let's not forget that every single one of those rockets is considered a war crime on its own. The Palestinian factions are firing those rockets without any guidance whatsoever towards Israeli cities, population centers, basically, with the aim to destroy facilities, destroy buildings, and kill people. Thankfully, the Israeli air defense capabilities are more than capable of stopping those rockets. However, that doesn't take away from the fact that when launched, they are launched indiscriminately against civilian population centers. So every single rocket of them is a war crime on its own. Let's go to Sinelg first before we continue.
Hi, I'm hoping you can help me in my small effort to combat the misinformation here in New Zealand. I have a friend who is a journalist, and she says she's heard that a lot of journalists in Gaza are being killed. I haven't heard anything about that. I didn't even know there were Western journalists in Gaza. Could you help me with that? Thank you.
I don't have a full breakdown of the nationalities of the journalists who died since the beginning of this crisis. The number of journalists who died is significant, in my opinion. It is increasing. Some of them are embedded with Hamas, some of them even, in my opinion, I don't know. It's not pure speculation, but it's probably a possibility that some of them work as fire correction spotters for Hamas. And some of them are embedded, and some of them get killed in collateral damage due to airstrikes. But yes, there are a lot of journalists dying in Gaza.
I'll jump in if you want when you're done.
Yeah, go ahead, please, Johan.
Yes, so many of the journalists, well, at least 7 have been identified as strangely Hamas terrorists themselves, meaning in many cases, there's documentary evidence that shows so-called journalists riding motorcycles, holding grenades and weapons, and smiling and taking photos. Not what we would call your conventional journalist, and they've been killed. Also, many of the journalists are locals who work for foreign agencies or sometimes independent journalists. There has been no proof or evidence provided that Israel is targeting journalists. There's the big difference. The only thing that's tied into is an American Palestinian journalist who was killed a year ago in a firefight with Hamas. The Israelis say it was an accident. Some people have tried to say it was a targeted killing. Doesn't really help Israel to kill journalists, right? It's a lot worse than not killing a journalist if they really hated them. But there's I would call it even a blood libel that Israel's trying to kill journalists. There's not one shred of evidence has been proffered that Israel's targeting journalists. Journalists have been killed in the bombardments of children, and so obviously that's not what Israel wants. But they have to eradicate Hamas in their view, and they have to make sure that Hamas can't reconstitute. They also want to get their hostages back too. So a lot of moving parts, but they claim that Israel's targeting, so we need to carve it up. Have journalists been killed? Yes. Is there a big question mark on a lot of the journalists who've been killed? I don't know. I know there's no question mark on at least 7 who have been identified. And apparently there are more identified as Hamas operatives, aka Hamas terrorists, who moonlight as either terrorists or moonlight as journalists. And even those weren't probably targeted. They were probably killed in airstrikes against Hamas targets. It is something that's coming up, and it's definitely not something that Israel, from their public affairs office of their military, or even from a PR standpoint, don't benefit from. So if it happens, it's most likely happening because there's a terrorist nearby, or several of them. And again, just from the first day alone, 7 so-called journalists have been identified. In fact, one of them was so prominent they have him in pictures with Sinwar, which is remarkable because the man, to get that close to him for a selfie, is you're not just every average Joe. So don't have more than that. But conversely, there's no one else that's saying that we have evidence that Israeli forces have targeted. I doubt the evidence exists, to be honest with you. I think that'll play out, and I can guarantee it. Probably every single targeting acquisition situation is being recorded in a control room. Israelis have nothing to hide. They've demonstrated their openness by releasing thousands of video and audio tapes of them aborting missions because of the obvious risk to civilians nearby. They can't see everything from the air, so they don't know everyone who's where they are. They don't know that, but they're very eager to say, look, we do our best. But who could do better? Hamas, because they're the ones hanging around children, women, and journalists. So it's the same story, same situation. And I don't think we're going to really know until this is over, just the extent of the damage and who was killed and who wasn't. And same thing went with doctors. Remember, we were being told the Israelis are sniping doctors in hospitals. It's a ridiculous claim. But ironically, since Israel has taken over Al Shifa and has all of the records, they've identified dozens and dozens of medical professionals, that's doctors, nurses, hospital administrators, who were actual Hamas terrorists, meaning they have their personnel files, they have their secondary jobs, what they were supposed to do. And so this is conjecture on my part, but I would argue that it could very well be that a doctor is killed in him being a terrorist and fighting Israelis, getting killed, and then being reported a doctor was killed in the hospital. Why, you ask? Because that is Hamas's currency. Dead children, dead doctors. We were led to believe that a famous Gazan poet was targeted, because that's what Israeli precision-guided ammunition does. It actually can find a poet. Who's a wordsmith? Let's kill it, right? Let's kill him. It's ridiculous. It's a blood libel of sorts. I would actually go as far as saying it's a blood libel. If you want to say Israel's precision-guided or Israel's risk assessments and their rules of engagement are too lax in that too many civilians are being killed, that's an argument you can make. But when you go above and beyond the realm of reason and say Israel's like purposely targeting poets and doctors and babies, it makes no sense. Obviously, they want to kill as many senior Hamas leadership as possible. I think sometimes the simplest answer is the right answer. Hope that helps answer your question, Sanal.
Thank you.
We have just been joined by Eric, and I started talking about the rocket production plant that was uncovered in the Gaza Strip today. It was a huge one. Eric, can you tell us any more about that?
Yeah, from what I've read, the weapons factory, first of all, this weapons factory was discovered underground. It was also discovered near the evacuation route of that was designated for humanitarian corridor from the north to the south in central Gaza. One of the things I read again, I'm waiting to see if it's completely confirmed, was that some of the arms that were the rockets that were discovered in this arms factory had a potential range of upwards of 1,000 kilometers, which is significant. We're talking, possibly, the highest range that we've seen coming out of Gaza. This comes in part, by the way, with recent reports that the IDF discovered that Hamas was trying to build precision-guided munitions with the help of Iranian, the IRGC instructions or some kind of support in that regard. So what the find demonstrates is twofold. One, you have an arms factory discovered underground, right, near a civilian area. It was discovered in a residential area near a civilian humanitarian corridor. That's number one. Number two, any of these, any notion that Hamas wasn't engaging in these kinds of war crimes is absurd. So it's a significant find by the IDF, and one that demonstrates pretty much what the intelligence has backed up since the beginning of the war. I think there's going to be a lot more that's going to come out, a lot more details, a lot more photos, a lot more information that the IDF I think is going to be willing to share, and it will tell a very important story about the nature of this enemy.
That's 100% true.
Yeah, no. We're hearing reports from Gaza that what the Israelis actually discovered was an underground HVAC assembly factory for heating and ventilation. Eric, any comment on that?
HVAC?
Yeah.
That's it. They didn't find anything else, Yehuda?
Yeah, I just made that up, Eric. It was a bit of a joke.
No, I know. That's
Okay,
I was playing into it. No, you're right. I mean,
you're not
listen,
supposed to play.
Yehuda, it's a joke, but while it sounds absurd to you and I, there are many on this platform that will propagate the antithesis, won't they? Right? The falsity, the false narrative. People who were demanding to see Cobra's headquarters underneath Shifa, when in fact we know that, as you said, what was actually going on there, and it's proven. It's been proven. So it's going.
Well,
what was that?
Not just that, Eric. The truth is, what the Israelis discovered was, yes, they found, the Hamas terrorists there did try to clean up their command center for obvious reasons, but also for the PR reasons, because they wanted to make the Israelis look bad. But there's certain things you couldn't cover up, and that is the kilometers of ductwork and wiring required for the Cat5 drops, right? All the line run throughout it. Why would they have those if it wasn't a command center? And what we saw, which has not been talked about, is that a lot of that underground command structure, Eric, was above ground, actually in the hospital, hiding in plain sight. Right. So, we see that more and more. Why do you think the Al Shifa hospital director versus other hospital directors is in jail? Because he was working with them. Why are UNRWA members and International Red Cross fellas and ladies in jail? Because guess what? You got to pay people when you're a terrorist group, and you gotta have receipts, hours worked, salaries paid. A lot's coming out. A lot is coming out. This whole, Hamas just working under the radar, not telling anybody. They had a huge network underground, and I'd argue that they had a very huge network above ground with similar-minded people who thought that they could take advantage of international organizations and the protections afforded to them in order to attack Israel. And with this precision-guided munition factory or whatever it was, we're still waiting for those people who said there are no tunnels, there's no command, there's no rockets, this is all nonsense, the glorious resistance is yada yada yada. It just wasn't true. And this is very much, again, going back to the Kremlin, this is all out of the Russian playbook: obfuscate, deflect, deny, project, and hope the world has attention span of a pickle, which they're right. Unfortunately, most people don't care to read too far into it. But remember, you, Eric, a bunch of people have been in dozens of spaces for months now. Now, what have the naysayers said? Hamas is not doing anything. They're not under rock. Like, I mean, I don't know where they think the rockets come from that land in Israel, but thin air. But they never, ever wanted to admit it. And they called us conspiracy theorists and liars, and this is the Zio shill propaganda network, because we just said, look, like Hamas, it's not even a secret to intelligence or governments around the world. They all know it, right? And the last people that seem to know it are the mainstream media, apparently. Apparently, some of them within the mainstream media keep saying, the Jeremy Bowens of the BBC and people at, Mehdi Hassan. What? Just give them a chance. It's their only terror tunnel. Don't destroy it. Very weird stuff, Em?
Yeah, absolutely. So since the beginning of this crisis, the approach was very simple. No, there are no rockets. The resistance will fire rockets against Israel, and one day they will overwhelm air defenses. There will be rockets coming from Gaza, rockets coming from Lebanon, and rockets coming from Iran, and Israel will be destroyed. Then, oh no, the resistance rockets are not really rockets. They're just fireworks. The Israelis shoot them down anyway. Like, no one is producing anything. Iran is not helping Palestinian factions. They are not doing technology transfer. This is not being produced under their supervision. They haven't helped anything. This is just the resistance working its magic. Nothing consistent, right? It's all lies. It's all lies. It doesn't exist, or we will fire and destroy you, or what we're firing is nothing. It's just firecrackers, and the Israelis shoot it down anyway. Israel spent millions and billions of dollars to develop air defense capabilities and develop air defense systems. And those interceptors come at a price. And every successful interception, yes, saves lives and saves properties, but also it incurs costs that the Israeli economy has to shoulder because they are spending money on protecting their people. So with everyone who has been quote unquote advocating for the Palestinians, they haven't been advocating for Palestinians. They have been providing a political cover for terrorism. Period. That's it. It's a form of digital terrorism, in my opinion. They are engaging in maximalist talking points. They are supporting and cheering on terrorism and killing innocent civilians. And they are absolutely lying. And we've been dealing with this for months now.
How do we keep fighting
Great
it?
point, Sam. Great point, Sam. I will say this, but Israel doesn't have a bunch of nations standing behind it, like say Ukraine. That's the problem as well. So Ukraine is aided by the fact that Eastern Europe was dominated by the Soviets, right? You only have to look as far as Poland and looking, not historically having the greatest time with one another, but all things aside, have said no. Those are our brothers. They're being attacked. We know what Soviet domination's like. We know the game. So the rhetoric that the Russians use in Eastern Europe doesn't work, right? It falls on deaf ears, unfortunately. And throughout the world, I think that the world has done a good job about raising, the issue of Ukraine. But unfortunately, because of probably ancient and modern anti-Semitism and bigotry, not everyone sees it in the same light. So people are quick to accuse Israel of a heavy hand, right? Well, they have the ability to stop all of these war crimes. The war crimes are the missiles. As M said, every single, people chastise Israel that a munition goes wrong or doesn't blow up where it should. I'm not sure that always happens, or it happens, but it's not common. But yet they don't realize that every single rocket that Hamas fires is a war crime attempt, and Israel shoots it down. So Israel's chastised for defending itself is, in its own territory. It's chastised for defending itself not in its own territory. And that's why I think some Israelis have a very much, well, screw you attitude. Like, you're going to attack us no matter what we do. We might as well just defend ourselves and make sure less of our people die. And that's super important to recognize. People actually consider it a negative that Israel defends itself effectively, right? Israel's criticized for effectively shooting down rockets and say, "Wow, they're just silly rockets. We hear it all the time. What are you complaining for? You know, they're just stupid homemade rockets. You know, they're like firecrackers. Oh, they might burn someone's hand." No, they have payloads and they're meant to destroy buildings and they're meant to kill people and terrorize an entire nation. So we have to keep talking about it. Like the same thing would happen with the Russians bombing civilian. I don't know. I get sick of reading Russian Telegram and Russian news. Every time they bomb Ukrainian civilians, they'll say, "Ah, military target attack." Yeah, the Gap in Kharkiv is a real big military target. Maybe wearing clothes from the Gap now might be a war crime, but it's not the same as being a military target. Let's go back to UM.
On this specific note, and I'm glad that you brought it up, Yehuda, missile defense is actually quite complicated. You have target acquisition and tracking radars, you have firing radars, and you have the interceptor. It's a system that needs to work
Three main
perfect.
parts, three main
Yeah,
components.
yeah, it's a system that needs to work perfectly well in order to intercept incoming threats. So, for instance, the same people who made the claims we have just discussed, if they see a video for one interceptor, let's say, failing, and it happens, they keep on cheering on that, saying, "Oh, look, the Iron Dome multi-million-dollar system is failing." Failing. What are you talking about? At that rate of firing rockets and at that rate of interception, if you get one failed interceptor, that's absolutely nothing. It adds to their lives. Again, it's like at this rate of firing, this rate of interception, this rate of consistency, and you get one or two failed interceptors. It actually happens. It is within the realm of science. That's why you have tolerance values, plus or minus this or that. And the same people who say, "No, there are no rockets. Oh, the rockets are nothing. Oh, the rockets will be enough to overwhelm defenses and destroy Israel," are the same people who say, "Oh, look at that one failed interceptor. Israel is losing. Israel is about to be destroyed." It's just all a bunch of lies. It's just one vector of lying, traveling in the same direction and oscillating up and down according to what's being discussed on a daily basis. Nothing more, nothing less.
100%. Let's go to Marcus and Fusilier.
Hi, I just wanted to ask Eric if he could speak to the toll these rockets are having on these civilians. I don't hear a lot about it, other than the fact that Israel shoots them down. But I mean, flaming debris is still not great for your house. And I just hope you
No, it
illuminate
isn't. No, it is not, Marcus. It's a great question. What I can speak to is that, first of all, as Yehuda and I were talking about, the rockets that Hamas has been firing on Israel consistently for the last decade plus. Mind you, this has been happening for well over a decade. And particularly a case study of kids in Sderot, which is one of the towns next to Gaza that was massacred on October 7th. But for well before that, the trauma of these rocket sirens on these kids growing up, wetting their bed. I mean, put aside the damage one of these rockets can do if it directly hits your home or hits the street near you and things of that nature. But the trauma of the sirens, of the red alert sirens on a day-to-day or hour-to-hour, minute-to-minute basis is something that is incomprehensible for a young child to experience that trauma over and over and over again. And it's worth noting that Hamas has consistently over the decade plus enhanced their rockets, right? We were talking about how the discovery of potential precision guided munitions, which is something extremely concerning, that they would have had that capability or that they could target, Tel Aviv in some instances. But on the antithesis, the opposite side, by the way, Marcus, is that a large percentage of Hamas and Islamic Jihad rockets out of Gaza land in Gaza. They kill their own people. We saw this with the Al-Ahli hospital situation that they've been launching rockets for decades. You can Google it. Hamas rocket lands in Gaza, right, and kills their own people. Or the very interesting case studies where they proclaim their faith and their preservation and they're wanting to safeguard Al-Aqsa, and yet they fire rockets at Jerusalem, or they fire rockets and one lands lands in the West Bank, in Judah, Yehuda v'Shomron, and Judah and Samaria. And
Well,
they
let me make it make sense. Let me jump in there, Eric. Let me
go
tell
ahead,
you what would
go ahead,
happen.
Yehuda.
Yeah, let me tell you what would happen if one of their missiles aimed at Jerusalem hit the target. Let's say it hit the golden, the Mosque of Omar, or the what do you call it in English?
The Dome of the Rock.
Dome of the Rock.
Dome of the Rock.
If it hit, imagine it hit it. You know what it would be spun by? Israeli forces blow up mosques. Right? It's because someone might be listening to you and go, "That's crazy. They love the mosque. Why would they destroy it?" Because they don't care, right? They don't care about human life. They don't care about a pretty mosque, right? They don't care. So the funny thing is, if you say, "Well, that sounds a little," I don't know, Eric. It seems like you're pushing it. No. They could hit it and then just blame Israel for doing it. Look what they did. Look what they did. And this is how the Middle East operates. It doesn't have to make sense. It just has to blow up. It has to make something blow up. Thanks, Eric. I hope that answered Marcus's question. I know if you
Yeah,
had
thank
his
you very
hand up.
much, guys.
Yeah, I mean,
You're
Marcus, though, just to put a pin in it, there is trauma and there's damage well beyond the kinetic, and that needs to be understood. You can't have a life where you're running to the shelter or you exist in a shelter every 5 minutes, and that's why most of the civilian, I mean, it's not just a war, it's a war zone down there, but they can't live down there. And even if they tried right now, they've been living under this duress for over a decade.
17
There
years.
is a purpose to this war.
Yep. Let's grab Fusilier's hand and we'll circle back. Fusilier.
Yeah, morning everybody. Hope everybody's well. Yeah, just two comments on the air defence thing. I agree. Em gave a excellent description. Em, you should start teaching in staff college, because I can tell you the air defenders bang on for days talking about how difficult air defence is, and you did it in about 2.5 minutes. So congratulations. I'd make 2 points about air defence specifically in this regard. The first is it's not, some of the complexity, or a large degree of the complexity, is not just around the technology, which is incredibly complex. It's about the need to control the airspace that you are operating air defence in. It's not very often I compliment anybody who wears light blue, given that they spend their careers tooling around in converted airliners, eating sandwiches and drinking coffee. But the control of airspace is incredibly complex. To control ground, it's a sort of two-dimensional thing. Controlling airspace is three-dimensional, and it's incredibly easy to get wrong, as our friends in Iran discovered when they shot down an airliner because their air defenders panicked and thought that a Boeing 737 operated by Ukraine was actually an incoming Israeli airstrike or an incoming Israeli cruise missile. But the control of airspace is absolutely critical if you're going to operate an anti-missile defense system, given the time that you've got to make decisions, the speed at which those things happen. The other point I'd make is there is a really, really efficient, 100% successful anti-missile defense, and that's called the infantryman. If you put the infantryman on the ground the enemy uses to launch his missiles, he can't launch his fucking missiles. So the most effective way of stopping missiles is to go over there and occupy the country that the fuckers are firing them from. And that applies to both southern Lebanon and Gaza. Eric, I think you make a really good point. It's been really coming home to me recently, the psychological impact of all of this on Israelis, particularly, on the Jewish community worldwide, more generally, and in fact on everybody. But I think it's sometimes, if you don't mind me, it's a long time since I've lived in Israel, and it's actually, I realised, more than 2 decades since I've been there. But the one thing that has always struck me about Israelis and about Jews in general, actually worldwide, is people forget that we're the ones who survived, or we're the children of the ones who survived. As Yehuda knows, I above my mother, which is an interesting experience, I can tell you. And she's a Holocaust survivor. We are all, those of us that are breathing are either the children of or survivors of, one of the worst crimes in history, or if not the worst crime in history. And that tends to sort the wheat from the chaff. And I think what was really interesting, when I woke up this morning, I sadly saw that the star of my very favourite TV show, Fauda, or one of the stars, the chap who plays Saggy, has been injured and is in hospital. And I sort of turned to my wife and said, it just goes to show that literally every element of Israeli society, here, the creative sort of trend wizard type community, pro-Palestinian.
Do we lose for a second?
Sorry, no, I just had a phone call coming. But in Israel, every element of society is committed to completing this mission, and I think that was made pretty obvious by the fact that here is a star of stage and screen, and a musician of some merit, who isn't 30 kilometers by the front line, playing concerts for the troops, but is actually engaging in direct close combat on the front lines. And it's a reminder to us all of what Israel is experiencing at the moment. Those are my points, Yehuda. That's it.
And to add to this, a second order effect of those rockets, Marcus, is that many Israeli civilians are displaced right now. They are internally displaced. So Hamas is firing rockets and Hezbollah is firing rockets as well. So you have northern communities evacuated and you have the Gaza envelope communities evacuated as well. So that's also a second order effect of those rockets, that you have to evacuate hundreds of thousands of civilians and relocate them to other cities and communities around the country, which adds to the overall burden of this conflict and the overall impact on civilians and their lives being disrupted. So not only did they lose loved ones, and not only did they send their sons and daughters to war, but also they have to be relocated internally and they have to live their lives as if nothing is going on under war and stand strong and to continue to work towards defending their country and ending this conflict. So it's not just the rockets being fired that are being intercepted anyway. It's terrorism and it's war crimes, and it's absolutely abhorring that no one is talking about those rockets and no one is talking about the fact that Hamas is shelling civilian population centers. It's ironic that some people are comparing the armed Palestinian factions to the Ukrainians, for instance, saying that, oh, well, the Ukrainians are being given all the weapons they need to defend themselves against Russia. Why don't you do the same for the Palestinians? Well, the Palestinians are firing against civilian population centers, which is exactly what the Russians have been doing in Ukraine for 2 years now. Thankfully, Israel, like Yehuda said, despite not having any support from neighboring countries, they've developed their own air defense systems. They spend a lot of money on R&D. And on production and on training and on accumulating enough stocks to withstand overwhelming and saturation attacks. And they're fighting this on their own. And the whole world is coming down on them for no reason other than that they're being Jews or that they are Jews. It's disgusting in my opinion.
I 100% agree.
In other news today, or on the heel of this discussion, since we started talking about the missile production plant that was uncovered. So, Eric, today we saw a rocket attack or a rocket launch against Tel Aviv, and apparently it came from Rafah, the Palestinian Rafah city. In my opinion, I think that they fired today just to prove a point that they still have those capabilities and that they still have more stocks. How do you see the attack against Tel Aviv today?
The same. If you look at the charts, and I forget who puts out these wonderful charts about the rocket attacks from Gaza since the onset of the war, you'll see the bar chart go dramatically down since the beginning, right? That's because they don't have stock anymore. They're not firing every single day. Heck, I don't know if they're firing every other day. But the last time we had a barrage was on New Year's Eve. So they've waited a week, more or less. They're running out of time, and they're running out of stores, and they're running out of arms. And they fired from Rafah because it's one of the only last bastions that they can potentially fire from, other than the humanitarian areas, by the way, the areas that Israel has designated as quote unquote safe because they won't target it because it's supposed to be designated for civilians. And yet we've seen rockets being fired from those locations. So I agree with your assessment, Em, wholeheartedly. They're running out of rockets, they're running out of arms, they're running out of time.
Another point here is that they are destabilizing the Egyptian borders in a way. So, in my opinion, the only faction right now that is working towards a mass evacuation event is Hamas itself. It is not the government of Israel, it's not the IDF, it's not the United States government, it's not the Egyptian government, it's not anyone else except Hamas and the other Palestinian factions. First, they tried to disrupt the flow of aid into the strip by attacking drivers and commandeering their vehicles, forcing the drivers to detach their cabs from their trailers and leaving the aid supplies behind, and then commandeering those vehicles and taking those aid materials away from the Palestinians, away from the civilians, and not distributing aid, to the extent that they came out and said that the aid supplies being provided to the Gaza Strip go to resistance fighters first, not the civilians. And now they are firing out of a city that is very close to the Egyptian borders. And they're doing so because they expect the IDF to respond to the sources of those fires, which probably came out of a very densely populated area in the Rafah city, the Palestinian Rafah, and also it's quite close to the Egyptian borders. So they want news to appear. They want headlines to break and say, "Oh, Israel is striking across or nearby the Egyptian borders, and the Egyptians aren't doing anything." So they also want to inflame public opinion in Arab countries to further destabilize those Arab countries, which is consistent with what Yehuda said yesterday about the plans discovered for the destabilization of nearby Arab countries. They call the countries close to the Gaza Strip and the West Bank and Israel, Dol al-Tawq, or the countries of the envelope, or the countries of the perimeter, Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, and more recently Iraq as well. So it's part of their plan to, again, because that's what they do. They attack in order to provoke a response, and then they take that response and try to spin it in a way to inflame public opinion, to degrade the support for the state of Israel and its right to defend itself, and to destabilize Arab countries in the process. So that's my opinion there. Another issue that came out today, or another piece of information that the quote unquote the military media of Hamas released, is a video of female IDF captured soldiers, obviously beaten and bleeding, which is again nothing brave, nothing Islamic, nothing resistance about it. Eric, is there anything you can tell us about the reception of this video and its release today?
My understanding then is that this video was from early on. Like we're talking about possibly right after October 7th, mid-October, maybe a little after that. I'm not certain about the authenticity in terms of the date. I don't think it's recent, is my opinion based off of what I've seen. But of course, the reception of something like this is very difficult. Even seeing something that's new, we're talking about people's loved ones. Were they soldiers? I forget if they were in uniform or not. If they were some of the women that were serving along the border. But either way, we're talking about people's daughters, sisters. We're talking about human beings that, under the laws of war, if they're prisoners, if they were in uniform, they're considered prisoners of war. They should be treated as such. They should be allowed to be visited by the the International Red Cross, which has not happened. They need to be treated accordingly, and clearly they're not. So it's very difficult to say.
Yeah, I agree with that. That video wasn't taken recently. That video was probably taken closer to October 7th. And to publish it now, in my opinion, it means that they are desperate. So they know that the IDF is operating in the Gaza Strip. They know the IDF has established operational control over the northern sector of the Gaza Strip. They know that the next phase means taking on central Gaza and taking on Khan Yunis and taking on the southern sector of the Gaza Strip. And now we saw the discovery of this production plant, followed by this rocket barrage and the release of this video. So they are trying to prove that they are still in the fight, and they are trying to manipulate the Israeli public and engage in psyops by releasing such a video to provoke a response on the Israeli street, because they know that the hostages issue is very much a hot topic, and that there is a movement, a political movement inside Israel that is pressuring the government to do everything it can to work on releasing those hostages, coupled with, again, this is my analysis, my opinion, coupled with the statement that was made by the Qatari foreign minister when he said that the targeted killing of Saleh al-Aruri will make the negotiations for releasing the hostages more difficult. I think all this is part of their game to apply political pressure on the current government in Israel in order to force them to either accept a ceasefire or even withdraw from the Gaza Strip so that they can go back to their people and spin it as a victory for the resistance, quote unquote, of course. Back to you, Yehuda. What do you think of that?
Sorry, I was away from the mic. No, fully agree. I mean, that's where we're going with this. And I guess, you know what, we're hearing more and more from a greater number of people that they're getting tired of the resistance, right? This quote unquote, this idea that somehow it's this glorious, noble cause, when in fact it's just a terrorist cause firing rockets at civilians. Thank you.
Yeah, like I said, if we examine the actions of Hamas since its inception, it has nothing but brought death and destruction on the Palestinian people. It has nothing but derailed the peace process. It has nothing but impacted the livelihood and the quality of life for Palestinians. Even when they tried to negotiate, let's say, work permits for Palestinians to work in Israeli cities and Israeli communities, they use that to spy on those communities to build a picture, to understand more about the life in the kibbutzim, to know more about the families and their households and what they how they organize their defense, where they store their weapons, the armories within the kibbutzim, and we saw that in the plans and the maps that were confiscated by the IDF troops responding to the attack on October 7th. I believe also that another element here to discuss is that the IDF probably, most certainly, revealed a large amount of intelligence by confiscating hard drives, computers, documents that complemented their intelligence picture on Hamas and its operations in the Gaza Strip. So there's that as well. Eric, if you'd like to comment on this, please go ahead.
Yeah, so it's absolutely true. I mean, the fact is, this was an intelligence-driven operation from the start, and it's going to continue to be an intelligence-driven operation because everything that's been done, yes, you have the ground operations, yes, you have the incursions, yes, you have the raids, you have the taking over of territory and the taking over of locations, strategic locations like Shifa, but each and every one of these places has probably a treasure trove of intelligence, and that takes time to process, but I am confident that it's being processed quickly so that it can hopefully inform the further stages of this war, and hopefully bring a swift end to it as well. Not to mention locating, the other objective of this war is not only destroying Hamas, but getting our hostages back. So yes, I agree.
All right, let's go to Zeno.
Hi, great analysis, guys. I have a question. Sorry to digress a little bit. Would you consider the assassination of the Hezbollah commander today a target for opportunity or a new strategy going forward? Thanks.
Honestly, myself, I wouldn't know. I would say that someone is trying to send a message. They are trying to tell Hezbollah that they will basically target their commanders and take out their elite Radwan forces. I think the commander was appointed recently. So if the commander was appointed recently and he was taken out in a very surgical strike, that means that they know exactly what's happening there, and they're sending Hezbollah a very clear message that they will continue to operate against the threat on the northern borders. Honestly, as well, if you consider Hassan Nasrallah's speeches over the last couple of days and his threats and his red line that we will respond to any assassination happening on Lebanese territories. Well, there was Saleh al-Aruri first. Well, they didn't do anything, or they didn't do much, maybe because he's a member of Hamas and not a member of Hezbollah. But now they took out one of their commanders of an elite unit. So it could be a strategy change, but I simply don't know. Maybe Eric can comment on this since he worked in that area and he has more expertise on that.
Happy to, Tawai's assassination today should be looked at in the context of Israel escalating its messaging regarding pushing Hezbollah north of the Litani River. That has been Israel's goal since the onset of this conflict, in line with its policies that we will never again allow a threat along our border that can conduct an attack similar to October 7th ever again. So, target of opportunity, maybe, but something tells me the IDF may have had this individual's number for a while and decided that this was the next stage of the message that they wanted to send. It is an escalation. It will be important to see how Hezbollah responds to this. But again, I look at this as another chink in the armor taken out. Because he was a significant commander of the Red One forces. And if significant commanders, senior commanders of Red One forces start dropping, then it will be hazardous to their profession to stay in southern Lebanon. Lest we forget that he was very close to Nasrallah, to the IRGC, to what's his name, Soleimani.
Qasem Soleimani himself.
Yeah, Qasem Soleimani. So again, this is in line with Israel's stated policy of going after the threats that exist in the here and now, in real time. And so it could have been a target of opportunity. Maybe he was driving around, Israel got a beat on exactly where he was and said, okay, this is what we're going to do. But something like this getting cleared means that there was a thorough decision-making process in advance.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for that. In other news today, we have Secretary Blinken's visit. So Secretary Blinken has been in the region. He has been visiting countries trying to build consensus on the future of the conflict, if we can call it that, and trying to make sure that the situation doesn't escalate further and the region doesn't descend into a full-on confrontation. It will be interesting to see the statements coming out of the State Department after the conclusion of his visit to Israel. Nothing much came out of his visit to the United Arab Emirates, in my opinion. There was just a couple of statements made. We're working together to de-escalate and working together to de-risk the region, but nothing more than that. What's your take on Secretary Blinken's visit, Eric? What do you expect to come out of it?
1 second, I've got a phone call. Sorry.
Copy. Welcome, Peter. You've just joined us. If you have anything to say, please go ahead.
Not really. I have no idea about Blinken's visit. I imagine he'll try and put pressure on the Israelis to go for a ceasefire or to reduce the offensive action. And I would guess he's not going to be wildly successful with that because the Israelis need to do what they need to do, and that's complete the job and get rid of Hamas. I'm here for my slot to take over, but carry on as long as you like. I'm due to relieve you now, but no problem if you want to carry on with the.
No, it's in an hour from now.
Oh, it's an hour. Okay, right. That's fine. That's okay.
Yeah, thanks. All right, no worries. So listen, I'll jump in about Blinken. Obviously things are, it's probably a good message. You're seeing him with MBS in his winter tent, very casual. I think the messaging is we're on board, we're friends. The Saudis know what the Americans want. The Americans know what they think the Israelis should do, how to see, what to do at the end of this conflict, right? So I think it's definitely all the good feels all around. That's the messaging. If you looked, at the very austere conditions of the quote unquote winter palace, very with oil lamps and who knows, 1890s chic caftans on the ground for everyone to be comfortable. I think that's not by accident, rather it's by design to show a homeliness between them and the connection. What do you think, Eric?
Yeah, so now I can comment. I think exactly. I agree wholeheartedly with the assessment. I think Blinken's trip is very interesting. Yes, and what I would say is look to see where he's been traveling to, where he's coming from and going to. He's making the rounds, right? And it's to show that sort of that warmth of the connection of the relationship between the two countries, and also the presence and the importance of the United States interests in the region. In terms of the future, it'll be interesting to see. Again, the comments coming out of the White House recently, and sort of the support or not support, the debate going on. I think what we're seeing is the White House trying to maintain its relationships and its allies in the region and give those hugs and feels as we talked about. But at the same time, we can't forget that President Biden is also candidate Biden for 2024. So there's an element of navigating foreign policy in a way that will hopefully not affect the domestic policy too much. But again, in terms of what the Saudis are going to do, planning on doing, or how is the region going to look post October 7th moving forward? I think it's an interesting conversation to have, and we'll see what the future of the Abraham Accords and the region more broadly has, and whether the Saudis will get back on track with Israel for normalization efforts as well. So that's what I'll.
I know it sounds silly or petty of me to poke at a picture, but pictures say 1,000 words, or maybe 950. Who knows? Jury's out. But Eric, the pictures that I was referring to was in the tent. He's wearing a cardigan over his thobe, over his traditional dress, very low key. So I think the message was, we're not just allies, but we're friends. I'm letting you see me not in my $1 billion palace, but in the tent that I always hang out in the winter when no one's looking. That's probably not true. But anyways, it's still the thought that counts, I think. And it's that it's very interesting. I mean, not a high tech thing in there. Maybe a sign of humility, how humble he is, and we're going to work with the Americans. And you're right, the game plan isn't set in stone, but we're here for the long run. And Saudi is a trusted partner to help. That's the vibe I got. Maybe I'm reading into it too much. What do you think?
No, you're right. What I'm hearing is that Secretary Blinken will argue for the return of civilians to the north, to the northern sector of the Gaza Strip, but the Israeli government will negotiate, or not negotiate. The Israeli government will inform him that the civilians cannot return to the north until more hostages are released. So, in my opinion, I think the Israeli government is going to take the initiative here and use that as a card to secure the release of more hostages. If Hamas or PIJ or even the United States government wants Palestinian civilians, Gazans, to return to their homes in the northern sector of the Gaza Strip, Hamas has got to give something, and that's the return of the hostages, the minimum, right?
I hear you, but I just feel that the hostage situation is not a good one. I have horrible feelings about it, and I feel that Sinwar is using remaining chunk of them as personal human shields. Right? It's pretty sad, but I mean, where else will they go? Where will they go in the northern Gaza Strip? Israelis are still not done clearing operations. They've not really fully secured the north. There might be more of a hindrance or otherwise. I don't know.
I don't believe it's a sane request to make. I don't understand anyone who requests the return of civilians to the north right now, given the situation there. I believe that the IDF has established a measure of operational control, but they are still conducting clearing operations, and they're still discovering more tunnel shafts. They are still discovering more tunnel systems. They're still collecting intelligence, probably, and they are still fighting pockets of resistance, smaller ones, in the north. But it doesn't make any sense. If anything, that will create a situation where the IDF troops might encounter some problematic situations, so that could add fuel to the fire of disinformation.
Agreed.
And so there's that.
Also, yeah, we've also been notified by some of our great listeners that they're some naughty people saying horrible things about us. We don't care. We don't care. We appreciate you telling us, but it doesn't. And we just want to let you know that it's water off our back. It's no skin off our nose. It's really, we've been accused of being. I have literally worked for more foreign intelligence agencies in the last 3 months than ever there was. I think, I'm afraid, we're all spies for this country and that country and blah 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 blah. It's simple. People who care, people who want to see a difference, a change in the world, they speak out and they speak up. And this is a personal volunteer time. It takes time out of our lives. And we're going to keep doing it because there's a lot of disinformation by a lot of supremely unqualified people. I mean, gosh, people with no background in national security, military, politics, anything are the loudest voices on Twitter, as I've heard, and they opine on absolutely every point. It is remarkable, And what's scary is people are maybe well intentioned. They're gullible, like as in I've been gullible. I've been tricked and duped by people who told me stories about themselves. But I never listened to the things they said when they went into crazy territory. But people sometimes fall for it. So remember, disinformation is a very insidious thing. There was a very intelligent, super intelligent person who'd heard a claim about Jewish billionaires controlling the world. Obviously, he didn't believe that. But one out of a couple of the names that were mentioned by someone in error, in good faith, because he'd heard it from someone else, was that along with George Soros, that Jeff Bezos and Warren Buffett were Jewish, and they're not. And what's funny is that this person's super, but he'd heard it so many times in casual conversations that he thought it was true. Anyone can fall for it, right? If it's placed a certain way, if it's not rammed down your throat, it's kind of dangled in front of you. Sometimes, even the smartest people can fall for it, and that's why it's so important to continuously talk about disinformation. That was just one off-topic example, but we hear it all the time. We had a great discussion yesterday with Ahmed. Very, very poignant, very, very, deep, personal, realistic, nuanced. And when we listen to it, we hold on a second. And when we talked about what he went through, we thought we'd bring up some other people, and we did. And when we did, a lady came up, and presumably to talk about peace and happiness and all the good stuff. And then when we started to dissect what she was saying, she just went to, well, how do we know Hamas did all those things, right? And that's where you have to, because you could listen to someone for 5 minutes and they're right on, but hit them with the key points. Is Hamas a terror group? Well, I think there is. Okay, then if someone can't state the obvious, then you probably shouldn't be listening to them. Well, Hamas committed a genocide. Well, many of them were killed by the Israelis. This is how you know right away. When someone says, yes, Hamas killed them, yes, Hamas terrorist group, but Israel has a horrible policy and Netanyahu had a ridiculous run and didn't promote peace, that's a legitimate statement to make, right? But when you can't agree, or you don't hear someone acknowledging salient points, right? Like 1,200 Israelis were butchered, mass murdered, genocided. If that's something that's hard for the person you're listening to say, then you probably should be careful about what the rest of what they're saying. And the same goes for the other side. Someone says, God forbid, a certain group of people don't deserve to live, and bomb them all and kill them all. Guess what? You shouldn't listen to that person either, because that's crazy, right? We can't forego our humanity because it suits our tribal affiliations. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. You have to be consistent. Human life is human life. And in the world of social media, in the world of disinformation, if we're not on top of it, narratives will grow so great that some of the smartest minds in America, at the heads of the top universities of the United States, and some might say the best universities in the history of mankind, Harvard, some situation could arise where the president of Harvard could be asked an off-the-cuff question such as, is calling for the genocide of fill in the blank, in this case Jews, contravene your bullying and harassment policy? And if you can't say no, if you can't say yes, or you have to say it depends on the context, you could see how deep the rot of misinformation is. Remember, This isn't just any ordinary professor, selected, chosen, courted to be the president of one of the foremost universities in the history of mankind. She couldn't answer that question without having to think about it, and then got it wrong anyway, right? Is calling for the genocide of any people agreeable to you? Does it violate your ethics or your policies? If you can't say yes immediately, we have sunk so low as a society. We have placated retrograde forces to such a ridiculous extent that we no longer know the difference between right and wrong. And that is a really important point. I wanted to make it earlier, but I'm making it now. What disturbed me about these responses in Congress by these three heads of some of the best universities in the States is that they all answered it the same way in a legalistic fashion. So it depends on the context of the act. Is calling for the genocide of anyone ever require a context where that's acceptable? Maybe in a movie or in a play, if you're an actor, maybe, but not in the real world. So, what really shocked me, Em and Eric, is they didn't even give the easiest answer they could have given. And they're supposed to be really, really super duper smart. The easiest answer is, well, we have not heard calls for genocide, right? And then argue about river to the sea. But they didn't even countenance that argument, right? The sophisticated jerk response to that question is, since when has anyone called for genocide? Well, Madam President, you've been hearing calls from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Well, we don't consider that genocide. Well, how do you not think? That's what I would expect from someone who's highly intelligent, who hates Israel maybe, or is A-okay. I thought that's what they would say, but they didn't even honor the question enough to think about an appropriate deflect to the question. And that's what boggles my mind, that we're in a world where no, depends on the context. No, I can't answer that. No, genocide of Jews, it's okay. Depends on the context, though, right? No, it doesn't. It never depends on the context. And it doesn't depend on context, whether it's Jews, blacks, Muslims, gay people, anyone. I mean, there's no context that is acceptable. And shame on them. At least honor, don't insult our intelligence. Give us a better answer that says almost the same thing. If anyways, Fusilier.
Yeah, thanks for that, Yehuda. I thought that was one of the reasons I count so many of you on here.
I'm not sure what happened, Fusilier.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Yehuda?
Loud and clear. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. That sort of narrative you just gave is one of the reasons I count so many of you as friends on here. But one of the things that surprised me isn't on X, isn't sort of all the lunatics. One expects there to be a ration of completely irrational individuals on spaces like these. But what has surprised me is, and the thing that differentiates somebody like you or Em or Eric or Iris or all the other people I can see on here, is the moral certitude. You've made a moral determination, and I recognise that, and hugely respect it. The crazy thing is, I actually, respect is the wrong word, but at least I have at least some respect for those on the other side who are at least honest enough to come out with their hatred of us. The thing that really grips me are those people who are unable or it's the number of people who are unable to make a moral determination, who try and equivocate, who try and say, what about this, or what about that, or, well, it's as a result of this. I just find it's beyond my comprehension. I don't respect them. I can't understand why they cannot make a moral determination. And it really worries me. I'm not smart enough to to work out why that has occurred in our society. The one thing I would say about about any conflict is we are involved here in an information campaign, and as you often say, the people that we have to convince are not the people with strong views either way. It's the huge majority of people who never come up on spaces, who just sit and listen, and fair enough. And that requires for want of a better word, a sort of I'm trying to think of the word, but a grouping, a collaboration of people who would otherwise have slightly different views. I'm sort of minded of the coalition, the allies of World War II. You had on the one hand Bolshevik or communist Russia, and on the other, the capitalist United States and the UK. All these nations that actually in any other time would have been opposed to each other. Where the same is true on here. You've got individuals who you might not agree with everything they say. They might come from a different side of your political fence. But here you have to have a compromise with them. You have to build a coalition of people who've made the right moral determination. And you might not agree with all the crazy stuff that they come out with, or what might appear crazy to you. But when it comes down to the fundamental issue, they've made the right moral determination, and I think that's important.
Absolutely. Let's go to Aris. Aris, a video was released today showing the four female IDF soldiers, hostages. Can you tell us more about the reception of the video, or what's being discussed about it in Israel?
Yes, that made a lot of headlines today in Israel and around the world. The Daily Mail has come up with the front page of 4 Israeli girls that are kept as hostages in Gaza. One of the things, I saw the video and I'm just like still debating if to show the video or not to publish it. I don't know. I'll decide in the next 24 hours. But mainly what we're seeing there, we're seeing the girls how they were before captivity and how they are after. And what you see in their eyes, in their faces, some blood also on the face, the horror that they're going through and in Hamas captivity. And what does it mean to the world and to us as Israelis? The time is running out. And the hostages issue is on the table, it's burning on the table and needs to be solved. You could see, and I think the world should really see. And you know what? We asked some of today I was in the headquarters, and we asked some of the heads of the women organizations around the world, the humanitarian organizations. We sent to all of them the video, and we're asking them, do you understand what's going on here? Did you see the girls? Did you see the video? So basically, this is, I think, shocking to many, many people, that the ones that understand what it's all about, but some are still continuing to be biased and say nothing. The silence is the worst thing. So basically, we will really push forward, and we're recommending any footage that we can get out there to the world. And the Daily Mail did a great thing today. We'll have to go out there. With that, I wanted to ask you, there was just like reports that we got this evening that there's an Israeli delegation that arrived in Cairo. These are reports that are coming from Qatar. They're already all over the Israeli media in the last half an hour, but reports are coming from Qatar that there's an Israeli delegation that arrived in Cairo in order to start maybe negotiation regarding a new deal. I don't know if you know anything about it, or I didn't see. I'm trying to look for some more details on my end, on N12 and Ynet and stuff. That's one. And then Blinken arrived here this evening. And something very, very interesting that Israel is presenting to him and saying to him, basically, and amongst other things that are going to be discussed, that civilians will not be able to go back to northern Gaza unless there's going to be a talk about the hostages. to be honest, if the hostages are not going to return and there won't be any discussions about the hostages, this war is not going to be won, because the hostages are part of this target that the Israeli government has promised the Israeli people, and they said that the hostages will be back. We have like 136 people there, civilians, elderly people, girls that the whole world saw today. I don't know, the video some of you saw. I saw someone sharing it on X. I just want to know that the families are okay with it. And yeah, so this is basically what's going on. But then there's so much more going on. Just imagine to be Israeli these days, and also to face the whole fronts that are presented to us. So of course the north and what's happening there, and the world, and Gaza, and the region, and the day after, and all these things. And I said today in a space, I think that if you're not a multitasker and you don't understand the new pace of media, it's not like it was, people talk about Hezbollah. After 7th of October, and even in this generation, the media is so fast. Every few minutes, something is going on. So you need to really be on top of things. And you can't work in media if you're not like a fast pacer or a fast understander. So yeah, most of my days are dedicated to the hostages, to the families of the hostages. I'm volunteering, and some of the stuff you're hearing later in the news is stuff that we are like teams of us are working on. So this is basically what's happening. Let me know if there's anything that you want to add regarding the Egyptian stuff. That would be great, and in general also.
Yeah, I believe they arrived a couple of hours ago. There's a deal being discussed to release all the hostages, as far as I understand, but I don't have any more information about this.
Okay, well,
yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go in Grand House. So it's just also about the entire conflict there. So we're trying to keep an eye on both sides as well, and figure out what the current status is. So thank you for that update on the Israeli side, Iris.
Of course.
Let's grab some other hands.
Right, let's go to Chase first.
Hey, how you doing? How y'all doing? I just wanted to get y'all's thoughts, or anybody who knows it. I would especially like to get the thoughts of an Israeli government officials or whatever. I know Israel is in sitcom, but I saw today is where Joe Biden, he said he's been quote unquote, I've been working quietly with the Israeli government to get them to reduce and significantly get out of Gaza. I just wanted to get y'all's thoughts and opinions on that.
Okay.
Do you want to take this one, Eric?
Yeah,
Or
I can
should I
also
go first?
take it.
Yeah.
Okay, Eric first, then Eric.
Yeah. So basically, just like, okay, so the IDF spokesman was talking about it today, and also Daniel Agari. Daniel Agari, the IDF spokesman, spoke about this today. He gave an interview to the New York Times, talking about the fact that Israel is going to a new stage of the war, which means it's going to be less ground battles and less airstrikes, and more kind of surgical operations that is going to go throughout 2024. It's going to be, the war is not stopping, just going into a new phase. And this is actually what's happening. We'll have to see how this forms and moves forward, but mostly the operations that we're going to see are very specific, aimed at finding Hamas terrorists, of course, eliminating Hamas infrastructure, and getting to Hamas heads in Gaza, and probably in other places, like you see, what's happening in the last few days. So this is basically what's going on. Blinken is here now. There'll be discussions regarding the stages of the war and where we're going to. And if Eric wants to elaborate, he can do it happily.
Yeah, I wouldn't take what the president says too harshly, and understand the context in which it was said, which is extremely important. And I said this earlier when I was speaking about us understanding that we're dealing with not only the President of the United States, but we're dealing with candidate Joe Biden as well. The comments were made in the course of a off the cuff. They were it was not pre-planned. They were made during a campaign event in South Carolina, and he made them in response to being heckled by protesters at the event that he was at about the war in Gaza. And so I wouldn't judge too harshly what he said, or if it means that the U.S. is putting pressure on Israel. In fact, it's probably the opposite. What he said is in line with what Israel, and as Iris had described, the sort of the shifting of phases of the conflict. So it's actually not wrong what he said, but it's going to be, Yehuda was talking about misinformation and disinformation. It'll be spun in a way that will be made to create rifts between the United States and Israel policy-wise, create rifts between political parties. It'll be used as cannon fodder and political fodder by both the left and the right, or by anti-Israel and even pro-Israel people as well. And we need to avoid that. We need to provide proper context for how remarks were made and why remarks were made. It's in line with what's been going on. So I wouldn't put too much weight to those comments. I think he was on one side of the coin trying to calm and quell the crowd, but on the other, he was also simply speaking the truth, which is that the United States has consistently and unabashedly supported Israel throughout this entire conflict and has given Israel the time and space to conduct this war as it sees fit. The comments are made in the context of the United States advising Israel as to how it conducts its operations in each phase of the war. Not demanding, not saying you need to do X, Y, and Z, but we are here to support you, and we will give advice should you ask it.
There we go. Okay, we got Marty coming up. Thanks, Iris. Thanks.
Of course.
As always,
Cletus?
gentlemen, thank you very much for having me.
Are you going or?
I mean, I'm here if you need me to stay.
Good. Yeah,
No,
no,
stay, Eric,
stick
stay.
around. Figure out, Em, are you okay? Because there's a bit of a gap, and my connection is pretty bad. So I need to know if you're not
I'm
able
good.
to.
I'm
let
good.
me know.
I'm good.
Okay. Too many. We're getting criticism. There's too many pauses. I'm not getting all the good information all at once. I'm sorry. We're volunteers, okay? Jeez Louise. We're vacuuming. We're feeding babies. He's in a pyramid. He's got a sarcophagus beside him. How do you think that makes him feel? All right, it's creepy. All right, I'm just kidding. Do you have you? It's crazy. Speaking of crazy, we've got crazy Marty Cohen. Go ahead, Marty.
Hey, how are you guys? I hope your Monday is really well. So I keep seeing news, but I'm not really seeing any verified information about it. I think Hillel Ford even mentioned it, which is the reason why I'm asking. They keep saying today was the hardest day for us in this war. Any information on that? Does that mean Israel soldier casualties, and if it does mean soldier casualties, was that from the north or is it in Gaza? Do you have any more information about that? Thank you.
There are unconfirmed reports of one incident that involves a fuel truck, but it's unconfirmed at this point. Apparently, or not apparently, maybe the IDF military censor has some restrictions on it.
Right, and it was quite an intensified days of battles in Khan Yunis and all the area around. Quite intensive, I would say, but I don't know if it was more intensive than any other day. One of the incidents that for Israelis, maybe also, is Idan Amedi, who is an actor in Fauda and an Israeli singer-songwriter that was badly injured. And all Israelis are talking about it. That was a very, very sad incident. But other than that, yeah, the IDF is dealing with quite challenging battles. I always said that this area is challenging, and the piers that the terrorists are coming out from, and the methods that they're using is making it very, very challenging for the IDF. So yeah, definitely not an easy day, but also not an easy day in the north. So yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate your time, guys.
All right, no, you're welcome, Marty. Are you SY guy, Marty?
Marty is cool.
Marty.
Yeah, I think so, considering I'm born there.
But like, where do you because there's a big community in New York. That's what I was asking.
yeah, that's where I am.
Nice. I know one of my cousins is from that part of the world, and they live in a part of Brooklyn, but I won't say it here. So it's interesting. Nice to meet you, Marty. There's a very unique Syrian/Lebanese Jewish community. Many of them live in New York, and some in Italy, and they call them SY for Syrian, but most of them are from Lebanon and or originally from Aleppo, and made it to Beirut in the 40s and 50s. So it's a very, very old, ancient Jewish community, and I just wanted to recognize that background. Thank you, Marty.
Just to add a little more, so we were actually rescued, and we kept Syrian. Syrians are actually kept hostage for like myself, for example. I'm born in Syria, so we got freed on the 7th day of Passover in 1992. Hafal Assad woke up one morning and said, "I'm going to let these people go," and by Sukkot we were on our way to America. So yeah, just to add to a little cherry on top of that story.
All right, fair enough.
100%. And sorry, I just couldn't reach the mic. Yeah, it's very unique. You would probably be one of the last Jewish people born in Syria. At first, I didn't believe it because your accent and your sound of your voice is so young. I was like, there's no way he's born in Syria, but it's one of the very last group of people to leave. Well, welcome to America.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm the last generation in Syria, which dates back from Eliyahu Navi, so 7th century. So it's pretty cool. I think the last couple hundred people.
2,700 years gone. Amazing. All right, thank you, Marty. We're gonna go to old school.
Hi, you, my American brothers. Hope you're all well. Yehuda, just want to say, if you're listening, it was nice hearing you smash the anti-Israelis the other day on the space. I thought you need commending for that. That was it was top man material, as we say in Britain. I just want to bring a bit of reality of what the I think it was the young lady Iris who was speaking just before regarding the Israeli actor from Fauda. How isn't it just a quick, you know? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. How?
Okay, sorry. I'll set this one in.
No worries. It brings it to reality in life, doesn't it? When you get an actor actually fighting in the true to reality, fighting in the forces and putting his life on the line. And what an unbelievable man, you know. Let's hope, wishing him a full shalema, and hopefully he recovers to be around again.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I will literally say to
we
them.
all love Fauda. Fauda was an amazing series. Well, it was for Britain anyway. We loved it. It was I was glued to it. I think I was box feeding on it for I don't know forever long it went on for, but it was an amazing series. And it's the reality of what's going on at the moment, really, isn't it? It brings it all home, sadly.
It is, and you know what? It's like it doesn't pass anyone, and you can be, you know, a figure that you know or anything, but here you see, he was fighting the war in Gaza, and here that's where he is tonight. So
100%, 100%. It sends shivers down my spine knowing the fact that he's out there fighting. And listen, let's wish him well, and hopefully he makes a full recovery. I have a few friends that made Aliyah, and he's out in the army at the moment. So every day is also a bit of a worry for his family. So every day they've been going out to Israel to see him, and he's holding strong. But it's amazing what he's done. I remember just as a little kid, literally as a 10-year-old kid, and now he's out in Israel fighting on the forefront. It's scary times. Also, I just wanted to say, with regarding the hostages, isn't it a sad factor that not once has the Red Cross come to the forefront of this, what's gone on there? How disgusting it is that these people who tend to come to everyone else's help when it comes to Jews or whatever. Where the fuck have they been? Where are they? And where's the UN? It makes my blood boil sitting here looking at these poor the hostages that they've been taken like this, and it's almost like they've been put at the back foreground now. No one talks about it. I mean, obviously in Israel it's a big thing still, but literally people forget. The war goes on and people are dying, and yet we still forget about the main issue of what went on. I just think it's so heartbreaking that the world does not recognise what the hell is going on. It's just a sad, sad world. I live in a country where it's just abysmal. That's all I can say. That's a nice word. Britain has become a scummy, horrible country. It's full of, which is our own fault. It's full of migrants that have just invaded the country. We have protests, which I've no doubt lots of you see on the media. It's absolutely horrendous, and people are so pig ignorant. It's unbelievable. And yeah, I've been on the pro-Israeli. There was a big demonstration we had in central London, which was amazing. We had over 100,000 people, which was an amazing day. But we need to be doing this more often. We need to be out on the streets more often. We need to have organised things like this. And I've been asking people to do it all the time, to get the same organisations that did these protests to be out there every weekend. These bastards can be out there every weekend with the two-tier policing that goes on in this country. It's absolutely disgusting. It's just horrendous. To be in Britain at the moment, I feel I'm 58 years old. I lived in this country all my life. I've grown up with my Judaism. I go to synagogue, and thank God this country's let us do what we want to do with a free democracy. But at the moment, I feel like I'm being pushed into the corner. It's shameful. It really is what's going on in this country. Absolutely horrendous. We've got a prime minister that could not give a shit. He started off all going over to Israel, all very nice, la-di-da, and then going up. And slowly, it's becoming backing off with things and backing off. And it's just very scary times. Being a Jew in London is not pleasant. And it's a shame because, as I say, I love my country, and I hear people talking about making Aliyah to Israel. And I think to myself, well, no, I don't want to. Why do I want to be scared of my own country? I'm here. I live in England. I'm brought up. I've got 2 kids and a wife. I'm not leaving this country for these bastards. Why should I? Something needs to be done in this country, and I don't know how it's going to happen because we've got a general election coming up, and it's frightening what's going to be going on with that general election. Because if the powers of Labour get in power, then I think a lot of Jews in this country will be very, very worried. It's a shameful time at the moment, and I just feel horrible for the hostages. I just, every day I pray for the hostages for, some sort of sanity that can go on, and the world just doesn't see it. It's just unbelievable. Israel's always been there at the forefront. Anything, that goes on. When you have disasters that happen in other countries, Israel flies out 200 medics to help out. Israel does this, Israel does that. It's fucking unbelievable. It really is. It's just my mind boggles. I'm sorry. It's just unbelievable. But thank you for letting me talk, and I shall continue listening. And it's always good. The spaces are amazing, but we need to be out on the streets more. I think the spaces are all very good, but for me, you need to be out on the streets. Sadly, in this country, it's not easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Old School. I'm sorry for your experience. Let's go to Eric first, and then Iris.
Yeah, that was really, thank you for sharing all of that and sharing your perspective. I think it's worth talking about the ICRC for a second, because their failures with Gaza and their failures with Israel and their failures with the hostages is not the first time that they failed the Jewish people. And I'm talking about under Nazi Germany. In December 1939, the president of the ICRC actually approached the German Red Cross to arrange for ICRC delegates to visit the Jews from Vienna who had been deported to Poland. He was met with refusal. because the Germans, the Nazis, did not want anyone to see what was going on or what was being planned in Poland. After that, the ICRC opted for a strategy of dealing with the issue from a more general sense. They didn't even refer to Jews. It was about any prisoners, victims of mass arrest or deportation, things of that nature, and made no reference to religious affiliation. In 1942, the German Red Cross informed the global ICRC that it would not communicate any information on, quote, non-Aryan detainees, and asked the ICRC to refrain from asking questions about them. And so this notion that, you know, the ICRC was, you know, they're terrible now or whatever it is, this is pervasive. It's been going on. This is a continuation of those policies of not pushing. You know, so the Nazis refused the International Red Cross, and Hamas has refused the International Red Cross. So what? It's another useless organization. I look at this history and I look at this trend and this legacy, and I'm not surprised in the least bit. It tells you that the former head of UNRWA, right? It's very telling that the former head of UNRWA in Gaza is now the head of the ICRC, right, in Gaza. What is there to be done? Nothing really, because we can continue to say they're useless. We can continue to say that they're impotent, and they aren't able to do anything. But they're able to do things with every other country on earth or every other conflict on earth, to a degree, right? But when it comes to the Jews, it's a markedly different story. So that means we have to take it into our own hands, and we are, and the IDF is, and Israel is. But it should be no surprise to anyone, the legacy of the International Red Cross when it comes to the victims, Jewish victims of genocide.
Thank you, Eric. Go ahead, Iris, then Basic Inc.
Thank you. So, Old, thank you for your words. For me, like what you said about the hostages is really, really important. And to be honest, I'm very, very hurt inside, as well as many other Israelis and the hostages' families. It seems like the world doesn't really understand. You know, footage that came out today, the video of those girls, listening to the testimonies of the hostages that came back, I don't understand. And you know, we're working on it really, really thoroughly every day, trying to realize what is this silence, what is this bias of the world. There are, with all the respect, there are 136 civilians of ours that are kept in Gaza in horrific conditions, mainly in the tunnels, with no air. There is an 86-year-old man. There is a baby. The girls and many others. I don't understand. I really don't. How any normal country around the world would accept what we are going through now. So whoever tells me this and that and explains to me, I don't want to hear. I'm not interested. For me, what I'm interested now is to make sure that the hostages are coming back. The way it's going to be done, I don't know. To be honest, time is running out. I'm seeing the girl. I'm seeing the stuff. I'm seeing the footage of what's going on there. I'm hearing the stories. It's not normal, and this will have to be dealt with. And Israel will have to push, and the Israeli people are demanding it. So this is what's going to happen. We don't want, we will also, if there's bodies, tell us, but we want them out of there. That's one. Second, and I'm going back also to the hostages thing, which is related to the war. Israel will need to do everything it can with no excuses to make sure that 7th of October will not happen again. Any country that has an issue with that, let them, deal with that themselves. The American know Blinken is going to get a very, very thorough explanation regarding what Israel is doing and what it will need to do, and it will go ahead and do it. There is no other way. And any idea of how we're going to get a deal, another hostage deal, but all the hostages, not 50, not 40, all of them, all the civilians back to Israel. They went to today. There was a really horrifying footage that came out on Channel 12 and Channel 13 regarding the acts of the Hamas terrorists with the GoPros. More stuff coming out. Any human being that looks at it and thinks this is normal, I don't know what's wrong with this human being. I really don't understand. So they came into our countries, to our beds, to the houses. They burned the houses to people that are peace lovers. They took kids. They slaughtered babies. So it's time to make sure that this is done and over with. We want our people back, and we want to live in our country in peace and quiet. That's it. So yeah, thank you so much for understanding this, because sometimes lately I feel that people talk about it and they say that they care, but they don't really care. They don't really understand, because if many would care, they would be out in the streets and around the world, just like, I don't know. I wish I would see more. I'm seeing a lot of stuff that's going on. I'm getting a lot of amazing footage and stuff that he's done, but I don't think enough is being done. So we will make sure we will bring out hopefully more horror footage and more stuff that the world will be so astonished, and maybe when it will be too late, things will start moving. But this is how it is at the moment, and whoever tells me differently, I just don't understand and don't know. And another really important thing is we are reliving and rebuilding the Nova party program. We're going to make sure that we're going to do everything to, the world is going to know about Nova and all the other things. It's going to be learned in history lessons, but hopefully it's not going to be too late for our people. So I just had to say it because I think there's so much potential and so much misinformation going on around these spaces and other social media stuff, that the people that are true to themselves and to what they bring is they need to talk. There's no other way. And this is a stage and a space that I can talk, because I have M here and Eric next to me and Yehuda and others. And there's another space which I feel comfortable because I'm talking the truth. It's very difficult to talk the truth on social media today because of the controversial stuff that's going on. So just wanted to say that. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Iris. Let's go to Basic Ink.
Yeah, so thank you, Em, and thank you, Iris, for sharing your concerns, especially in regards for October 7th and the horrible things that Hamas has done to your country and people. I definitely sympathize with you guys and stand with Israel in your darkest hour. But I did kind of want to go back to just some of, I think, the valid criticisms in regards for, as of lately, and it hasn't been just this space, but it's been multiple spaces. I've heard from very well-educated and very informed people who've kind of repeated this idea of, whether it's corruption in the UN or, UNRWA or the Red Cross, even WHO, all these major international organizations. And I'm just speaking as a concerned citizen, right, from the United States, part of, this kind of global community. If we have, these institutions that unfortunately have been infiltrated, like, for instance, the UN, and Russia sitting on the permanent all-powerful Security Council, and they're invading a sovereign country. They're literally violating international law, yet they have the power of a veto. Or you look at UNRWA with their horrible cover-ups and things going on in Gaza, to the International Red Cross we just heard, and then even the WHO being influenced by the CCP in regards for some of the the fall throughs and investigations in regards to various medical topics. And I just feel like as someone who lives as part of this global community, what could we do if we're seeing our institutions that are supposed to keep checks and balances, international rule of law, things that you think that should not be corruptible, or at least hard to corrupt, being corrupted? What do you do? Because I've heard of solutions to where, like, for instance, like even Iran, right, the Islamic Republic, I mean, being on the Human Rights Council, all these crazy things that we all see as kind of this blatant lie, but no one could say it, out loud, quote unquote. We see these things happen. We see our institutions being influenced, being corrupted. And all I could say is, what could you do? My questions kind of posed to the panel, and unfortunately to you, I'm putting you on the spot because you're a very intelligent person, and I know you're full of answers. But I'm putting you on the spot there. What could we do as a community, as a concerned citizen, to see some type of reform or even address? I mean, is it time that, there's been, for instance, I've heard of someone who literally said, we need to abandon these institutions, start all over, and create our own, whether UN or whatever. And I don't know if that's, for me, I kind of have hesitation to it, because I kind of hate to see all that go, because it's literally been like almost, a century of building up these institutions, with some of them over a century in regards to the Red Cross, and then just letting them go just because they've turned folly. And I just have a hard time dealing with that. But anyways, is there any ideas, or have you thought about this in regards for what's going on with these institutions, Em?
I thought about it. I am a reformist, as a disclaimer. So I believe in reforming institutions rather than completely abandoning them and starting new ones. The problem is that you have a problem with staffing. If you have a problem with staffing, then you have a problem with education. The problem is that over years and decades, we normalized some stuff that we shouldn't have normalized. The chic factor, the cool factor. You end up with the cool kids who become the cool middle-aged people, and then the cool seniors. It's a problem of education. For some reason, collective entropy wasn't maintained. For some reason, lessons learned from the First World War, the Second World War, major conflicts, the fight against communism, the fight against terrorism, the fight against radical Islam and terrorism are lost upon us in 2023, even though the wounds are still quite fresh, and the conflicts themselves are still pretty much alive, and they can be triggered and worsened on any given on such a short notice, right? It takes huge political will and organization in order to incent. What's the term I'm looking for? It's not really force, but you have to push those organizations to reform. And the best way to do so is by considering funding, by considering staffing. Preparing cadres requires a lot of time, right? The education of a human being is a 22, 23-year project that is supposed to be shouldered both by the parents and the state in a way. You have social equalizers for a reason, you have educational programs for a reason, also the role that families play in preparing, the baby that's born to start a life in 20 years is huge. In 2023, we just simply don't have that. We simply don't have that. We need to go back to basics, right? This is not about like family values or right versus left, or any political identity, or any political difference. This is just, it has it has become about common decency and common sense. For some reason, common decency and common sense are not so common anymore. Why? I don't know. Is it a failure of education? Is it a failure of government guidance? Is it a failure of the media? Is it the collective failure of humanity? Is it postmodernism manifesting in the worst possible ways? It's a very expansive question, a very expansive problem to tackle, and it involves a lot of scientific disciplines. You've got anthropology and sociology and education and economics and governance and security, intelligence and counterintelligence and foreign influence operations, media literacy, so on and so forth, with texts and authors, academia, universities and schools as safe spaces for education rather than political advocacy and influencing younger generations to embrace ideas that are completely destructive, in my opinion. But when it comes to the United Nations, for instance, it is good to keep those bodies in place, but they have to be reformed. And the only way to reform them is to make sure that the funding is not used for the wrong reasons and the wrong applications and the wrong programs, and also that the staffing is provided for by informed citizens who actually care about civil civil work and the role of a civil servant and the mission that they believe in. You cannot convince people to adopt political ideas, ideologies, positions. You cannot convince people to adopt certain positions on all the causes and all the conflicts and all the struggles in the world. But certainly, a basic measure of decency and common sense seems to be missing today. How do you solve it? I simply don't know.
Yeah, and I admit it's kind of a really big question to ask, but I think you are onto something, and I'm more in the school of the reformers, just because like, there is a legacy there. I'm just thinking of just the UN right now. I remember there was a time when there was intervention by the UN, for instance, when a country invaded another country. I'm thinking of the Korean War, and these great examples of global bodies who have stepped in to defend democracy or defend human rights, defend decency, and it would just be a shame to kind of throw that out, you know, um, as we'd say, the baby with the
Jessica,
bathwater.
Jessica,
But
Jessica Berlin is an analyst that has been working on European security. And a couple of weeks ago, maybe a couple of months ago, I'll find the link and try to send it to you. She was attending a conference of sorts, and she gave a very brief talk on the fact that the United Nations and the whole international order is going through its League of Nations moment right now. We need reform. We need to transform whatever bodies we have right now into this lean machine, robust machine that responds to the current security threats that we're all facing together as a species. That's the best way going forward. How do we do that? That's up for people in governments and in many institutions around the world to come together and formulate a new idea for all of us to go forward so that we can actually have bodies that deliver on their missions and their ideals, not just pay lip service or engage in virtue signaling, and that's it. A life is a life. A life needs to be protected. What we say, Twitter diplomacy, digital messaging, all that needs to be rooted in reality. You can't keep on saying things and defending ideals without having the tools and the people in order to save those ideas and actually defend them on the ground. That's the divide that we're seeing right now. There's a complete divide between the messaging and actions on the ground. And in order to do so, you need to reconcile said messaging and you need to reconcile said actions as well. So, whatever ideals, whatever principles you're defending, your actions should go hand in hand with that, not just say it, but do it. You need to walk the walk if you're going to talk, etc., etc. But let's go to Fusilier before we pivot back to covering Ukraine. I believe Alan and Peter will be taking
I
over.
have a breaking scoop from Barack Ravid. Interesting
Go ahead.
development to share. He posted an hour ago on Twitter, new Israeli officials will tell Secretary of State Tony Blinken on Tuesday that Israel will not allow Palestinians to return to northern Gaza if Hamas does not agree to release more hostages.
Yeah, I shared it as I came into this.
Oh, you did? I didn't. Must
Yeah,
have,
yeah, I
must have,
like put
must
it.
have misheard
Yeah, yeah,
you.
good, but good that you're saying it, and I also put it on my Twitter page. Yeah,
All right,
he's
excellent, Iris.
that's what
Excellent.
he's going. Yeah, he's going to be presented with that, and of course, anything to do with the hostages now will be pushed everywhere. So
It's an
yeah.
interesting card to play. I mean, we have, the IDF has total control. I say we because it's, by the way, for anyone listening to me, I'm a former IDF officer, so it's instinctive for me to say we, right? I'm no longer an officer. I no longer represent the IDF or the Israel. I don't represent anyone in Israel other than myself, and I'm not even physically in Israel at this time. But, it's an interesting card to play militarily, strategically, negotiation, as a negotiation. It's, they have total control over northern Gaza. And so you want to get the civilians back. You want to be able to go back to northern Gaza. Give us our people back.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, actually. That I said that probably the Israeli government will ask Secretary Blinken to relay that request if they want to see, because the Gaza civilian situation right now has no other solutions, right? They will not be allowed into Egyptian territories, and moving them to the Negev desert, for instance, is a complete logistical nightmare. You have to provide uh, housing. You have to not housing, like accommodation, tents and logistics and food and transfer. And of course, if the idea, for instance, say, okay, we're moving civilians outside of Gaza and into the Negev desert, then everyone will say displacement, displacement, displacement. And if they're moved into Egypt, everyone will say displacement, displacement, displacement again, right? And the Israeli public are not going to accept that the state of Israel, for some reason, has to provide for Palestinians after Hamas as their elected government or their de facto sovereign in the Gaza Strip failed to provide anything for them. So it's up for the Israeli government right now to provide for them because, Hamas hasn't been doing anything for them since the very beginning. But let's go to Aries for quick comments regarding this, and then Fusilier, Janice, and wrap it up.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying, it is very interesting, and that's why I also brought it to the space, because that you need to come up regarding the hostages. Anything that you knew now, till October 7 regarding hostages and anything to do with that, it's not the same thing because they are civilians. So you need to come up with really kind of very, very creative ideas within the field of security and military stuff that will, push Hamas to get them out or to do something about it. So yeah, 100%. It's an interesting thing. Thank you.
Thank
Em,
you,
I
Eric.
have to run. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Eric.
Bye,
Always a
Eric.
pleasure.
See you
Bye.
tomorrow.
Likewise,
Talk to
bye.
you tomorrow.
Yes.
night.
Em, I will see you and
yeah,
Iris tomorrow
please.
morning.
Yeah.
Can I give a plug? Eric is having a space.
No, it's up to Em if he wants to do that. I don't want to plug.
Oh,
I think he's doing it now. He told me he's.
Oh no, we're holding a space tomorrow, 8 p.m. Local time, Tel Aviv. On
do you mind?
go ahead, Janice.
I was just wondering if you minded me sharing about a space that Erica was doing tomorrow.
That's what he's talking about, Janice.
That's the one.
Oh, okay, good. It's on the Abram Accords, and that gives
Yeah.
me hope like I've never had hope with all this tragedy. So come out and let's find out the dynamics and what it's all about and how it can benefit the entire Middle East.
Tomorrow
and have
at
a
10
great
a.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. local time in Tel Aviv. Abraham Accords with
Yes, I'm gonna be
Iris
there
as
with
co-host.
you.
Em will be on the panel. Loai Al Sharif from the United Arab Emirates. Heba from Saudi Arabia, and James from Lebanon.
Yep.
Have a great night, everyone.
Thank you, Janice. Let's go to Fusilier.
Yeah, hi, Em. I've been listening, since October the 7th to these spaces. And Iris, I've noticed today, the images that have come out of Israel are very disturbing. And as we've discussed, I hope you're okay. I say this to you, but also to everybody more generally, and I'm sort of putting my old CO's hat on here. Even the toughest soldiers need a rest from the fight every now and then. And, Iris, I know you feel a huge personal weight, as do many people on here, to keep up the fight in the information space. But if you feel it's getting a bit too much for you, nobody's going to look badly if you turn your phone off for 24 hours and take a rest. Same goes for you, Em. You're a stalwart on here. Yehuda, I've said the same to, and everybody else. Take it from me. Sometimes when you're in these situations, a rest is as good as a change. Taking a bit of time out to just be you rather than be the cause can really help. Iris, I think I was really touched by what you said, and I think courage takes quite a few different forms, and speaking truth and holding the line when you're completely overwhelmed in terms of numbers and volume and voice and lies is one of those forms of courage. And you, Israel, and Jews in general, let me reassure you, you are in the right. There is no perspective at which you look at this thing and can say that, Israel, that the Jewish people are in the wrong here. But you're going to just have to hold to the path. The path that you've set yourself is one that you've got to stay on. As we heard from Old School, I thought Old School's comments were really touching, and we've learned from history as a people that if we wait to expect someone else to protect us, someone else to save us, and we're going to be waiting for a long time, You know, um, if we do get support from others, then great. But we won't survive unless we win these things on our own, and we've just got to look to ourselves to win these conflicts. And if we acquiesce in this fight, if we acquiesce in the face of such an overwhelming evil as we've experienced in the past and we're experiencing now, then the results are clear to us. October the 7th isn't the worst of what's going to happen. It's just given us a window into what will happen to Israel and to us, all Jews, if we don't hold to this path. And for others, I thought old school. I was born in London. I'm from Brixton, born and bred, and London's the model of what's going to happen to the rest of you. If you live in the United States or in the UK or even here in Australia at some point, then what's happened in London is the model. I'm not going to pronounce, I'll leave that to others, but the London I grew up in is unrecognisable from the city that I knew. And from the city that gave my mother sanctuary from Nazi Germany. It's drifted so far into this sort of, I don't know, this sort of Frankenstein multicultural anarchy that you see going on in the UK, but specifically in London, that it's drifting. There is no leadership, and when I say leadership, I think old school. The one thing that you can you talk about the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, it's moral leadership. There seems so many of our leaders seem to fail when it comes to that test of moral leadership, and it doesn't matter whether it's in Israel, in Australia, in the UK, in the US, but that doesn't mean that we should. We are the people. We live in democracies, and we should and can expect a higher degree of moral certitude from those who purport to lead us. And I think Israel is showing us what that means. That I can't remember his name, Iris, but Sagi from Fauda. He's showing us what moral determination means. There is a man who did not, I suspect, have to go and fight on the front line to engage in dismounted close combat, and yet he has, and he's paid for it. And I, as everybody else, I wish him a full and speedy recovery. But how proud can Israelis be that even their creatives, even Iris, and I'll just end, Iris, in saying that my wife, who's I'm very lucky, is considerably younger than I. Woke up this morning and she doesn't often go on Instagram diatribes, but she saw the images you saw, and has gone back to her sort of her trendlord mates or ex-mates in Melbourne and held that moral point. How can you look at those images and then look at yourself in the mirror in the morning and think that you're on the right side of history? It's nonsense. And let's make sure, I don't care what the rest of the world thinks. I don't care what anybody else tells me. We are on the right side of history here. We are morally right, and we just have to stick to the path. And sadly, this fight is ours.
100% Fusilier. And on that note,
Yeah.
I would like to thank everyone for being with us the last 2 hours. Peter and Alan will be taking over. Basic Inc. asked a question about the United Nations, whether to reform or abandon. If you check the purple box, bottom right corner, I believe our team member Nancy had added a link about a discussion about the United Nations, whether to abandon or to reform. The Helsinki Commission has a hearing on that topic, and the Ukrainian ambassador to the United Nations was there. It was an excellent discussion, and he provided clear feedback on why he supports reform versus abandon. So if you are interested in checking that out, please check the comments section. You will find the link there. And thank you so much again for being with us, all of you, for our listeners,
you.
our speakers. Thank you, Iris, for joining us and providing us with updates. Fusilier, old school. I myself miss the old London, but that's a different story. And Peter and Alan will be taking over, and we will be pivoting back to covering Ukraine. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Well, thank you very much, Em, and thank you earlier, Yehuda, for your usual Middle East section. If anyone wants to continue with Middle East, then I'm happy to allow that for a bit of a while, but I'm not an expert, so I can't really comment with anything like the authority that Em and Yehuda do. So we'll, in broad terms, we'll get back to Ukraine. There has been further activity over Belgorod with rockets falling down, and apparently some disbelief from the residents of Belgorod. There has been an announcement that an important Russian colonel has been wiped out, the head of the armored service of the Russian airborne forces who went to occupied territories of Ukraine, apparently to raise the morale of the personnel, and stepped on a mine and died. And that is a guy called Arman Ospanov, who apparently was quite well known. Or I haven't heard of him, but he was quite close to Shoigu apparently. What else? There's obviously been, over the last 3-4 days since New Year, there's been a horrendous spate of missile barrages on cities across Ukraine, and the Russians seem to be adapting towards their missile trajectories to avoid known good areas of air defense, and targeting areas that they know or they believe are less well defended, which is pretty bad, given that most of these missiles are falling down, if they don't get intercepted, on residential areas. Pretty horrendous, and some very distressing scenes recorded with Kharkiv and Kherson coming under particular hard attack, and even Kiev, a number of deaths, I think 30 deaths or so in Kiev over the last week or so. So we've now got Alan in place, so I'd like to welcome Alan up along to the hot seat beside me. We will be with you for approximately the next 4 hours, and in 2 hours' time we have language learners update on the current situation. And if you haven't listened to Language Learner before, he's excellent, so I highly recommend that if you can hang around for the duration of our session, which hopefully will be good. Alan, welcome up.
Good to be here with you again, Peter. Just give me a moment so I can change the title of the space, and then I'll be right back with you. And as Peter mentioned, Language Learner will be here in a little under 2 hours' time, I think, Peter. But give me a moment. I'll be right back.
Yes, no problem at all. One thing that's just been mentioned by Em was the subject of the UN. I think a hearing at the Helsinki Commission. Very interesting to hear that the Ukrainian ambassador to the UN, who I think is Sergei Kislitsa, who's an excellent guy, has given some really good forthright opinion in defense of his country and against the horrendous attack that his country's come under. Is arguing in support of reform rather than just scrapping the thing and starting again. I must admit, my own opinion is that UN is doing such a bad job. I would probably be in favour of scrapping the blooming thing and starting again. However, that has all sorts of ramifications and complications. One is inclined perhaps to look at the negative side of things and overlook some of the things, the better things that UN might be doing, even though it's inadequate in what appears to be so many areas, and you can point to all over the place, really. I'm thinking of Gaza and Russia and Syria. Well, yeah, the list is virtually endless. So I haven't actually seen the submission by the Ukrainian ambassador, so I will watch that with interest, because I'll certainly be interested to see what he has to say and why he thinks reform is better than a complete reconstitution. The fundamental problem with the UN and the UN Security Council is that we have got ourselves into the situation where at least two members, specifically Russia and China, of the UN Security Council are terrorist organizations, and both engaged in genocide, and that is a completely preposterous situation. But that's where we are, and this is not good for our future generation. It's not good generations. It's not good for the stability of the world. It's not good for peace in Europe. It's frankly not good for anything. And even worse, there seems to be no mechanism for removing a state which has been infiltrated or hijacked by terrorists from international institutions, particularly the UN Security Council. The same could be said for the EU as well, although the EU has a mechanism for suspending voting rights, which is currently in the process of being implemented against Hungary, and not before time. With the UN, it is worth noting that the predecessor to the UN, which was the League of Nations in 1939-1940, did manage to expel the Soviet Union after they attacked Finland. And I frankly cannot see any reason why the same couldn't be done. It is interesting that the position of Russia's seat or the Russian Federation's seat on the UN Security Council was a legacy issue of the Soviet Union's seat, and it passed from the Soviet Union to the Russian Federation without anyone questioning it, and without the without Russian Federation signing up to the terms of the UN Security Council whatever it is, joining process. So there is apparently a legitimate case for removing them from the UN Security Council, potentially in favour of Ukraine or not in favour of anyone else at all. But how that actually happens, and they just don't seem to have the stomach to actually tackle this problem. And the leadership at the UN, well, how can I say this, doesn't exactly inspire confidence. Anyway, Alan, if you finished amending the title, which I think you have, we've now got a brand new shiny title up there, and a few things in the nest already from previous. And Alan, over to you. We have a couple of hands up, but would you like to say anything first?
No, I'd be happy to get into the hands here, Peter, and let our speakers begin tonight's conversation about Ukraine. I think you might have the order better than I do.
You may think wrong on that. I wasn't paying attention to the order. So we've got three hands up. I'll just go to them in a random order. And apologies if this is not the correct order, but we will get to you all. Let's go to Basic Ink first, and then Shlomo, and then Fusilier. And that is simply the order they appear on my screen. So once again, apologies if you were not in the correct order. Basic Ink, off you go. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, and Alan, welcome. Always a pleasure having you, sir, as co-host, as well as you, Peter, on the MriyaReport. Always appreciate you guys. Yeah, no, I just wanted to kind of comment on what Peter was saying in regards to the UN and just the corrupted bodies that are part of, especially in regards to the Security Council. Where we have literally, the forum that's supposed to be of upholding international law and being an example, role model, and Russia's invading a sovereign country. Which is breaking all international law and norms, yet it's still a part of the apparatus and has veto power to cover its crimes. So it's outrageous, and I agree with you, Peter. It's ridiculous that we have the situation, but here we are. And in regards for the whole debate whether abandon or reform, I'm more of the school of the reform, but yeah, I mean, I get you. It's like just throw the whole damn thing out and let's start over. It's kind of come to that point. but I feel you on that. But I'm still a part. I still hold a glimmer of hope. You know, I remember, you know, I'm a younger guy. Well, I shouldn't say younger guy. I guess, you know, young enough to watch these videos on YouTube where, you know, during the 80s, at least under the Reagan administration, for instance, when the Soviet Union shot down that Korean airliner, and, you know, their delegates would get to give a speech. And at least from what I saw from the videos, you know, the U.S. Delegation literally just walked out because they didn't want to hear the BS that the USSR at the time was going to spiel over justifying their justification over shooting a commercial airliner full of innocent people. You know, we look at it now, you know, fast forward to 2023, or at least, well, 2024 now, I should say, you know, where we have countries like the Islamic Republic give speeches on human rights now in front of an entire delegation, and the only protesting body is Israel. It's not the U.S. It's not, you know, you'd expect, you know, the U.K. or countries that at least would have some type of backbone or at least lead by example. You know, the only one protesting, the only one literally, and keep in mind, you know, this is from the president of the Islamic Republic, a person who's in charge of over 30,000 deaths, who ran a sham trial as a judge and sentenced 30,000 people to die in his own country. And he's giving us a lecture on the moral implications of human rights and the decadence of the West, and how we're so bad. And it blows my mind how we have we don't even have the backbone anymore to walk out on people. I mean, like, at least, I don't know. It's this new school of just respecting everybody or whatever. But there was a time where I just saw there was backbone in the West. People literally got up and just did not hear your BS. And I wish it was more old school like that. Maybe I'm just more of an old school person. But, you know, I'm, like I said, I watch these videos and I'm inspired by these guys, but they're unfortunately been long dead now. And there it is. So anyways, just my kind of a ranting. I'm a little ranting, but forgive me. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, there has been, of course, a number of instances recently where mass walkouts have happened when Lavrov has been speaking, and quite right too, because he just spews absolute load of crap and nonsense and lies and lies and more lies. And there have been, you know, very good, but you know, I mean, what is he even doing there? You know, he just shouldn't be there. Guy should be arrested when he lands and he touches down on the tarmac. And why the hell hasn't the International Criminal Court issued a case against him and the whole rest of the lot of them? They've had enough time. There's such an absurd amount of evidence. You know, what are they waiting for? They can't need any more evidence. There's so much evidence out there that they can indict the whole lot, not just the two that have been invited. It is excellent that they have indicted the man at the top. That's where it all stems from. That's he gives the lead, and that is right. But again, you know, that should have been followed within a month by the entire Russian Federation Security Council, Medvedev, Shoigu, Gerasimov, the whole bloody lot of them, Patrushev, all of them should have been indicted because they're all complicit with it. And frankly, half the oligarchs who are funding the regime and have been knowingly doing so for a long time. It is a total disgrace that you know, they've just nominated these two people and they seem to think that's enough, and you know, they'll just concentrate on that. And secondly, you know, why haven't more nations? I think Latvia and Lithuania have declared Russia to be a terrorist state. Why haven't more nations, in particular the EU, the UK, and the USA, declared Russia to be a terrorist state? And don't tell me about they're worried about property in New York being seized by third parties and all this. It's just an excuse. You know, if there is to be a list of terrorist states, then Russia is number one on that list. And if it isn't, then you, as I believe Nancy Pelosi said, you just may as well throw away the list. There's no point in even having a list. Anyway, that's a bit of a rant from me. Shlomo, off you go.
Hi guys, I think I've spoken to you guys before late night. I'm in the UK. What I was saying is partly a segue from the previous space, and also directly addressing what you Peter and Basic have been talking about. So you may be aware, the UN the UN Assembly has asked the International Court of Justice for an advisory opinion on the Israel-Gaza conflict, and South African government has brought a case against Israel in the International Criminal Court. And it's exactly to your point, Peter, on the Security Council. Obviously, Russia and China are permanent seating members of that council. They cannot be removed. That's the whole part of the design. But there are representatives of genocidal countries who are casting judgment in the International Court of Justice, which is equally as absurd. And now you've brought that up, Peter, I'm going to investigate on what basis people are elected and can be removed from the International Court of Justice. Probably it's very obscure and virtually impossible. But you know, the idea that they're giving guidance to the UN in general on questions of genocide, whether it's Ukraine or Israel or anywhere else, is absurd if there are countries potentially responsible for it. For example, if the UN, and you guys might know more about this than me, the UN asked for any advisory opinion on Ukraine when there's a Russian judge in the ICJ, that would be completely absurd. I don't know if that's actually happened. So that's one thing to know. Another thing to know is when we look at the problems in the UN, and they are manifest and significant, it's good to study a little bit of history. How did the League of Nations start? We know the League of Nations started with the same intentions as the UN, obviously after World War II, and failed. Try and look at why it failed. One key event that occurred, Japan was actually one of the allies in World War I, was a signatory to, like, for example, the San Remo conferences, the peace conferences, the mandatory Palestine. They were a signatory, and they were on the equivalent of the Security Council now. I've forgotten the name of it momentarily. And when they resigned from the League of Nations, I think in 1934, I think at the same time as Germany, that to my mind was the end of the League of Nations. And I don't know if that was recognized at the time. I'm still trying to look up old newspapers and articles and so on to learn a bit more about that period of history, because I think it'll be informative to us to know what went wrong. Obviously, the UN was designed to make up for some of the problems and the failures of the League of Nations. And clearly, it's a very, very, very flawed set of institutions. But I think it's worthwhile getting a bigger picture on the only other equivalent organization that's ever existed in the history of humanity, because maybe there's more lessons to be learned and more warnings that we can apply now. That's just a general thought on this. Back to you guys.
Yep, exactly. Agree with that entirely. I don't know at all about the constitution of the ICJ and how judges get on it and all that. I really don't know. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's the same thing. It's preposterous that we've got, potentially Russian judges on the court. And, you've got this situation where we're being lectured by Iran and Russia on human rights. I mean, how ridiculous is that? It couldn't be anything more absolutely ridiculous and absurd. It's just crazy, absolutely crazy, and it's all part of their disinformation regime and the fact that basically they are criminal. They are simply a criminal enterprise. The Russian government is a criminal enterprise. Pretty much the Chinese government is, particularly with what they're doing now. Maybe 10, 15 years ago, you could have given them the benefit of the doubt. Not now, I don't think. The whole situation, needs radical change, whether that's a root and branch reform or whether that is to scrap the bloody thing and start from the beginning again. I don't know. That the problem is, how do you get rid of terrorist states on the UN Security Council? And if you can't do that, to my mind, then you're probably better off to scrap it and start again, which is what they did with the League of Nations. We're in a similar scenario. However, I'm not as knowledgeable as Sergei Kyslytsya, the Ukrainian ambassador to the UN. However, he is on the inside of the organization, so he's, I wouldn't say got a vested interest in the organisation, but he clearly knows a heck of a lot more than about the workings and probably about the good that it does, which undoubtedly there is good. But my God, that seems to be overshadowed by the deficiencies, which are absolutely enormous. And
can I just add before I really want to hear what Fusilier has to say. I don't want to take your space, Fusilier. But one of the points of the UN is that foe can meet foe on neutral ground. I know what you were saying about Lavrov, but we do need a space in the world where enemies can talk, and that's one of the things, I think one of the positive things the UN theoretically does. I just wanted to add that point to something you were saying before about Lavrov.
Yeah, thanks. That's probably a true and a good point. You don't want to sort of cut off the possibility for dialogue completely, and the UN does facilitate a formal mechanism for doing that. However, that platform is being abused by Russia, Iran, and other criminal states like China, which are demanding respect and demanding equality and parity with democracies where the leaders are elected and have to be accountable. And of course, we know that Iran, Russia, and China, the leadership is not accountable at all. And forget the elections in Russia; that's just a load of bloody stage management, and it's nonsense. So, right, let's go to Fusilier, because Fusilier is always interesting comments to make, and I'm sure this will be the same.
Hey, Peter. And I find myself in the unique position, because I normally agree with you guys completely, but I find myself in the unique position of having a contrary view with you. I agree with lots of the sort of factors that you're considering, but I disagree with your conclusion. I also find myself in the unique position of actually trying to defend the UN, whereas anybody who looks at my timeline will find that I'm incredibly critical of it and other international organisations. But the UN provides a number of functions, and some of them are absolutely critical. The 5 permanent members of the Security Council are not by accident the 5 major nuclear powers on the planet. They're the 5 powers with intercontinental ballistic missiles that are able to be held at sea. Effectively, until somebody works out how to kill boomers, they are, effectively the most effective nuclear deterrents. Having the 5 members of the Security Council, the permanent members of the Security Council, nuclear armed states, is absolutely critical. I think, to prevent conflict. It's also important, as you've just raised, Shlomo just raised, and as you acknowledged, to have a forum where issues are raised and discussed, no matter how contentious. The other issue, I've got my wife, I'm afraid, calling me to go, but I'll be really quick. The other issue that I think is worth pointing out is that whilst many of the regimes at the UN are very unpalatable to us, having them spout their nonsense, having Lavrov spout his nonsense, actually damages them more than it damages the people they're speaking about. I think, the ridiculousness of listening to an Ayatollah lecture us on legal freedoms is a point not lost on most rational human beings. So what I would say is, yes, it needs reform. Maybe something along the lines of, permanent members of the Security Council can't vote on issues which directly affect themselves, but, even that might be quite contentious. I think until somebody comes up with a proposal for a body more effective than that, I won't support it. But with that, I'm going to have to jump. Thank you very much for initiating the discussion. I'm afraid I can't stay on to continue it.
Okay, no problem. Thanks, Fusilier. I should have gone to come to you first. Sorry about that. But yeah, I take those points. That's why I'm ambivalent. It's really very difficult. That's a very good point. Is that at least you have a formal mechanism where the 5 nuclear powers can sort of try and sort out differences and try and sort out things. And who knows what would happen if that wasn't there. We may end up in a worse situation. There may be miscalculations, misunderstandings, whatever. And yeah, that is also a good point, very good point you make about these countries basically bring ridicule upon themselves by saying such crazy nonsense that's patently lies. But nevertheless, it does seem to be unfortunately effective, and no matter what they say, it seems to get coverage and get traction, and that is what is so irritating, and that it gets spouted by these sort of other disinformation sources, which of course they've been investing, which the Russians and the Chinese and that have been investing in and cultivating for decades. So I wouldn't say that my view is a strong one. I think there's a case for and there's a case against, and that is completely trashing the UN starting again versus reform, and it's quite finely balanced. And somebody like Sergei Kislitsa may have will have a more informed view than me, but from what I see is that it's so badly corrupted and so badly compromised, it's going to be very difficult to reform it, and in any way that allows it to function in a sort of proper and coherent manner and do what it's actually supposed to do. Therefore, my inclination would be to scrap it and start again, but a first reaction, knee-jerk reaction, may not be the best way of dealing with it. So yeah, I'm open to debate on that, and I'm open to persuasion, to be perfectly honest. So let's go to Basic Ink again.
Yeah, great questions and thoughts here, Peter. I do know if anyone's interested into kind of, because I don't want to take away from the space, I'm just gonna kind of say my final piece, and then I want the space obviously to go on in more of the detail on Ukraine. But if anyone's curious, there is a comment made and a video posted by Nancy in the comments, and it's in regards to this very question, abandon or reform. And I definitely recommend you guys watching it. I'm going to definitely take a deeper look at it. And it's basically, by the Helsinki Commission hearing, the testimony of a Ukrainian ambassador that's actually arguing this. So it's a really good video to watch on this question on abandonment or reform. And it's kind of one of the reasons why I'm kind of more in the reform school as opposed to just, throwing it all away. Because I think these institutions that have, taken for instance, like the International Red Cross, we're not just talking about the UN, the UN is, but especially, in regards for I'm thinking of just like the World Food Program or the WHO, World Health Organization, are these organizations worth fighting for? Is this another front that we need to take on as citizens of this global community to reform? Because it is going to take work and it is going to take time, because there's obviously influence and there's money that are involving these choices, I'm sure, from different state actors. But anyway, it's just something to think about. And with that, I will drop down to listener, guys. And as always, I enjoy the MriyaReport, and you guys do God's work, really. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That's very kind. What we do, incidentally, is contribute our time on a voluntary basis, largely out of a desire to do something to help Ukraine, and in particular raise funds for various Ukrainian good causes. We've just recently completed a fundraiser for 28 sets of combat pants, trousers, if you're in the UK, for a particular unit of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, which is kit they need and are lacking. And we've raised funds for all sorts of other things: mine clearing equipment, generators in Kherson after the flooding, and all kinds of other stuff, non-lethal aid. And we also, through our experience or knowledge or passion or whatever skill we have, come on the space and just give our opinions and try to direct the conversation and and disinfect the information space, which is, of course, heavily polluted by all this Russian propaganda and people echoing this nonsense and conspiracy theories and all manner of garbage. And it's just cutting through all this and getting to the facts and what is the truth, and understanding that the Kremlin's game is to try and get you to doubt everything. And in the words of Peter Pomerantsev, who wrote a book on it, he said, everything is, what did he say? Everything, something like there is no truth and everything is possible. I forget the exact word now. That's not very clever of me to forget that. It will come back to me in a moment. But basically, the Kremlin's game is to just get you to doubt everything and not believe in anything and just switch off because it's all too confusing. And a typical example here was when MH17 was shot down. The Kremlin came up with 136 different explanations and different narratives for what had happened, including that it was shot down by Ukrainian fighters, it was a bomb, it was this, that, it was, all manner of things. 136 different explanations, a lot of them deliberately contradictory, and the objective here is to just confuse you so much that you don't know what the hell is true, and think that, doubt everything and not believe there's any such thing as truth, and it can be anything and anything can be possible, and that is effectively how they play their game. And unfortunately, they are incredibly effective just by repeating and repeating and repeating lies. They get attention. The social media picks them up, the mainstream media picks them up, and it just, stuff that shouldn't even be given the light of day gets regurgitated and regurgitated and regurgitated, and it should, even when it's been debunked and is completely ridiculous, it just keeps on coming back. Anyway, that's enough of a bit of a rant for me, so let's go back to Shlomo again.
Yeah, first, there's only 3 of us on the stage. If anyone wants to say anything, please come up, and if you like the space, just retweet it. Yeah, just sticking on the theme. I'm a reformer, not an abolitionist. Whoops. When it comes to the UN, I agree with Fusilier on that degree. The reason I was pointing out understanding history, understanding the League of Nations, was, there was a clear sign that war was coming when Japan and Germany resigned from the League of Nations in, I think it was 1934, and that you knew things were going wrong then, even though the Great Britain had their head in the sand and were trying to appease with Germany years later. Looking back with hindsight's a wonderful thing. You could really see the problems then. So we don't want to be in that situation. But so the subsidiary organization, when we look at something like the Human Rights Commission, I get confused. There used to be the Human Rights Committee, I believe. And that was so bad in terms of its anti-Israel bias that it was actually closed down and reconstructed with brand new articles of incorporation, constitution, and so on, in the Human Rights Commission, I think it is now. And of course, that's also failing in various ways. So it is possible within the auspices of the UN to revise and reform these organizations and even replace them. Another organization is UNRWA, the United Nations Work Relief Agency for Palestine refugees, which included people who lived in Israel, as well as Gaza and the West Bank after World War II. Then Israel, it wasn't to do with Palestinians, it was to do with Jewish, Christian, Arab refugees. And in 1952, Israel said, thank you very much, we'll handle our own refugees ourselves. It was meant to be a temporary organization, very standard thing at the time, when the UN, of course it's called the Refugee Commissioner, was focusing on the displacement of millions and millions of people in Europe, but it's been going on 70 years. So people talk about defunding it. Germany stopped defunding it. The US is on and off about defunding it. UK gives a little bit of money. My concern with just defunding an organization like that, which is obviously something that could be applied to other organizations democratic countries have issues with, is they may not want to, but they may Russia, China, Iran. I know there's issues with flows of money. Would, I think, find some way of stepping in and funding those organizations. That organization needs to be disbanded. That's another question outside the remit of this space. I know that. I'm just giving it as an illustrative example. But there's problems in UNICEF, the International Red Cross Committee, the Committee for the Red Cross, and and lots of non-UN organizations that are outside the remit. So that's ICRC is one of those. And WHO, the way it gets funded, even on a completely different campaign, getting a lot of money from Michael Bloomberg to completely distort the science to do with smoking and vaping. Again, I know outside the remit of this space, I'm just giving examples. There are all sorts of problems. I think they can be tackled. Funding, not funding, is one of the ways. But it's we need actually a group of nations, maybe something related to G7, G20, or something, which can get together and have a coordinated plan rather than individual action. That's one means of reform. But I definitely think I'm going to investigate the ICJ further, because if the ICJ doesn't give advice to the UN General Assembly over things to do with Ukraine, and you guys would know if there's been any legal opinions, it should be of concern if there's a Russian judge in the ICJ.
Shlomo, I can let you know there is currently no Russian judge on the ICJ. There are 15 judges. The ICJ is, I think, what would be called the highest judicial branch of the United Nations. And to the best of my knowledge, it has not given any advisory opinions to the General Assembly.
Yeah, on Ukraine, fair enough. And I said I know that when I looked, there were some countries that had committed recent genocide. I couldn't remember which ones, so I'd have to look at the list of the 15 judges to see what their relationship is. But that's why
there is a Chinese judge,
right? So going back to your disinformation point, again, a lot of the anti-Israel stuff is it's a great attractor for the opprobrium and moral indignation of the world, which is so convenient to Russia and to China with the Uyghurs and Tibet, which everyone's forgotten. So it suits their purposes. Even say China has no particular anti-Semitic element to it. Russia obviously did with various things. So Israel serves as a great distraction to all this. That's one of the reasons they do disinformation. And I sort of, what Fusilier or I don't know who the other Basic Instinct was saying, was when these speeches occur, and you and I, and probably most of this audience, laugh at these people, but so many people and the media take it and repeat it like sheep. So you have to recognize the other aspect of that is, why is this disinformation and other sources being so easily spread? And it's particularly, I've seen it all the time with Ukraine since the coup against the pro-Russian was it prime minister or president? And it's on fertile ground, and it's been cultivated for decades. And it started with the Russian disinformation campaigns influencing universities, originally on a version of communism. But we know that's all been modified from class-based to identity-based, and everything we have now in the woke left, the critical studies left, as I call it. And that's all these people have been educated, have now journalists, now in the police force, now in the judiciary. And it's been decades in the making. So it's fertile ground where people infected with this ideology, who don't think the way everyone who functions in a modern liberal democracy would think everyone else thinks. They don't think that way. They think in a very brute characterization. They wouldn't think this in a medieval fashion. They want to take the world back, even as they believe they're trying to move the world forward. And this is why it gets so easily perpetuated. All this propaganda from Russia, all this propaganda from China, and Iran, and Qatar. And this is what's going on. It's not just that they're producing this information. It's like people are willingly taking it, as the Russians call it, they're useful idiots. And So that, you know, there's one thing to recognize as disinformation. We can laugh, but the question is, and then we can look at problems in the organizations like the UN, but it's all the other issues going on. How do we deal with these millions of people who've been indoctrinated and are now part of our economies? With the police and the judiciary and the civil service and the equivalent of the United States and so on. How do we deal with that? That's a big question. Maybe, again, it's outside the remit of this group. Let's get someone else to talk directly about Ukraine.
Well, we will get to Ukraine, Shlomo, but I think that is a key question you're asking for all these millions of people, some ordinary people, I mean, mostly ordinary people who have been indoctrinated all around the world, frankly. But then, of course, there are the leaders of the nations essentially holding the indoctrinated captive. I regard Russia as such a nation, and Putin is investing in further indoctrination. There's a parallel between the Hitler Youth and what I'm going to call the Putin Youth. It goes by another name in Russia right now, but these are essentially the same radical attempts of totalitarian leaders to indoctrinate the youngest and younger generations. This is happening in Russia right now, and it just is something that we who live in the democracies around the world really need to wake up to. That Putin is turning history back in Russia all the way to the era of Stalin. Skip over every Russian premier you can remember, and there were a few who died of colds after only a few weeks leading the nation. But forget Brezhnev, forget Kosygin, forget Khrushchev. You have to go all the way back to the Stalinist era to really understand what Putin is doing culturally inside Russia today.
Well, I would add to that, in order to understand Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, with the Islamic Revolutionary Guards. Why is it called the Revolutionary Guard? In Iran, they have created what they call the Glorious Revolution, and it's an ongoing revolution. Anyone who's against them is a counter-revolutionary. Does that sound familiar? A lot of people have the opinion that basically Khamenei's, not Khomeini originally, regime is a Stalinist regime. But the interesting thing, so I tend to like looking at comparatives. As I've said, let's look at League of Nations compared to the UN. Let's look at Russia compared to, in this case, Iran. How it's actually not working. The terror, what they're doing to keep the people in line. Most people are not indoctrinated. A few percent are. They have parallel armies. They have the level of complexity of counterintelligence and intelligence services, like the KGB and the different satellite KGBs in all the other countries and the GRUs, all the stuff that happened under Stalin. You can learn a lot about the way Putin's probably going. He's probably learning lessons from Iran, it's bizarre to say, about what they're doing there, but also how the people, obviously there's a few minute drop of people, vocal and spaces, are not buying it. And, I always take with a pinch of salt what people say online. I try and find references and so on, because often they say things I want to hear, and I'm wary about repeating them in case it's just pandering to my own biases. But there's a lot to learn. You can understand, if you want to understand Iran, not so much as this extreme religious extremist regime, which it is, and it's a particular flavor of Islam, but as a Stalinist regime, it really sort of gave me a big sort of epiphany about how it's actually functioning, because the main military and political force in Iran is the IRGC. and they actually don't care about the religion. It's there as convenience. It's there to keep all their proxies in play because they sort of believe in that version of Shiaism. So there's a lot of, and they've learned a lot from the Russian disinformation campaigns, and they have networks throughout the US, as I'm sure Russia does. But the US is probably a bit more attuned to detecting Russian networks than Iranian networks, and the IRGC's infiltrated the State Department. That's pretty well known. And obviously, if they've integrated and they work with Russia, they could obviously play things backwards and forwards. There's an awful lot going on. And the other point is, you're concerned about what he's trying to do with creating the Putin Youth or whatever it's called. Again, Iran has something equivalent. They're called, I can't remember, it starts with B. There's different levels of membership you can become. I can't remember what the name is. It starts with B before you join the IRGC. And all these 16-year-old kids, they join this thing. I can't remember the name. You can look it up for in a second if you look at the ever-reliable source, Wikipedia. It's actually quite good for this. They're all dressed in black. They're given a gun at the age of 16. They go around on motorbikes, and everyone knows who they are, and they have the little power empire. So they're the equivalents of not of the Hitler Youth, which is much more regimented than them, but they're the equivalent of possibly what's going on with Putin's army. So there's a lot to learn by comparing and contrasting. But the concern you have about the indoctrination internally, I don't think it's working from the impression that I want to get from the spaces. But I'm concerned about the indoctrination of people who are the useful idiots in the Eurosphere and the Anglosphere, and who can be anti-Israel, anti-Ukraine, pro-Russia, pro-China, and so on. And sometimes they're pro-Ukraine, anti-Israel. Sometimes they're pro-Israel, anti-Ukraine. There's all these variations. They're all useless idiots. But we need to recognize them because they're the biggest danger, because this is where all the funding, the military supplies, and everything goes on. And if that gets cut off, then the other side wins. So it's the enemy within, like there's an enemy without and the enemy within. And, which is like, as I say, it's an autoimmune disease weakening the body politic of Western democracies. And with a weakened immune system, ideas can be evaded from abroad. So, just some thoughts on that. Just bounce it back to you guys.
Yeah, just a quick comment, Shlomo, on your question about how do we stop this sort of infiltration of ideas and academics and all this sort of stuff in the West. And the simple answer there is to cut off the financing and the funding and the propagation of it. And of course, that's been going on from Russia since about 2000, or 2005 heavily when Russia turned hostile. 2007 really was when Putin gave his speech in the at Munich in the Munich Security Conference, where it was just ridiculous and sort of was a portent of his imperial ambitions and total lack of respect for other sovereignty of other countries. And then 2008, of course, that was demonstrated when he invaded Georgia on completely absurd and ridiculous grounds. And the first time, you can sort of think, well, what's going on here? Maybe there's this, maybe there's that. But when it repeats into a pattern, then you sort of see what's really going on. And Georgia clobbered it then because it was sort of the first one in the queue and was not in NATO, wasn't really under the protection of anybody. US threw them under the bus, and not that they were really in a position to do a lot about it, to be honest. So that perhaps probably overcritical. But Biden got it right when he was in Warsaw. He was there about a year ago, and he said off the cuff remark at the end of his speech about Putin, for heaven's sake, this guy has to go. 100% right. Unfortunately, somebody sort of pointed out, well, regime change is technically illegal, therefore it sort of got walked back or watered down. He was basically forced to either backpedal or soft pedal on that. But he was 100% right. You know, there's no way you can negotiate with that kind of person. There was no way we could negotiate. You know, the UK and the other countries could negotiate with Hitler in 1941. You know, when London was under massive aerial attack, and again, purely well, it was the docks and stuff, but it was largely civilian targets. Which is partly where the definition of genocide and things like that then after World War II became a war crime in the aftermath of that. You know, you basically need to not beat about the bush and confront the problem and not dance around it and pretend you can try to dance around it. The simple fact is that you know, Putin needs to be confronted, and he only understands force, and he's not going to come to any kind of rational, reasonable, negotiated solution. For a start, you know, he needs to get all of his troops and everything out of all of Ukraine, including Crimea, and he's absolutely no intention of doing that. That's absolutely clear. He's not you know, on a path to any kind of settlement or negotiation. He's intent on his genocide, doubling down on everything. Russia needs to be held accountable. The whole bloody lot of them need to go to the ICC, in The Hague and stand trial as the Nazis did, and that's absolutely non-negotiable. You know, you can't let them off. You can't have them hiding in Venezuela or whatever. You know, that's just not acceptable. And Russia needs to pay reparations and needs to be held fully accountable for all the damage and all the loss of life it's done in Ukraine, and that is a thing that should go on for decades. You know, they should have their exports taxed directly to support Ukraine for the reconstruction, or whatever other solution. I mean, they may not end up having any exports because Russian oil's out the window. They don't export a lot else. Their arms industry is going to hit a bad patch after this war because we can all see how ineffective their kit is. It's difficult to know how Russia is actually going to pay for this. What's really irritating is that you know, the West is meanwhile sitting on this 300 billion pounds of pounds, dollars, whatever it is, euros of Russian central bank reserves, which have been frozen. Okay, you know, that's one thing, but you know, not even the interest that earns has yet gone to Ukraine, and with all the palaver over funding, you know, that's probably the easiest way to fund Ukraine's war, Ukraine's defense rather. Sorry, there is no way on earth that the current Russian regime should ever get that money back. It should be made absolutely clear to them now that is going to go to reparations, and the reparations will already start before the war has concluded, and it will send a strong message to any other genocidal fascist regime. If they think they can put their money in London or New York or Frankfurt or wherever, and it'll be safe there, then think again, because we don't want to be sending out any signals to any fascist genocidal regimes that you know, that we can collude with them, and they can harbour their ill-gotten gains in our territories and in our jurisdictions, and that they're going to have access to it anytime they want if they're not playing by the rules. It's as simple as that in my mind, and I am absolutely heartened to see that eventually some steps are being taken to try and sequestrate these assets and actually give them to Ukraine, and then that might move things forward. And one thing we do know is the Russians are very sensitive about their money. That is their whole reason of survival, to steal as much money as possible and to keep themselves in power. As I've said earlier, it is the Putin government of Russia, the Kremlin, is fundamentally a criminal enterprise. They are about stealing and extortion and basically getting as much money they can, and all kinds of nefarious activity. And the way to deal with them is just hit them financially, hit them with much stronger sanctions, close the loopholes, and apply secondary sanctions to anyone who even thinks about dealing with them, and that will be the way. And then they don't have the funding, the finance, the structures to start these nefarious activities of infiltrating all our political systems, all our universities, and sowing all their chaos all over the world. And they're at it. They're at this everywhere. Just look at former Yugoslavia and Serbia, Hungary, Venezuela, all manner of bits of Africa. Supporting all these AfD in Deutschland, in Germany, Golden Dawn in Greece, the far right in France, the Scottish nationalists in the UK, and other sort of far right organisations. It's a systematic approach, and what we're doing is looking at it piecemeal and dealing with it individually, when we should be looking at the whole thing and dealing with it as one concerted activity. And this is where it ties in with Iran and North Korea, where now you've got the situation where Russia is forced to go begging to Iran and North Korea for specifically drones and ammunition. And if that isn't, as we've already said previously, if that isn't the biggest indication of strategic failure, together with the retreat from the Western Black Sea, and the fact that NATO has now expanded, or will expand, to include Finland and Sweden, then that shows you that Russia is losing strategically. But the worry is, now that Russia is effectively in bed with Iran and North Korea, and to a lesser extent China, and Russia is begging for ammunition from North Korea and drone technology from Iran, and production capability from Iran. What are those two countries getting in return? And that is a big worry, because Russia has got things like nuclear technology and other forms of assistance that the Iranians and the North Koreans need, and that could put us into a very dangerous place in relatively short order. And that is not a good place to find ourselves, which is really why we should have nipped this thing in the bud and sorted out Ukraine much earlier and much quicker, before we gave the Russians, firstly, the opportunity to build all these crazy defense lines and sow 10 million mines in Ukraine, thus making it much more difficult for Ukraine to capture its territory, and secondly, export the problems and to divert attractions to the Middle East, to Serbia, to Venezuela, and to Africa, and all over the place, to try and distract and deceive and divert attention away from what is going on in Ukraine. Anyway, there's a not very short speech from me. I just sort of say as it is. I'm sort of tell it as it is kind of guy. But we got Luca up, and I see you waving. Apologies, I wasn't ignoring you. But Luca, you want to contribute? You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Yeah, just briefly around the infiltrations. I think like one good thing that happened was, we didn't even know. I mean, I'm sure the services knew, but who these infiltrated people were in power. And like, think about like Schroeder. I mean, I just thought he was a great politician. He made Germany's in the 90s, and I'm fairly certain the majority of people know that he's a Russian asset now. And to the game of the funding of Ukraine, because I'm sorry to call it like that, but my interpretation is that like a high stake game is being played now. This is more like US centric. I just talked to a friend of mine from Ukraine. He's kind of depressed, and he's like, oh, the weapons are not coming, and we're paying the consequence. And like, I think what's happening in Washington now is that it's like this process of like exposing who the real traitors are, because so I sent him this information that was circulating on Twitter just a few hours ago, where apparently, like on some Russian TV channels, they were complimenting the Speaker of the House for not passing aid to Ukraine, and some Duma politicians saying that they would give him like a seat in the Duma. So, like, this cannot be good for a politician. I know that there is like maybe a small core in the West that buys, like, really buys, like, you know, like intuitively buys this bullshit about, oh, the family value and the strong leader. It's better to have Putin than, I don't know, like stolen election or some bullshit like that. But I still think that, like in most Western countries, this is still a majority. 10, 20% of the people. I don't think you win elections with that. And case point, I'm Italian. Everyone knows about the Italian politics. We had this guy called Salvini, which, I mean, you guys talk about Le Pen, and he was part of the same gang of traitors that got money from some shady, well, got money from Putin. Okay, yeah, like, it was never proven, but he got it from some shady business coming from over there. So, because then, after that, he was always saying, oh, I stand with Putin and blah, blah, blah. And then, I don't know if you guys remember, this guy was like advocating for like a kind of like a Brexit for Italy and leave the European Union and maybe even like leave NATO, go back to the Italian lira. So all those kind of things that, well, they would have been good for Putin, not so good for Italy. And he got exposed at the beginning of the war. And now he's not a threat anymore. As you can see, like the Meloni government is singing a completely different tune. And so that's what I told my Ukrainian friend. I was saying it is very unfortunate that Ukraine right now is getting stuck in the middle of this game. But my reading, I'm trying to keep it positive, of the current situation is that as much as like some elements are delaying funding to Ukraine, in any country, but right now talking about Washington, I feel that they're doing it at their own peril for the general election. It might play really well for the hardcore base, but I think this will be used against them. And let's not forget that the biggest fight this year is that it's an election year, and depending where things go, it will have like a major impact on on the future of many things, NATO, the European Union, or blah blah blah, right? So I think, like, unfortunately right now Ukraine is getting stuck in the middle of that, but like clearly having like Russia one Duma representatives saying that they want to give a honorary seat to Speaker Johnson. No, this can part of exposing who those well, fundamentally speaking, who those captured elements are in our countries, like Schroeder. Thank you. Or Salvini. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, thanks, Luca. That's very good. You're absolutely right. When the Russians are cheerleading for Speaker Johnson and saying stuff like this, then that you would think that would have to play pretty badly in the USA. I think the thing now is that I don't want to get into USA politics, but the whole situation over there is so polarized. People are just stuck to what they believe, and whatever happens, it just seems to reinforce their views and even stronger. And the polarization, is so entrenched that it's difficult to reason with it. But that is absolutely right, and I hope the opposition in the States, and by that who have some sort of scruples and are on Ukraine's side, like Randy Mott, for example, who at least I don't sort of fully sign up to everything else, but at least he supports Ukraine and he's vocal about it, and he's trying to do what he can on behalf of Ukraine. They will highlight the absurdity of Johnson's position and the fact it literally just serves Russia's ends, and the Russians are quite blatant about that. There was a rumor, and I use the word rumor because I don't know how factual it is, that Johnson had been on the payroll of a Russian oligarch The name was mentioned, it escapes me. I don't know whether that's true. It wouldn't surprise me at all, and it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of other people are. There's a whole load of stuff that came out unintentionally in the Panama Papers and various other stuff, not only on the Russians, but on all other politicians, because unfortunately we don't live in a world that's black and white. In reality, it's sort of grey. But what is clear is that when you're running a criminal enterprise and you subvert the sort of normal channels of business and justice and political discourse and try to pervert the course of democracy, then we're just seeing effectively how easily that can be manipulated and how democracy needs to be defended and how valuable it is. Otherwise, you end up in a situation like North Korea, Belarus, or China, or indeed Russia. So I think that is very worrying, and certainly with Italy. Mrs. Maloney was definitely a wild card. bunga parties, etc., and it is really quite a surprise.
Pure pro-Ukraine. They're scared that Russia is still not defeated, but they understand that is the right cause, not just for Ukraine, but for the West as well, which is something we don't hear in the US yet. And I think US might be even more polarized than Italy, but trust me, Italy was really polarized under Salvini. Because, once, go on TV all the time and make up all sorts of bullshit, all the kind of stuff that you were guys talking about, typical Russian disinformation techniques that then has been, reused and recycled by little authoritarian wannabes, like whether it's Salvini or Orban, right, to then stay in power. They just copy from each other. Well, you yank that away and you give it enough time, the society gets depolarized. And I really felt that in Italy. So now I think, and I want to say, first of all, 2024, I want to be honest, I think it's going to be a shit year, as in it's going to be a historically, consequential year. And it's going to be a shit in the sense that I expect that there will be lots of fights and lots of grievances, but I hope we're gonna turn out okay. I try to be positive, and I think, to go back to the Salvini dash current news around the funding, and of course Speaker Johnson and some elements of his party that are not for supporting Ukraine. It's like the I stand with Putin thing. When you look, in reality, I think 70% of Americans clearly identify Russia as an enemy. And I think there is something came out a few days ago. There is another 20% that they're like, yeah, they're not so cool, but whatever. And then 10% are like, yeah, go Putin, right? And it cannot be good. It cannot be good that these guys are effectively siding or helping or aiding and abetting. And I think we are in that part of the process. I feel, unfortunately, Ukraine is stuck in the middle, and that's why they're running low on ammo. But I think this is also creating enough material that through an election year, okay, because remember, it's not just the president, but it's Congress too. Through an election year, these will not swing the polarized part of the electorate, but the elections are often won, with the independents and undecided, and that's kind of like the middle, which I think, right now we're gathering material to, like Meloni did, then make those narratives that are necessary to effectively put the corrupted or capture the politician out of the lever of power, and then basically restart afresh, and then basically just go ahead and win. That's kind of like my hopeful interpretation of the current situation as it's playing out now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Luca. Yeah, difficult to know how 2024 is going to pan out. It's certainly going to be a very consequential year. I'd like to think it will be the year where America finally grabs the bull by the horns and actually gets on with it, because that would be the solution that would really move us in the right direction as quickly as we need to. And there is a certain amount of history repeating itself here, where as a Brit, if you know your history from 1939 to 1941, we were kind of not exactly fighting World War II alone. We did actually have a lot of support from the United States. Churchill put a lot of effort into the relationship with Roosevelt and got a lot in return. But a lot of it was rather covert and sort of underhand and undeclared, and always a sort of financial arrangement where the United States would have to be paid back on an IOU that wasn't really established, formalized, and in fact didn't complete until about 2010 or thereabouts. Whereas the United States does seem to take a heck of a long time to bloody work out what its game is and what it should do in certain circumstances, not in all circumstances. I don't want to be too critical, but I'm reminded of Churchill's words that you can always rely on the United States to do the right thing, but only once they have eliminated every other alternative, and that is certainly what they appear to be doing now. Even the sort of most absurd alternatives of not supporting Ukraine, and all kinds of rabbit holes. Yeah, that's just where we are. Anyway, we've got Alan back. I think Alan had to drop out. You'll probably have picked up on the gist of what's being said, covering the axis of whatever the heck it is now between Iran, North Korea, and Russia, and to a lesser extent China, and good news from Italy with sort of decent leadership there, having surprised a lot of us, and sort of what's going to happen in 2024. What do you envisage happening in 2024, Alan? If it's not a doom mongering question.
Well, no, I'm not a doom monger. I'm not as much of an optimist as I used to be. One thing I'll say about China, Peter, you say China supplying Russia with military support and equipment to a lesser degree. I think we don't know the extent that China is supplying Russia, and there is more and more evidence that China is, in fact, providing Russia with a lot of what it needs. I think just in, if you compare the race of Russia to, I'll use the word rearm at this point in its war on Ukraine, and the race of Ukraine to rearm as well as to mobilize and train additional troops, it's going to be a very close race. And it's going to be a very close race because Russia can rely completely on North Korea, China, and Iran for supplying more ballistic missiles, for example, all the artillery ammunition it appears to need, with all the Shahed drones it can use every single day, including new kind of super drones equipped with jet engines. But it's the United States and Germany who seem to be stuck in decision making, especially about long range weapons for Ukraine. This is unfortunate. The supply of 155 millimeter artillery shells to Ukraine is not at the level it needs to be. We know, in fact, that Ukraine has cut back on its daily artillery rounds pretty substantially. The Wall Street Journal ran an article just the other day about Ukraine no longer being able to fire off 10,000 artillery rounds a day, and now potentially down to about 2,000 rounds a day. Meanwhile, Russia can now outgun Ukraine by 7,000 rounds to 2,000 rounds a day. That's a pretty significant difference. It's 3.5 times. This is the level that Russia was at when the war began. And while Ukraine was able to achieve artillery parity, possibly some artillery superiority along a few miles of the long line of contact in critical battle areas, maybe around Orkiv, maybe around Bakhmut. I don't think it has such superiority or parity anywhere on the line of contact today. That is a significant worry. And I cannot believe, Peter, that we have come to this point in this war after here we are about to celebrate, and it's not a celebration at all, about to acknowledge the second anniversary of Russia's genocidal invasion coming up February 24, only a few weeks from now. And Ukraine, once again, seems to be fighting alone, fighting on its own, regardless of the amount of materiel supplied by the EU and by the United States and Canada and even Australia, South Korea. It really is once again standing almost alone against the Russian invader. It is an absolutely heartbreaking situation. Meanwhile, in the United States, there are domestic issues that have been tied to funding for Ukraine and funding for Israel, funding for Taiwan. Domestic issues have gotten in the way. I think that the border situation will somehow reach a kind of resolution this week or early next week. But it will then be set aside because the United States faces two funding deadlines. The first coming up on January 19 to keep half the government running. And then the second funding deadline coming up very early in February to keep the remainder of the government running. This is an issue that Congress kicked into 2024, and now we are going to see the consequences of congressional indecision, by and large, beginning in the House, because of the very slim Republican majority in the House and the inability of any speaker or any Republican leader in the House of Representatives to get the Republicans to work together. It's not only a question of getting Republicans and Democrats to work together. In the House of Representatives, the Republicans have to find a way to work together. They are such a divided party with extreme right wing, less extreme right wing, extreme elements of the party, practically no center left in the Republican Party whatsoever. It is so difficult for them to work together and to pass legislation, and then to have to work with the Democrats. I don't think you're going to see funding for Ukraine solved in the month of January. Or if you do see it solved in the month of January, it won't occur until the very end of the month. And I will point out that that the Republican chairs in the House of the Armed Services Committee, the Appropriations Committee, the Foreign Relations Committee, they have put together a piece of legislation, a plan of victory for Ukraine that may find its way into congressional committees in the House, may eventually find its way to the floor of the House, but it is an effort by three centrist Republican chairs to move their party back to full support of Ukraine. I have my doubts if it can succeed. Luca.
Hey, Alan. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you heard what I was saying just before, but again, maybe I'm trying to be positive here, and because it's an election year, I see these as playing, basically just a political. So Ukraine is stuck in the middle of like a political game for the 2024 elections. It's already quite interesting that Speaker Johnson did find a bipartisan agreement on funding the government at all, because like last time around, like they could only agree to fund an extension for a few months, and now they seem to have found this agreement, right? But what I'm trying to say is that I think at some point Biden could just be like, the hell with it, and here is an executive order. And the thing is that it has to be. This will only work if it can be, framed in a narrative of like, look at the look at the what the House is doing, and it's against American interests, and here the president, I come in and I save the day, right? I still think that is possible. I'm not sure if Biden has the guts to do it right now, but I feel if it can be framed like that in a way that then it helps swing some of the independents or even the center-right voters that recognize the danger of the level of indecision or straight out treacherousness for not helping Ukraine and helping Putin. I think this is still possible. I think right now, like it's more about like exposing who these people are. That's my reading, but it might be an optimistic reading.
I think it's a more optimistic than my reading, Luca. And I can also say that one thing that would help Biden is better coverage of the war in Ukraine by American media. You know, the war in Ukraine has fallen off the front page. It has become the second or third or fourth story covered, no longer the first story. And this means that the brutality, the utter inhumanity of these Russian missile barrages of the last week have not been fully reported in the United States. They have not been reported in a way that allows American news watchers to understand the utter brutality and the consequential deaths of Ukrainian civilians, children, women, men, elderly, living in their own homes, walking through their own neighborhoods, killed by Russian missiles. I also think that one of the key points of this missile barrage is that Russia is looking for the seams between Ukrainian air defense, especially the seams between the Patriot systems that are successful in shooting down ballistic missiles, especially. Russia found some of those seams just yesterday, and will increasingly find them. This is why Ukraine urgently needs more Patriot air defense systems. It also needs its Patriot air defense missiles to be replenished. Russia is attempting, by concentrating these barrages of missiles against Ukraine, Russia is attempting to fully deplete Ukraine's air defense, especially of the Patriot air defense systems. Now, my God, what if they succeed simply because of the massive quantity of missiles that they're firing against Ukraine? Part of the blame will lie with President Biden, in my opinion.
Alan,
Go ahead, Luca.
hello.
Yes, go ahead, Luca.
Oh yeah, that's why this doesn't make sense to me. This is not. Look. Either like, okay, so my reading of these, it's binary, right? And this was specifically the discussion I was having with my Ukrainian friend that lives here in the Bay Area that was pretty depressed, right? This is, I'm telling you, like, either like the collective West, of course, starting from the United States, completely dropped the ball, or this is not what's actually happened. This is like just like some, as I mentioned, political game that Ukraine got stuck in the middle of because of like the 2024 election, as I mentioned. And the reason is the following. I want to talk about like the Patriots. There is no way in hell that the United States, and by that I mean the Department of Defense, the government, the Lockheed Martin or something like that, have anything to gain from letting Patriot system getting blown up because they don't supply interceptors, right? Like that is kind of the narrative, right? Russia's like, oh, look, you know, we spent 6 months like building all these missiles, stockpiling them, not firing them, and we're just gonna hit them super hard, and then we use all these trolls and we use all our friends that we infiltrated in the media, in the government, in Western democracies, and then weapons. But specifically, I want to make it specifically in this case, pack interceptors, run low, and then suddenly we start to blow up a whole bunch of things. Now think about it like this, right? There were all these countries that were like, holy crap, like this King Zal is not so cool, like, and this Patriot seems to like basically just work flawlessly, and suddenly it gets blown up, right? That would be so stupid, right? Like even from like a completely like self-centered standpoint of like, yep, we sent those weapons there for free, but now look, the whole world wants to buy those instead of those shitty S-400, even just from that perspective. So my reading is, yes, the inventories are low. Yes, we're in a difficult time, but at the same time, well, we and Ukraine is suffering a lot, but at the same time, I do not believe that we will let them run out and then just get like their military bases, but also the system that we donated blow up, because then they're going to start to go out and blow up like, the German system and this and that, because the air defense is layered, right? And if you read, for instance, like for the first time in a long time, Japan amended their military export law to have Mitsubishi Heavy supplies the PAC interceptors to the US, which then will export it to Ukraine, right? So it feels to me that, like, during this time, like Ukraine is stuck because of like whatever is happening in Congress. But if they were really to a point where like things get really bad, or suddenly like that hardware will show up, which sucks, because like it goes back to the whole idea of like just trickling, like, what do we say, boiling the frog or something like that, like, which the West has been doing since the beginning, like the kind of like, oh, we don't want Ukraine to lose, but we don't want Russia to win. And I feel that even in this dire situation, Russia will be disappointed. That's kind of at least what I told my Ukrainian friend that was really disappointed and saying, "Oh, everything is crumbling." And I was like, "Nah, that's not gonna happen. It's just a political game in Congress to expose who the captured elements inside our democracies are." And then effectively to use these as part of the 2024 election. I hope I'm right, because while it's kind of still a shitty move, it's not as bad as, oh, well, we're just not going to send anything and then they're just going to get blown up. It's slightly more optimistic than that.
It is optimistic, Luca. And yes, Ukraine is in the middle of an unfortunate political debate here in the United States. But the majority of Americans still support Ukraine, and I think that support has gone up recently simply because of the barbarity of Russian attacks lately. Enough of that news has gotten through to American news watchers that support of Ukraine has actually increased again. In terms of Patriot air defense systems on the ground in Ukraine, just like any other piece of military equipment, they are at risk, and they could be destroyed, just like Western tanks can be destroyed and have been. But I don't see it as necessarily the United States dropping the ball. Rather, I see this as a kind of relay race, and it's quite clear to me that America dropped the baton in the relay race. My last statement, then we'll go to hands. This delivery of just-in-time delivery to Ukraine of what it needs, and then only some of what it needs. Just-in-time delivery is not a logistical model that can win a war. To Dan and then to Martin, please.
Hi, can you hear me, Alan?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make a statement and then I'll try to be good about it. But I want to be clear. Thanks, Luca, for what you said. And yes, it is a game. They do this every time the budget comes up. They want to hold something up or whatever, and then they make it look like they're doing some big compromise. It's all a ruse, and I'm pissed off. I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm angry that our media over here, the media in general, does not cover it's not America that let Ukraine down. It's those representatives that keep throwing monkey wrenches into every little compromise Democrats try to make with them. So, and it's not just all, it's some of the Democrats too. But anyways, what pisses me off is this is a game they play that mostly the ones in Congress that don't have any comprehensive legislation to pass. They just want to sit there and say no, no, no. And then they're going to compromise just before the end of the wire. They've done this several times in the last 4 or 5 years. They compromise at the end of the wire just so they can look good to their base. And everybody goes, oh, they saved our country again. They're not doing a darn thing. Half of them don't even, I don't know, even know if they've got a law degree. It's disgusting. It is disgusting that they're in Congress. I know it's illegal to do so, but I think there needs to be clearer resumes on the board when somebody's running for government. That's the way I feel. But Luca, you're right. It is a game, and it's not America letting Ukraine down. It's our political system and the representatives that are holding this up. Because every time they do a compromise, they go, oh, no, 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 we want this. This is how they operate. They've always operated like this in the last 10 years that I know of. It's disgusting. So thanks, Luca.
I don't disagree with Dan or Luca. It is something of a game, but it's a game of chicken if you are Ukraine. And that is truly unfair. Martin, welcome and go ahead.
Ellen, thank you. Wonderful conversation, important conversation, necessary conversation that's happening. Slava Ukraini. Ellen, if I may, you've mentioned, of course, what it takes to win a war and leadership. And I wonder if I may have a little diversion, harkening back to our conversation last week about Sir Winston Churchill and his speech to the joint session in the States, of which I played some on my computer for everyone on the MriyaReport. And then, of course, our conversation about our two fathers during the Second World War. So I was looking through some old publications today, which I picked up at work. And these are publication from March 1965. It's called The Rondell. No longer published, but it was the publication that was from the RCAF, Royal Canadian Air Force. And someone brought it into our office at work, and I looked at it, and I picked up one issue. And the first thing that happened when I opened up this issue, the first page I turned to was an obituary that was, or a eulogy that was given on the occasion of Sir Winston Churchill's funeral in 1965. He died in January 1965 at the age of 90, I believe, yes. And it was given by the Honorable Paul Hellyer, who was Canadian Minister of National Defense. And it's brief, and it's called "We Will Remember Him," and I think it's worth sharing with you, Alan, and the other listeners on MriyaReport, and not at all irrelevant at all, of course. So, would you like me to read it?
Absolutely, Martin. Go for it.
We will remember him. Again, eulogy by the Honorable Paul Hellyer, Minister of National Defense. That was 1965 in Canada. It was a Liberal government headed by, at that time, it would have been Lester B. Pearson. All Canada, and indeed all the world, mourns the death of a great statesman, a great writer, a man of many talents, Sir Winston Churchill. His active life in the service of his country and of the free world spanned more than half a century. He was the British leader of what became the greatest and most powerful alliance in history. But when he assumed the leadership, it was weak and the outlook was uncertain. Yet his faith in the final outcome inspired not only his nation, but free men everywhere toward the ultimate victory. He was a man honored by many nations. He was a Privy Councillor of Canada. He was given an honorary citizenship of the United States. There are many other tributes to him recognized that he was not a man of only one country, but of the world. He embodied the dynamic qualities and quest for progress of this century, and through his long life, he never lost the ability to question and look ahead. We feel his loss, but we know that his works will remain as a lasting monument to his services to all mankind. At the outset of the massive work in which he recorded World War II, he inscribed these words, which are indeed fitting for his epitaph: in war, resolution; in defeat, defiance; in victory, magnanimity; in peace, goodwill. So thank you for allowing me to share that, Alan. And I think it's very relevant to everything today that we are all about here in the MriyaReport. Muscovy's genocidal war against Ukraine, and Ukraine being led by this outstanding leader, a man of his generation, of his time, a man for all time, as was Sir Winston Churchill. So I'll drop down to listener, and thank you again, Alan. Slava Ukraini. Please retweet the site. And remember, everyone, we are on the right side of history. Thank you.
Hello, Slava, Martin. And certainly that eulogy does point out something to all of us, that having faith in an outcome is part of getting to that outcome. And we all here have faith in Ukraine's victory over Russia. We all here ultimately have faith in the democracies in which we live to continue to support Ukraine and to increase their support of Ukraine. I would underline and put in bold, increase their support of Ukraine. It's what's needed. It's what Ukraine has requested throughout the war, but especially urgently in the last few months, and especially urgently right now, and especially from the United States. Peter, I want to welcome Language Learner up for a battlefield update. I'm going to complete the title Up in the Nest in just one moment, but I invite Language to introduce how he does battlefield updates. I think folks are pretty familiar with it and pretty familiar with the live map that Language uses in order to guide us through the line of contact in Ukraine. It is, I think, one of the smoothest, most useful ways to orient yourself in Ukraine and all along the line of contact. Language, go ahead.
Hi, yes, thank you, Alan. So, hope everybody's doing well, staying warm. It's been a little bit cold and blustery in the U.S. these past few days. So, generally, the way we do it is we start in the northwest around Belarus, Polish border, proceed clockwise, and with some general statements. There's a link to a free app created by the fantastic David Rosnow using Andrew Perpetua's fantastic map, which allows you to see where we're talking about. Has a bunch of icons on it. It doesn't take any of your data. It just essentially copies the URL that I'm looking at when I move around on the Google Maps screen and then shares it to you. I find it makes things a little bit easier to follow along, so that way it's not 30 different towns who we don't know how to pronounce. If that's something you'd be interested in, there's a link up in the nest at the top of your screen. That's lvmp.us. There should be an Android and Apple app for that. Works on tablets as well. And then the code, if it prompts you for one, is MENZ1, like boys to men's, but that is Michael Echo November Zulu 1, all lowercase. And if you click on that, then you have the app. It should take you there. If you need to put in the code itself, it should also be right there from the landing page. And if you're looking at it correctly, you should see a map of Ukraine with a lot of dots on it. But I hope everyone is doing well and staying warm.
Thanks, Language. And, you know, just before going to the map, I often compare the temperature I'm living through or the snowstorm that I'm living through here and the temperature that Ukrainian soldiers are fighting through in Ukraine and the weather that they are fighting through. It's not that cold, for example, in Odessa, but it is becoming quite cold in Kyiv, up in Donetsk, up in Kharkiv. There has been snow. Just a few weeks ago, it was a cold, warm cycle of weather that froze the ground and melted the ground. Mud had become a huge problem. I think all that mud is pretty much frozen now, and around Kharkiv, around Bakhmut, Kupiansk, pretty much under a layer of snow at this point, right?
Yeah, it's got some pretty frosty in the east. More so cold than snow. I think we're seeing temperatures drop down to, certainly well below freezing. I think we're looking at like -10, -15 Celsius. So remains to be seen how long that'll keep up. But in the moment, things are cooling off. They're also quite cold in other areas of Europe, as I understand, both in Moscow, that's had a number of issues, and Finland, which went and recorded another all-time low temperature for the last 100 years or so over the past couple of days.
Thank you. This isn't going to be a weather report. It's going to be a battlefield update with Language Learner. Language Learner, launch when ready.
Okay, well, without further ado, let's begin. This is the military update for January 6, 2024, 8th, 2024, day 681 through 684 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Starting in Belarus and proceeding clockwise, Poland's Minister of Agriculture announced that the farmers' protest at the Medyka border crossing had concluded, having started in November of last year, following reaching protesters' demands of additional agricultural subsidies and loans. The Polish representative to the EU expressed concern at not limiting Ukrainian agricultural imports to the European Union, saying that it could have a significant negative effect on EU member states' production. The jury's still out on that. It's more public statements than anything else. Then in a slightly positive human interest story, a 12-year-old Ukrainian refugee from Kherson who had moved with their family to Lviv made national news by raising $20,000 in funds for drones via Caroline. Moving towards Kyiv, central western Ukraine, Russia launched a sizable missile attack across Ukraine last night, or early this morning, January 8th, comprised of 8 Shahed suicide drones, 24 Kh-101 air-launched cruise missiles, 8 Kh-22 cruise missiles, which are much harder to intercept, 4 Kinzhal air-launched ballistic missiles, and 13 ground-launched ballistic missiles, along with 2 Kh-31 anti-radar missiles. At least 4 people were killed and 45 injured across the country, with 18 cruise missiles and a drone successfully intercepted. The Ukrainian Air Defense spoke to the fact that ballistic missiles, especially targeted areas that do not have adequate air defense, are exceedingly difficult to intercept. Ukraine also notes that the Russian volume of fire has decreased from 158 missiles and drones fired on December 29th to only 59 today, indicating that this is not a permanent course of action that Russia can keep up indefinitely. Japanese Foreign Minister Yoko Kamikawa visited Kyiv for the first time since her appointment in September, reaffirming Japanese support for Ukraine and reconstruction. Japan has recently contributed several billion US dollars in financial and reconstructive aid, and further contributed $37 million US in UAV detection systems. During her press conference, she also announced that Japanese gas turbines will add another 200 megawatts to the Ukrainian power grid. The former Deputy Minister of Defense for Ukraine, as well as 2 senior procurement officers, were accused of purchasing cheap plate carriers for the Ukrainian armed forces for the purpose of embezzling funds. Additionally, a Kyiv-based medical goods supplier was accused of selling medical kits to Russia via a European third party. All are being investigated, and at least 2 of the officers have been arrested, with 1 more currently on the lam. Per Ukrainian energy supplier Ukrenegro, the level of electricity consumption has increased considerably due to the cold. Currently, there are no plans for blackouts or load shedding, although individual sites that are cut off from electricity by damage to power lines are still being prioritized for repairs. As Ukrainian society continues to heavily discuss the proposed new mobilization law, the National Bank of Ukraine said that they're ready to discuss financial penalties for evaders. The Veronka Rada also say that there are potentials for abuse in the law as currently written, and that refinements need to be made prior to enforcement, specifically coming out to the issue of individual regional recruiters offering deferments or quotas being instituted on the city or region level, where then you would see more involuntary mobilization. The Ukrainian intelligence service, HER, received 100 gigabytes of classified data from a Russian company which produces Russian drone technology. The Ukrainian defense minister has stated that an internal audit is proceeding well since his appointment, with some $380 million in previous fraud, violations, and mismanagement having been uncovered over the last several months of investigations, which are due to continue. And the Kyiv city government has recommended that citizens resume wearing face masks in public due to an increase in COVID-19 infections. Moving further east towards the Sumy, Chernihiv, and Kharkiv city regions especially, a Russian pontoon bridge apparently broke free from inside Russian territory and floated downstream into Chernihiv. Russia claims to have intercepted an S-200 missile launched over the Belgorod region on Monday morning. And then more recently, Russia claims to have intercepted an additional 10 rockets en route to Belgorod, with 3 people wounded. It appears that Ukraine is continuing to target the S-300 and S-400 launchers located around Belgorod city. Moving further east towards Kupiansk. Despite renewed Russian attempts to push towards Kupiansk from the north, supported heavily by airstrikes, and having gained some limited ground under heavy TOS thermobaric strikes, Ukrainian drone activity continues to impede Russian operations in this area. This doesn't stop Russia from striking with artillery, long-range rocket artillery, and missiles into Kupiansk, as well as a number of the villages nearby, killing and wounding a number of local civilians. Also damaging a medical facility and warehouse. Further to the southeast, Russia has made some additional gains from the village of Yehidny towards the town of Ivanivka. Otherwise, we continue to see Russia attempting to push further towards the main highway in this region, with limited results elsewhere along the line of contact. Further down towards Kreminna, we've seen an increase in Ukrainian drone strikes targeting Russian vehicles inside the city itself, as Russian forces have increased their volume of those same TOS thermobaric strikes into the heavily forested region to the southwest of the city. And in another display of Russian incompetency, it appears that Russia accidentally dropped one of their 250-kilogram bombs in the occupied city of Rubizhny, hitting one of the few undamaged or undestroyed residential sections of the city. Per the Russian aviation and mill bloggers, it wasn't so much that they fired the bomb and missed, but that they didn't actually intend to drop it at all, and it just broke free and slammed into the town which they occupy. Moving south towards Kramatorsk and Bakhmut, Ukrainian troops have recently increased their FPV drone strikes into Bakhmut city as well, targeting a number of Russian vehicles in the central, western, and eastern parts of the city. There has been increased activity northwest of the city itself, as Russia has leveraged increased rocket artillery shelling, and Ukraine is apparently increasing the use of helicopter airstrikes. Ukrainian searchers have managed to retrieve a number of bodies from areas around Bakhmut that have been lying in the area for over a year. Work is currently undergoing to identify which are Russian or Ukrainian soldiers, so their remains can be returned to the appropriate authorities. Moving further south towards Avdiivka, Russian forces have gained some territory to the north of Avdiivka as they make attempts to push down from the industrial lakes, aided by an apparent heavy use of infantry with RPGs, which have been targeting Ukrainian armor in the area. Russian airstrikes on the city continue unabated, as well as general infantry assaults from the southeast. Russian forces launched 21 assaults in this region over the past 24 hours, with 15 of them to the southwest near Pervomaisk. A notable Ukrainian poet, Maxim Krivtsov, was killed having served with the Rapid Response Brigade since 2016 and writing a number of poetry statements about the war going back to that time period. Moving to the Donetsk, Luhansk occupied regions. Russia fired S-300s into downtown Pokrovsk on Saturday, damaging a hospital and killing 6 adults along with 5 children in a neighboring apartment building. Search operations ended today in the rubble of the apartment, with an additional 8 people likely buried. Closer towards Marinka itself, Russian forces continue efforts to push northwest from the leveled city of Marinka towards Yarivka, aided by airstrikes and drones. However, heavy Ukrainian mining of the region has been inhibiting Russian operations here. Russia also may have actually lost some territory near the town of Novomykhailivka, where they had staged some fairly complex assaults over the last month, as now it appears that Ukraine is contesting territory further south of the town than previously seen over the last 60 days. Moving to the southern front, Russian drone strikes damaged a college in Dnipro, thankfully causing no casualties. Out of 28 drones launched on Sunday, January 7th, 21 of them were intercepted, with the majority of them targeting between Mykolaiv and Zaporizhia. Over the last day, Russia attacked 22 villages in Zaporizhia, a total of 96 times, as apparently long-range Ukrainian strikes have increased beyond the front line here, with some suicide drones targeting Russian vehicles over 10 kilometers behind the lines themselves. Additionally, long-range Ukrainian strikes targeted and destroyed a railway bridge under construction by Russian forces to the northeast of Mariupol near the town of Ranitne. Reportedly, in occupied Berdyansk, the trash collection situation has become rather dire due to a lack of manpower cooperating with occupation authorities, as well as general poor leadership by the occupation government. The locals discuss that this is merely the most visible symptom of poor infrastructure maintenance, as spontaneous garbage piles have been left to rot in the street for months. Additionally, in some of the villages around Berdyansk, there's been more visible signs of failure to maintain water infrastructure, leading to water pumps failing and mechanics having to be brought in from several hundred kilometers away so that people can even source themselves potable drinking water. Otherwise, with depressing regularity, Russia continues to shell from the area around the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant into the city of Nikopol, destroying a family house and causing several casualties. Moving down to Kherson. Russia shelled Kherson over 131 times in the last 24 hours, primarily targeting the Krinky River area, where Ukrainian defenders keep up a bridgehead. 3 attacks were repelled here over the last day, as Russian drones continue to aggressively target boats on the river to try and choke supplies and troops both coming and going. Ukrainian first-person view drones continue to destroy Russian armored vehicles and rocket artillery systems across the river, as the situation in Krinky remains broadly unchanged. Moving to Odessa, the Black Sea, and Crimea. Overnight, 8 drones were launched towards Odessa from Crimea with no damage or injuries following their successful interception. Due to recent poor weather and an ongoing blizzard in Odessa, there's been a number of power outages across the region, with a wind turbine additionally collapsing due to gusty winds. Per the Institute for the Study of War, Ukraine has been systematically targeting Russia's air defenses in Crimea so as to later exploit them with further strikes. Another Ukrainian USV suicide drone boat washed up on the shore near Saki in Crimea. And per the Crimean resistance group, Atesh, Russia is working to create a number of repair facilities in Crimea due to heavy vehicle losses that they cannot replace with their manufacturing capability, and as such, they're trying to ensure that no matter how damaged a vehicle is, they at least take a stab at either repairing it or cannibalizing it for parts. Moving to Russia. Moscow has been experiencing exceptionally cold weather over the weekend, compounded by apparent heating system failures, causing a number of apartments to literally frost over. Russia is also reportedly working to integrate various elements of the former DPR, LPR militia groups, as well as the Wagner group, into the Russian National Guard, the Rosguardia. There's been some conclusions drawn from this, in addition to the fact that the Russian National Guard is now being allowed access to heavier weaponry, that this is a preventive measure in addition to an logistical measure to suppress any sort of future dissent in Russia proper, especially in the aftermath of the Wagner mutiny. Reportedly, an oil tanker train was targeted with remote explosives in central Russia, in Russia's Sverdlovsk district, well over 1,000 kilometers away from the front lines. Russia arrested a 16-year-old for allegedly setting an Su-34 on fire last week. And per the Financial Times, Russia is currently leveraging its electronic warfare capabilities to disrupt NATO-provided long-range munitions, as they don't have effective anti-missile capabilities that reliably intercept them. Over the last day, Ukrainian forces conducted about 10 airstrikes as Russian forces conducted 16, as well as 16 missile strikes. Yesterday, Ukrainian troops eliminated some 440 soldiers for a total of 365,170 in total. 14 armored vehicles, 9 tanks, 1 air defense system, 15 artillery systems, 2 of which were rocket artillery, 19 cars and trucks, and 11 UAVs. Overseas, the European Union is reportedly working on solutions in case the proposed $55 billion aid package is not approved at the beginning of February, given previous state opposition by Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. Speaking of, the EU is also examining contingency plans for Viktor Orban assuming the EU Council presidency in July, as the current president is expected to move into the EU Parliament at that time, if successful in his election, which would then leave a void which would need to be filled. As Hungary is taking over the rotating presidency, it would allow Viktor Orban to serve as the interim head, which would be less than ideal given his current opposition and bravado towards a number of other European nations. Per Germany, unknown drone reconnaissance has been noted observing Ukrainian troop training sites in Germany, but none of the drones have been intercepted successfully yet. The Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs stated that Russia will pose a threat to Sweden and EU security in the future if Ukraine is not supported now. And U.S. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson stated that America's strategy and goals in Ukraine need to be clarified to his satisfaction, in addition to certain domestic issues surrounding immigration, before he would consider approving funding allocation. Otherwise, that should be about it. A bit of a quick one. I'm happy to stick around if there's any questions.
Thanks, Language. I have a few questions to get the conversation going. You've probably seen the Wall Street Journal's assessment, in particular, of artillery rounds now being fired by Ukraine and being fired by Russia. Once again, Russia is out firing Ukraine. Russia 7,000 rounds a day. Ukraine 2,000 rounds a day. Can Ukraine make up for that deficit with increased drone contact on the front line?
Yes and no. So while they can have more targeted effects because you can be more accurate with a cheap drone than with a cheap artillery shell, and that gives them certain aspects in terms of damaging and destroying Russian armor. Artillery is still the king of battle, and for larger assaults, for counter battery fire, and a number of other factors, there is no replacement for displacement, as they say in the car world. And there's a big difference between a couple grenades being dropped by a drone and 152 millimeter artillery. It's something that Ukraine is working on. It's something that a number of other EU countries are working on. But the timeline for production on that is likely to be outside what we would hope for.
And what about supply from the EU of 155 millimeter artillery? And is there any additional 155 available from South Korea?
I believe the EU has its own issues in terms of production and supply. To my understanding, there's issues beyond just political willpower, which in many cases is there, but simply the production lines and getting those set up and at the yield that would be asked for is just not tenable on a short time frame. It's one of those things where, you know, the best time to plant the tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now, especially in the aftermath of the Cold War. Many countries around the world didn't really see the reason to continue stockpiling large quantities of artillery for fairly justifiable reasons at the time. And now, realizing how artillery hungry this war is, it's been a bit of a challenge. As far as South Korea, don't quote me on this, but as I understand, there's certain laws written into, I think it's either their constitution or their defense production or whatnot, that restricts munition sales. I'd have to check on that. But there's a few internal aspects to South Korea that would be more inhibitory than anything else, even with North Korea getting more involved. There's also just the fact that, at least in South Korea, the Ukrainian war is not as much a topic of public discussion as it is in, say, Poland.
Just following along the current situation on the front line, is there anywhere that you have seen, due to depleted artillery munitions, anywhere that Ukraine has pulled back into new defensive positions?
That's broadly believed to be what's happening around Avdiivka, at least to the areas of the north where Ukraine has pulled back. It's almost always been due to a lack of artillery. When there is ample artillery, Russia either needs to take really horrendous losses in order to move forward, or it has to be very inventive with the way they deploy their troops, which has been less and less inventive over the past year. It's a broad over-the-front issue because, as a consequence of not even having enough mortars, it means that limited groups of 10 to 20 guys can get much closer to you. And if 20 of those are coming in a day, well, eventually you get exhausted. We've seen it down towards Avdiivka. We've likely seen it in the area around the former counteroffensive near Robotne, where Russia has retaken some territory. And then additionally, it's believed that areas up towards Kupiansk, the primary failure there has also been just a lack of artillery ammo. It's even just equalizing it at a 1-to-1 ratio would be a massive change for Ukraine. But as you said before, currently they continue to be at a disadvantage in terms of shells.
And then if we look again specifically at what's happening down in Kherson, and that this is on the south bank of the Dnipro, any evidence that Ukraine has been able to increase the number of troops on the south bank, or is it still really a troop number in the hundreds?
It's almost certainly still a troop number in the hundreds. Russia has increasingly targeted boats going back and forth across the river, and apparently they have a large quantity of recon drones up that Ukraine has not been able to adequately deal with, so they can leverage just even their regular rocket artillery. There's only so many paths here that Ukraine can take, and so they're essentially pre-sighted, and they say, oh, hey, we're seeing a boat here, fire, half a dozen MLRS rounds at it, we'll see if we hit it. That's been an ongoing issue. Krinky remains challenging and difficult, and I'd be astonished if you had more than 200 people there on the Ukrainian side at any one time.
Of course, one of the things we see in Kherson, it's the same thing we see up in Sumy Oblast, in Kharkiv, and more than 100 Ukrainian towns and cities all along the line of contact. But in Kherson, it is constant shelling by the Russians, not only missile attacks, not only bombing runs by Russian fighter jets, but artillery, even mortars, firing into Kherson. This is, I assume, part of the intention of Ukraine crossing the Dnipro was to push Russia far enough back so that Kherson was not such an easy target. Is any hope that this constant Russian shelling of Kherson will be interrupted?
It's going to take time, especially with regards to the artillery and mortars and MLRS strikes. There has been something of a reduction in airstrikes recently, which is nice, as we saw a number of Russian fighter bombers get shot down in this region. So we continue to see the aspect where these Marines on the South Bank are essentially taking the lion's share of Russian aggression, and as a consequence allows both for Ukrainian drone operators on the far bank to target Russian vehicles more effectively, and also keeps some of the heat off of other locations on the north bank.
You know, I haven't done the math about what I'm about to say language, so it's just an impression. I'm interested in your impression. Aside from the casualties in Kyiv the other night from the Russian missile barrage, I believe they were the largest number of casualties in Kyiv in the course of the war. But it strikes me that civilian casualties, deaths and wounded, inflicted by Russia are about the same whether it is a missile strike or whether it is the daily artillery and mortar strikes into those 100, 150 odd Ukrainian towns and villages all along the line of contact. Each and every day in those villages, 1 or 2 Ukrainians are killed, a half dozen are wounded. And some of the missile and Shahed drone strikes, the massive ones launched against Ukrainian cities, they inflict about the same number of casualties.
I think that's generally accurate. I mean, there's a lot of individual reports that I don't include about people being injured or killed, more often injured than across the entire front line. That's a fairly commonplace event, 2 to 3 people per day. Sometimes more, sometimes less, sometimes you have an outlier like what we saw in Pokrovsk, where it basically leveled an entire house. Other times it's just standard, a mortar landed in the village and wounded 2 people. So it's a fairly commonplace statement. It happens more often nearer to the front lines, especially in Zaporizhia and Donetsk, and certainly Kherson, unfortunately. But it's less common in central and western Ukraine. As a consequence, when there's number of casualties from those, it tends to make the national news.
The deployment of 300, or not 300, the deployment of 35,000 Rosguardia troops, I'm not sure exactly how they are spread through occupied Ukraine. Obviously, Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, Kherson, that's a pretty large area for Russia to occupy. But these 35,000 Rosguardia troops, you mentioned they had been deployed in part leading up to the election that Putin is running in March. And apparently, in occupied Ukraine, there will be voters. You really think that this is what the Rosguardia is focusing on, protecting those polling places, forcing Ukrainians to cast votes from occupied Ukraine? Or is it an indication that Russia is more and more concerned with partisan activity in occupied Ukraine?
I'd say probably more the former than the latter. While partisan activity continues, frankly, it's been a long 2 years of occupation at this point, or coming up on it. And as a consequence, most of the most vocal partisans have either been captured, killed, or run out of resources, willpower, what have you. It's a challenge, right? I imagine Rosguardia is there, to just present a force not only to the Ukrainians living there, but also Russian nationals who might be immigrating into the occupied regions, as well as Russian media back home saying, look at us, we've successfully liberated the new oblast of Zaporizhia, and everything is great, everything is fine. Because if there were, say, additional strikes or damage during this presidential period, where even though I think it's a pretty safe bet Putin's going to be reelected, he still hasn't been discussing the war hardly at all in the vein of his campaign. As a consequence, for the very brief period where the Russian public is expected to lift their head up out of the sand and say, we're focusing on national, international events, he doesn't want the failures of his war in Ukraine to be as publicly discussed. So this is probably an attempt on suppression as well as public marketing, and also, frankly, reducing the amount of troops that are currently deployed in the cities or replacing them rather, so that they can be sent to the front line and the Rosguardia can take over their old duties.
Luca, please go ahead.
Hey, Language. Nice to hear from you and your great updates. Let me see. So, overall assessment, right? Instead of like, well, starting from like your report, would you agree that the overall assessment is that the front lines are relatively stable with minor gains from Russia, despite the lack of ammunition? Point number one, that's question mark. And then point number two, if point number one is your assessment, do you see a situation where Russia could exploit the current, political climate that doesn't allow, temporarily at least, to increase the ammunition to then make some serious breakthrough? I know it's a little bit of a big one and two question, but what's your opinion?
I think that's what Russia's intent is. Whether or not they'll be successful remains to be seen. They've lost even more so than the manpower, which, while Russia is not limitless, and there is a degrading happening as it loses more and more soldiers, more and more officers. I think at this point the UK was saying that it would take a decade now, if the war stopped just tomorrow, for Russia to reconstitute itself to the place it was on February 23rd of 2022. They're also losing a huge amount of vehicles, which is not sustainable given their production capabilities. They're also likely having issues with artillery shells. The best estimates I saw said that in the future, should Russia be able to operate at its full projected capacity, they might be able to produce 1 to 2 million shells per year, which is a fair amount, don't get me wrong, but it's nowhere close to what they were shooting before. It's about 2 or 3 months worth. So it's a losing proposition for them overall. They're probably trying to make breakthroughs or make hay while the sun shines, as the saying goes, also for political benefit abroad, both in areas in the EU and in the US, so they can turn around and say, hey, the war is lost, Ukraine can't hold its territory, we need to sue for peace. I imagine that's also a big part of it, which is why they're attacking in a lot of areas, but they're really not having any considerable successes outside of the field here or a field there, and they've been taking really extreme losses. Will they be able to make a breakthrough if things continue? It's possible. If air defense missiles aren't resupplied in a timely fashion, will they cause more damage to Ukraine infrastructure, military production? It's possible. But the overall change, I don't see anything being made. I think the most major ridiculous change we could possibly see would be if Russia made some really strong gains up near Kupiansk and then tried to push down the river itself. That could cause a considerable loss of territory for Ukraine in areas it's retaken during the Kharkiv offensive in 22. But at the moment, it doesn't seem like Russia has the ability to do so very successfully. So it's a very challenging situation. It's a lot of attrition on both sides, but it's not quite the end times just yet, because Russia has been heavily degraded in a number of factors thus far.
Sorry, quick follow-up, because maybe you weren't, I don't know if you were listening during my political assessment. Who am I to make a political assessment? But my assessment was, because like you say, right, I hear a lot of like, oh, the war is lost, right? I heard it from Ukrainians too. That's how crazy these Ukrainian friends are. That's how crazy how the Russian disinformation machine works. And I was saying, no, like it's just like this funding thing in Congress and the 2024 election and this and that. Like Ukraine is just kind of stuck in that bigger like geopolitical game. Sorry for calling it what it is. And then, but my assessment was like, look, even though we're not supplying enough, someone looks at the current situation and say, like, there is no major danger of like the front collapsing, anytime soon, and so, in a sense that kind of allows the kind of like slow drip type of like supply, because, well, the front is not collapsing. So that's kind of like where I was going with this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be inaccurate to say the front's collapsing. I agree with you on that. It's hard. It's a lot of attrition. It's very challenging, and Ukrainian soldiers don't really have the resources to conduct consistent assaults right now. Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear I can hear you. Language, Luca. Can you not hear language?
No, for a second I couldn't.
Oh, but he's back now. Go ahead, language.
And there's also a lot of concern in Ukraine just because morale is low. There is this. While I would remind people that Twitter is a very small part of the world, and it's you should not draw all of your interpretations about any country, much less a country with a population in the tens of millions, from a few people on Twitter. There has been, lessening of morale. There's been frustration expressed, especially on social media, saying, this isn't working, we've been abandoned. I think that's a bit histrionic. But there's also the fact, which quite frankly, with increased statements about mobilization, people in Ukraine, particularly Western Ukraine, who had previously, especially prior to these large missile attacks, been more insulated from the war over the last 10 months or so, are now suddenly much less insulated from the war. They're paying more attention to it. They're realizing that some of the news narratives that they had read have not been accurate. Some of the we'll call it what it is, positive propaganda, things that were overly idealistic have not materialized. And then people go from this very fanciful notion of how things are going to, oh wow, well this wasn't right. This isn't true. We didn't punch through the middle of the pole with 5 casualties in 3 days. As some lunatics were suggesting. Then everything's lost. They go right from hope to despair, and I don't think that's a fair thing to do either. But as more people are getting involved in the realization that this is going to take some time, and things in the past have not been successful, so we need to adjust. It's causing some frustrations, to put it mildly. There's a lot of people who are sort of settling in, and then with the idea that they themselves might be more called up for military service, people who before were talking pretty loud from the sidelines are all of a sudden much more concerned about the state of the war than they were before. And that's been an ongoing issue in Ukrainian society for about, 10 years now. It's nothing new. But you're seeing it a little bit more just as a mixture of, frankly, negative news that's come out lately that kind of dog piles onto people who before were not as aware of the situation and now just sort of end up doom posting. Dan?
Language. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure, please.
You probably covered this before. I apologize if I missed it somewhere. Would you be willing to make a brief estimation of how many American volunteers are in Ukraine right now? Just Americans alone?
Just Americans? Like military volunteers or volunteers in general?
Volunteers in general. Yeah, medical. Yeah, all areas.
Yeah, I'd say there's some people who've lived there for a long time. America, we do have something of a population, and so the whole a Boston Yankee in King Arthur's court kind of shows up around the world. I'd say there's several hundred, maybe as many as 1,000. As far as people actively doing work, I'd say that number is far lower. There's a lot of people that do more coordination, and once you get east of Kharkiv, that number drops down considerably. I'd say then you'd be in the maybe 200 or 300. As far as fighting volunteers, you're probably looking, I would say, under 200 as well, in places like the Legion and other, Chosen Company and what have you. A lot of people have left. Honestly, a lot of volunteers that, I might be, speaking more opinion, a lot of volunteers who had kind of been, I don't want to say coasting off success, but had been less than effective for a while after Kherson, and they kind of all went down and got their media moment. But then retreated back to Lviv or Vinnytsia or Kyiv or what have you, and were kind of not struggling, but they weren't being as productive as they had been earlier in the war due to a variety of factors. A lot of them left, especially now with things happening in Israel. I know there was initially a large attempt at an exodus of Western volunteers from Ukraine to Israel, where they got greeted with a very different reality on the ground that wasn't super amenable to what their ideations were. And then a lot of other people, it's they've been there for a while. It's getting cold. It's hard. Things aren't rapidly changing on the ground. So people go back to Europe or America and take breaks. I mean, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Dawn Star or Dawn Stacy.
Oh, hi. I just wanted to ask you, I don't know if you'll know. I know drones can be like interfered with and scrambled to go wrong way or whatever. Can the Shahed drones, can't the same be done to them?
Not to my knowledge. I'm sure that there are ways that affect, the GLONASS, the GPS and whatnot. And that's been common in Ukraine, where when missiles are coming in, you'll notice the GPS on your phone goes real weird, as it's sort of, a last-ditch attempt to throw them off. But the Shaheeds themselves are pre-programmed. It's not like they're being controlled. So it's not as though there's a direct connection that you can jam the same way you can with, say, a remote drone like a Predator or whatnot. I'm sure there are inventive ways to alter their GLONASS or their inertial navigation, but that's beyond my skill set, and to my knowledge hasn't been super successful, aside from having them miss by a couple hundred feet or meters or whatnot. The best way is to shoot them down, and to do so in a place where there's not a lot of civilians, because they're still explosive, and explosives crashing to the ground tend to have fiery results.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Language, if we could just return for a moment to the 35,000 Rosguardia deployed in occupied Ukraine. They now are using heavier weapons. I think they have been supplied with tanks, for example. And would you see Rosguardia only as a relief force to free Russian soldiers who have been in roles of occupiers so that they can move to the front line? Or do you see the Rosguardia as an additional force that could be deployed to the front line as well?
I'm not sure they'll be necessarily deployed to the front line. I believe there's been some internal issues in Russia with Rosguardia troops being deployed and killed, especially earlier on in the war, and that's diminished a little bit now. Not entirely, but they're also trying to lump other groups together into the Rosguardia under their banners, saying the LEPR, DPR, militia forces, or the involuntarily mobilized conscripted forces also end up getting put under those banners as Russia tries to assert more hegemony over the region. I can't tell you whether they're all going to suddenly be thrown towards the front line. I don't think that's something that would happen overnight. As I recall, and it's been a couple months, there have been some legal changes in Russia allowing for increased deployment of Rosguardia troops, conscripts, and whatnot to the war zone. But I think even that would be a bit of a bridge too far if suddenly they all rush forward. But, manpower is something of a fungible asset when you don't care. By which I mean, if you have 100 troops in town and you send them all off to the trenches and you replace them with another 100 Rosguardia troops, if they were all pretty much the same low level of skill and you're all giving them the same, rifles and armored vehicles, and you don't care about their overall effectiveness beyond, well, maybe it works, then why wouldn't you, right? If you don't care about your soldiers' lives, then you say, oh, well, I've got 100 new guys here, so the first 100, they're now potentially expendable. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, more so than the Rosguardia troops themselves being immediately deployed. Plus, they're probably being used to try and tamp down on dissent and issues arising in the occupied territories, especially as we're seeing more of the infrastructure that's administered by Russia starting to fail.
How successful is Ukraine in making Crimea untenable for Russia?
It's going to take some time. It's a process, right? I suspect what we're seeing now, especially with these strikes on air defenses and whatnot, that that Ukraine's been targeting, both in Crimea and potentially even into Russia near Novorossiysk, is it's setting conditions so that in the future, if the air defense is down, well, we can use our domestically produced fleet of drones, which is something they've been working on, to strike targets. Does this mean the Crimea bridge is coming down in 2 weeks? Probably not. Does it mean that supply depots in Crimea could be increasingly targeted? Yes. Does it mean that we'll likely continue to see a reduction in the Black Sea Fleet's combat capabilities? Yes. It's just one of those things that takes time. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see this in other areas, as we've seen towards Belgorod, where quite evidently Ukraine, honestly, if Ukraine was allowed to fire, some of these Western munitions, I suspect the S-300, S-400s around Belgorod would already be destroyed, and we'd see a similar Ukraine domestic drone strikes there as well on, supply depots, production hubs, etc. At the moment, that's not possible or isn't appearing to be possible, but we'll see. All things in time.
Yep, all things in time. I think that is what the mercurial smile on General Budanov means. That smile says all things in time. The other news that has caught my attention in the last few days, language, is the suggestion that Russia intends now to launch an attack on Kharkiv itself. Now, we've heard, of course, that they had amassed tens and tens of thousands of troops and military equipment in order to strike Kupiansk. We saw how long it took for the Wagner forces and then Russian forces to take Bakhmut. We've seen the unsuccessful attempt to surround and take Avdiivka. Is this suggestion now that Russia is going to strike at Kharkiv believable? Do you see any evidence that Russia is amassing a force that would be capable of even approaching Kharkiv?
I have not. In the worst, most apocalyptic case scenario, which I don't think is likely, Russian troops could try and push down the Oskil River and try and do more damage there and set that as a new boundary. That's probably the limit of where they're going to be able to go. I would be astonished if they were able to do more, and frankly, I'd be astonished if they were able to push down the Oskil River. They're trying to set conditions for some sort of geographic boundary there, so they can say, oh, well, we have reclaimed the new borders of Donetsk Oblast, and we've accomplished everything we want. Pushing into Kharkiv would be exceedingly difficult, even if Russia put a lot of troops into the effort, and I just don't see that being likely anytime soon, barring real catastrophic changes.
And just looking through the winter language, knowing that it is going to become colder and snowier through the remainder of January into February and even into March. March is by no means springtime in eastern Ukraine, for example. Do you see any significant changes occurring along the line of contact?
I don't see any major ones over the next couple of weeks. It's possible we'll see more activity around Avdiivka. It's possible we'll see more activity around Bakhmut. And it's possible we'll see more attempts towards Kupiansk. But beyond that, I don't see any major changes. We might see Russia continuing to try and push to retake territory from the counteroffensive to try and set the narrative of it was all for nothing, and as well as attempts to dislodge Ukraine from Krinky, but that's about it. I don't see any major breakthroughs here.
And no major breakthroughs for either Ukraine or Russia. Much
Not
of
at this time. Yeah.
I was just going to say much of the force that Ukraine assembled and trained for its counteroffensive in the summer was held in reserve and has never been used, to the best of my knowledge. It's still in reserve somewhere behind the lines in Ukraine. Is that accurate, or are these reserve troops the troops that are being constantly cycled to the front line so that soldiers are able to get R&R?
That's just going to take more time. It's part of the reason why Ukraine has been looking to mobilize additional troops, so that there is the ability for people to come off the front line, not just for a week or two, but for months, if not years. So that's an ongoing discussion in Ukraine society right now, which has a lot of factors. But we'll see, especially if hopefully increased defensive lines are built, as previously they really weren't being built by Ukraine out of arguably more political considerations than anything else. With those set up, A, it'll reduce the amount of Ukrainian casualties. B, it should theoretically reduce the amount of guys you need to staff the line as a whole. But that's also one of those things that's just going to take some time. I don't expect it to be done by the end of winter, or completed fully by the end of winter, I should say.
Thanks. Terry, go ahead with your question, please.
Yeah. So thanks, Alan, and thanks for the opportunity to ask a question. And Language, thanks for your report. And my question, first one is, what was the proposal that Zelensky had for, I guess, basically like what we call the draft? And what is the Rada, their Congress, currently debating? Like, do you see like what direction they're going to take in order to meet their goals for basically manpower?
It's a good question, and thank you. It's I would be astonished if they don't pass it. They were pretty vocal on, hey, we're not saying there's anything wrong with the law. It's more a matter of there's these aspects where it could be abused, and they're trying to, because there's a lot of Ukraine society now that is frankly in opposition or frustrated or making statements, because now it's them on the line as opposed to other people, and they can't maybe sit on their hands as much. There's been a lot of frustration coming from certain really it's geographical is the biggest thing. You don't see as much anger coming out of Kharkiv as you do out of Lviv, for instance, and it's just some guys are more exposed to the war than others, and so they have a greater impact in their daily life. It's just the way it goes. There's also been some mixed statements from Zelensky himself, which have not been great, about, oh, well, we really need to do this, but we don't have the money for it, and we don't know. And it seems like, as people have recognized that this is somewhat unpopular, generally mass mobilization is, that there's a little bit of domestic politicking going on, where people are trying to they're saying, oh, well, we recognize this is critical and necessary, but we're not going to rush into it. And that's why you're seeing the Rada talk about, well, we don't want there to be deferments, just hand it out. We want to see less evidences of a corruption or abuse by the recruiting agencies, who have notoriously been problematic, to put it slightly. We want to make sure that we're not seeing more of these videos of people being dragged into cars for mobilization. That's not how we do this, so on and so forth. I imagine we're going to continue to see some statements on this. Technically, martial law, I think, it's been extended 7 times now. It's due to, quote unquote, run out on February 14th. I would be astonished if it did. It will almost certainly be renewed. But my estimate would be sometime by the end of this month, beginning of next month, is when we'll see these new mobilization activities kick off, especially because there's systems that need to be in place, not just to process these guys, but to make it politically viable. So that way you don't end up with people saying, oh, well, I got summoned here and there was a mistake, so they let me go home. And then the next day police showed up at my house, and now this is a whole big drama. Anytime you're trying to mobilize hundreds of thousands of people, especially from a civilian population, there's a lot of bureaucratic steps, and especially in a country like Ukraine. Does that answer the question at all?
Yeah, no, that's actually very insightful. It almost sounds so culturally different than what I imagined would go on. Like, in say United States. So it's super insightful. But also, do you think what demographic will they be looking for? Because I did hear, and I don't know if this is true, that the recruitment age is 23, not like 18 in the US.
So it's actually technically you can sign up for the military at 18 in Ukraine. There might be a few ways how you can do like a pre-sign up, but I haven't heard of them. Previously, mobilization only applied to people who were 27 male and older. There was some mobilization lists drawn up for women in certain occupational specialties, mostly surrounding medicine and some command specialties, although there was, frankly, while Ukraine has made great strides towards gender integration in its armed forces, I mean, it was only a couple years ago they were forcing women to march in high heels, which was very much justifiably chastised. There's still an aspect of Ukraine society that's would, I think, be very resistant towards a mobilization of the female population as well. Because Ukraine realizes that just as Russia is obliterating a lot of its demographics, Ukraine, if they just said, okay, everybody that's 18 is getting signed up, it wouldn't be great for the long-term health of the country, right? So the average age of the Ukrainian military, to my knowledge, is in its low to mid 40s right now, which is much higher than, say, the American military. And a lot of that is because they were focusing on 27 and up. As part of this new proposed mobilization, they would lower that cutoff to 25, which would open them up to more of Ukraine society. And arguably, I think that's also why you're seeing some of this, I hate to use the word belly aching or, complaining, because people have legitimate concerns about being mobilized into a military in a war that's gone on for multiple years. But you have people before who sort of felt like, well, this isn't happening to me, and as long as the war's over in 4 years, then I won't have to, I can do something else, and I won't have to go in a trench, and so I can focus on other aspects of my life because war is stressful and I don't want to focus on it all the time. That's a justifiable perspective. Now they're being told, hey, you turn 25 in May and you might be off to the trenches by June. Suddenly it has a lot more pressing reality to them. So Ukraine society is much more engaged on this now.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting. And boy, I think we can all put ourselves in their shoes to understand how they're thinking. And I know as a mom, I'm sure if something happened here, we ended up in a type of war, I mean, my son would be drafted for sure. And, it's horrifying. It's probably really hard to accept. So I'm sure it is. But I wonder, since there's no hands, if I could go ahead and ask another question.
Sure, go right ahead, Terry.
All right. Thanks so much. Well, I did briefly look for the answer, but I didn't find it. I think in the last missile and drone attack, what I understood is there was 59 total, types of missiles and drones, and only 18 KH-101s were shot down and 8 drones. And I know they did evade air defense, like go outside of their perimeter, but where did they go? And what did they hit? Was there any value in what they did? And so I wasn't able to find that.
A lot of them hit Kharkiv, Dnipro, cities that weren't in Kyiv. I believe a number also went towards western Ukraine, towards Khmelnytskyi. And the general belief is that Russia is not only targeting power infrastructure, but also Ukrainian production lines, anywhere they can find them, which often are in cities, just because that's where people live. And so they've been targeting those as well. And that's why we've seen more warehouse destruction. They're targeting logistics and supplies. There's also been a number that apparently just missed or failed. There was another missile that landed in Russia. And that's just a consistent, ongoing process. There's less media coverage when they land in individual villages. There's also less media coverage when they hit military targets, to be quite frank, because Ukraine doesn't really have a lot of benefit to going out and saying, oh, yes, they hit 20 of our bases today. That doesn't help anyone. So by omission, you can kind of see where a lot of this stuff has been targeted. They've been targeting military infrastructure. They've been targeting production infrastructure, regardless of where that is, as well as trying to target energy infrastructure, though they appear to have been less successful. And then finally, just individual choke points, especially drones. We've seen more drones towards frontline villages, warehouses, etc., than say big cities like Kyiv or even Kharkiv. Though Kharkiv gets hit all the time by S-300s and what have you.
Terry, just for your information, if you look at the first tweet in the nest, you will find a rundown of the number of missiles and drones fired by Russia and the number intercepted by Ukraine. That's now the first tweet up in the nest. Should supply you with all of the answers you're looking for. And Terry, some of your questions have inspired some questions that I have for language, especially about mobilization. I don't think it would be the case in Ukraine, drafted in May, on the front line in June. In addition to mobilization, I think there is, as extensive as possible, a training program for all newly mobilized Ukrainian soldiers. But I don't know where it's conducted. I don't know how extensive it is. But it certainly might include someone with your expertise, language, instructing new soldiers how to use their personal medical kits on the front lines, how to use a tourniquet, etc. What do you know about the training program?
So it varies. It depends a lot on the units. To my understanding, there's about a 4-week basic training program that soldiers go through. And then at the conclusion of that, they get dispatched to their brigade. There's sort of a pecking order where the Special Forces, GUR, takes the top candidates. After that, it goes to the airborne. After that, it goes to the mountain infantry, who we were predominantly dealing with. And then I believe the Marines are in there somewhere as well. And then finally, you end up going to regular infantry, and then, TDF and NGU, which kind of have a separate track. You end up, it's a little different for them. In the most extreme cases, I've met soldiers who had several months of training, both in Ukraine and otherwise. And I also met soldiers who had a week, and then they were in Bakhmut. So a lot of it's dependent on the time that they were brought in, the recruiting office that they were with, their previous military experience, if any, and just the commands that they get to. If you end up, we were very lucky, in that we saw guys who were coming to work with us, they were fresh into Donetsk, and they still had a couple of weeks of dedicated training with the brigade's training team before they would go to their individual battalions, where there may or may not be additional training, versus some other units that were more commonly mobilized, or they didn't have that same core of NCOs or whatnot. You might have a guy who shows up to the brigade and they go, okay, well, you know everything to do, so just get your gun and get in line. And that just comes down to a unit per unit scale.
We do know, of course, that the United Kingdom has trained about 33,000 Ukrainian soldiers in Operation Interflex, and that is going to be continued and expanded in 2024. These are primarily veteran soldiers that go to the United Kingdom for additional training, I think, language.
So a lot of guys would go to training in other countries after their main basic training, then got additional training. Some got minimal aspects of the Ukraine basic training, which to my understanding is still more bureaucratic than training in a lot of ways. So the balance there is not quite what we would expect in, say, a Western military that was doing a curtailed training schedule. There's also been the issue where, because you're still dealing with a military of 1 million people, even if you have 33,000, what are you going to do? You're going to put them all in one brigade like the 47th? Well, there's challenges if you don't have guys with on-the-ground experience. Well, are you going to take all these guys and make them officers? Well, possibly not. But so you end up with them interspersed. I saw everything from 21-year-old machine gunners who had been in Britain for 4 weeks to elite anti-tank teams who had been in Poland for several more weeks than that. It varies a lot, and oftentimes the local Ukrainian officers don't necessarily know what to do. They just go, "Oh, you got extra training, so maybe you'll be the squad medic, or you'll be the machine gunner, or you'll be the you'll have an elevated position of responsibility beyond just the bare bones infantry." But as most of these officers haven't gone through these foreign NATO training programs, which while broadly they're the same, it is different training if you're in Estonia versus Poland versus Germany versus the UK versus America, because people train in different ways. Sometimes it's difficult for them to say, okay, well, we have 3 guys out of 100 that got this advanced training. I still have 97 other guys. We're just going to keep doing what I thought we were originally going to do, and I'll figure out a use for these guys. Sometimes these additionally trained soldiers don't always get utilized to the full spectrum of their abilities, in my experience. They might end up in a junior role where they don't have as much impact on the battlefield beyond their own force of arms and the stuff immediately around.
Thanks, Language. Will, welcome, and get into this conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll just add a little bit of what I found out in the last several days on this, Alan. It's been fairly quiet, but you'll note that Britain and others have been moving training cadre closer to Ukraine rather than packing up Ukrainian soldiers and moving them to Britain or America or anything like that for training, as had happened in small numbers. And I noticed it just because there was an announcement that they transferred authority from one unit to another in Grafenwohr, Germany, the United States training base there. So what they're doing is taking people that have undergone their basic training. They've been recruited, go into basic training at the Ukrainian end, and then for their advanced infantry training, I guess we'd call it, or advanced training with a 155th Armored Brigade combat team. So there's a place called the Joint Multinational Training Group for Ukraine in Grafenwohr, Germany, and they basically take National Guard units from America who have experience, and they use them as the training cadre to rotate people that have some basic training but need to get more training in at Grafenwohr. And the first of those folks, the first group that was there for about, let's see, April through January. So they spend about 9 months there on rotation. The training units do, and in 9 months they trained 7,500 Ukrainians in the first circuit, and the second group that's now taken over, the 155th Armored Brigade combat team from Mississippi, has now taken over that unit and would expect to probably train the same number in a month of time. So it allows them to train a lot more troops, more cost effectively at what was a traditional training base in Germany, Grafenwohr. So if the United States is doing that, as well as Britain and the other groups, and as you know, that Operation Unifier is still going on as well in Britain. So that's how they're accomplishing it. The NATO countries are moving closer to the area where training's needed, rather than move everybody to remote locations to do the training now, as this is seen to be probably key in getting the 500,000 additional troops up to combat readiness before Ukraine needs to use them.
Terry, back to you to continue, please.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. I guess just wondering, where did the combined arms training come in? Like, I know Language mentioned the elite tank teams, and then Will, you mentioned the basic and the advanced training, but when is it that they're introduced to combined arms? What does that mean, and how do they marry that with like the old Russian ideas when they get back to their units in Ukraine, or when they're assigned and you have that mix of training in there?
In general, you don't see good combined arms operations. They're very rare, and it requires a lot of resources that often aren't present. And the combined arms train that gets shown in the West usually is not necessarily as indicative of the Ukraine battlefield. And so soldiers will try it. They won't have enough resources, or perhaps they haven't had enough time to practice it because it takes a lot of practice that they don't have the time for, or feel they don't have the time for. And so they default back to whatever the path of least resistance is. At least that's been my experience with all the units I saw. Combined arms was very, very uncommon beyond we fire artillery and then we move. There were times where even that was all messed up, where you'd fire artillery and I'm not a trench warfare expert by any means, but generally you fire the artillery at the trench and then you go in soon after. And there are times where you'd fire artillery and then it'd be like a 30-minute lull before the vehicles went towards the trench. Well, you're not exactly keeping people's head down. So it's a consistent issue, and Ukraine soldiers frequently complained about Western training in that it didn't always, it didn't focus on drones nearly as much as they do, for right or wrong, and that it presupposed resources that they often didn't have access to.
And correct me if I'm wrong, language and will, but combined arms warfare is employed at its best when you have complete air superiority and no threat from the air. Drones, another question. Drones, I guess, may indeed change combined arms warfare in the future. That's something we'd have to talk to Chuck or Thomas Tyner about sometime in the future. But combined arms warfare really does depend on air superiority, doesn't it?
I mean, there's a lot of factors into it. It's also the fact that if you don't have the resources and the history of doing it, I mean, there are some units that do it tremendously well, but we're also in austere conditions, right? This isn't something where, oh, we used all the artillery ammo, we can have the U.S. Air Force drop off 60 pallets the next day anywhere in the world. This is, you've got an allocation of 300 shells, and that's got to last you a month. So, figure out maybe if you need to use them all on day one, are you going to have enough for the other 29? And the fact that there's just resource constraints. Mix that with the fact that they're outmatched by the quantity of Russian artillery, and things become very difficult, even without air power. You see, it's, and the West doesn't have, I think justifiably, doesn't have a lot of experience in this kind of warfare, because what would we have done for the counteroffensive? Well, we would have started with leveling every possible artillery gun with air power before we started sending guys through minefields. That's not what's happening in Ukraine. It's not what's going to change in Ukraine for some time. So you end up with frustrations expressed by the Ukrainian soldiers, sometimes justified, sometimes not justified, where they say, well, this is how the West does it, but it's not indicative of our battlefield. You end up with a bit of I know best there, which can be very dangerous and self-defeating, but you also have guys who say, look, I learned all about how to do these things, but it's not relevant to what we're seeing on a day-by-day basis, so we're just going to go back to what we think is best.
Got it. To Martin and to Bruce, please.
Thank you, Alan, and thank you, Language, very much for your update and your expertise. I noticed for me, it was a very disturbing headline today, and I didn't get a chance to read the article as I was scrolling through my news feed, and it said something to the extent that the first of Ukrainian prisoners of war who agreed to become turncoats, I would call them traitors, have been deployed by the genocidal Muscovies in their illegal, unprovoked war against Ukraine. Is that accurate? What do you know about this? As I said, I saw the headline, but didn't get a chance to read the article today. Thank you.
I think that happened a couple weeks ago.
Okay. Yeah, first I saw it was today. So do you know how many there were and where they have been deployed and anything like that?
It's less than a battalion. It's probably a couple hundred guys. And where they're deployed, I don't have good evidence or information on that. But if I was a betting man, I'd say they'd probably be used in these assault actions in the East Kharkiv, Donetsk region, rather than anywhere else. Because I'd be surprised if Russia isn't trying to keep a close eye on them. And if it's one thing to have these guys stand guard in a Ukrainian town where, oh, well, maybe they're speaking Ukrainian, I don't know what they're saying, can we trust them? It's another thing to say, hey, run towards those machine guns and artillery fire, and if you come back, we'll worry about it. You don't really have to worry as much about somebody's loyalty when they're actively going on an assault, because what's the alternative, right?
Okay, thank you for that. As I said, I just saw it today and didn't get a chance to read the article, so I appreciate that. And Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. Bruce, go ahead, please.
Hey guys, interesting conversation. I have a couple. I guess I have a question, two questions that are relevant to combined arms. You know, it also means obviously, you know, you're working at the brigade or even battalion level. You know, this company's doing this while the engineers are doing that, while artillery's doing this, and some of what I've read, you know, indicates that Ukraine doesn't yet have, and in part because, you know, a lot of these guys unfortunately have been taken out on the battlefield, but Ukraine doesn't necessarily have like the staff officers experienced in that kind of planning, and even, you know, junior officers on the battlefield. So I wonder if you have any sense of if that's an accurate criticism. And also I'm wondering if you know, I mean, has Western training evolved? Like, have we learned from what happened this summer, and now we're approaching it differently? I feel like we could learn a lot from the Ukrainians.
There's definitely a lot of crosstalk here. I know of a couple Western programs that are actively soliciting more information about what happened, so they can try and solve the problems that the counteroffensive ran into. I mean, people aren't just sitting on their hands here. There's also the fact that, and I believe a lot of the training programs that were rolled out by Western countries were fairly standardized, sort of as like, this is how we train foreign nationals type deal. And those standardizations very likely didn't include, and this is how you do protracted trench warfare in an artillery deficit with suicide drones, right? So it's something that takes time. The basic elements of soldiering are still the basic elements of soldiering, and arguably those who receive Western training are generally more proficient at it than those who receive exclusively Ukrainian training and then end up in a TDF unit that's frankly got, you know, less background in military affairs than most. It's just a challenge. Combined arms is hard. I haven't ever seen Ukraine move. I don't think Ukraine even really uses systems above the brigade level. It's sort of their largest operational grouping. And then even as far as just getting multiple battalions to work together, outside of really substantial operations like we saw in Kharkiv and Kherson, it can be very difficult. I mean, I've told the story a couple times. I've worked with brigades where they just outright lost battalions. They didn't know that they existed because it's the chaos of war. It's the you know, fog of battle, whatever you want to call it, and communication breaks down. So there's a lot of things to be improved because you're kind of building the plane while you're flying it here. And so you don't have the luxury of, okay, we're going to take 6 months and pull all of these guys who we believe are going to be capable and run them through multiple iterative courses. It's a matter of, hey, you know, 20 guys, 30 guys showed up at the brigade level for training, and we've got 18 casualty slots to fill. So you guys are all going at the end of this week to your individual battalions, because this is an ongoing war. There's ongoing losses. And so you have to fill that. If you just said, well, we're going to stop all the deployments, we're going to work on training everybody for, you know, 6 months, and we're going to make sure they're all equipped, by the time they got there, you would have lost large swaths of land because you're not replacing the active losses on the battlefield. And what trained reserve there was in Ukraine has almost certainly all been utilized at this point, or most of them have.
Hey, and I have a follow-up, if that's okay. So in the summer, you know, we would hear on bullet points a lot of folks with way more military experience than me wondering, like, why aren't the Ukrainians using smoke? And I'm reading from a report that I'll cite at the end, because if I go to remember the name of the people who did it, I'll lose this little nugget. But the report from kind of a British think tank is indicating that, you know, you're not seeing much smoke on the battlefield because it obscures the view of the battlefield from the drones, and it is a way for higher level officers in Ukraine to know what's going on in the battlefield. And again, I'm not trying to cast dispersions on the Ukrainian troops at all, but there's a sense like they're not necessarily a trust of like NCOs or lower level commanders in the battle. They want to see what's going on, and smoke works against that. Obviously, smoke obscures your movements from the enemy as well, but maybe in our new drone world where you kind of need to see the battlefield, maybe that's why there's not as much smoke. And just quickly, it's from Jack Watling and Nick Reynolds, that they put out in it's the Royal United Services Institute for Defense and Security Studies. So I'm wondering, does that make any sense to you at all? Have you heard similar things about that?
The bulk of what I saw was resource constraints. That's something that really doesn't seem to get talked about, even on Twitter. There's a lot of, I mean, there were armored units that I was with that didn't have ammo for their BMPs. And I think that was more down to bureaucratic reasons and command reasons and like confusion, more so than a stunning complete lack of ammo. But that's been an issue where there were BMPs where guys would ride on top and then they would just drop you off. And that was it. That's their whole job. They're an armored taxi. They don't have any ammo. Smoke, the stuff I was seeing that I used there was old Soviet style. They look like tubes. You pull a little plug out of one side and 25% of the time it lights. The other times you have to use a lighter. There's just not a lot of resources. And that's in addition to, you know, how many smoke shells are there in addition to the regular shells that are already in short supply? The answer is meager. You know, most of the time Ukrainians are saying, hey, we need, you know, 100,000 shells and we want 50,000 to be smoked. They say, give us as many artillery shells that fire as you can. And so there's just been a lack of resources. Plus, you know, it's challenging to set everybody up for, you know, especially when you're trying to support them with artillery, with drones, with mortars, with grenade launchers, what have you. If you are a newer commander, if you don't have as much confidence in your troops because you've recycled your company 3 times in the last 2 years, and so very few of these guys have the same level of experience that you do, then yeah, you might say, well, let's not use these very rare, very limited resources if we don't even know how this is going to go, and I want to make sure that I can provide covering fire with stuff that actually goes boom. I would caution, though, and this is a general thing, that this is Ukraine's way of fighting, and what they're fighting is very different than what we've seen in Western militaries. And so, not to cast aspersions on anybody, but I think in military Twitter in general, I mean, I'm an example. There's a lot of things that I wasn't aware of before I went there and saw it, and I was like, oh, wow, this makes sense. And so there's a number of things that you would most commonly do if you were, say, acting as special forces for the U.S. in the last 20 years, where, spoiler alert, you were basically just heavy infantry that would get you killed immediately, and frequently do get people killed immediately in Ukraine. And that can be very challenging to realize, like, oh, the stuff we're used to doesn't work here. It'd be either because we don't have the resources, because the battlefield environment's changed, whatever the case may be. And so people have to adapt. And so we say, hey, well, they're not doing this XYZ thing that I would do that makes the most sense. And then you get there, you go, oh, you can't do it because 1, 2, 3, stuff that you never knew about. It's not your fault, but it makes it challenging. And then there's also, you know, good old fashioned stubbornness from people who say, well, this is the way that I was taught to do it in the mid 2000s and I'm in charge, so we're going to do it this way. And that continues to be a challenge for the individual troops on the ground.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, Bruce, I think that analysis you referred to makes a lot of sense. I also think there's probably a trade-off of using smoke. You know, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, and I think it was on Bullet Points, or it might have been in the back channel, that Chuck looked at a Bradley fighting vehicle engaging a number of Russian armored vehicles and dismounted Russian infantry. Just one Bradley fighting vehicle took out the opposing Russian force and then deployed smoke from the Bradley in order to cover its retreat. And he simply remarked that it was a textbook performance by the operator or operators of that Bradley fighting vehicle, including the use of smoke as the engagement broke off to cover its retreat. And so, as I say, I thought, Bruce, your analysis or the analysis you referred to was very interesting. There's clearly a trade-off of when and how you use smoke.
Thanks. I'll DM it to you, and if you deem it's worth sharing at some point, by all means.
Thank you, Bruce. Welcome back, Will.
Thanks, man. I had to drop and take a phone call. So Bruce, I was one of those people that was participating in asking that question months ago, and summertime there were a lot more questions about that. But like Alan just said, and I've covered multiple times now in threads that I've done in the last several months since late summer, we have seen a much better use of smoke, in particular, the example Alan cited and some others, particularly in the case of the Bradleys, moving up, making their using a lot of very good covering fire, and then using smoke on their flanks to guard their movement or to cover the movement of soldiers who are advancing up out of the Bradley. So I think they're getting better at that, and whether or not they're limiting their use in some cases so that they don't obscure the battlefield. I would think they'd probably be erring on the side of using it rather than not, because the Bradleys and the rest of the advanced NATO equipment does have thermal optics and can see through all that smoke. So I think you'll probably see more of it, and we have seen not just one but several good examples that if you were to mine my timeline, I regularly put examples of good tactics up in the thread, the nest, while I'm co-hosting, and I can remember at least 4 good examples of that. But 4 is nothing in comparison to regular use, and it is interesting to think that they would limit the use of smoke to provide for the observational, especially the highest level observational, so the brigade commanders could examine everything, because that seems a little risky for me, given Ukraine's approach to saving and minimizing casualties. But I'm sure it is a consideration for sure.
Just for what it's worth, to get into the resources, like smoke grenades, Western smoke grenades were already rare before the Kharkiv offensive. And so just even with all the best intentions and well-trained troops, the resources available are frequently not there in the supplies or the quantity that they might have been trained to expect. I mean, I think I never saw a Western smoke grenade. I saw one that you could buy in a store and pay a lot of money for, but resources evaporate over time. And so you have groups like the 47th Brigade who, may have more resources for their vehicles. Otherwise, it can be a challenge.
Terry, continue with your questions, please.
Well, mine is not so much a question at this moment. I just recalled a funny part of an article in the New York Times when they're talking, I guess the US was trying to explain why Ukraine's counteroffensive didn't work and how that wasn't really the US's idea, what they actually did. But anyway, General Austin apparently, or Secretary Austin, came into the Ramstein meeting, and the first thing he says is like, "Why aren't you guys using smoke?" So now you've kind of helped me understand why he was saying that. But I did think it was really funny the way the meeting opened, if you can have any humor about this whole situation. But anyway.
And so the answer he probably got was, because you didn't provide us enough. Same thing. Why aren't you using combined arms? Because we don't have air cover.
Yeah. That was one of those articles where I'm a little suspect. I know Chuck says sometimes, newspapers are required to be owned by American citizens. So I think Rupert Murdoch was dubbed an American citizen quickly so he could buy like the Wall Street Journal. But
You're
I think
welcome.
thanks, Will. Yeah. Oh, that and the Emerald guy. But oh no, he's from South Africa. Sorry, I got that mixed up. But anyway, yeah, it just was a whole article. It made me think it was almost like a plant to like bolster Jake Sullivan. And but maybe I'm getting too conspiracy theorist. But Chuck said that sometimes articles are put in there just to as part of the pillar of war and disinformation. So I don't know.
Not called the New York Times for nothing. Bruce, go ahead.
Hey, a quick thing on what Terry's saying. You know, like when, and about newspapers and journalists. You know, if when Lloyd Austin, you know, if he's not in the hospital, when Lloyd Austin goes to Ramstein, he's going with, you know, a whole ensemble of other Defense Department officials, military officials, probably some State Department people of all levels. And, you know, any one of those folks can maybe be a dissenting voice, can be a little disgruntled, can maybe think that we're mucking this whole thing up. And they're more than happy to talk to a reporter about what really went down in the meeting. So, you know, those kind of articles that I'm sure there's kernels of truth in it, but, you know, somebody's talking to this reporter. They may have an agenda. They may want to, you know, portray themselves as having the inside scoop. They may be being completely honest. It's really hard to tell. You know, the Secretary of State goes somewhere, he's going with, Alan might know better, like, you know, 15, 20, maybe even 30 people sometimes. And, you know, who knows? You get 2 martinis into one of these people, and who knows what they're going to say to a reporter. The other thing I'll say on the whole smoke thing, Austin, I mean, we weren't really using drones at this level in Iraq or Afghanistan. I think it was still a very new concept for us. You know, some of this might be specific to Ukraine, as Language Learner was saying, but some of it might just be war is different now, you know?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is that war is different now, and I think we're seeing how quickly it is changing. You know, in terms of the entourage that travels with the Secretary of Defense or Secretary of State, I've noticed that the Secretaries of State that I know a little bit about, they are what I would call light travelers. I think Blinken it goes with a relatively small retinue and meets folks on the ground wherever his destination is. He is, I think, well, he's a lifelong diplomat. He is the first professional kind of veteran of the State Department to serve as Secretary of State in a rather long time. Let me rack my memory and go back to see when the last person might have been, but that sets him apart from recent previous secretaries of state. Not a political
Certainly back
appointment.
to George Bush, right? I think all of Obama's were from outside. Trump's was from outside. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, I was going to go all the way back to Cyrus Vance. He had State Department experience, but he also was a private attorney when he became Secretary of State under Carter.
Yeah,
Terry,
Madeleine
go ahead.
Albright might be the last one.
Madeleine Albright might well be the last one. Will, thank you. Terry.
Well, I just wanted to add another tidbit. I think it was around the same time from either the Washington Post or New York Times, but in there, Jake Sullivan was basically, supposedly, according to the third party writing it, like blaming Anthony Blinken for not supplying cluster munitions sooner to Ukraine because Anthony Blinken didn't want it. So I'm beginning to think Bruce is right. You know, it's just who they're talking to, and the story it's like the telephone game. And because some of these articles don't make sense, they really don't, and especially to a non-military person like me, but it just doesn't make common sense. But I have to say, I still like reading Newsweek, Business Insider, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, and Washington Post, I feel like they do support democracy, and they're not perfect, any of them by any means, but it's really the best in the world.
You think that those newspapers represent the best journalism in the world, or printed journalism in the world today?
Not the best journalism, but I'm just saying not investigative journalism, but if you, it's something anyway to hold on to. I would not say it's like the same standard as years ago because, for example, people talk to these anonymous sources all the time. It used to be just once in a while. Now everything is anonymous. So I don't have a lot of confidence in it, but I do think I'm not as negative about all of the newspapers as other people are. I find there are nuggets and truths in there, and it's better than not having anything at all. There is an anchor, and they do substantiate often things more than is possible for all of us who have day jobs and had the nose to the grindstone for 12, 15 hours a day. But that's just my opinion. But that I don't even go on to mention like places like ProPublica and Bellingcat that all do like specialized things, which I'm not very familiar with. But I do support even Rupert Murdoch's newspaper at $4 a month, but that's as far as I'm going to pay.
Well, that's fair enough. I think what's valuable, Terry, is that you read these newspapers and that you are able to compare the coverage from newspaper to newspaper and probably have found some reporters' bylines that you have come to trust. Whatever area of the news you're reading about or that interests you, you do find bylines you can trust, and you tend to follow those bylines as time goes by. But I'm not going to get into a talk about journalism tonight. Talk about 14, 15-hour days. I've had one. I'm too tired to talk about journalism.
Yeah, well, I could switch it to tanks because I had a tank question since we can go tanks give off smoke. So, but I did read in, I think it was Newsweek or Business Insider, but they said there's a really big problem with the leopard tank. So I'm wondering, we had the Free the Leopard hashtag last year. Have the leopards made an impact? Are there problems using the leopards? Like, is that article accurate?
There's no wonder weapon, right? So they're still very effective, and really the thing they're most effective at is keeping their crew alive compared to Soviet style tanks, which don't usually end well. But I would, maybe this is just me being myopic here, but I find that especially people who are fixated on tanks and aircraft, they'll spend 1,000 hours talking about the 1 degree difference in angle of armor and, well, it's got this specific component. At the end of the day, if it gets hit by an anti-tank missile, it's going to be in a challenging place. It might survive more, but there's no super weapons. I mean, it's my running conspiracy theory why we haven't seen Abrams and why we likely won't, used in a frontline combat capacity and more in a defensive capacity, because if and when they get involved in combat, they're going to be lost. We've seen them lost in other conflict zones. They'll be lost here. And then there's a political attachment to these things because there's not 3,000 of them. It's not, oh, I lost a tank. It's, oh, you lost the super Challenger tank, right? In a world of ATGMs, in a world of very heavy artillery, in a world of a lot of anti-tank mines, not to mention all the drones that exist, there's no such thing that's going to be a super weapon. And as a consequence, while they've had an impact on the battlefield, you're not usually seeing tanks lining up in rows shooting at each other. They're being used more as like an indirect fire capability. And there's benefits there to modern tanks versus older ones, but you're more frequently seeing them shooting from 2 or 3 kilometers away towards a trench line than, sprinting down the road. And in cases where you do see them going down in a major breach attack, either on the Russian or Ukrainian side, well, $100 anti-tank line can put a stop to that pretty quick. And they're all over the place. So they've made an impact, but just like F-16s, they're not going to be the game changer that flips the script on the war in a matter of weeks. It's going to be another tool in the tool belt, which will do some more things, but ultimately you have to choose the right tool for the job, and sometimes the job changes.
Terry, do you recall the specific problem that was mentioned?
It said there was actually Germany was having trouble keeping up with parts, and that Ukrainians were, they didn't use the word jury rig, but that's how I interpreted it, and actually breaking the tanks because they just didn't have the parts to fix them. So there was a real part shortage to keep these tanks running.
So not an actual problem with the tank itself, rather a problem with maintenance. And I think this is why, if I remember correctly, I read where maintenance points or maintenance for Leopards specifically had either been moved into Poland or from Poland actually into Ukraine, so that they're bringing maintenance closer to the front line and closer to the tank itself. Bruce, go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Alan. For a while, we were that battle that went early on in June, where Ukraine lost some vehicles. Those were repaired in Poland. And I'm looking at. I've Googled some things, and it seems like it is a maintenance issue. And that's something, and language could probably talk to this when we do talk about, quote unquote, these game-changing weapons. I mean, that's going to be an issue when those F-16s get there. I think you remember that. You remember that conversation we had a little while ago, where some portion of the F-16s at any given time are going to be in a hangar getting worked on, and I think that's true of these tanks. And I think language is spot on about the M1. Because I know you don't want to talk about the press, but if we gave them 30 Abrams and somehow they lose 3 of them, it's like 10% of the tanks are gone. Oh my God. And that's going to happen with the F-16s too. Once those things are in combat, it just inevitably one of them is going to go down, and we just need to know that. And that's what happens in a war.
And just to recognize that, and obviously my perspective was myopic. I spent much more time dealing with infantry and assault infantry than I did with armored forces. That was a minority of the time I spent there. But the bulk of people are infantry in this war. So while it's not as sexy, focusing on, okay, these guys get an additional 2 weeks of training, get an additional month of training, that can have a real quantitative effect on the battlefield, and you can do it for a lot less than $10 million. So, these are tools, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it's still going to come down to the men and women sitting in trenches or sitting in urban buildings or in bunkers or what have you that are holding the line here, because you don't have the same sort of maneuver warfare that the U.S. and other NATO allies plan and train for, where, yes, you can have the Bradleys go this way and the Abrams go this way and the Leopards are here and, the Swedish Griffins or whatever fly over. It's not happening. You're seeing trench lines that are separated by a couple hundred meters, and they broadly have infantry in them, because if you keep vehicles nearby, they'll get destroyed either by artillery, by drones, by grenade launchers, by ATGMs, by whatever. So, that's why I recognize why it's important, Abrams and whatnot, but this is why I'm not in any command position. But if it was up to me, I would have said, hey, instead of the, $300 million or whatever we're sending on all these Abrams, let's take that and put it into make sure every soldier has better body armor, make sure every soldier has, this, that, the other thing. For the purpose of this, we could spend $300 on every soldier. You could get a lot with $300 in Ukraine. And I think that would have a more quantitative impact on the war. But there's a political element to all these things. It was almost, a year and a half ago where people were debating sending anything larger than a Javelin. And now here we are talking about when F-16s will arrive. So there is a purpose to it, but especially in these limited quantities, their impact on the battlefield is going to be specific to the location they're in. rather than being the total game changer. Because even with armored vehicles, there's usually a cheaper solution to them, whether it's mines, drones, javelins, iglas, whatever the case may be.
I just want to say thank you for that. And I have one comment, and then I'll probably drop down to listener, and just want to say thank you for the privilege to speak with everyone. Really interesting. I like the last point where, you can do a lot more with less. It's not just throwing money at the problem, but, strategically picking what you're going to do. But I just had this thing that, the mine problem, that should be like the Manhattan Project equivalent. It just seems so like that's going, no matter what you buy for your infantry, and they're completely untenable and deadly. And it just seems to me that would be the number one place to innovate and get, the G7 together and identify a Los Alamos lab equivalent and just get a solution, because it seems to be a completely intractable problem. And even with the F-16s and they learn combined arms, you still have all of those mines to contend with. So what do you think of that?
It's a problem that's being worked on, but I mean, the answer is we kind of know the solution to it, right? There's not going to be enough explosive line charges to defuse on them. It's just that'd be the U.S. way of is, oh, we'll fire explosive line charges and all the way to the Sea of Azov, and we'll follow that. In a vacuum where you have $1 billion, sure. In the real world, where you have enemy artillery that's surveilling you and you have plenty of ATGMs and whatnot, it means that, okay, unless you clear out all of the enemy artillery, or at least most of it, you're going to run into issues when people go to demine it. I mean, I talked with EOD guys who had done instruction in Ukraine, and they'd said, originally, and these were very experienced people, served in the U.S. and did a lot with EOD for decades. And they said, look, the only way that you're going to get across these things with the density is you basically have to have sappers crawling over each other's bodies after the first guy blows up and the second guy does, because you're going to lose a lot of sappers, not EOD techs, but just guys who are basic diffusing things, doing it at night, doing it with hand tools. However, even in that unenviable scenario, it doesn't work if there's still artillery firing at you and there's drones watching overhead to shoot you at night. And you can't really do this during an assault because there's artillery then. So until you get rid of the artillery, you don't have that breathing room to go and defuse these mines. Areas where there's not artillery, Ukraine's done a very good job of defusing things. They've learned a lot. They've got guys who are incredibly talented and experienced. And unfortunately, they've got a lot of work ahead of them. So they've grown fairly, accustomed to the needs and the roles. It's very different when somebody's shooting at you. And until you get rid of that, the situation is either one where you're going to lose a lot of guys, or you're just not going to be able to do it unless you're doing it at the same time as you're assaulting, which just adds complexity to the problem.
Thank you so much for that. That's really interesting. Thank you.
So, in addition to that, Terry, I'm not sure that this might be a Manhattan level project type problem, because remember, the answers are clear. As language learners just said, the key to clearing mines is having time on location without being able to be fired at, so that you can do your work or rapidly speed up your work. And in some case, this seems to be, war is a bit like a chess game where you wouldn't think so, but that's what air superiority is for, right? You have air superiority so that you can interdict the artillery and the things that can, if we both know I'm going to be at the same location, at a location at the same time, I've got to make sure that you can't target me at that location reliably. And I've got to have time on that target so I can clear the mines, which is why you've seen them do it in small units much more surreptitiously than using the big mine clearing equipment that the United States had said, basically, and they gave them enough. Look at Thomas Tyner's threads on the matter. They literally did give them enough det cord and mine clearing of vehicles with the long line explosive type things to clear, an 800-meter wide path all the way to the Sea of Azov or something. I'll have to look that up. But so that was the NATO way to do it. But that NATO way to do it means that you also have to have time on target with those vehicles where they can't be hit by FPV drones, they can't be hit by artillery. You have to provide some breathing space, right? And so the breathing space that you normally provide is with an Air Force that can do strategic bombing and keep Russian planes out of the area, which is why we've been talking about fourth generation fighters for 15 months, right? So we could find, they will continually find innovative ways to address minefields, especially the remotely laid minefields, artillery laid minefields that they can do now and replace mines very quickly is particularly problematic. But essentially, this is the problem here. Doesn't need to be solved by inventing a new Manhattan Project. It needs to be done by providing overwhelming support, overwhelming forces we wouldn't be worrying about whether or not they were losing 1 or 2 Challenger tanks if they got 250 of them, and as well as Challengers and Bradleys and everything, right? The stuff is around. It could be applied in mass that was satisfactory to overcome the forces that are there, but that's just not happening yet. So the Ukrainians will continue to find innovative ways around the minefield issue in particular, potentially avoiding that type of battle altogether at some point, but they've also got to be able to withstand and hold off any Russian attack. So yeah, minefields are always going to be a particular problem. And the other key is this winter, I think it is absolutely essential that Ukraine be able to do what Mick Ryan has been talking about in his article just recently. And that is doing active defense and making sure that Russia doesn't have time to rest and reinforce and continually rebuild and mine areas that have been demined even or haven't been mined yet. I think that's key. Keeping the pressure on all winter, right? The means of doing the counteroffensive all summer, which NATO objected to, but Ukraine did, was keeping 7 points of contact, major contact, and force on all of them all the time. That kind of needs to keep up all this winter, if possible. And they need to start doing active defense so that they can not allow Russia a chance to rest and let the worst of the winter conditions that are likely to affect Russia worse be taken advantage of.
And Will, that's something you don't get from the newspaper depiction of all this. So it's between what you and language said, it makes a lot more sense to me. And I think probably there's some confusion between the mine clearing during battles and the ones like post battles, like so that it can become civilian land again. But that helps a lot.
You're very welcome. I'm sure language, if he's still there, can answer. I think we're doing a co-host swap here, or we've lost Alan. Peter, is that correct?
We do appear to have lost Alan. I think he may have inadvertently stepped down, possibly by taking a phone call. It has happened occasionally. Thanks for holding it together while I was checking a couple of things in the background. I suspect Alan will be back, but if he's not, then we are indeed due a co-host swap in about 8 minutes. In fact, in exactly 8 minutes. And Will, I think you are down to be taken over, so you may want to step in early. I am approaching 3 a.m. and I turned into a pumpkin so long ago, I am now in danger of turning into a mouldering pumpkin, decomposing. So I will be going to sleep in shortly after 8 minutes time. But I've managed to survive this session without falling asleep whilst co-hosting, which I should confess I once did briefly, but I didn't snore online. Oh dear, we now have coast connection issues. Nancy, host connection issues. If you can hear me, right, I'm just going to tweet this. Just going to deal with this very quickly. Sorry, I'll be back with you as soon as I can. If we crash, which sometimes happens after about 30 seconds, we will restart as soon as possible. Hopefully the host phone will get stabilized, but if we do crash, then we will restart as soon as we can. I thought we had a couple of hands up, but we don't appear to have hands up, but we do have Alan on his way back. So he's coming back into the space. And in the meantime, we have a couple more requesters who I'm trying to let up. Sorry, I've had a